In 2021, Amazon launched its AI-driven cashierless grocery store where algorithms track your every move, every item in the store, and also send you a bill once you exit. Neat, right? But have you ever wondered how businesses manage to predict such customer behavior, optimize their inventory, and make sure of the success of a new business decision? Well, let me tell you, this so-called magic of predicting the future is mainly just tracking, analyzing, and acting on data, all powered by business analytics. Companies like Amazon, Netflix, and even your local supermarket rely on hundreds of data points to decide what products to stock, how to price them, and even how to attract you to buy more. They're analyzing every click, every purchase, and preference to stay one step ahead. And here's the secret. Every one of these game-changing business strategies is run on data, which is again driven by business analytics. According to Globe Newswire, the business analytics software market will surpass $88 billion by 2030. That should give you guys an idea about how heavily companies invest in business analytics. Even if you do a simple Google search right now about business analytics jobs available, you will find more than 24,000 job openings in India and around 94,000 worldwide. And this is just on LinkedIn. So in brief, there is a huge demand for skilled professionals for the role of business analyst. And if you're already someone from a business background, this skill is a must-have for you. If you're wondering how you can go about learning this skill, then do not worry, you're at the right place. Today, we're going to take you through all the fundamental concepts of business analytics, starting from CBAP to how to make business decisions using tools like Tableau. This course has been designed by keeping current industry demands under the microscope, so you will definitely be able to gain value out of it and become eligible to applying for entry-level BA roles. So make sure to stick till the end. Having said that, let me quickly walk you through what you will get to learn throughout this session. We'll start with the basics, introducing you to business analytics. Next, we'll introduce you to the Certified Business Analysis Professional CBAP certification. It is a globally recognized credential that demonstrates your skills as a business analyst. Then we'll explore business analysis process management, where you'll understand the requirements for mapping out efficient workflows. Next, we'll take a close look at what exactly we'll be doing or the roles and responsibilities of a business analyst. Moving forward, we'll talk about governance in business analysis and introduce you to two key names, IIBA, the International Institute of Business Analysis, and BABOK, that is the Business Analysis Body of Knowledge. Next, we'll look at requirement analysis and design definition, and then business analysis planning and monitoring. Once we have covered these concepts, we'll be moving on to data visualization tools used in business analysis like Tableau. We'll go ahead and look at architecture of Tableau and also work with charts and graphs. Then we'll move on to working with metadata and data blending, which allows you to combine data from multiple sources. Lastly, we'll cover advanced data manipulation techniques and also work with filters. We'll be wrapping up this course with important interview question answers, meaning by the end of this video, you'll have everything to begin your journey as a business analyst.
We are going to discuss who is a business analyst and what do they do. John is the product manager for ABC Software Security Solutions and has been asked to work with IT team to make some major changes in the software security process. John understands the security process but does not have a deep understanding of how the software and the process works. Hence, he must include somebody from IT department. He includes Peter, who is the security manager. However, Peter needs to engage his software development team as they'll be developing the software. Peter also needs to include Nancy, as she is the Chief Security Officer of that organization. Now the team has been formed to develop requirements, close gaps, and address any issues and concerns in the system. However, John is not an expert in capturing the requirement and managing them. So, he must assign a specialist who will help him in this, so that he can focus on his other work. John hires a business analyst who is expert in capturing and managing requirements. Now the business analyst will engage all his team members and captures their specific requirements and objectives of the project. He'll also identify the gaps, concerns, and inconsistencies in the projects and work with all the team members to address the same. Now you must be thinking, does business analyst develop the code? Or does he recommend any changes to the project? What exactly does he do? So the business analyst will not do any kind of software development or coding. He does not recommend any changes to the security system. He does not provide requirements or attempt to influence the other players to decide that whatever he thinks is the right way to do things. So, what will he do then? The business analyst will produce a comprehensive set of requirement specifications that everyone will sign off on. This will then be used by the core development team to make the changes to the security system in the organization. Business analysts will do this by using communication skills, either written or oral, active listening skills, negotiation and conflict resolution skills, organization and time management skills, and presentation skills. So, what is business analysis? Business analysis is the task of understanding business change needs, assessing the business impact of those changes, capturing, analyzing, and documenting requirements, and supporting the communication and delivery of requirements with relevant stakeholders. Business analysis is the task of understanding business change needs, assessing the business impact of those changes, capturing, analyzing, and documenting requirements, and supporting the communication and delivery of requirements with relevant stakeholders. The business analyst is a liaison between different stakeholders in an organization. He acts as a bridge and helps the project team work as an integrated unit. In general, the business analyst will convert data into business insights using tools and techniques. The data can be from spreadsheets or traditional database or any social media. Now let us understand the role of a business analyst in different verticals. The common verticals in the industry are business, technical, managerial, and functional. In this vertical, the business analyst will thoroughly understand the objectives of the business and identify the limitations to develop a business case. Elicit requirements through different techniques like interviews, brainstorming sessions, and evaluate them for correctness. Briefly document requirements using use cases, business requirement documentation, functional requirement specification documents, etc. In technical vertical, the business analyst will perform technical analysis by examining technical dependencies and challenges that may pose a risk to the success of the project. Develop data models. Create product prototypes and model requirements in the form of graphical user interfaces. Document requirements from a technical standpoint by creating context diagrams, class diagrams, and activity diagrams. In managerial vertical, business analyst will facilitate the implementation of products by communicating with the entire project team. Develop comprehensive plans like the business analysis plan, test plan, and other ad hoc plans. Assist with testing efforts by performing functional testing of the product. Support change management by understanding the depth of changes. In functional vertical, the business analyst will perform a cost-benefit analysis of a proposed project by assessing the amount to be spent on the project versus the benefit expected to be attained from it. Suggest process improvement methods to make effective organization policies. Constantly communicate with stakeholders. Helps in estimating the project cost and time. The business analyst will use different tools to analyze the data and make a data-driven decision in the project. Some of those tools are R, Python, Apache Spark, Apache Storm, PIG and HIVE. Some of the other commercial analytics tools are SAS, Tableau, Excel, ClickView, and Splunk. By looking at all these roles, you must be thinking that both business analyst and data scientist do almost the same jobs. Well, you are wrong. Let us tabulate how business analytics is different from data scientists. The first difference is in decision making. The business analyst will initiate the process of converting raw data into tangible resources for business decision making. Whereas in the case of data scientists, they'll discover the opportunity in data sets by mining data and writing algorithms to support decision making. Next is applied problem solving. The business analyst will define the business problems and translate statistical analysis into business intelligence, which improves the business performance. Data scientists will create a foundation for analysis, which is then used to solve business problems. Data analysis. Business analysts will research, interpret, and visualize the analysis to make it useful for business users. And data scientists will manage and organize a large set of data using different methods. Next is analytical models. In analytical models, the business analyst will understand and prescribe the solutions that use data modeling, whereas data scientists are experienced statistical programmers using different languages and tools. Business analysts will define and align the database requirements for various forms of data, and data scientists will design and structure the database using different tools like Oracle and Hadoop. I'm sure you must have now got the clarity in job roles of business analyst and data scientist. Now let us look at the business analysis process, how a business analyst will work in an organization process. The main role of a business analyst can be described through several prominent tasks. First, they learn and understand the business problem. Then they work with the business users to identify the business needs and then define the project scope. Then comes the core of the business analytics role in eliciting, analyzing, documentation, and communicating requirements. At the end, business analysts will verify whether the gathered requirements meet project needs. Now let us look closely at each of these phases. Step 1. It is about understanding the problem to define a solution to a business problem. In this case, business analyst needs to understand the product or service provided by the organization. The business analyst will also define the target customer and stakeholders. Step 2. Identifying the business needs or solutions. In this phase, business analyst gathers information from stakeholders and understands the need of the project. Step 3 is defining the project scope. In this phase, the business analyst talks with the project manager and then the project team in defining the scope. Step 4 is requirement elicitation. As we discussed earlier, this is the core task of the business analyst role. There are various types of requirement elicitation techniques available, such as one-on-one interview, focus group, questionnaire, and many more. One-on-one interviews. In this case, the business analyst will interact with subject matter experts. This will help the business analyst to understand the whole concept of the project. Focus groups are like interviews in which a group of people will be asked to gather in a room and discuss their requirements with each other. This will help the business analyst to find a solution in a better suitable way. Another useful technique is to send out a questionnaire or survey to customers or stakeholders. This could be in any form like email, Google form, or any other tool. Apart from these, there are other popular elicitation techniques like observation or job shadowing. Step 5 is analyzing requirements. Once a business analyst has gathered information, he has to prioritize, categorize, validate these requirements, and so on. Step 6 is requirement documentation. In this case, business analyst documents all the information and produces reports like process flows, UML diagrams, and other documentation. Step 7. Requirements communication. This is an important skill for the business analyst to possess, wherein he or she will be working to bring different stakeholders of the project to a common understanding of the requirements and to get their buy-in on the final solution. Step 8. This is about verifying that the implemented solution meets the requirements. After the requirements handoff is done to the technical team, the business analyst works for ensuring that the technical design meets the business requirements and usability standards. This is a general working process of a business analyst. So next, let me share the sample architecture which shows how the process looks technically. It does not cover the entire process, but it will help you to understand the overview of the process. For example, as you all can see on the screen, we are going to pull data from transactional systems such as from our supply chain or from points of sale systems, from finance data by using ETL. So this means extracting the data, transforming it, getting it into the format we need, and then loading it. We'll store this data into a data warehouse which acts as a repository, and then what we'll do is we'll point our analytics tools to generate the graphs and models. The analytical tool can be Microsoft Excel, Tableau, ClickView, or any other. Now let's look at the case study and understand how a business analyst will play a major role in an organization. We all are familiar with the British multinational telecommunication conglomerate, Vodafone. Vodafone in the past got mired in the problem of too much of data and not enough insights. Vodafone's previous attempts to leverage big data had been costly and inefficient. The company's leadership wanted to improve decision making by using big data and advanced analytics in an efficient and cost effective way. The analytics capabilities were needed in different departments and spread across the organization. Its business unit had its own data and insights. This would lead to duplicate data in the analyst process. The business analyst was faced with the challenge of not getting fast access to the big data and gaining business relevant insights from it. When analysts requested data from various internal sources and vendors, the data received was in inconsistent formats and missing data definitions. Time-consuming cleansing was needed before analysis could begin. A plethora of siloed tools and data environments made analytics tasks difficult to execute and share. So, there was a need for change. The company's leaders recognized that insights gleaned from big data could help build competitive advantages and a more efficient cost structure. They asked for Deloitte support as their organization developed a pragmatic, repeatable way to streamline their bloated analytical processes and gain more value from their investment. The organization's project leaders started by aligning the company's leadership under a common analytics vision, rather than recommending a massive analytics project that would change how the entire company used big data and analytics. The team selected a small number of pilot projects that could demonstrate the potential value of the new analytics vision on a small scale. This approach came with lower risk and enabled the sharing of experience. As a result of this, the telecoms business and IT leaders worked together to evaluate the company's existing analytics capabilities, to crystallize the company's analytics vision, and to identify the skills and technologies needed to achieve this vision. They identified a mix of business use cases to demonstrate how big data insights could drive revenue growth and reduce costs. This project resulted in increased customer response rates to digital advertising and reduced IT storage costs. Additionally, the project team identified the core technology and solutions the company needed for efficient big data analysis. Most importantly, the company is building a foundation to build a sustainable analytics program. Business analytics work in several industries and departments like healthcare, government agencies, e-commerce, financial markets, etc. In today's marketplace, the demand for professionals who can use analytic tools to drive positive outcomes for businesses is rapidly increasing. Doesn't it sound so great? So do you also want to start your career as a business analyst? Well, here is a quick analysis of business analyst career. In general, there are three main categories, and it really depends on your interest whether you choose to take a specialist route, management route, subject matter expert route, or choose to make a lateral move along the way. So let us move on to each of these categories. Business Analyst Specialists. When I say Business Analyst Specialists, they are the master of all the competencies in business analysis body of knowledge, and they are well versed in all the knowledge areas. This person will start a career as a junior business analyst for entry-level business analyst job and then climbs to the senior business analyst position. One can also become an enterprise architect, which is like a super business analyst. Next in the list is the management route. This is suited towards people who have got passion for helping others grow in their careers and so on. At this point, you are a mentor to younger business analysts and are likely working as a business analyst lead or manager. The third route is the subject matter expert route. In general, this revolves around a specific industry business division or technology. Some of the examples are health information systems business analyst in the health industry, or human resources information systems business analyst in the HR domain. However, it is not a hard and fast rule to go through a specific route. The advancement in the IT sector suggests that the reliance on business analytics and intelligence will increase manifold in coming years. As you can see, the number of job openings are also increasing for a business analyst than data scientists. You can also see the average salary of the business analyst is as shown across the wall.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers a business analytics course in collaboration with IIT Powertech. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques in time series forecasting, risk analysis, data visualization, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry experts in just 5 months. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of business analytics.
Just to give you an overview, if you can see here, right, IIBA was founded in Toronto. So what is IIBA? Basically, it is called International Institute of Business Analysis. Now, this information, all of that you see in this slide is from IIBA website. There is nothing that is from my own inputs here. I just want to give you an overview of what IIBA is about, right? So this is the website of IIBA, iiba.org. Okay. So all of you can actually go ahead and register yourself. I mean, you can open an account over there. You still have certain benefits. Even if you choose not to become a member, you still have benefits, right? Because you can attend several webinars, which are public webinars, right? Otherwise, if you become a member, you can also attend member-only webinars. So that is how that happens. So, and these webinars are very knowledgeable sessions. If you are interested in continuing the profession of business analysis, right? They're really, really interesting. Even if you are not a business analyst and you still want to explore certain concepts that you come across in your business analyst, these are really wonderful opportunities. So which you can spend time and listen to them. Very knowledgeable people, experts on business analysis take those webinars and they give real business insights. They discuss sometimes real life examples out of that. So all of that is very, very useful information that you can get, right? So I would suggest you can go ahead and open a profile. That costs nothing. Anyway, coming back to the IIB as an organization, this is let's say when it started as a group of professionals. They came together to establish, or let's say create an awareness and recognition for the value that business analysis profession can contribute, right? So you can imagine, right? I mean, from the very beginning of the, let's say, corporate world, these concepts were not known. There are no such concept like business analysis or something like that. This eventually developed over the years when they saw that this is how actually a new initiative is happening or a new project is getting initiated. Then they understand which part of that is because of business analysis, right? So that is why this came up as part of the professionals who contributed from the experience that they gained in their work life, right? So yeah, like members like us, I mean, I'm a member. There are other members all over the world. As you can see, there are 30,000 plus members all over the world. All of them actually actively contribute, or many of them actually actively contribute towards the growth of this profession, right? Now, even for example, right now I am doing this training. I am making you aware of what is business analysis, how it is done, and throughout the course of, let's say, 30 plus hours which we'll spend together, you will be knowing more and more and in-depth knowledge of what is business analysis, what are the different components of business analysis, and all of that you will come to know. So that's how we are helping this profession to grow, right? And if you choose to become and if you choose to continue your career as a business analyst, you will also be one of those kind of people, right? Now, regarding the membership fee, as you can see here, right, it is divided into the three regions. I mean, all over the world, the countries of the world have been divided into three regions, right? For example, India is under region 3. So if you choose to become a member, you have to pay an annual membership fee of $55, right? Now, as I briefly explained, becoming a member has its own benefits because you will get the IIBA Babok version free, meaning the PDF version of the IIBA is given free. There is no printed copy that you can get from IIBA. You can only get a PDF version, right? So you can get the PDF version of IIBA Babok and Agile extension to Babok. Two books you will get free of cost, meaning by becoming a member. Apart from that, like I mentioned, you can attend all those member-only webinars, be a participant in voluntary activities where they ask for newcomers also to participate. You can become such kind of, you can take part in such kind of initiatives. That is really, really helpful if you want to grow in this profession. Now, there is some more details about IIBA credentials when we talk about certifications, right? You might be coming across some doubts in your mind about what are the different certifications that are available, right? And who is eligible, what kind of eligibility conditions are there. That is what I have briefly described here. As you can see, it has three different levels of certifications, right? One is called the ECBA, which is the basic level of certification, which is therefore the name is Entry Certificate in Business Analysis. Anybody can appear this exam. Anybody means anyone. There is no mandatory work experience. Even somebody who is actually doing a graduation or let's say final year of graduation, even they can experience. They can also go for this, right? There is no knowledge area expertise. I'll explain what exactly is a knowledge area expertise in few minutes. I'll explain that. But if you look at the work experience point of view, the first point, when it says CCBA, this one requires minimum 3,750 hours of BA experience, it says, in past 7 years. As compared to CBAP, this is the topmost certification in the CBAP, in the business analysis area, which is requires 7,500 hours of BA experience in past 10 years. Now, obviously, the level of difficulty of the exam is increasing, right? I mean, ECBA will have basic fundamental knowledge-based questions, right? Whereas CCBA will have some kind of scenario-based questions, which requires certain deep understanding about the concepts that IIBA talks about or in the Babok mentions, right? So you will have to understand that, apply some knowledge of that understanding, right, to while answering those questions. And CBAP is case study based exam. So you will be given one case study, and against that one case study, you will get, let's say, 5 to 6 questions, right? Similarly, another case study, and you will have another 6 or 10 questions. So that's how the questions are answered. This requires a little more difficulty than the scenario based exam, right? So now if you look at the expertise, knowledge area expertise, what I say, IIBA classifies, or let's say Babok, the structure of the Babok, which you will see in the next few slides, you will see it talks the content of the Babok, what we are going to touch upon. It has 6 different knowledge areas. IIBA or Babok says there are 6 different knowledge areas. We'll look at those knowledge areas. One of them is strategy analysis. The other one is elicitation and collaboration. There is yet another knowledge area which is called solution evaluation, so on and so forth. There are 6 knowledge areas, right? Now, what exactly is a knowledge area, right? Because you'd be interested in knowing the expertise, right? How can I get this expertise? Knowledge area is nothing but a logical group of tasks, right? It is just a logical group of tasks, a grouping, simply a grouping of tasks. You take few tasks, group them together. That together is known as a knowledge area. Now, yes, what is that task? That you have to understand by looking at those individual knowledge area. And when you look at the knowledge area, you'll understand. If you understand the task, you will understand what is the knowledge area. For example, one of the knowledge area name is elicitation and collaboration. Okay. Does anyone know the meaning of the term elicitation? Basically, it is about producing information. Basically, you have to draw out information. When you talk to people, when you interact with others, you have to get the relevant information, right? You have to get the relevant information, which is, we all know. What does business analysis do? If I ask you, what do you know about business analysis? What does a business analyst usually do in your so far? What do you understand about business analyst? As a person, business analyst, what must he or she be doing? Imagine you are here, analysis of information. But how? Information is fine, but that information, how does he get it? How does he get it? From different sources. What could be these different sources? The different people, right? Different stakeholders. Exactly. So when you're talking, this is called requirement gathering. Exactly. This is some of the thing. When you say requirement gathering, this is a very layman's terms. That layman term, the real meaning is elicitation. Because what happens is, if you ask users, they will be always talking in terms of their expectations, their wishes, right? What they would like to see. But you have to refine them. You have to have multiple sessions, discussions with them, right? Refine those wishes and transform them into actual needs, right? So this part, when you go into discussions, all of that part is called elicitation. Now, if you look into it, this knowledge area, I said elicitation and collaboration knowledge area. This is one of the tasks in that knowledge area is prepare for elicitation. And the next task is conduct elicitation. Now, if you think through these two tasks, right, what does it mean? Conduct elicitation means I need to conduct some kind of meeting, or I need to conduct some kind of workshop. And the previous task that I said, prepare for elicitation. I have to prepare for this meeting. I have to prepare for this workshop. Meaning, I have to come up with a proper agenda. I have to set up some goals, right? I have to collect some supporting materials. Maybe I have to prepare some questionnaire, right? This activity, have you not done in your area of work? Whatever work that you are doing, have you not done? Forget about what is the object, ultimate purpose, or what kind of business you are doing. But my question is, have you not done this kind of activity in your work life? Conducting meetings, holding workshops, or participating in workshops. You must have been part of this if you have done any kind of work experience, right? So you must have done some part of this part, right? At some point of your time. Yes or no? Right? So now you can see, if you have spent this many hours of doing such kind of work, you automatically become eligible for it, showing that you have a knowledge area expertise, right? So there are several tasks, right? In each of this knowledge area, there are several tasks. We will know into details. Once you are aware of this detail, you will yourself visualize how much area of expertise you have. Of course, why it is mentioned 7 years, because you cannot really gather this many years of experience in less than that many years. Usually that is not possible, right? So that is the reason it says, because if you look into it, in a week there are 52 weeks. In a year there are 52 weeks, right? And each week there are 40 hours, right? As a standard, it is considered that 40 hours is the working hours, right? Of that, you can even consider that you will take lunch break and so on and so forth. You can consider that 80% is, let's say, productive hours. So you can calculate how many hours in a year you are actually working. And again, you have to discount for some vacations and so on and so forth. When you do that, you will realize that this many hours can be accumulated over a period of 7 years, right? And therefore, if you, and throughout these 7 years, you can actually look for what are the tasks areas that you have gathered experience. Now, that you will realize once you understand and all the details of the knowledge areas which we are going to study in the subsequent sessions, right? Then there is a requirement of prerequisite of professional development hours. This is mandatory for all three certifications. As you can see, the number of hours are different, right? So that is the requirement which will be valid through 4 years. That is what it is. That is in the past 4 years. That is what it is mentioned. And there are no professional references required in case of ECBA because there is no work experience needed, so there are no professional references. For CCBA and CBAP, there are two references needed, and references can be your project manager, your even your colleague can be a reference. Not necessarily that you need to reach out to your project manager. You can be your colleague or your senior in the team. He can also be a reference, right? So you have to provide those names. They will get some questions from IIBA when you submit your application, right? Now, as you can see, it is a two-stage application process, right? Basically, first you have to fill up your area of expertise and all that, and you have to submit. Basically, you have to submit that you have completed the PDH and then you have this many years of experience, and you provide the references for this. No need of reference in this case. You submit a fee along with a fee of 45, 145 or 145, depending upon which exam you are eligible for. You are going to submit this. Once your application is approved, right, based on the details that you furnish, right, they will send you an email confirming that your application is approved, IIBA. And then you can appear for the, they will allow you to choose a slot, right, for the exam, right? You can choose the slot over the next upcoming months, right? And pay the exam fees, right? And this is where you also have additional benefit you can see, right? If you become a member, you automatically have to pay only $150. Otherwise, if you are a non-member, you have to pay $305. Okay, same thing here as well, right? As you can see, 250 and 405. So there is a additional benefit if you become a member automatically. Okay, if you want to go for the exam, that is even more. There is no point in not becoming a member because you also get the BABOK, which is the basis for these exams. Then the exam format, as you can see, is a knowledge-based exam, which means it is very straightforward questions like GK-based questions based on what you study in ECBA. This, as I explained, will require some amount of analysis and application. This will be a much more comprehensive analysis needed here. All of them are multiple choice questions, and there are no negative markings. There is no negative marking in any of these exams, right? And exam location. Now, nowadays, the exam can be given online, even from your home. So when it says proctored setting, meaning there are details about this, you can go and check here. It basically describes, throughout the exam, you will be monitored through a video cam. So you definitely need to have a video camera enabled throughout the session. They will ask you to, before the start of the exam, they will ask you to move the camera through your surroundings and check that there are no books, nothing of no material that is allowed. You might be allowed to keep a water bottle and that's it, nothing else. And then they'll start the exam timer, right? And then they'll ask you to begin. And once it starts, there is no break actually. Okay, there is no bio break as well. If you take a bio break, you're going to lose your time, right? So the clock will not stop ticking. So that's how this exam is conducted. Okay, and the part that I want to highlight here is after the exam is done, the results are immediate. Once you submit the results, the results are immediate. You will get on the screen something like this, right? If you have passed, you will say congratulations, you have passed, you have done well in the exam, and that's what it will say. It won't say how many answers you got correct, or how many you got wrong. Nothing of that sort. If you fail, then also it doesn't say anything about how many answers you got wrong. It will simply say you will you have it will say failed, and then it will say that you have done relatively well in this knowledge area, and you have not done well in this knowledge area. Because I said there are 6 knowledge areas, it will say, let's say you have done well in 4 knowledge areas and you have not done well in the other 2 knowledge areas. It will give you the knowledge area name. So which essentially means, what I want to highlight here is that you cannot ignore any single knowledge area. Okay, even if there is an exam blueprint that is there on the IIBA website, which will show that 30% weightage is there, or let's say 30 or 32% weightage is there for requirement analysis and design definition knowledge area. Okay, and let's say 15% is there for strategy analysis. It does not mean that just because it is saying 30% weightage is there, I'll concentrate on 30%, I will leave the 15%. If you leave it, you will never pass the exam. That is the problem, because every portion is important. Even though there is a breakup of that given for each of this exam, there is a blueprint that is available on the IIBA websites, right? But it's not really important, because anyways you have to cover everything. You have to study every aspect of IIBA that we are going to cover. So of course, what we are going to cover in the session is, I'll facilitate throughout the content with actual examples and real life incidents that I can relate from my experience, right? And through case studies, we'll work on it. In fact, even if you choose not to go for the exam, I can promise you, I can assure you that you will develop good skills in certain key areas which you can use in whatever work that you are doing as on today, like process modeling, use case modeling, right? Activity diagrams. These are some of the things that you will learn by doing hands-on throughout the sessions. But these hands-on sessions will happen in subsequent upcoming weeks, not immediately. Once we finish certain knowledge areas, once we are there on the requirement analysis and design definition knowledge area, we will come across all these hands-on techniques. Okay, so that's about the exam patterns, right? And of course, there are certain other certifications that IIBA conducts as well, but these are not really based on BABOK. There is additional content that someone has to study for these certification exams, like Agile Analysis Certification, Business Data Analytics Certification. I had done this course as well. I mean, I'm also IIBA CBDA certified, right? I'm also a PMP certified, right? I'm project manager. I've done my PMP as well. Then there is cybersecurity analysis certification. Then product ownership analysis. These are other certifications that IIBA conducts, right? But this course is primarily focused on business analysis. There will be techniques that are common across these courses as well, which you will be learning in this, and they will be useful if you choose to go for these certifications, but you have to study additional content that is relevant for this. Like I explained, these are the exam fee structures that you can see, right? Now, if you fail the exam, right, then there is an exam rewrite fee, right? That is also applicable, and you can see this is the current fee structure. And of course, this fee structure, you have to always refer to the IIBA website. Don't go by this slide deck. This is just as a reference, because fees keep changing, right? So sometimes they offer discounts as well, depending upon the year and time. They come up with some kind of discounts. You can look at that as well, right? So yeah, so that's pretty much about the details about the exam conditions, right? Now, moving ahead, this is where I'm talking about the structure of BABOK, right? Meaning the IIBA published Business Analysis Body of Knowledge. This BABOK means, the definition is Business Analysis Body of Knowledge. What is the content of BABOK? If you see, when you open the BABOK, and the current exam is based on version 3, right? So BABOK has been developed in 2003-4. That's when the development has happened. So the first version released around I think it was in 2003, or 4. And then there was the first exam was on version 1.6, and then it moved to version 2, and then version 3, right? So the current version, or let's say if you want to appear for the exam, if you are appearing for the exam this year, next year, probably it will still be version 3, right? But I'm pretty sure in the next 1.5 years, there will be another version, new version that would be coming, right? So IIBA is already working on that. So what it means basically, it tries to include additional information or additional details that have materialized given the developments that are happening in the real world, right? Uh, if you ask me what you can expect to see, something like right now everywhere it is artificial intelligence and so on and so forth that is happening, that is coming into it. How that is impacting business analysis? In what way what new technologies are changing the landscape of business analysis work, right? Maybe that could become another content in the IIBA upcoming version, right? So these are the ongoing topics that are there in the world. You must be hearing about this kind of things in the news, and must be studying in the newspapers and so on and so forth. So all such new things will be incorporated into the new version, right? However, since we are right now focused on version 3, when you see again in terms of version 3, the perspectives you see here are mentioned 6, but not all 6 perspectives are part of version 3 as on today. In the exam, you will only get up to perspectives. There are, if you look into Agile extension that you will see that you will be only seeing 5 perspectives so far, right? 5 perspectives actually. Okay, so not the 6th perspective. So, but I'll show you what is the 6th perspective and so far that is mentioned over there. But yes, I told you 6 knowledge areas, and then there are 6 underlying competencies. What are underlying competencies? Underlying competencies are basically the skills, soft skills, right? Like you can say negotiation skills, leadership skills, communication skills, right? So these or problem solving skills, these are called underlying competencies, right? So there are roughly 28 underlying competencies grouped into 6 broad headings, right? So therefore 6 knowledge areas, 6 underlying competencies, but those can be broken down into 28 sub competencies. That is what it would look like, right? Then there are 50 plus 50 plus techniques that are applicable. The techniques are helpful ways to do the tasks that are mentioned in this business analysis knowledge area. What are techniques? If you see 5 and 3 are related in the sense, these techniques are the different ways in which you can do the tasks that are mentioned in business analysis. Okay. So we'll go in depth into all of these 50 techniques, and that's where we'll learn hands-on on these techniques. So don't worry too much on that. We'll see how this is. How they are related in a one more map that I'm going to show. The knowledge areas are the relationship between those knowledge areas. We'll look at it. Now, all of this, if you look into it, these are summarized into this competency model. Let me show you. You see the 6 knowledge areas I said. These are the 6 knowledge areas. Strategy analysis, elicitation and collaboration knowledge area, requirements lifecycle management knowledge area, requirement analysis and design definition knowledge area, solution evaluation knowledge area, business analysis planning and monitoring knowledge area. These are the 6 knowledge areas. Each knowledge area is a group of tasks. There are 4 tasks or 5 tasks, 4 to 5 to 6 tasks in each of this knowledge area, right? So we will go into those details and we'll study that. And there are different techniques to do this, and there are 50 plus techniques. This will be helpful to do the tasks. So as you see, methods business analysis professionals use to perform business analysis tasks. These are the techniques. Okay. Now, the underlying competencies, as you can see, I told you there are 6 underlying competencies. Each of this has subgroup of further subgroups, total of 28 grouped under different headings, what you see: behavioral characteristics, business knowledge, communication skills, interaction skills. We'll briefly touch upon this as well. Yeah. And these are the different perspectives: agile, information technology, business architecture perspective, business intelligence perspective, business process management perspective, business data analytics perspective, and cyber security perspective. Apart from these two, rest all are included in version 3. Apart from the last two, business data analytics and cyber security, the rest all are included in the perspectives in version 3. For these, there is a separate course altogether. As you can see, certificate in business data analytics and certificate in cyber security analysis, right? So these are treated as separate courses as well. Okay. So these other ones are what you see are the perspectives in version 3. Okay. So this is what you can see about your business analysis competency model. Now, competency model meaning the proficiency scale. How proficient are we in terms of these contents? As a ECBA or as a fresher, I would be I'm expected to be aware of general awareness, right? As I gain more experience, I move on to the scale as I move on with experience, knowledge, and so on. I gain some practical knowledge. I apply that practical knowledge, right? Which makes me more skilled, right? And I become an eventual expert, right? Expert in some areas, right? Expert in more than few areas. Then I can become a a strategist. Basically, I define certain new process, right? I can set a new process in the organization. So things like that I can do with the amount of experience that I gain over the years. Okay. Now, this is one of the important concepts that I would like you to keep in mind throughout our course, right? And I want you to take a printout, or let's say not even a printout, you can even draw yourself this 3 pages and draw like this and keep a note of this forever in terms of throughout our course. Why I'm saying, if you think of it, business analysis knowledge area. Each knowledge area, what did I say? Knowledge area is a group of tasks, right? Correct. So elicitation and collaboration knowledge area, I said, is a logical group of tasks. There are different tasks: prepare for elicitation, conduct elicitation, confirm elicitation results, and so on and so forth, right? In strategy analysis, there are tasks like define future state, analyze current state, right? Assess risks, define change strategy. These are the task names in strategy analysis area. If you look at it, what did I say? Every project, if you think of it, there are 3 stages, right? I mean, before the project is getting kicked off, right? There is certain analysis work that is going on, right? Meaning why that project has to be done. What is the reason why we have to invest more money in some new initiative or have to do something different, right? Why we have to do that? That is what is being done through this phase, right? And this phase is the actual development of the project, actual implementation, and so forth, right? And finally, this is the production rollout. And once the production rollout is done, and then this is into maintenance phase. Now, if you can see, what does this map indicate? When I say this is the thing that is showing a relationship between the knowledge areas. What does it mean? My question is, horizontally, I have described few things. If there is a sequence, if there is a process flow, right? Process flow is a sequence of steps. What is a process flow? Process flow means it's a sequence of steps. One comes after another. One necessarily comes after another, right? One comes after another, meaning I'm not talking in terms of 1, 2 number. So basically, if you name them as 1, 2, 3, 4, then 4 will come after 3 only. It cannot come before 3, right? That is a process flow. But what is this? Do you see any kind of such kind of information? Not really, right? It will be easier to remember, or it will be easier to understand the concept of which I am trying to tell you right now, if you remember the definition of knowledge area. What is a knowledge area? I said knowledge area is a logical group of tasks, which means, now think each of this yellow line as some tasks, right? Instead of the name of that knowledge area, think of these names as certain group of tasks. So what does it reveal then? You can see there are tasks that are there in the BA planning and monitoring area, and there are tasks on elicitation and collaboration knowledge area. So what you can see, if I'm placing them on the timeline, you can see that I might be doing the tasks in several knowledge areas at the same time. Do you get my point, what I'm trying to say now? I might be doing without me consciously knowing that I actually am doing multiple tasks across different knowledge areas. How? Let me give you an example. If you see, I said elicitation and collaboration knowledge area, you have one task called conduct elicitation, right? And I said in project conceptualization, if you see, there is a strategy analysis. Here, I gave you an example. There is a task called analyze current state. There is a task called analyze current state. Define future state. That is yet another task in this knowledge area. When you are deciding, or when you are about to decide, a project has to be initiated, are you deciding that a project has to be initiated just out of the blue? Think of companies. Do you think that companies suddenly wake up, the managing director or the CEO or whosoever is the owner of that company? Do you think that he wakes up from sleep and says, "Oh, I'm going to invest $100 billion"? Do you think that happens? No, right? So what happens? What do you think happens when a business decision happens that I'm going to invest $100 million? So what do you think has gone into that decision? When in the newspaper you see that, let's say, Birla group of companies has decided to open a new manufacturing plant in, let's say, Odisha, which means they have done some analysis work, correct? That they see that there is a benefit in doing or establishing such a factory. They see some profit. All of that analysis work, do you think it is done in thin air? No, right? People participate in those discussions, conduct elicitation meetings, confirm those results, and also take decisions about the future state. So as you can see, you are not doing these tasks in isolation, meaning you are conducting meetings. At the same time, you are analyzing the information that you are getting from that meeting and making certain decisions. That is why these tasks are not sequential in nature. Of course, there are certain tasks which could be sequential, but not all tasks are sequential. Knowledge areas, which essentially translates to, when I say tasks are not sequential, automatically knowledge areas are not sequential. They are overlapping, right? So you might end up doing certain tasks at the same time, which is belongs to different knowledge areas. I hope the concept is very clear. Now, this is a view, this is a pictorial view of the structure of how the knowledge area is going to be studied when we actually end up going into the individual tasks, right? No need to mug up anything at this point of time. I just want to tell you that every task or every aspect of IIBA is studied in the form of a structure, right? And that there is a framework. What is a framework? Framework is a structure, right? And I have given you the sample view of one of the tasks in one of the knowledge area. This task, assess solution limitations, is a task in the knowledge area called solution evaluation, right? And if you want to do this task, you need to have certain inputs, meaning certain basic things without which you actually cannot start this task. If you do not have this, you really cannot start this task, okay? And similarly, once you do this task, once you have completed this task, you will have certain output, by whatever name it is called. Individual tasks have individual outputs, so, or different outputs, or group of outputs. Those outputs will be the result of the task, okay? And when you do this task, you actually interact with some people, right? And those people are called stakeholders. And there are different stakeholders. I said 11 different stakeholders as per BABA, including you as a BA. So if you exclude yourself, you will still have other stakeholders, like in the names you can see customer. These are the different names that IIBA defines, right? We'll look at it. So these are some of those 11 stakeholders that I briefly gave you an indication at the start of this session. We'll go and study that in a few more slides. And these are the techniques, right? So we won't be studying, let's say, all 11 techniques when we are going to study this task. How we are going to study? The techniques are, some of the techniques get repeated into different other tasks in other knowledge area. So we will cover, let's say, 1, 3, 5, 7 in this knowledge area. We will cover 2, 4, 6, 8 in some other knowledge area. Not necessarily this order, depending upon where it makes much more sense to remember, easily connect with the knowledge area. That is how the approach will be taken, and I will be explaining all of that. Okay, so every task in this knowledge area, in every knowledge area, is going to be studied in this kind of format. Okay, this is just an introduction of that, how it is going to happen. Okay, now let's move on to the most interesting section of this, which is introduction to business analysis part. That is the next topic that we are going to study. What is exactly business analysis, right? So that we are going to study here. Now, when I say what exactly is a business analysis, we have to understand it from the point of view of business analysis core concept model. Because if we understand this, it will be much, much easier to appreciate what exactly is business analysis. There are 6 core concepts. IIBA says there are 6 core concepts which make up the business analysis core concept model. So the 6 concepts, they make up the business analysis core concept model. What are they? They are called, as you can see, changes, solutions, contexts, value, stakeholders, needs. These are the 6 core concepts. So what exactly is a core concept? If you see, concept means what? An idea, right? So it's an idea that is fundamental to the practice of business analysis. It doesn't matter which sector you are working in. You are working in insurance sector, you are working in, let's say, telecom sector, you are working in the education sector. It really doesn't matter. Okay, but it's the fundamental to the practice of business analysis. You have to understand the concept in the context of your own world, right? So that is why there is a context also here, the business environment or environment in which the change is being initiated. That is the context. Now let's go and understand each meaning, right? What exactly is a change? When I ask you, think of yourself, right? Let me ask you a question. If you consider yourself when you were exactly in the same, same month as today, right? In the past year, has something changed in you or not? You know, in our surroundings, in ourselves, something has changed, right? And why did that change? What exactly is the change? I mean, if you ask me, if you think about it, then if I ask you to define what is this change, if I say define change, what is this change? If you think of it, it's a transformation, right? What has happened? Something has changed the shape. Something, your body shape has changed, or you have become very muscular, or you have become very, let's say, fat, depending upon how your food habits have changed, right? So basically, what has transformed? There is a transformation in yourself in response to something that you have done, right? So what exactly is a change? Change is the act of transformation, and it happens because there is some trigger, and that trigger is what is your need, right? A need in the context of business, when you look into it, what exactly is a need? Need could be a problem, or an opportunity. For example, let's say I am doing let's say I run a cab business in India, running cabs like Uber, Ola, like that, right? I'm doing it in India. My business is going on well, and now I see that I want to I look at our neighboring country, let's say Bangladesh, right? And I want to run this same Ola cab business in Bangladesh. Do you think whatever setup I have in India, I can run exactly using the same thing in Bangladesh? Do you think it is possible? Without knowing the cab business, you are able to say the answer as no, right? Without knowing the cab business world or cab world, how a cab business and details of that, but you are really able to say that it is no. The answer is true. It is no. Why? There could be many things that can be that need to be handled in a different way, or there could be some aspects which need to be handled in a different way. Like for the simplest of things, tax. Ola is used to pay certain taxes in India. It has to pay certain other types of taxes in Bangladesh. And also, it has to meet certain demands with respect to the foreign exchange transactions. It has to keep records of that. So it has to set up a new process. If it wants to expand business into Bangladesh, it has to set up a new process in its company, in its because I took Ola just for the example. If you are doing the business, you have to set up a new process to account for these taxes, account for this different foreign exchange taxes and all that foreign exchange dealings and all that you are going to do, right? And that is a change, and that might involve a new project. You have to implement some software, you have to implement certain automated reports, you have to file certain reports or file some additional information with the company law board, or let's say Securities Exchange Board of India, and so on and so forth. All of this will require certain kind of investment, correct? Now, when I said when you will implement different software, different reports, automated reports, that exactly is what your solution is, right? So, what exactly is the solution? That solution is actually a way to satisfy or let's say solve the problem or address the opportunity, right? Exploit the opportunity. Is it clear? Right? Now, when you do this, what is it giving you? Because if you are able to implement a solution, it is giving you a value, a usefulness, and that worth or usefulness is called a value, right? Now, this is the value, the worth or importance or usefulness of something to a stakeholder, the worth or importance of something to a stakeholder. Who could be a stakeholder? You yourself. I mean, if you are running the company, you could be a stakeholder. The end users could be stakeholders. Then, the customers are stakeholders. Then the regulatory bodies are stakeholders, like the stock exchange commission or the foreign exchange board, foreign exchange management board, or whatever it is. So that is another stakeholder, because you have to meet the compliance requirements, right? So all of that, they are your stakeholders, right? So who is a stakeholder? A stakeholder is anybody who can influence the change or who gets influenced by the change. In fact, by the change, by the need, or by the solution. They have a relationship with either the needs or the change, or all of them, depending upon any of these. And as it is, all these other five happen in the context. In a context, what exactly is a context then? The context is a part of the overall business environment in which the change is making a sense. Ola, or let's say your cab business, is a overall business environment that is there. Under that context, you want to expand your operations, so that becomes your context. Expansion of business operations becomes a context for your change. Make sense now? Is it clear? So if you look, if you understood this concept clear, now you can see this can be related to define business analysis. What is business analysis then? Context is nothing but the overall business environment, part of this overall business environment within which the change is making some sense. like we said, expansion of operations, business operation is your context under which you are making that change of implementing a new software to produce foreign exchange reports. You are doing what? You are actually implementing a new software to take care of all the operational needs, right? Operational reports, furnishing of let's say keeping a record of the transactions and so on and so forth, right? Automated software, you are building something, right? Now that particular build project becomes is a change initiative, right? And it is making sense because you decided that you are going to expand your operations. Now expansion of operations is happening in the overall business environment. Make sense now? So business analysis is the practice of enabling change. So what is business analysis now? If you can see, it is the practice of enabling change in an organization, right? Basically, this is an enterprise. We are talking about enterprise. This is the term that IIBA uses. Enterprise is a group of organizations, right? So a bigger term, right? So business analysis is the practice of enabling change in an enterprise by defining needs and recommending solutions that deliver value to stakeholders. That is the definition of business analysis. So this is what I was trying to explain throughout this part, right? Change, need, solutions, value, stakeholder, context. Now I'll show you a beautiful video on this so that this you can easily remember very well, right? So just give me a second. I hope you like the video. So who is a business analyst? Anyone who is doing the tasks that are mentioned in the above guide, no matter his job title or organization role, is called a business analyst. So basically, even if whatever designations you might see in the real world, it doesn't matter. What IIBA says is anyone who is doing any such tasks that are mentioned in these knowledge area, they can be regarded, or they are regarded in terms of the what IIBA says, they are regarded as business analysts, right? So if you look at it, I just want to share a very interesting meaning. Now, if you look into these two definitions, right? I say business analyst is a person responsible for eliciting actual needs of stakeholders, discovering, synthesizing, and analyzing information from a variety of sources, and defining and designing solutions to meet the needs of stakeholders. I also say business analyst is a person responsible for eliciting actual needs, dash, 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 and analyzing requirements. I'm saying, right? Here I'm saying analyzing information. Which one do you think is more appropriate representation of a person called business analyst? Which one of these statements do you think is a more appropriate representation? If you look into it, let me give you an example. Imagine this training session is happening in a classroom setting, meaning a physical classroom setting already, right? And even today, once when we, let's say, for example, we have taken a break, coffee break, and we are walking through the corridor, right? I mean, this Intellipaat has an office in, let's say, Kothur or somewhere, some place in Pune, and we are walking through the Intellipaat office, right? And for during our coffee break, and you guys are chit chatting among yourself. All other rest participants are chit chatting among yourself and moving towards the pantry where we want to have a coffee, right? And I also join. I'm also lagging behind you. I'm also walking behind you, but I'm chatting with the one of the office boys in Intellipaat office, right? I'm chatting with the office boy. I take him along because I know him, because I have been doing training sessions over there for years now. So I know him very well. So we are both chatting together and walking down the corridor, right? Suddenly, the office boy, let's say he encounters one of the securities of the building, right? Where the Intellipaat has an office. He just shouts him something and says, "Hey Ramesh, do you know that tomorrow there is a power cut for 4 hours? There is a power cut for 4 hours from 10 a.m. because there is some maintenance schedule." That's what he tells to Ramesh, right? Fair enough. This, what is this for me? Actually, if you see, this is at that moment, what exactly is this? This is some kind of news information, yes or no, right? But do you think if I ignore this, will I be able to conduct my training session tomorrow in the class, right? So what now becomes important? I have to draw out the actual requirements from this information, right? So what becomes a requirement, immediate requirement from this is I need to have some kind of power backup so that I should be able to conduct the session, should be able to operate my laptop and let's say projector and so on and so, which essentially means that I need to have some kind of power backup, maybe a generator hired for tomorrow or something like that, right? I'm not even talking about solution. We are just talking about requirement here, right? So this information is the bigger subset which I need to consider so that I can draw out the requirements. Now it is clear. So we have to deal with a lot of information as business analysts when we are working in the real world, right? I mean, of course, the context will help us understand which information we are going to analyze. We are not going to analyze every random information that is out there. Make sense now? Is it clear? Okay. So yes, like I said, common job titles that you would see: business architect, business system analyst, data analyst, enterprise analyst, management consultant, industry consultant. There are different types of designations that you can come across. I mean, it doesn't matter. So that's about who is a business analyst and what is it, right? Now let's look at the next topic of important topic is about key terms. There are certain key terms that IIBA defines in the context of the BABOK, right? And it uses these terms throughout its definitions, throughout the let's say description of the knowledge areas and so on and so forth. It uses these terms in several places. That is why they're summarized here. You already know the meaning of some of these terms, but just to learn the language of BABOK, I want you to make you familiarize with these terms. One of them is business analysis. You already know what is business analysis. Just now we looked at it. I gave you an example of business analysis information, right? Just an example situation. So what is business analysis information? It refers to a diverse set of information that business analysts have to analyze, transform, and report, right? Then there is something called as requirement. Now, just stay with me on this. I will show you what exactly is a requirement and design. In a minute, I will show you. But if you read the sentence here, it says a requirement is a usable representation of a need. Whereas, as compared to this, it says a design is a usable representation of a solution. Then you read the statement, requirement. When you talk about requirement, it says requirement focus on undertaking what kind of value could be delivered if a requirement is fulfilled, right? So basically, requirements focus on the problem. Design focus on the solution. If you see, requirement is focusing on the problem. Design is focused on the solution. But if you really want to understand this in a very simple format, let me give you an example here. It says requirement is a usable representation of a need, whereas design is a usable representation of a solution. I'll show you something in terms of an example here, right? Let me show you an example. Requirements are focused on need, like I said, designs are focused on the solution. Basic examples, let's say the business user, you joined a project and you are asked to work as a business analyst on that project by your company, and you are speaking to the client, and the client tells you, and you are actually, imagine you are building your project team is building a software for the client, and that client is a, let's say, e-commerce client. E-commerce meaning somebody like Amazon, Flipkart, and so on and so forth, right? They sell online, something like that, right? So you are building software for them, some kind of UI is part of that, right? User interface meaning some kind of portal, right? Website, you are building it, right? Now, one of the users says to you that we also operate in French market, France. So I want this information, warning messages that you show on the screen to be in both English and French. What is this? This is a requirement that is given by the business stakeholder, right? Or the stakeholder. What could be a possible solution from a BA standpoint? What can you do? When you write this as it is, that as a user, I want the warning message to be displayed in English and in French. This is a usable representation of a need, meaning you have written this in some format. Either you write it or you depict in a pictorial format or something like that, or a flowchart or whatever you want to use. That is a usable representation of a need. But similarly, if I say usable representation of a solution is called design, what exactly is a design then? Now, help me in this example that I gave you, what could be a design from your point of view? Imagine you yourself are the business analyst and I am asking you to give me a solution for this. What will you do? When you say select language pop-up, right? Again, I am not able to think through how it will look. So what can you do? What thing can you do to explain it in much, to bringing it more clarity? Why do you need an interpreter? Suppose I'll give you a simple message, right? The warning message is, you have tried your password for 3 times incorrectly and hence it is locked. For unlocking, please click on this link. This is the warning message. I want it to be displayed in French language as well. This is the warning message I've given in written. This is my written requirement, usable representation of need. That is the requirement. Now, I want to see a design part of it, solution for that. You are telling I'll show a language pop-up. How will you show that? Can you not draw a picture of how a warning message will be displayed? Just using pen, paper, and you can show the screen, right? And you can draw a picture, pen and paper, using pen and paper, draw a picture, draw a box. So this is how your warning message will look like. And you don't even need an interpreter. You can just use Google Translator to just type that message in English and translate it into French, and you'll get it. And then you show it to user. So that is what is a usable representation of a solution. So mock-up, screen mock-up, fake screens that you can, you don't even need to know coding language. So that is called a usable representation of a solution, and that is called design. So not necessarily by the word design, it means that you have to use some kind of software or something like that. For example, the requirement is I want to view 6 months sales data across multiple organizational units in a single view. What can I do? You can use Excel to draw a dashboard, right? You can show columns, rows, and things like that, and you can show this is how it will look like. Yes, that is a conversation that will help you to come up with a more optimized solution, right? And these designs are helpful to come up with the completed solutions. So that is why it's a usable representation of a solution. Similarly, reduce amount of time required to pick and pack a customer order, right? I can show a process model. Using a process model, I can show a series of steps. These are the steps involved to pick and then pack a customer order, right? So that is what I can show, right? Record and access a medical patient's history. I can show a screen mock-up showing specific data fields, right? These are the ones deliverables that are expected as a business analyst. I'll talk to them, I'll visualize, I'll think of them. Not necessarily everything should be in diagram, right? Like this can be in a Excel sheet, right? So and so on and so forth. There is something called develop business strategy, goals, and objectives for a new business. I can build a business capability model. We can understand this more. This is one of the techniques. So I'm not explaining this part right now. We'll talk about it in one of the knowledge areas. What is a business capability model? I'll show a business beautiful video on this in one of the knowledge areas when we reach there. Then provide information in English and French. You can see, like we said, prototype, meaning some kind of screen with text displayed in English and French. That's what is called usable representation of a solution. So you can see usable representation of a need and a usable representation of a solution. Make sense now? Now these two terms are very commonly used, so you know this very well. Enterprise meaning it's a group of one or more organizations, whereas organization is an autonomous group of people under the management of a single individual. For example, just to give you in terms of example, in the context of Indian companies that you see, Tata is an enterprise, TATA, Tata Enterprise. It is a group of different organizations. Under Tata, you will see Tata Communication Services, TCS, right? That is an organization because it has its own board. It functions on its own board, right? Then there is ITC Group of Hotels, right? So ITC is also a part of Tata, right? So when you see individual organization, autonomous group of people under the management of a single individual, under enterprise meaning a group of organizations, that is called as an enterprise. What exactly is a plan? Plan is a proposal for doing something, right? Or achieving something, a goal, right? Is a proposal. It will have certain steps, certain events, certain dependencies. It will also involve certain assumptions, right? It will require certain resources to complete it in terms of man, material, funds, right? Correct? All those are part of your plan, right? Because when you are working on projects or initiatives, it has to function in terms of certain deadlines. It has to meet certain deadlines. to make it live, right? So the project manager has a plan, and your work has to fit into that plan. Basically, whatever analysis work you are doing, whatever designs you are going to produce, you have to make sure that you are you're meeting the plan timelines, schedule, or the outcomes that are expected as part of the plan. So that is why this plan is a really important thing. Risk. Risk is the effect of uncertainty. Any unknowns are called risks, right? If risk can negatively affect the performance, right? There are positive risks also. We'll talk about this concept in much detail under the task called assess risks in the strategy analysis knowledge area. So for now, just to have a preliminary view, what exactly is a risk? Any unknowns can lead to risk. I mean, those are risk, right? So even assumptions, if you make certain kind of assumptions, right, they're actually risks. Dependencies, they're also risks. If the assumption goes wrong, then there is a chance that you will incur some kind of penalty, some kind of additional cost, right, or delay in the timeline, and so on and so forth, right? So we as business analysts have to manage several risks in our work also. We'll look at that at some point. We'll look into it. So, but then risk as a factor is an effect of uncertainty, and it with respect to value of change or solution or the enterprise as a whole. So that was about the key terms. I hope it was really helpful to understand requirement and design and the other terms. It was a very quick definition of what it means. Now, the next important topic that I want to quickly touch upon is requirement classification schema. Okay, and then we should be done here with respect to this part, and then we'll just very quickly look at the different stakeholders. Okay, what is a requirement classification schema? IIBA classifies requirements into 4 different types. Okay, even though in your real world you may not be talking in the language of this what IIBA says. In real world, in your real work, you may not come across this language, but there is a classification schema that you need to understand, because when you get the requirements, they are usually when you join a project, depending upon in what role you are joining, on what side of the business you are joining, right? Basically, if you are joining on the IT side, or let's say you're joining on the part where your company is implementing a solution for someone, then what the type of requirements that you will come across are different than what you call them actually in usual layman's language, right? And that is why it is very important to understand what are the different types of requirements, because that will help you to go to the right amount of detail in terms of your solution. Okay, so requirements are classified into 4 different types. They are called business requirements, stakeholder requirements, then solution requirements, which are further broken down into functional requirements and non-functional requirements, and then finally transition requirements. Let me briefly explain this in a very easy to understand format. Okay, I'll just take a very quick notepad, and I'll show something. I said business requirement, right? They are usually the goals and objectives. They describe the goals and objectives of the organization, of the enterprise, basically, of the enterprise, right? So they describe the broad level goals and objectives. For example, I am the CEO of a bank, right? And I can say that I want to become the number 1 bank in terms of the number of account holders in the next 3 years. I want to become the number 1 bank, in terms of the account holders. Meaning, I want to have the maximum number of accounts, right, in the country, which no other bank has, right? So I want to become the number 1 bank, maybe in 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years, whatever it is, right? So that is a business level goals and objectives, right? Broad level. Agree? Now imagine you guys are all different stakeholders in the bank, in the sense, let's say, for example, you are all the different zonal managers, and I invite you to the board meeting and I declare that this is the next business goal that I have. And I ask you, what can we do? Right? You advertise. Advertising is another. I will say that, okay, I will still keep this as a separate activity, advertising. Right? And these are actual promotions, or let's say high targeted promotions. What else? Opening new branches, correct? So what are these basically? What are these? What when I ask you what can we do as managers? You are different managers of the bank, and I ask you what can you do? You say that you've given me some ideas and expectations. These are some of the ideas that you have given, right? When you give these ideas and expectations, they are called the stakeholder requirements. Stakeholder requirements are ideas and expectations on what can be done. On what can be done, right? What can be done. This is why something has to be done, right? Why something has to be done. They address why something has to be done. This is addressing what part of the change, right? Now, once you do this, let's say I know that increasing presence of Pan India, meaning it could increase my cost of establishment, opening new branches, and so on and so forth, right? Let's say I want to still grow in terms of the number of accounts, but I also want to see that I'll explore one more idea, which is called doorstep banking. Doorstep banking meaning bank goes to customer. This is the idea that I have given, right? Bank goes to customer. Right? Now, if I take this idea, right, bank goes to customer. These are not solutions. Remember, these are not solutions because okay, why these are not solutions? Try to understand. This is the idea I have given. Bank goes to customer. Why? Why I say this is not a solution? Tell me. You now you are the team on this project. I say that yes, I agree. This is the idea. Let's go with this idea. Then what can you do? Is this good enough for your developers to start working and provide some kind of solution? Can you provide a solution on this? No, right? What exactly do you need? Now you have to elaborate this into actual solution requirements, right? So those are called solution requirements. Basically, when you elaborate this into solution requirements. Solution requirements. What are those? Like, for example, when I say, what do you need when you see this, elaborate this requirement? This is stakeholder, SH, I will say, right? Stakeholder requirements. Okay. Now, this is solution requirements. Solution requirements meaning they say, for example, I need some kind of app, right? I need to scan certain documents, right? I need internet connectivity, right? On that, right? Internet connectivity. Then maybe it is I'll have a tablet or a mobile. It should be supported on a tablet. It should be supported on a laptop, right? Because I'll send my agent to the customer's home, right? And then he will do some scanning of those documents and then finally submit that documents and then he will give them the welcome kit, right? I need to have some kind of welcome kit, right, to be handed it over. Now, if you see, even this information, is it enough to build a solution? This is the solution. This is part of solution requirements, but you have to elaborate even this further, right? Correct? Some of them will become your functional requirements. Meaning, when you say scan, for example, what documents to scan? What documents to scan? Whether you will accept, let's say, JPG or you will accept PDF, right? When you go into these level of details, that is called solution requirements, right? They talk about these. What do they talk about? Solution requirements talk about the features, capabilities of the solution, right? And therefore, solution requirements are broken down into two aspects. One, which is talking about features, capabilities, such kind of thing. The other one is about user experience, how I feel, look and feel of that system, right? So, for example, you want to say that as soon as I given my login password and login credentials, I should be able to see my home screen in 5 seconds, in less than 5 seconds, let's say, right? What does it mean? Does it mean any new functionality? No, right? If you see the credential, if I show the screen in 5 seconds or 5 minutes, does it affect the functionality? No, right? If I show it in 5 seconds or 5 minutes, it does not really affect the functionality. What is it affecting? It is affecting the user experience, right? How he feels about it, how he or she feels about it. Such kind of requirements are called non-functional requirements. So therefore, solution requirements are broken down into functional and non-functional. Functional requirements are about features, capabilities. Non-functional requirements are about quality, user experience, right? So therefore, solution requirements broken down into functional requirements and NFR, non-functional requirements. Okay, and then there is a final category which is called transition requirement. Now, not necessarily every project does have this. It is not mandatory that every project will have some kind of transition requirements. Now, if you look at the word called transition, right? Transition meaning it is required only for a temporary period, right? This is only for a temporary period, not more than that. So therefore, these are also type of solution requirements, but not necessarily every project will have it. Which projects can have it then? For example, if you think of migration meaning, let's say a bank is using existing software from to record the customer deposits and provide services to the bank customers. Now, bank is moving from an existing software to a Finacle product, which is a product from Infosys, which is a new product, right? Let's say, right? It's a legacy system. The customer data and everyone is there. Do you think that bank will make manual entries of all the existing customers into into that new system? Imagine hundreds of customers. The data is transferred to the new system. But do you think the new software or new software that the company is going to use, will it have the same field, same tables, everything same? It will not be, right? So the new software can have some new fields. For example, in the existing software, the address line is only 1, 2, 3, 4 address lines are there, right? Or let's say there are 3 lines for address. In the new software, there is a mandatory field for, let's say, telephone number. So you have to make sure that in your address or contact details, wherever you have this telephone number recorded in the existing system, is migrated to that number in that column in the new field, in the new software. Once this is done for all the customers, do you think the logic that you have implemented to migrate this telephone number from the existing to the new one, do you need it anymore? Once all the customer data from the existing system is migrated, right? So such kind of requirements, when you come across, those are called transition requirements. Just a very quick quiz, if you can see this. I mean, nothing to remember here. These are not exam-based questions like that, but just to give you an overview, right? Need is one of the inputs for many business analysts. Which of the following is the accurate definition of a need? Need means what? Problem or an opportunity, right? Correct? So see, which of the following are the tasks in the requirement analysis and design definition knowledge area? I don't expect you to answer this question because we haven't yet gone there, but this is the type of question that you will get in ECBA, right? You simply, if you understand the task name and the task details, you can easily answer the question, right? So right now you will not be able to answer this. I can understand that part, but these are just the task names in that knowledge area. So these are all the task names: specify and model requirements, verify requirements, validate requirements, define requirements architecture. These are the names of the tasks. So anyways, I don't want you to remember that as it is, because once we go into the details of the knowledge area, you will easily remember after some practice. Now, this is another question. You can try and answer this. It's very straightforward. It says during a monthly business analysis community practice of meeting, you have overheard two of business analysts debating about job titles that conduct business analysis. Which of the following include job titles that perform the business analysis? What will be the answer? Like I keep saying, job titles are not important, right? Fair enough. Last one, I think, as a new business analyst, you are trying to understand the different perspectives of business analysis. You reach to the senior, who is also a CBAP certified. Which of these would the senior BA not mention to you? You remember, I told you there are 6 perspectives, right? Information technology, business process management, agile. Which one is one of them that which is not there? So waterfall is not the one of those perspectives. In fact, the IT perspective is what is called is included in the waterfall. Actually, I mean the waterfall is included in the IT. That is the next topic that we are going to study in few more minutes. Out of the several stakeholders in business, according to Babcock, which one is responsible for determining how to verify the solution meets the requirements? Tester, because that's how you need to remember. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a business analytics course in collaboration with IIBA Powertech. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques in time series forecasting, risk analysis, data visualization, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry experts in just 5 months. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of business analytics.
This topic would be information technology perspective. If you recall, so far we have covered the basics of what is IIBA, different certifications that are available through IIBA, what is business analysis. We also looked at requirement classification schema, right? Different types of requirements like business requirements, stakeholder requirements, solution requirements, right? Solution requirements are further broken down to functional and non-functional requirements and transition requirements, right? So far we have this, that was one of the important takeaways, right? We also looked at some of the key terms that IIBA mentions, right? Key terms like plan, risk, right? So those are the things that we looked at it, plus as a definition of design and requirement, right? Requirement is a usable representation of a need. Design is a usable representation of a solution, right? So examples also we looked at. For example, when I say requirement, I say that as a user, I say that I want to see a warning message to be displayed in French and English. The solution would be like I show a mock-up which will show the same message in French as well as English. So that's a usable representation of a solution, right? And the important thing about the definition of business analysis, I also explained that it connects the 6 core concepts in a beautiful way, right? What is the definition of business analysis? If you try to very well quickly recall, it is the practice of enabling change in an enterprise. Change is one of the 6 core concepts, right? Practice of enabling change in an enterprise by defining needs. Needs is yet another concept, right? Needs, and recommending solutions, because that solution is yet another concept that deliver value. What does it deliver? It delivers value, something of worth, importance, right? To whom? To the stakeholders. Value to whom? Right? It's to the stakeholders. So, and all of this happens within a context. So we also looked at perspectives. So perspectives meaning, now that's where we are going in depth into the different perspectives that are there in the context of Babcock version 3. That is what we are going to study as part of today's topic. The first perspective that we are going to touch upon is the information technology perspective. What is perspective? Perspective is a point of view. So we said that there are 6 different perspectives, if we recall like that. But out of that, we have in scope of version 3, we'll talk about 5 perspectives that is there, right? That's what we are going to study. Point of view, meaning it is providing a kind of a lens, okay, through which you can view the work that is performed by the BAs. You can look it as a lens through which you are looking the work that is supposed to be done in the project that you are going to work. Right now, when we talk about information technology perspective, right, just to give you a view of this perspective, an idea of this, right, because this is a bit of a boring topic, but I'll still try to make it as interesting or as directly relevant, so that you are able to connect to it very easily, right? I'll try my best on that. But in a way, this topic, this information technology is something that, as a perspective, it is throughout your business analysis course. You will see this coming up again and again, again and again. The only thing that is different here is, if you want to remember it in a separate way, is information technology perspective focuses on non-agile approach, because there is a distinct different perspective that IIBA calls agile perspective. So therefore, this includes, in another sense, this information technology perspective already includes waterfall perspective. Okay, so there is no separate perspective called waterfall. We will understand this methodology, let's say software development life cycle methodology in some detail when we go into the agile methodology, like what is waterfall and what is agile. All of that we will understand. For now, just understand that waterfall is something which is in a very detailed manner, meaning you don't do overlapping things, or let's say you don't do many concurrent things, or let's say you don't do it in a short iterations. You start the project. When you kick off this project, there is a distinct phase. In a waterfall project, there is a distinct phase called you kick off this project, and that during that kickoff, everyone will come together. They will talk about why this project is being initiated, what is the problem statement, so far what analysis work has been done, right? What are the expected benefits, so on and so forth. They will explain, and they will give you some high level requirements, or let's say high level scope of work, or it is called statement of work. This is what happens at the kickoff meeting. Once the kickoff is done, what will happen is there will be multiple sessions over a period of, let's say, it depends upon the size of the project, right? If the size of the project is a very big project, like for example, in my case, I had a Vodafone billing transformation project in IBM when I was working on that. That size of the project, it started with, in 2000, I would say 2008, I guess, and it ended in 2014. You can imagine the project's duration, right? It went on up to 6.5 years. Okay, so which essentially means that project was typically a waterfall project for us. How did it happen? It started off with several, like I mentioned, a kickoff meeting, right, where we analyzed several products that we looked at, and then we saw which product we are going to buy, or let's say implement, right? And there was a vendor chosen. Once that vendor was chosen, we did many workshops with that vendor, explaining what are the business requirements, what are the different types of product requirements that we want to meet in our day-to-day operations, right? These sessions were held over a period of 2 years, where we documented a lot of details, right? And we also looked at what are the product capabilities from the vendor, right? Because every time, now this is where the IT perspective comes in. This is the big part, because as you can see, as I said, it is typically the waterfall methodology that is applicable for this perspective, non-agile approach. That is what is information. So the information technology perspective, what does it do? It highlights specific features of the business analysis work. Meaning, when I say business analysis work, you have to think in terms of the tasks that we would be doing as part of different knowledge areas, right? So right now, we haven't yet gone into the details of this knowledge area and the details of the tasks. So don't worry about it, right? Why this is studied in the beginning is because when we study this as a context, because this is the perspective, this is your point of view or lens, like I said. When we study this in the advance, we will know when we go into the knowledge area, what techniques are more useful in a waterfall methodology, what techniques are more useful in an agile methodology. That is why we say that information technology perspective highlights the features of business analysis work when such work is being done, right, in the context of changes to information technology systems. Okay, it is the changes to information technology. It is a narrow focus. If you look at it, this part, this will be a narrow focus. When you are working in, for example, this IT discipline, information technology related project, right? What will happen? You will deal with a wide range of activities. No doubt, the complexity will depend upon the project, but the kind of activities that you will deal could be very wide. For example, just a simple example is some minor defect fixing, right? Defects, when you're working on softwares, right? When an existing software is functioning, right? There is a defect in that software, and in order to solve that defect, there can be a project initiated. Small operational project can be initiated, right? Like I said, when you do business analysis work, the resulting outcome could be a change in a process, right? Could be a change in the IT system, could be a change in the merge of both process plus IT systems, meaning an organizational process or a hierarchy, change in the hierarchy plus a change in the IT system, combination of these changes, right? There can be any kind of the outcome of business analysis work can be anything. So when you are working in a project, and the problem statement that you encounter is in the world, in this context, is that there is a defect in the way reports are produced. For example, the current reports, sales reports, are generated in an organization, and those reports are giving misleading data. There is a defect that is there in that reports, because the calculations are incorrect in terms of certain taxes and so on and so forth, right? And then you start working on analyzing those defects, and you discover that probably there are some additional changes have to be done to process the data, transaction data, from some other system which you hadn't initially taken into account, right? Meaning, and when you talk about IT systems, and you are talking about sales reports, and you are talking about sales reports concerning several departments, right? You are running several types of businesses: clothing business, then tools business, toys business, and so on and so forth. So you are considering the sales report across all of this, clubbing them together, and producing different kinds of metrics, graphs, and all that. You see that there is a problem in these reports because the data is misleading. Over a period of years, you have observed that there are incorrect reports. Now, this becomes a small project which is touching upon, let's say, few departments. Now, what will happen? Automatically, you have to kind of re-engineer, right, the IT infrastructure that is already there, correct, to correct this, which means you end up interacting with these different stakeholders from different departments which are affected. You talk to them, right? You try to understand what is the current input that they are giving, what changes are needed in that input, whether that input will require some new format. For example, the inputs are currently taken in Excel. Okay. Now, some other department is giving them in text files, right? So the text file information is not getting processed properly. So you have to convert them, or ask them to convert, or get that information, or write some code to transform the text files into CSV files, .csv, right? Comma separated values. These are different types of formats, right? So as you can see, this is all more technical. Like in the context of this example that I gave you, you will start analyzing these kind of requirements. Does it make sense now? Are you able to get the impact of information technology perspective now? Are you able to gauge that impact, right? You frequently, if you see, when you try to work in this kind of initiative, what will you see is, you will observe that you are mostly playing the role of some kind of a translator, right? You will find yourself in the role of translator who helps basically business and technology to merge, right? So basically, there is a business impact. If the reports are produced incorrectly, there could be penalties, there could be compliance related issues, and many other things, right? Correct. So you understand that impact. Anyone who is a developer do you think he will be able to really understand the impact of this? I mean, going wrong in terms of this data? The developer really doesn't have this idea, right? Developer or the QA who is specifically thinking whether the data is correctly coming or not. He or she doesn't really think in terms of the value of that outcome to the business stakeholders, right? It is your role as business analyst. That is why I say it highlights the specific features of BA work. Now you have to be cognizant of that value that is there to the end business users or the business who is actually sponsoring this project. Make sense now? Okay. When we talk about change scope, right? Just to give you, before I go into these details of the change scope, just to give you one more context, right? In terms of when you call about design, when you work on IT projects, for example, in this slide, when you work on this IT project initiative, what will happen? As a BA, we have to produce certain kind of designs as well, right? Because as a solution, we are expected to produce some kind of solution, right? Do not get into this. Do not get intimidated by this word called design, right? My advice to you is it is not necessarily what you is called technically, like you are not writing any kind of code or something like that. You are not really ending up writing that. That's, I mean, if you are coming from a development background, feel free to add a context of that, but don't go technical in that language, because that is not what a BA is. I mean, because by doing that, what will you do is you are actually limiting the scope of the solution. If you, many a times I've seen people who come from development background and they are, I'll give you the problem statement, right? This is what makes the importance of the real life experience that I'm talking about. What happens is if people are very passionate about their development experience and they come from a development background, right? And they are working in a business environment like this, and let's say they transition to this BA role, right? It is very hard to unlearn what you have been learning for with so many years of experience. So what happens is you start to think in a very limited way. Oh yes, in the past I did something like this to solve this problem. I'll do the same thing here as well. By limiting to that thought process, what you are going to do is you are actually restricting the scope of the solution. You might be restricting the scope of the solution. Okay, you may not be thinking some other innovative way. Maybe some other way is there which is very easy to implement. Just because in your past organization, in your past experience, you ended up doing in some way, you try to force it upon now in the same thought process will create some kind of bottleneck for you. So what I want you to think is you keep your mind open, right? In terms of when the time of design, when we say as BAs, we have to produce some designs. Yes, we have to produce some design, but it's not really technical design all the time, right? Usually technical design is a contribution of, is a result of the contribution from BA plus IT architects, solution architects, developers, right? The coding people who actually do the coding, right? That's the technical design. What BAs as such are supposed to do, and what IIBA Babcock expects us to do, is we have to come up with the logical design, right? Remember this definition of usable representation of the solution, some kind of process model, some kind of activity diagram, use case diagram. Those are our deliverables. Those are our design elements. Even an Excel dashboard showing different columns, which is a kind of this is how your potential report will look like. It is a design element that we are producing. Okay, so not necessarily a technical design in terms of some kind of coding and all that, right? We'll actually do some hands-on on data modeling when we do that data modeling, right? Data modeling exercise. You will see what I mean by a design from the point of view of a BA. So we will come across that, and that's why I said we'll cover the overview of this information technology perspective, and we will touch upon the examples by doing hands-on on that. I'll remind you of this again in that context. Don't worry on that. Yeah. Now let's talk about change scope. When we talk about IT perspective, right, the changes are restricted to IT systems. Okay. So of course, when we restricted to IT system, the changes are restricted to IT system. Impact can be felt in other areas. That is, no one is denying that, right? Changes are restricted to the IT systems. That is what we are talking about here. So when we talk about changes are restricted to IT systems, this is always evaluated in terms of breadth of change, depth of change, value and solutions delivered, and delivery approach. These are the 4 headings. Every perspective, including the this current perspective plus other perspectives that we are going to study, it will be evaluated in this context. So this is the structure of the BABOK, and that is why I cannot skip it. But I'll try to summarize this in a very easy way to understand, so that you can, recall or you can apply this. When we talk about breadth, it means it can focus on a single system or a multiple system, right? So not necessarily every project will touch upon all the systems that are there, all the IT systems. Imagine there are different modules in a software application, right? For example, there is a payment module. There is another module called accounts receivable module, meaning or whatever is the business receives as part of its operations, meaning as part of selling its product, that is accounted in one module. As part of its bills that it has to pay to its creditors, to its debtors, and to tax authorities, those are all handled in the accounts payable module, right? Then there is something called as MIS, that is Management Information Systems module. Not necessarily any change should impact all the modules, right? It can impact only one module in depth, or it can impact the other way around. It may have impact on all the modules, or at least 2 or 3 modules. So as BS, when we are working in an IT perspective, when we are applying the IT perspective, we have to analyze and understand which modules are getting impacted. Are we touching upon all modules? Are we touching upon, are these changes restricted to one module? Why this is important? So that you avoid the costly mistake of not analyzing impact on the interacting systems, right? Because if you miss this, right, what will happen? If you fail to understand the impact of the change on one of the systems, what will happen? You will design a solution which will be incomplete. You may not notice it till the final testing phase is done, because this is a waterfall methodology. You will not notice this till the final phase of testing is done, or sometimes even the testing may not get catch this, and this is revealed only in the production. Then there will be blame game, then there will be a lot of problems, negotiations, and so on and so forth. All that will happen, right? So keeping our ears and eyes open while we are doing our analysis work will help us to avoid such kind of, let's say, blockades, right? We can avoid such kind of problems. So it's very important. Okay. Now when you do a change, these kind of changes, when you are doing this change, right? Any kind of this change, right? Whether it is in-depth change or whether it is, let's, for example, touching upon multiple systems, all these changes could aim for, number one, it can aim for creation of a new capability in the organization, or it can aim for already existing capabilities enhancement, meaning you are already able to process, let's say, 12,000 transactions per minute in your existing whatever software that you are using. You are able to process 10,000 records per minute. Or let's say, if I give you an example in the context of a manufacturing world, for example, Bajaj is able to produce 1,000 pulsars per month, right? Now that's an existing capability, production of 1,000 units, right? It is increasing its capability of production to 1,500 units per month now by doing some kind of automation, some details, right? I'm not going to the solution aspects as yet, but some IT systems have been changed, some processing aspects. I'm here, since we are talking about just IT perspective, we'll talk about some kind of automation has happened, imagine, right? Some automation has happened, and therefore they are able to produce 1,500, or let's say 1,200. 1,500 is too extreme. Let's say 1,200 units, right? So this is like a increasing an existing capability, okay? Whereas if you are building an entirely new capability, that can happen, right? So you completely develop a new system of testing your electronics components as a result of this project. Earlier, people had to manually take out the bike's electronic systems, meaning all the let's say speedometer and everything, whatever you have, all the electronics, and they had to manually test it by running some cycles or something like that, right? But right now that is not needed. You have to just insert this plug into some system, and automatically the testing software will give you the results. This is an additional capability that you are building, right? So the result could be any of these, okay? Or it can help you maintain an existing system. Like, for example, just to give you a simple example in this case, maintain an existing system is very simple, is upgrades to existing software. All of you guys have Windows, or let's say, or not all, many of you guys might be using Windows software, correct? Microsoft Office software or something like that, or Windows software. Some of you are using different kinds of softwares or not? Yes, in your computers, all of you are using computers, so your computers are enabled with some kind of softwares, right? And you see that there are regular upgrades. Even your Apple, if you are using iPhones, right, what happens? Frequent updates come in, version 17.1, 17.2.3, and iOS update, and so on and so forth. All these updates come in. What are these? These are regular upgrades to your purchased software. So what is it happening? It is maintaining your existing IT system. Make sense? Correct? So these are the things that are the outcomes of the IT perspective when projects involving IT projects, right? So anyway, now we studied about the breadth of the change. We looked at the outcomes. Outcomes could be all of this that I explained, right? And depth of the change. Let's talk about some. Before I move into the depth of the change, I also want to talk about some concepts, right? This change that you look into it, when you breadth of the change, when I say it can focus on single system, multiple system, how to deliver this change, even that is part of this. We have to recommend options to deliver this change. For example, we can suggest that we can build the solution in-house, meaning existing IT team from the existing company itself will build the solution in-house, or you can outsource it to somebody else, okay? Or you can buy some commercial off-the-shelf product, because COTS product, they call it COTS, COTS product. COTS meaning commercial off-the-shelf product, like all your let's say Microsoft products, Microsoft 365, these are all commercial off-the-shelf products, right? CBAP CRM, this is yet another commercial off-the-shelf product. But when you buy, as an organization, if I buy a CRM software from the market, not necessarily all the features that is there in that software, I will be able to use it to the benefit of my business. I have to do some kind of customization. Then the IT project or IT perspective for this context involves that what kind of customization I have to do. So those are the analysis that will come into picture when we start working in IT projects like this. Okay, makes sense now? Post BRD documents. I am post BRD. See, when we talk about change scope, right? This is what you're talking about. Is you're talking about in clarifying because you started with post BRD documents. I am talking about even before a BRD is being prepared. This is the stage when we are analyzing what kind of BA work has to be done. BRD will come, business requirements documents will come when I have analyzed those requirements, right? When I have figured out what exactly are the requirements. I am talking about what factors you should be careful about when you are working in an IT perspective or IT project. Okay, moving on. Regarding the depth of the change, right? So regarding the depth of the change, I would say that here, they frequently require you to define the detail elements. Like, for example, if you are recording, let's say you are preparing a software for a company which will involve certain kind of, once you log in, it will show a home page, right? With customer details. Okay, you are building a software for a company, and the expectation is once you log in, it will display the home page details, right? With home page. So what exactly now you have to, when you say customer details, what details are you going to show? For example, customer details. What details will you show? Name, telephone number, age, company contact, gender. Okay. Now, Hold on. Now you have given me several things, right? Now, can name have special characters? Correct. Can name have special characters? Special characters means dollar, at the rate, right? Now you all said no, right? Let me ask you a question. How about if it is not about individual's name? It is about company names. Maybe I'll allow special characters, at least some special characters, right? So think. So these are the questions that as BAs we should be careful about. Make sense now? So what are we talking about? We are talking about definition of individual data elements. Make sense? Is it clear? So that is what we call about depth of change. When we are talking about depth of change, these are the details that we should be focused upon. Okay? Yeah. So good. You understood? Then value and solutions delivered, right? So basically, this we already explained. I explained in terms of they could support existing capabilities that could add value in terms of building a new capability or reducing certain steps in the existing process, right? If you are without the use of any IT, also you can without the use of any automation software, you can, if you are suggesting some improvements in terms of the process changes, then that can become also a benefit, right? So reducing certain kind of waste, right? These are the things that you can actually come up in terms of the outcomes or solution value that you can give, right? And delivery approach is something how this benefits, or let's say how the changes will be implemented in terms of whether will these initiatives are going to change some small enhancement efforts with a one-time release, or I'll have to adopt a phase-wise release spread over, let's say, multiple months. Okay, so these because the benefits will accordingly be, let's say, accounted for, right? I mean, if you are doing it phase-wise release, then obviously the benefits will come over a period of time. Yeah. Some of the major assumptions when we are doing this. So some of the major assumptions when we talk about change scope would involve the business process and IT systems use an IT system, right? Because we are talking about IT perspective here. So therefore, we are saying that there is some kind of IT system that is there, right, which is being used to deliver value. So we have to study what is the existing IT system, what is the existing standard operating procedure, what kind of documents we have, existing documentation. All of that will give us what are the assumptions or what are the dependencies that are inherent in that existing solution, right? We can understand more by looking at these aspects. Now, BS working from other perspectives, like other perspectives meaning we said, right, there are different perspectives of BS work, meaning business process management perspective or business architecture perspective. You can, while working that, okay, remember this one thing, this statement here I want to clarify. Please pay attention to this statement. Business analysts working from other perspectives can integrate their work with the work of the IT business. So which essentially indicates that you also need to remember in mind that not necessarily if I am applying a IT perspective, it is only an IT project. Like I said, overall, if you remember the business analysis video also, right, we said it could be a process improvement, it could be a IT system change, it could be a combination of both, right, which essentially points to this fact that you have to integrate the work that you are doing when you are keeping in mind the IT perspective, right? You should also keep in mind the work that is required as part of business process management change as well. So that is yet another perspective. We are going to study about that. But yes, so it may happen that the impact is dual. It will also help you. You have to analyze or keep in view the business process management perspective as well as the IT perspective together to integrate it. Remember one thing here, I want to give you a highlight about these perspectives, because these perspectives are just different points of view. So which essentially means that there will be a lot of similarities when we talk about the details about this task or details about the work. So if you understand one, you can easily understand the other perspectives quite fast. Okay. So I hope this part is now getting itself very clear to you guys. Okay. Now, these changes are usually driven by a business need, although some initiatives may originate from within technology developments. Like if the technology itself is changing, or if for example, you have been using some Oracle software. Imagine Oracle is a software, right? I mean, they provide various kinds of softwares, right? And so they have different versions. So if Oracle stops supporting, forget about even Oracle. I'll go much simpler, right? Many of you use Android phones, correct? And if you have a very old Samsung model or very old Nokia model, and if you want to install WhatsApp, will it work on that? Even if you want to use WhatsApp on that, even if it is a touchscreen model, everything. See, right now I have a Motorola phone with me, right? But I really cannot install. It's a touchscreen. It's a beautiful. It is having a very good keypad, like the very old-fashioned keypad, plus a decent amount of screen, not the full size screen. It has a like a BlackBerry kind of thing, right? I like the form and structure of that, so I still have that phone. It doesn't switch on. I mean, it does switch on, but it doesn't stay long alive for long. It dies out very quickly. Given a chance, I would love to install the WhatsApp on that, but it won't work, right? Now those are driven. I mean, if you just imagine this in the context of a bigger software implementation in projects, if the underlying technological developments undergo such a dramatic change that you have to replace the entire software, right? So that also is something would impact, or let's say, impact the way you are working. Does it make sense now? This last line is in that context. Okay, very good. Yeah. So when we talk about business analysis scope, right? Who are involved here when we talk about analysis scope? If you look into it, these are the key aspects. Like when we talk about scope, we talk about change sponsor, right? Who is the sponsor for that? Possible sponsors, right? Sometimes it is the technical team. Sometimes it is the application owner. Sometimes it is the product manager. Okay, or sometimes it could come from the change sponsor is because of a let's say legal department, right, which is representing some kind of legal compliance or regulatory compliance, right? So that could be a change sponsor, meaning they are paying for this project. Okay, so why this understanding is important? Because see, imagine IIBA throughout the Babok guide, it will always talk about different stakeholders which you would not be thinking in if you do not read the Babok in that level of detail. Meaning, you may not have from your work experience, you may not be thinking about a project sponsor getting impacted due to the work that you as a business analyst do. But in reality, there is a significant impact on the final value of the solution that you are delivering, right? And the change sponsor is the one who is actually going to benefit or losing value because you have delivered an inefficient solution. Make sense? Now, change targets. When we say change targets, this we spoke in detail in the preliminary part as well, right? It can impact the entire department, entire process, or part of a process, right? When you look at the details of the initiatives, you should also keep an eye on the broader picture, holistic picture. You should have a holistic picture, like basically the business side of the things. See, when this is the biggest limitation that I have always seen or always observed in real life situation. What happens? Even I'll give you an example. I have seen in my current project, right? We have something related to actually migration requirement. So my current project is a combination of a migration. There is a significant amount of migration work required, plus there is some kind of automation also required. Meaning automatically how the orders, let's say customer orders, are getting processed. Okay, migration, why? Because we are migrating the existing infrastructure data from a legacy system to a new system, basically our product, right? So we are migrating. That's the part of the migration. In my team, I have another BA who is having roughly 18 plus years of experience. Okay, 18 or 16 plus years of experience. Throughout his life, he has done migration projects. Okay, now he is a hardcore migration expert, and if you ask me, this is my second migration project. That's it. I'm I'm dealing this for the second time. The frustration that we have seen in the project is this guy is so passionate about his knowledge and expertise. His only thinking is, oh, I have successfully migrated this many data elements, and I have not successfully migrated, let's say, 100 data elements or 10 data elements. He measures his success in that aspect, right? Whereas when I explain to him and when I look at it, I say that your migration of even 100 data elements of no use to me, because I am not able to automatically process even a single order. Reason being, these elements have to interact among themselves to facilitate the automatic processing of an order. Simply migrating them and successfully looking at the data elements doesn't help. Now you see the difference? Do you get the example? This exactly is the current level of let's say discussions that I am having in my current work. Okay, I keep on reminding him, this is the business context, this is how an order works, this makes of these data elements. If you fail to migrate this data element, this has an interdependency on another data element. I try to build and show him that discrepancies, make him understand, make him aligned with the business objectives, so that our business stakeholder does not raise any concerns, or let's say I want to keep the business satisfied in terms of delivering with a valuable output. Make sense? Okay. So what is the business analyst position, right, in this context when you're working in this kind of position? Now it is possible that the tasks that you are doing in this IT project will be completed by more than one person. Not necessarily you are the only person who is doing all the analysis work. In fact, in any team, like I explained just now in the current example, right, it is not me who is doing the technical data element transitions from legacy system to the new system. I do not claim myself as an expert on that part. Honestly, he is the best expert I have. Okay. But so as I said, so when we say business analysis, we may end up doing all the tasks ourselves. We may have dependency with other team members. More than one members in the team can be doing the tasks, right? So some people are looking as a working as a liaison between the technical team and the business group, right? Some people could be subject matter expert with the current software implementation. Others could be expert with the future software, new software that is going to be implemented, right? So all of them together work to achieve the success. And sometimes you have, like I gave you that example of, for example, COTS product, right? Commercial off the shelf product. Now that product has to be customized to your needs, to meet your needs, So you have to leverage the knowledge, right, from the vendor on what kind of customization they are looking for. If you do not understand the vendor's true needs, you will not be able to understand to what extent you have to customize the product. Customize meaning making the as-is software to work in a specified intended way, right? I mean, like you want it to work slightly differently than how the software is made to meet your business objectives. So that is what is the business analyst position would mean. Yeah, more than one people can participate. So you have to look into the overall level of business plus IT systems dependencies. Okay. Then finally, the business analysis outcomes. When we talk about business analysis scope, it includes all of this, right? The outcomes. Outcomes would be like if you are doing as a non-technical expert, you could produce a gap analysis report. That is your outcome, right? You can do some kind of prototypes. You build some prototypes. That is your outcome. You can build some kind of process models, right? You can write some in Excel. You can write some series of rules in simple Excel. You are putting some series of rules. Those are business analysis rules. I mean, the software has to follow certain rules, so you are documenting those rules, right? That is your outcome. Any of these could be your outcomes. Data model, if you're preparing a data model. But yes, these, or you prepare use cases, scenarios, right? Or you write user stories or acceptance criteria. These are your outcomes that you're coming up with. Clear? Okay. Now, in terms of approaches and techniques, there are predictive versus adaptive. this statement, this word, you see, predictive versus adaptive. I will talk more about this in the agile perspective, but just to tell you in advance, IIBA does not use the word, let's say, Scrum or any of the other terminologies. All that is called adaptive approach. I mean, all the agile approaches, whatever you see, by whatever name you know, Kanban, extreme programming, Scrum, all of these are called adaptive approaches. Okay, and similarly, predictive approach is standing from your waterfall approach. Okay, it emphasizes, predictive approach basically emphasizes detailed planning, formal documentation, right? Then I mean, when you are implementing a change, you have to do all of this. You have to maintain a very detailed documentation. You have to follow a very detailed procedure. If a change request comes in, you have to get multiple levels of approvals, right? Then there can be different distinct phases or sequence has to be followed, meaning you complete the requirement gathering session, only then you start documenting the or let's say preparing the detailed solution design. And once the solution design is done, only then you start involving the technical team, meaning the development team, in terms of explaining the design and then getting feedback from them, right? So it becomes very step-by-step process for a predictive approach, right? The point here that I want to highlight is information technology changes can be implemented both by predictive versus adaptive approach, right? Not necessarily one is superior over other, right? Or the other one, I mean, basically not one is inferior to the other, right? I mean, even though in real world today, we think many of you might be thinking, oh, agile is the buzzword and it is all brilliant in agile. The answer is not true, right? It's not brilliant in agile. Okay. The only thing is IIBA. Okay. When you go into the agile Scrum methodology, when we go into agile perspective, we will learn about this in more detail. But just to give you a preliminary view of that point as well, that IIBA specifically says it does not recommend any particular methodology to be followed. What it says is, it says organizations should follow what suits them best. In real world also, this is true. So in many cases, what you will see, organizations are following a hybrid kind of approach. They follow waterfall. They follow in some part of the design. They follow agile processes as well. Like they do stand-up meetings and still maintain detailed BRD. If you see, detailed BRDs are a thing from the waterfall world, but you will come across organizations, they maintain a detailed BRD as well as they do stand-up meetings. Okay. So, but as it is, right? No one can force a company to do something. The company should do what works best for them. Yeah, it might have some operational overheads and so on and so forth, but that is unavoidable. Whatever is working best for the company, that has to be done. Okay. Make sense? In terms of, let's say, specific waterfall methodologies, I would say that there are not too many methodologies. There is something called as unified process, which means basically it is again an adaptive approach, but it's not really I would say, strictly predictive approach. It is an adaptive approach. Basically, what happens is in the inception and elaboration phases, the business analysts are more involved, right? But it is like strictly not agile, because you don't have that all the agile Scrum ceremonies and all that, right? You only have a inception and elaboration phase, which is a bit longer. Other than that, the rest is kind of a faster execution, right? Of course, none of this is a content that you need to know in detail or part of your curriculum as well. It is just that there are certain, this is one of the examples that you can come across. In terms of techniques, right, there are all the 50 plus techniques that you see, that you will see across knowledge areas, would be applicable in some or other context when you are working on this information technology approach. For example, functional decomposition. This is a technique. What is functional decomposition? We'll talk about it in detail, looking at examples as well. But at a high level, functional decomposition is breaking down a bigger problem statement into smaller things. breaking down anything big into smaller components to understand it better. That is called a functional decomposition. Okay, so these techniques, as it is, all the techniques or many techniques are repetitive across approaches. Okay, in terms of underlying competence, so a business analyst working with IT may possess skills related to IT development, such as programming, creating software, database, or something like that, but it is not necessary. That is why I have highlighted this from BABOK to make sure that you guys do not just assume, just because you are reading IT perspective and so on, have read so much in detail, that you really need to know coding, or you really need to know. Yes, it helps. At least I would say knowing SQL is sometimes really helpful. Okay, because in today's world of information, we have to extract data, we have to understand the data. Knowing SQL is helpful. And honestly, with Chat GPT and so much around us, I am kind of becoming very reliant on that Chat GPT to optimize the basic queries that I want to get it, right? It is really helpful to come up with excellent queries. So you can use that as well. So become innovative in your approach to solve problems. So yes, so development related skills or technical skills are not necessary for a business analyst to be successful within an IT environment. Read this just for your, for you to not get intimidated by whatever we are covering so far, right? It is important for business analysts to have a strong understanding of the details required within a requirement package. We'll talk about what these terms means, requirement package and so on. This is a fancy name for a simple thing. We'll talk about all of that. But the details meaning, like I explained, you should ask relevant questions. When user says you are going to build a UI element, UI screen for recording name, age, and all that, you should ask relevant questions like I asked, are special characters allowed, right? Are spaces allowed? And so on and so forth. These are the things that you should ask, document, and that becomes your contribution in terms of your business analysis work. Make sense? Okay. So I think we are done with the IT perspective. We can move to the next one. Yes, impact on knowledge areas. As I said at the beginning, when we do this analysis work, it has impact in each of these knowledge areas. We are not going to go into the details of these knowledge areas because this is a part of a separate. So yes, it has impact on all the knowledge areas. Not every perspective has impact on all the knowledge areas. So that is why I just have to clarify here that yes, you will have impact on all the knowledge areas. So there is a quick quiz on this just to close this topic, and then we'll move on to the next topic. The business analysis activities on IT initiative can be performed by anyone within the organization. So do you think it's true or not? Again, not really an exam question, just to give you a view of, because there is no specific question that is targeted from this particular topic. This is overarching topic because this will be applied when you are studying the knowledge area. So therefore, you won't get specific questions from this particular section of the book. The answer is very straightforward, right? It is D, right? Which of these can perform the business analysis activities? All of these people can do business analysis activities, isn't it? He can do a business analysis, subject matter expert can do, system user with experience, even like I said, right? When we started with the IT project initiative, when we started with anyone working in any of these capacities, operational, the initiative can be at an operational level, at a overall process level, right? So anyone who is working in any of these capacities can work within the IT initiative. Make sense? Okay. We'll move to the next topic, which is another perspective that we are going to study, which is the business architecture perspective. Let's look at that. Okay, just to before I go into the details of this business architecture perspective, I want you to help me in understanding what. Let me share. I want you to share. What do you understand by architecture? What do you understand by architecture? Structure, design, figure out. What do you mean by figure out? Physical structures, not necessarily physical structures. Is a framework. See, structure word is very appropriate, but if you think of it, I'll give you a very simple example. Okay, when you imagine when you are about to build a house, when you're about to construct a house, right? Do you directly start digging the ground and start building the walls and so on and so forth? No, right? What do you do? What do you do? You first plan, right? You first plan where, in which direction you will have your bedroom, where will the window open, on which side the door will be there, right? Where will be the bathrooms located, right? So on and so forth. And when you come up with that kind of diagram, what is it? That is the blueprint, right? What exactly is this? That is the blueprint of your future house. Yes or no? Do you agree? That's the blueprint of your future house, right? Similarly, when we talk about business architecture, this architecture is basically the blueprint of the business. Now, again, you have to think it in the context of this blueprint so that it becomes easy. When you talk about your bathrooms, your bedrooms, your living room, all of them put together in a proper way, that makes up your correct house, in your desired house, let's say. Similarly, when all the components of that business architecture are to put together in a proper, meaningful way, interacting in a proper way, only then the business architecture is yielding the correct, or let's say, estimated benefits or expected benefits. True? Yes or no? Only then there is a synergy. Correct? So, what exactly this perspective means then? Now, if you look into it, business architecture perspective, this is basically, again, we'll talk about in the same fashion, like change scope, business analysis scope. Of course, this time we may not be spending too much on each of these details, because as I explained, each of this would be talking in the same context, right? So we will be moving forward in a way that will help us understand this faster, right? So let's see. When we talked about business architecture, like in case of information technology aspect, we said that that could be some kind of defect fixing project or some IT new capability building project, right? Here, when we talk about business architecture perspective, it similarly highlights the unique features of your work meaning you start believing yourself that you are business analyst now. I'm telling you, all 40 plus participants, please start believing in yourself like you are actually business analysts. Then you will be able to understand these topics even much more easily. So the moment we start believing in ourselves, it becomes much easier, right? So it will help us analyze or understand our work when we are doing it in the context of business architecture perspective. When we say business architecture perspective, we need to understand it is the blueprint of that business. That essentially means that you now have to think of the big picture. What do you have to think? You have to think of the big picture, right? Big picture means holistic picture. How the understanding about a project is there throughout the organization, or let's say throughout the different departments that you are dealing with, or that are there in that company, right? You might be working on one project which is affecting one or two departments, but what is the acceptance, or what is the impact on other departments? You have to analyze that, you have to understand that, you have to keep that in mind, right? There, so what will happen in that part is, once you do that, you will be able to develop a common understanding. You will be able to get a better acceptance for your deliverables, right? You'll also be able to see that you are delivering the appropriate value through the strategic goal. Now, there is a factor here that I want to draw your attention to. Not every one of us lands up in this kind of initiative, or let's say, not every one of us will probably get an opportunity to really contribute to the business architecture perspective. Why I'm saying this is because this business architecture perspective is happening when we talk about why a project is initiated. Now, these kind of decisions are happening when we say that a company is coming up with important decisions when the project is on. Usually, when we as BAs, IT BAs land up, the project is already decided. The company has already decided that yes, we have to implement this new software, which means the business architecture perspective was already considered by somebody who did the business analysis work, no matter what his designation is. He could be the CEO of that company who was analyzing why this change is needed, why he said that I want to become the number one bank in 3 years, right? That CEO has already has analyzed that there is a potential to become the number one bank, right? So he has already evaluated that part of that. So why I'm saying that part is, it's sometimes we at our ground level, when we are thinking of the tasks that we might be performing, we might see that, oh no, this topic is not that relevant. What it is still relevant, but it has already happened in the background. You are at a stage where you are actually working on the solution level requirements. You're not now understanding or defining the business requirements. But the people who are working on that defining the business requirement, they are also BS. This BABOK does not classify that. It is not saying that you are just IT BS, right? So you have to keep that in mind while studying the topics. And that is why I always say you have to keep in mind the business analysis knowledge area map, right? The tasks in the knowledge area are not sequential. So we have to follow certain sequence, and that is why we are doing certain sequence. But you have to understand that the BA perspective, when we talk about business architecture perspective, it is about how strategic concerns, strategic meaning long-term goals of these key stakeholders are met, and to support ongoing business transformation efforts. This is not necessarily about a single IT project. It is overall business transformation, a bigger goal. Okay, makes sense now? This could mean that when, as a result of this business architecture perspective, the outcome can be much more significant, or let's say bigger outcome in terms of entire organizational structural change, complete change in the organization structure. That could be one example. Okay, that is, that is an outcome of that this kind of activity when you do this analysis. Okay, now when we talk about change scope in the context of business architecture, the name itself, as I said, it is the big picture, right? Now, when we talk about big picture, it is talking about the enterprise as a whole, right? Or across a single line of business within the enterprise. For example, Tata Enterprise, I said, Tata is an enterprise. Under that, TCS is a single line of business, Tata Communication Services. So the change, the breadth of the change is about TCS as an organization. Okay. So, or the single functional division, right? Meaning, let's say in case of ITC hotels, right? Let's say the food and distribution wing of ITC hotels, right? The change is across that entire food and distribution wing of that, right? So that's the kind of architectural change we are talking about here. Okay. Now, depth of change, meaning a business architecture effort may focus on the executive level of the enterprise to support strategic decision making, or on the management level. It is rarely, I would not even call that at an operational level, because this is, as I said, the blueprint. So basically, these are all mostly on the strategic or management level. Okay, so that's the reason this depth of change is more focused on these aspects. Now, when we talk about change of, this breadth of change and depth of change, one of the important aspects is there is a concept called separation of concerns. The concept that IIBA talks about is separation of concerns. Concerns meaning, what is a concern? Concern meaning you might be having certain statements about the project. Somebody else might be having a different kind of statements about the project. So these are your concerns, and those whatever statements they are saying is a different concerns, right? Now, so the separation of concerns, when it says, the concept itself says business architecture as a point of view or a perspective, right, relies, or it actually helps you to think in terms of separation of concerns within the context. Why? Because it helps you to understand, it will prompt you to think at a holistic level how this business is earning its revenue, irrespective of what are the minute level of details of its operations. You have to separate the separate the details. I mean, you don't bother about looking into the details at this on this part. You are looking at the overall picture, right? Thereby, it will help you to relate how the steps are contributing to the holistic picture. Because, like I said, your bathroom, your bedrooms, your passageway, everything is interlinked between them. But if you are focused too much on just the bathroom or just the bedroom, you will not have a good picture of your house. Correct? Same way, you are not bothering about the details of individual process, individual IT systems in that. You are more concerned about how the overall structure sits together and what is the purpose of that structure. Like in your case, in the house building case, you wanted to have a house within a land of this much area, right? Similarly, in IT system the organization also has a purpose to serve certain customers with certain products or services. How that is being done, how that is being achieved, that is what is being evaluated here. Understood? So this separation of concern concept is what it means here. I mean, it will help you to understand the fundamental architectural principles that are involved here, right? So that the separation of concern is one such fundamental architectural principle. Okay, and it is always based on kind of scenario driven, right? I mean, usually what happens is there can be multiple questions that you would like to answer when you are trying to do a business architecture perspective, when you're trying to apply a business architecture perspective. Now, these questions could relate to different scenarios. What kind of relationship, interlinking relationship between different departments or different organizations within the enterprise, like this is Tata Enterprise, right? So how, because then if you know Tata, there is another company called Tata ELXI, Tata ELXI. So this is all into automation and very high-tech software or something like that, right? There can be a possibility that maybe Tata ELXI can leverage some of the services from their TCS in doing something which will be beneficial for the overall enterprise. They can do that, right? So how that will fit into the overall picture, even that's the kind of thing that I'm trying to say, scenario driven, right? So yes, so these are some of the aspects that would be coming into picture when we are talking about the when we evaluate the change scope as a whole, right? Whether it is breadth of change or depth of change. So these are the principles based on which we will go into the depth of change or breadth of change. Okay, makes sense? Okay. When we talk about in the context of value and solutions delivered, now what could be the outcome? I mean, in terms of your business analysis work, when you imagine you are doing this business architecture kind of work, which I initially said, like you may not encounter, many of you may not encounter unless you move to the business side of the work, business side of the projects, right? You may not probably land up in this kind of opportunity, but if you land up, what will be the kind of outcomes or models that you will produce, or let's say outputs that you will produce? You will probably produce an organization structure. You will probably produce a reporting and management hierarchy, right? You will produce probably a value map, right? Process value map, meaning you will indicate several processes and what is the amount of value that each process is bringing, right, to the overall enterprise, right? And many other kind of pictorial representation. Maybe you will come up with some kind of strategy, security policy changes that you are suggesting, right? So these are the different levels of outputs that you would look at when you are trying to perform a business architecture perspective related work. Now, with respect to delivery approach, right? If you look into it, delivery approach, what could be the delivery approach? Like in the previous IT project, IT perspective, we said that the delivery could be, the entire thing could be produced in-house, some part of it could be outsourced, right? Here, the delivery approach is more like you have to, when you look at the blueprint, they are like basically what is the current state, what will be the future state, right? And will there be any kind of intermediate transition stages, right? Because current state is something, and future state is current state is what is there today, as on the systems, overall systems, and everything, right? Now, this entire perspective will be very, very relevant in the strategy analysis knowledge area. Now, as you can already guess it, I mean, if you if you try to relate this name with the knowledge area name, strategy analysis is the knowledge area name, where this perspective will be predominantly involved, because there you are looking at current state. When you are analyzing current state, you will try to look at from the business architecture perspective. When you are defining future state, you will again define the future state in the context of business architecture perspective, because what component of the business architecture you are proposing to change? Are you going to replace that entire component? Are you going to enhance the existing component, and so on and so forth? Those are the things that you are going to do. And what will be the value realized, whether it will be realized over several phases in terms of multiple transition states. Like, for example, when companies adopt a new line of business, right, they do not make revenue overnight, right, or just in the next immediate year. They have several phases of expansion, and they plan to break even, or let's say when I say break even, meaning they will earn the first profit multiple years down the line, right? So, and throughout this multiple phases, they probably have to do major changes. Okay. Now, each of that could form a transition phase. Okay. So they will have to measure the value at each of that phases. And that is why the delivery approach is something like it helps create a planning framework. Okay. So it will help you to decide what will be the funding that is required, what will be the level of support that will be required, right? Okay. So as you may already guess it, that when you talk about business architecture perspective, you can already imagine that here, since we are talking about the big picture, what things as a BA you would be concerned with. When let's say I ask you, what kind of information, imagine you are working on this business architecture perspective, what kind of information you would try to focus on? What will you try to look for? Since remember, this is about big picture, right? We are talking about. So what kind of information you will look for? Or let's say, what kind of understanding you would like to have to do your work effectively when you are working on such initiatives. I know it may not be very easy to relate, but I still make an attempt. Think of it. Think at an organizational level, big picture level. So what kind of information will you be interested in? So you will look beyond the organization, right? You will also start looking beyond the organization. What is the market, right? How the industry is doing? What is the business environment? I mean, what is the competition environment, right? Correct? Make sense? Now you see. So the information that you are going to look for is these details. I mean, your focus is towards more big external things, or how the entire investment, let's say, information is managed within the organization. That kind of big picture. You won't look at individual department, or let's say individual section. You may end up looking at later, but when you start working at a big picture level, you are looking at this kind of information. You want to understand your own, that organization for which you are doing this analysis in the context of the bigger picture, right? So so obviously now you can appreciate the fact that when you are trying to perform this kind of work, you will be focused on, or let's say you'll be using different kinds of techniques, right? Not necessarily every techniques that are there listed out in the BABOK will be used. You will use some specific techniques which will be more useful here, right? We'll study and we'll come to know. So that is why I said knowing these perspectives will be very helpful when we go into the in-depth into the knowledge area, right? So right now, since this factor is clear, now we will move on to the next topic on this, which is I want to give you a view of what is a sample business architecture diagram. This example you won't find in BABOK or anywhere. I'm just giving you this view that this is how it looks like. When you look at a sample business architecture diagram, it will look something like this. It will show I mean, this is just one sample, okay? Just don't go by that. This is the only sample that is available out there. I mean, you can Google and you will find hundreds of different samples. But again, this is not relevant from an exam specific point of view, but just to give you an idea. When we are talking about a big picture view, right? Like I said, right? So here we are talking about as a operations as a whole. When we talk about operations, we are just breaking down into at a broad level, operational support and readiness. What capabilities do I have in this operational support and readiness, right? Like I have customer relationship management. Now this customer relationship management as a capability I have, which will support operational support, as well as it will also help me in fulfillment. It will also help me in getting some factors relating to assurance, billing and revenue management. Across all these features, or let's say all these operations aspects, my customer relationship management capability is good, bad, or I have to improve some aspects of it. That is what I'm going to study here. That kind of analysis I'm working here. Makes sense? There is one more example. This is kind of possible areas of application of business analysis you can see, right? I mean, just to put that context into where exactly what kind of analysis work you can do, right? If you see, you will understand all these blue and yellow items. Try to come up with these colored items, right? When you look at it, this is I have simplified this, right? If you look into it, suppliers interact with business, you will look at the broad level of stuff. You won't go into individual supplier or how this particular supplier is interacting. You won't be looking at it overall, how the organization at a supplier level it is doing, overall how the competitors are influencing its landscape, right? Who are other the broad level of stakeholders, right? And then what is the expected outcome, the business goals and objectives that are being, how they are aligned to that. That's the view that you are going to do your analysis work on. So there are many macroeconomic factors that would be influencing it, right? So not necessarily, as I said, we will all be getting this kind of opportunity, but even if we get it, for example, we will be working on one specific area. Maybe our expertise is, let's say, markets and channels. So as BS, it's not expected that you would know the entire thing and you would be able to contribute and you are the only one who is going to do all this. You cannot do it. No one can do it. There are a team of BS, and there are experts in specific area. Somebody is expert in technology, somebody else is expert in business process, somebody else is expert in customer relationship management. So they can be a better advocate of customers, how the customer interactions are happening, right? So on and so forth. So that is why this is you have to remember or keep in mind that Babok is talking from everybody's perspective, not just you as a person imagining to be the one who is doing everything. No, that doesn't happen. I am no expert in all of these areas. Similarly, no one is a single person who is doing all this. It's a team which is working, and you can relate to one another on that. Yeah. Major assumptions, if you see within the change scope, when we talk about, basically you need to have a view of the entire organization that is under analysis, right? One of the most important factor is you need to have a full support of the senior leadership to bring about any kind of any change in the business architecture, right? For example, imagine you want to do a renovation in your house, reconstruct one of the bedrooms. Imagine what will happen, correct? So you have to have the full support of your entire members of the house. Otherwise, you cannot really get it reconstructed. Same thing, understood? So similar kind of full support is needed, right? Participation of business owners, subject matter experts. In order to make it successful, these things are implicit. I mean, that is why these are the major assumptions. Now, in terms of business analysis scope, like in the context of when we looked at the change, business architecture perspective, information technology perspective. Same thing here also, change sponsor. Now, who could be a change sponsor? He is usually a very senior executive, right? Or the business owner, not anyone else. I mean, not really any one particular IT head or anything like that. When you look at change sponsor in this case, in this particular initiative, is usually a very senior executive or directly the business owner. Okay, not everyone else. That doesn't happen usually. Yeah, and change targets. If you look at it, these are now again here. It is not about one particular IT system. Remember, right? So this change targets is about entire capability, building an entire new business capability. Basically, I want to, let's say, build an entire R&D division in my company, research and development division. So far, my current company was not really producing any cult products, or let's say like very products which are very unique in their nature or something like that, which are becoming a craze with the market, right? So I want to go more into R&D to produce something unique. So that therefore I am building R&D capabilities within the organization. That involves significant investments, right? So across many streams, plus setting up that department is not a joke. So building that kind of capability is a change target, right? So we're talking about like that, or a major investment decision, like somebody said, funding, right? Should we invest in even that kind of investment, like when we want to explore a different market, okay, or selling off a particular line of business, even selling. Let's say Tata Enterprise decides it doesn't want to be in software business anymore. It sells TCS. That's a significant decision, right? It contributes multiple crores of, I mean, billions of dollars, I guess, to Tata Enterprise as a whole. Okay, so these are the specific change targets, basically decisions about investments, decisions about building a new capability, decisions about selling a line of business or building a new line of business, and so on. Okay, now in terms of business analyst position, I have listed some details here. You can see, to develop a business architecture, the BS must understand and assimilate and align a wide variety of specialties that are of strategic concern. So basically, you have to look at the big picture. You should be capable to look at the big picture. And this comes with experience, right? When you work in such kind of initiatives, 1 or 2 initiatives, you actually gain that kind of experience. And this business architecture perspective helps provide the context for requirement analysis, planning, prioritization, estimation, HLD. Because based on this, you will, when the project is initiated, business architecture perspective will help you. Once you do this activity, like I said, there will be a new project kicked off. Let's say once the new project is kicked off, the requirements will be discussed, analyzed, then the solutions will be discussed. Every time the solution is getting discussed or analyzed for its impact, you have to keep in mind what was the business objective for this project. And that responsibility, believe me, no one does it better than a BA. And one more important factor is, the two people who actually, in any project, if I go to very minute level of details, in any project, there are two people. There are two categories of people who are the face of that project to the client, whether the client is in-house or whether the client is an external client. There are only two people. You know who? Can you name? There are only these two people who are the face, not sales. Sales is one, those guys who come and sell, right? Sales, yes, project manager and BA. That's it, PM and BA. It's the PM and BA. These are the two people who are the face of the project, no one else. So if you are in any one of these positions, consider yourself that you are the ones who actually are driving this. Yes, I'm not disputing anyone else's role. I mean, those who are from QA or developer, I'm not belittling your roles, but just think of it in the kind of impact that, because you are supposed to think end to end. There is no one else who can think of it. That's why that's the problem. So I mean, even QAs, when they test it and they fail it, and if it doesn't pass, they fail it. But they do not go to the extent that what business capabilities are failing because of that. It is BA's job. And I have faced multiple times. I have been part of this. I know this very well, and that is why I feel for it. And even though I may not have worked in a full-fledged business architecture perspective initiative just for that, I have closely been associated with how that can impact our work and how we can add value to that. And that is why this knowledge of this understanding is very important. Okay, now moving on to business analysis outcomes, right? In terms of outcomes, you can come up with different high-level value stream maps, right? Organization maps that I already mentioned, right? Or even something like business capability map is also there, which we will look into a video, requirement analysis and design definition, some session that where I have put it specifically, targeted it. I'll show it. That's a beautiful video to understand it. Business capability model. So these are different kinds of outputs that we produce when we try to work in a business architecture perspective. And approaches and techniques, many reference models exist pertaining to different industries. Like you might have heard about this ITIL, ETOM process map, process classification framework. Of course, none of these is like a content that you need to really study in detail. This is just a reference frameworks that are there. There are different models that are suggested over in IIBA Babcock also. There are certain models that are suggested beyond this, meaning something called value reference model, and many other models are there. I think I have one sample map here, right? This is okay. This is a technique I wanted to talk about anyway, but I think I'll show you an ETOM map in one of the sessions when we go into requirement architecture, right? I'll show you a ETOM map, right? And I'll explain that. It is same. It is something similar to what I showed it here. This is a simpler version of ETOM map actually. This is a simpler version of ETOM map. I'll show you the ETOM map that my current company is following, right? Because that's where every telecom company uses that ETOM map. Every telecom company in this world uses that ETOM map to show its process maturity in terms of the various capabilities that it has. So as I said, because you have to remember the context, this is the business architecture perspective, which means the big picture. When we are talking about the big picture, there is a reference model that exists as an industry as a whole, right? So every company, every telecom company in this world uses that ETOM map and tries to map its process strengths to what extent its processes are matured, right? Some of the processes it might not have to that maturity level that it wants to. So it will direct its efforts to improve upon that process. So that's the level of analysis that is being done using this as a reference framework. That's what I wanted to talk about in terms of the framework, right? And there is one technique called customer journey map, right? Since we are talking about a business architecture perspective here, right? So customer journey map is a very interesting technique that is useful here, right? Now, what is this customer journey map? If you see this map, right, just read this events, okay? I am not going to read a line by line. I'll ask you to just go through on your own and see that. And then I'll explain the definition in a very crisp manner. If you look into it, I'll just describe the scenario. Imagine a customer, right? A prospective customer or is coming to visit and wants to take a plan, right? As you can see, they want to take a healthcare plan. I mean, she wants to take a healthcare plan. Usually, when you want to buy an insurance, you ask your friends, colleagues, you Google, you look for some Facebook or let's say Twitter. You try to find what are the different kinds of reviews. Like you go to Policy Bazaar and so websites and see the reviews, right? And you gather some insights into that. Correct? That's the typical starting point for a person who wants to buy an insurance policy, right? And you can imagine the steps that you actually do to buy an insurance policy, even for your vehicle, right? And map that to the various points that I have shown here. When you do this kind of thing, that is a model that is called a customer journey map. So this model, what it depicts is it depicts the journey of a customer or a prospective customer, and it also shows the various touch points, meaning where the customer would interact with several aspects, like whether it could be online media or word of mouth experience from somebody close, some close friends, relatives, right? Within who have taken the service in the past, or within the organization, maybe the customer will visit our, let's say, channel partners or franchisee outlets, or maybe the local branches, right? These are all different touch points where customer can have different kinds of experiences, right? If our customer executive, let's say the company's customer executive on the customer front desk is not very cordial, then the customer will have a bad experience, right? So these are the various touch points and how these experiences shape the customer journey, right? That is what is documented here. And where exactly and what happens with a particular scenario, and how much of that is valued, how many customers have been valued, what is the cost of that, all of that is measured. When you put all this together, that becomes your customer journey map. When you prepare these kind of journey maps, it helps you understand what kind of value a particular process or a particular capability your organization has in a particular context. Make sense? I will anyway share the PPT. You can go through in detail, but this is precisely what a customer journey map means, meaning it depicts the journey of a customer, right? And it shows the various touch points and the experiences that the customer experiences at various touch points, right? And how that experiences shape the final decision. And the learnings are what you will include into your, let's say, change in process, change in implementing some kind of automation software or whatever you want to bring about. This will help you guide you to take such kind of decisions. Okay. Like in the underlying competencies, here I wanted to specifically show some key underlying competencies highlighted in bold. You can see, right? What happens when we start working as BAs, right? We go into much details. Even I have this currently, even at this point of my life also, I have this, I would say, I have not been able to overcome this habit, right? Of going or asking for minute or going into very in-depth details. It is good in a way in terms of the getting it everything correct in terms of detail, but it also is a hindrance in terms of seeing the big picture, right? So you need to develop a skill to accept some kind of uncertainty, ambiguity, being facts not very clear, right? So that you can form a better big picture. Imagine if in the customer journey map, right? If I am stuck at some point and try to go in depth into, Jane goes into the website, but there are not too many choices and she doesn't know which one is best. Now I just go and elaborate and dig into more and more and more into that. I will never reach the end of the journey. That's the problem, right? As a BA, I can get stuck here and get lost in that, in this particular aspect and go on investigating that. Instead, I have to move on, right? So that's something is an ambiguity. I have to have a high tolerance for ambiguity, right? This is an underlying skill, that we can develop over time, right? Similarly, the ability to suppress unnecessary detail to provide high-level views. If in the customer journey map, I wanted to show all the details, then that would never be a map. I can never come up with a map. So I need to have an ability to, yes, I can suppress some unnecessary details. I need to have this skill to distinguish between what details I should include. This comes with practice. I cannot teach you, or anyone cannot teach you overnight. You will learn over a period of time. Okay, you should have the ability to consider multiple scenarios or outcomes. Then you become much more competent in building, or let's say having a business architecture perspective that will work. And that is why I said this particular work is more on the business side of the work, and it comes with experience. People with tons of years of experience end up doing this. I hope it was clear. And I said it has impact on all knowledge areas, but the most important knowledge area that will have a very pronounced impact is strategy analysis. We'll look into strategy analysis in next, most likely next week, I guess, or let's say we can start tomorrow, depending upon how we progress. So we'll touch upon this, and that's where this perspective will have a significant impact. And a quick quiz, and we should be done with, the business architecture initiative has impact on the core knowledge areas. Which of the knowledge areas impacted when working on business architecture? Because you cannot evaluate if you are coming up with a solution which is actually not aligned to the overall strategic goal of the organization, then you're not delivering value, right? So that is why everything is interconnected here.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a business analytics course in collaboration with IIT Powertech. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques in time series forecasting, risk analysis, data visualization, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry experts in just 5 months. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of business analytics.
So this is the questions. Read the instruction carefully, right, and answer them. Okay, let me now show you the solution and see if you can see how many you have got it correct. Okay, the first one, right? While sending message to an individual or to a group, the message should be sent within 10 seconds. This is about a quality, right? Because we want it to be done within 10 seconds, 5 seconds. It doesn't really talk about any kind of a distinct feature, right? It has to be done. I mean, somebody may have a preference for 10 seconds, somebody may have a preference for 1 minute. It's okay. But this is a non-functional requirement. The second one, a user should be able to choose and share up to 10 photographs to another individual or group. User should be stopped from choosing more than 10 images, along with informing him about such a rule, which means we are asking for a particular capability, right? In terms of 10 photographs, then there should be a warning message and so on and so forth. So that clearly says that it's a functional requirement, right? The third one, the system should have a provision for the user to be able to send a message or talk to another individual. Now, if you see this is just a high level idea of what we are talking about. If you look into it from the point of view of a project, when the project is being discussed, this is where you are actually looking into stakeholder requirement. This has to be further elaborated. At this point, you cannot really say what kind of functional requirement it would translate to, right? It has to be elaborated. It has to be discussed with stakeholders to identify and agree upon how that would, or what can, how that change can be addressed, right? That is what we are going to do. So that's why this is still a stakeholder requirement. It is not yet matured into a functional or non-functional requirement. Fourth one, user should be able to temporarily block messages from an individual for a duration of either 8 weeks, 1 week, or a year. This is a clear functional requirement, right? Because we are giving a capability and very specific capability. All messages and calls exchanged between two contacts should be encrypted using some strong algorithm. It says some strong algorithm. It's not clear about at this point about a specific methodology to be used. You should be using 128-bit encryption, 64-bit encryption. There are multiple kinds of possibilities in terms of encryption, right? So that is still not elaborated or discussed. So that's why this is still at a level of stakeholder requirement. This has to be further discussed with the stakeholders so that you can come up with a clear functional or non-functional requirement. Then 6, we want to be the world's leading platform. This is very clearly, you can see, this is a business requirement. Just want to talk about goals and objectives, right? So that's what it is, a business requirement. Number 7, users should be able to change the background of the chat window to any image of their choice. Now, this is a clear functional requirement. It says any image. I'm not specifying anything specific. It's possible for any kind of image to be set as a background. Number 8, if you see, this app should be supported on Android version 2.0 and all later version. Now, what it says is, it simply says the portability, meaning this is a type of a NFRs. There are different types of non-functional requirements. I mean, there are details of NFR requirements. One of them is portability requirements, which means I should be able to support. I mean, you might have seen this kind of messages when you are browsing in the internet as well, right? This site is best viewed in Mozilla or Firefox, Chrome version this and above, and something like that, right? When it doesn't really affect the features of this, meaning just because you are using a lower browser than that, it won't really, it doesn't mean that the feature of the websites have changed. Whatever, if you give the password and login, it will, and click on login, it will log in. The only thing is there will be some elements of the page which will not be shown properly. And that is because of this type of version support, right? And number 9, when a user sends a message to a group, the user should be able to check who all from the group have read the message, right? This is a functional requirement. Number 10, for the same number, if the handset is changed, then this is a borderline, you can say, transition requirement, right? I mean, if the handset is changed, then all contacts from. So once it is done, it's not, that particular requirement is of no use in that individual's project, let's say. That's all. I mean, you have to see this in the context of the example to understand the fine line between functional, non-functional requirements, stakeholder requirement, and different types of requirement. Hope it was a good exercise for you to recall the concepts, and now it's very clear, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Now let's move on to our topic for today, business process management perspective, right? So remember, we are still there on the perspectives. So that's what we are going to complete, the business process management perspective. And you will do the same process like we have done for IT perspective and business architecture perspective. We'll quickly understand the process. Now that we know how each perspective is structured, it's not very difficult to understand what to expect on this, right? So we'll talk in. The structure is similar to any other perspective that Babak has talked about. Now, business process management perspective. When we say, think of it, there are three words in this: business process management, right? We are talking in the context of any business. Any business is made up of certain processes, right? Now, if you talk about Amazon, right? What processes do you think Amazon has? Amazon or Flipkart has? What all processes it might be having? Or even, for example, any product manufacturing company also, right? For example, even if you talk about your bread, where the bread is made, right? Or cookies are made, there are certain steps that you follow. Even when you cook at your home, let's say many of you, some of you might be non-vegetarians, right? If you are cooking chicken at your home, right? Chicken curry at home, what do? There are different steps that you follow, right? Not necessarily, and all of them together, when are linked together, that becomes a don't give me this software AWS. This is not what I wanted. I want what are the different processes. You see, delivery, returns, customer service. Yes, do not jump to software. Just because we are studying BA doesn't mean that we are going to some. We should always talk in that. Just simplify your logic so that it becomes much easier to understand the concepts, right? So if you're cooking chicken at your home, you're marinating the chicken using certain ingredients, right? And then you keep that in the fridge for so many hours, right? After that, you take it out, you cut out all the vegetables and whatever you want to, onion and whatever you want to do, and then you start doing the cooking and preparations of all this, right? So each of this is a different. Marinating is one process, right? Similarly, actually cutting down of those required, let's say additional onions or whatever you want to put into the chicken curry, that is one aspect, right? That's one part. Then and these are done in a particular sequence, right? You don't marinate chicken after it is cooked, right? You do it well before that. So when you say, if I make butter chicken or whatever you are making, then that is a process. It involves a series of steps. Similarly, in business also, there is a series of steps, right? Now, business process management is about that aspect. When we talk about it, when we are doing in IT, right? When we are doing in an IT process management or any kind of business, when you're talking about, what it will talk about is we're going to look into, again, the change scope, business analysis scope, approaches and techniques, underlying competencies, and impact on knowledge areas, like we did for the other two perspectives. However, just to begin with this, when we say it highlights what? It highlights the unique characteristics. When we look at this part, it will highlight the unique characteristics of business analysis when practiced in the context of developing or improving business processes, right? So when whatever it could be the business, if you're taking an Amazon process, then if you're looking at Amazon, maybe it's the return process. That is what you are now looking at, because you see some issues on the return process, or probably you just want to improve the return process as it is, right? As it is there, but you want to improve upon that process, meaning you want to make faster returns, or make sure that you do not accept returns which are out of the return window, and so on and so forth. You want to impose certain checks and balances on that, right? So basically, it's a management discipline, right? So that focuses on process-centric view, and it's an ongoing effort towards improvement of operational effectiveness. Make sense? Now, not necessarily when we say about business process management, remember, it may not be always automatic, right? I mean, there are you may come across manual steps that are happening. So for example, you think of it, you're running a very small business at in your home, or let's say at your home, right? You do and you probably, let's say, you bake cakes at your home and you sell them, right, to your friends, families, or society members. You actually sell the cakes, right? You bake cakes at home and you're selling it. Now, it's not yet fully automated. You don't have big setup. You're doing it from your home, right? Current home. So what are you doing? You are doing everything manually, right? You are going to the market, getting that. Then you are actually baking it, and then you are actually packing it physically and doing that, right? So the process not necessarily means it will always have some kind of automated automation. It may be manual process, right? So whatever it be. So, but these processes are created, modified. Then sometimes they have to, in actual business, they will be actually governed in terms of compliance, right? They have to be governed in terms of compliance as well, right? So, for example, in case of banks, the process, the payment process, right? The payments have to. I mean, let's say if you are using payment gateway in terms of bank for transferring amount, it has to happen within next 1 hour, or let's say certain period of time. That period is mandated, right? And they have to ensure that their transfer process are aligned to that, right? So organizations which view a process centric view, right? Whichever organizations they view if they view this processes, the processes within them as a process centric view. I mean, if they hold a process centric view, what they do is they are basically treating that BPM is an ongoing effort, right? Because they can go on continuously improving the effectiveness of those processes, right? Or making sure that these processes don't run into any issues, right? Now, in terms of change scope, when we talk about change scope, right? The business in terms of change scope, we can again it will be elaborated in terms of breadth of change, depth of change, value and solutions delivered, and delivery approach. Now, BPM life cycle, you need to understand few things, right? I mean, before we go into the details of each of this, when we are talking change scope in the context of business process management, imagine BPM process itself means you are setting up a process, which means you are designing a process, right? Basically, there is a design for that process. That means you have to identify the different processes, the definition of what is the current state of those process, right? And what will be the future state of that process, how to get more value. So you have to design that process, right? Then you have to probably model this process. Modeling of this process can be done using different tools, right? Business process modeler tool, which is what we are going to use in our training session, right? There are different modeling tools, right? You can use Visio to model them, right? You can use draw.io. This is the free version, draw.io. You can use that as to model the process, right? So you design the process, meaning designing means you identify the different steps of the processes and the process itself, which process you are going to model. Then you prepare the modeling of the process, right? Once the modeling is done, then what will happen is the execution meaning implementing of that process, the actual execution of the process, right? When it is done, you actually collect data, right? Meaning you have suggested some process about improvement in the return systems that Amazon is following. Now you see what is the data that is getting generated after implementing this return. Are the returns now effective in terms of we are not making more products acceptable after, let's say, the return window? We are not doing that any further. So you have to take the statistics and data, right? Then you have to understand whether the result of that data is actually aligning with the process that you have implemented, right? And you go on improving the process. So these are the steps that you do when you talk about a change scope from the perspective of a business process management, right? These are the steps you do. And of course, as it can go to the breadth of the change. In terms of the breadth of the change, meaning here, what will happen? It will define what the organization, because this process is basically what the organization does and how it is doing it, right? It is doing a return process and how it is doing that return process. Amazon is engaging in a return process, and how exactly it is doing it. That is what it is looking at it. And that is kind of you're looking into a thorough understanding of its processes will allow stakeholders, right, to ensure that the processes are meeting the growing needs of the organization, right? So that is what it will help them. So the goal of BPM is to ensure that value delivery is optimized across end-to-end processes, right? So that's the main part of breadth of change. When you talk about depth of change, right? So when you say depth of change, as an example, what you can do, you can see, for example, like you said, one of you guys said supply chain logistics, right? Now, supply chain logistics, Amazon also receives its supplies, correct? Now, that's when you are doing an analysis of that, that means you are evaluating the specific process of an organization, right? And supply chain analysis is made up of many sub-level processes, right? Group level processes. It will be always having many multiple group level processes. Those processes have to be broken down, right? That means you are actually going into in-depth into one aspect, right? That is the supply chain logistics completely, and you are trying to understand the sub processes inside that, right? So that's when you do that kind of activity, that is called a depth of change. So not necessarily you will be doing both at the same time, because or you are the only person who is doing both at the same time. If both are being done, there are several members in the team who would be doing it, right? Or the organization itself could focus on only breadth or depth, depending upon what is the objective of the improvement that they are trying to achieve, right? That's the key thing. Now, in terms of value or solution delivered, if you see, like I said, because it is about improving the operational effectiveness, right? So therefore, what will happen? Operational effectiveness means, for example, increase in productivity. It's a measure of what? Operational effectiveness, right? Then what else? Let's say time to process an order. It's an operational effectiveness, right? Or let's say return window maximization, right? You have to see that return window is maximized, right? Or cost reduction initiatives. These are different measures of what? Operational effectiveness, right? So these, when you are trying to evaluate value, you have to link, you have to keep these concepts in mind. What is that process doing, and to which part of the value that the process is going to contribute, right? So once you understand the process thoroughly, you will be able to understand where exactly it is pointing to. For example, it could also mean some standardization of some measures that are being there in the process, in the entire organization, right? Some standardization of measures, right? So that you are able to compare year-on-year growth, right? So this could be another operational effectiveness, or let's say increase in operational effectiveness. Delivery approach. When we talk about delivery approach, the delivery approach for BPM initiatives across organizations ranges from a set of tactical methods. Tactical methods meaning something which is done, let's say, within 3 to 4 months or 6 months. That's how we are targeting here, right? So it's not like a day-to-day change immediately. It will take, because whenever you do such kind of changes, you will see the benefit, or let's say the actual impact of that in 3 to 4 months. That's how the process change itself gets implemented over a period of 3 to 4 months. So tactical changes are something like that, meaning they are not really long-term changes, right? Nor they are very short-term changes. They're not really short-term changes. They're something around between 3 to 6 months. That's how you will see this kind of initiatives focusing on. They are not very long projects, or maybe max to max a 6 months period or a year. I think year will be too much, but 6 months is a period. You can say if some very complicated process is there, people can take up to 6 months, right? And that focus on improving individual process to management discipline that touches all processes in the organization, because it is an end-to-end process centric view, right? So that is why when we say delivery approach, this can be implemented in terms of business process re-engineering, meaning whatever steps that are there that are being followed, they will re-engineer. Major processes will be redesigned. Okay, you redesign the process. Or you can set a benchmark, process benchmark. Benchmarking means we'll study more about it in strategy analysis. Benchmarking is you compare with the best in the industry in a particular process, right? So for example, in terms of if you look into it in the airline industry, right? Arriving on time is what is a benchmark that many airlines claim, right? And let's say Indigo is the best in arriving on time, right? So you will see that all over the publications or newspapers or even airline specific magazines, you will be noticing that Indigo is probably advertising itself as the most available, let's say the best airline in terms of meeting the deadline of on time arrival, right? Now AirAsia is a new participant in this airspace in India, right? Or let's say relatively new participant. It wants to achieve the same target as that on time arrival, right? Or let's say even beat Indigo. So now that AirAsia is what it is doing, it is setting a benchmark for its process of on time arrival, right? This on time arrival, when we talk about on time arrival, it is by at the face of it, when I say on time arrival, it looks very simple, but it to achieve that, right, there are a lot of things that have to be taken care on time. Otherwise, you actually cannot make it on time, right? So aircraft cleaning and even loading of the luggage and all such kind of things, right? So those are the things that will impact the on time arrival of an aircraft, right? So these are the steps that they will they will benchmark against a particular process and try to achieve that. These are the different methods or mechanisms to implement the basically the BPM approach, right? So these are different mechanisms which you can implement it. Now sometimes these initiatives can happen just because top management is directing that kind of initiative. Sometimes it can happen because you face some problem in the existing process, right? So it could be the result could be, the implementation is happening. Why it is happening? It is happening because the top management has given a directive, or it can happen because there is some problem at the current level, right? Current processes. Okay. Some of the major assumptions behind when we look into the business process management initiative, right? So what will be the most major assumptions? If you see, they are generally supported by information technology systems, but it is not necessary. It's not mandatory, okay? But they're generally supported. Generally, they do have information technology systems involved, right? Now, BPM initiatives have senior management support. In fact, if you recall, any project, if it needs to be really successful, has to have the backing of the management, right? But yes, BPM initiative, since it's a process level change, the process head and people like that, they should be committed to see through the change. Many a times what happens is they make half-hearted attempt. What happens is, I have seen in systems like they, for example, they initiate a project, right? They have very lofty goals in terms of initiating the project. Oh, we'll do this, we'll achieve this, and then after this is automated, everything will be done. When we start executing the project, we discover some critical problems and we have to solve them in order to reach the goal. Now, these problems were not visible, or let's say were discovered during the pre-project analysis, right? And projects are basically ventures to in the unknown area to achieve an objective, right? And you can only do so much in terms of building assumptions, dependencies, and so on based on the available information at the start of the project. But as you go in depth into the project, you will discover several things which were not probably discoverable at the start of the project. The senior management, at many a times, what happens is they really do not see that in the same light. Okay, even though you expect that this is quite obvious, why can't they agree to it? Many a time, what happens is at a senior management level, they might be facing multiple projects at the same time, and funds, time, and resources are limited, right? Sometimes they have to let go, or let's say shut down the project midway just to save money on that project and invest that money on another project. There is no choice because the money, resources, and all of that is limited, right? So but what will happen to that initiative if it is suspended midway? You won't get the benefit of that, right? How can you expect the benefit to be derived? You won't get the benefit. Yes, sometimes that kind of decision happens, but that is the unfortunate part. But you have to remember that you have to also understand it from the point of view of why that thing could happen, right? Now, BPM systems require a tight integration with organization strategy, right? But most methods do not tackle the development of strategy, right? Which means the BPM methods themselves do not or let's say form the strategy. They have integration with the organizational strategy. Okay. BPM initiatives are cross-functional and end-to-end in the organization. Now, who are the usual when we say change sponsor, right? Change sponsor in BPM initiative is basically somebody, usually the process manager or process head, like I said, right? Usually the process head. Change targets and agents, if you see, could be anyone. I mean, in terms of the particular process, it could be a customer, it could be the process owner, right? Or process participants. If a process is made up of like a supply chain project, there are multiple participants in that. All of them would be your change targets, right? Project manager would be one of them. Implementation team is another one. All of these are different change targets that are available, or that could be the key stakeholders in these change targets, right? As agents. Now, what is the BA's position in this? If you see BA's position, BA working in BPM discipline, he can have roles like this: process architect, process analysis and process analyst and designer, process modeler, right? If you are somebody who is a little bit junior, right, you can discuss with stakeholders, you can be actually building those process models, and then you would be having a role like a process modeler in that BPM initiative. Make sense? This is basically a picture from the IIBA PABOK guide. Okay, so now what will be the outcome of this? Outcome of this is typically business process models. The deliverables that you are going to produce is business process models, certain performance measure improvements, right? Basically, you will come up with some kind of metrics, right? Metrics meaning some KPIs, key performance indicators, like when, so you will say how much you expect in terms of reduction of, let's say, how many orders are going to be processed in 1 hour, right? So that is a metric, performance metric, right? So you are going to come up with some kind of performance metric or come up with business rules, right? So like you may come up with a business rule that returns will be accepted only on Wednesdays between 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Now this is a restriction that you are putting in your business operations, right? So this is a business rule that you are defining. Okay. Or one of the other example is one credit card can be registered against only one person, right? Which means this is a business rule. You cannot register the same credit card against two different persons' names, right? So that's how I have, and this gets implemented. Now, when I say that, can you tell me what type of requirement is a business rule then? It's a functional requirement. It's basically a functional requirement, right? You are implementing this. So one credit card can be registered against only one customer, which will be like somebody is building a code which is making sure that only one credit card unique number can be registered against one person. That's it. You try to register, the system will show you an error, right? It's a clear functional requirement. That is how it is done, right? So see, you have to connect what you have studied over there in terms of what you see in various other topics, right? That's how I would like you to recall your concepts so that it becomes easier for you to throughout the course. Okay. Anyway, moving forward, approaches and techniques. Approaches, like what are the different approaches to do this in the business process management initiative? Here you have the ETOM map, like I showed you yesterday as well, the capability map, right, that individual companies have with respect to the different processes that organizations follow. At an organization level, there are different processes. Like on-time arrival, I said, if they have certain capability level of mapping, they will be able to use that kind of industry framework. I don't know whether airline industries has that kind of thing or not, but in the telecom one, I had shown you yesterday, the same model is useful here as well, because they are processes. We're talking about process centric, which means it affects from one end to another end. Techniques like methods like Six Sigma, TQM, this is total quality management, use several techniques: value stream mapping, voice of customer, 5 Ws: who, what, when, where, why, questions that help in information gathering. Basically, these are the different techniques that you can use, right? So if you are working on a process, you can use this methodology, the technique, who is involved in this process, right? What is achieved by this process, right? What exactly is achieved by this process or by this step, right? When is this step initiated, or when is this process initiated, right? When does it shut down, or when the process is suspended? And these are the different types of questions that you ask the stakeholders. And where exactly this process is being executed, right? Is there a specific location? Is there about when? Are there days when this process is not done at all, right? Is not done, executed, or returns are not accepted, something like that, right? You ask these specific questions, you get more information, and using that you can model the process, right? That is the reason these are the techniques through which you can come up with a business process model. There are a lot of other techniques as well, but yes, these are some of the interesting ones. But this is from a perspective point of view. So we are more concerned with the techniques that are there in the knowledge area. We'll study there in some more detail. Underlying competencies: business analysts working with discipline of business process management are required to challenge the status quo. So that's why those questions like who, what, where, when, why this is not done in if you have past experience with some other company, you can question them, right? I have seen with my experience that this process is done in a separate way, or a particular step is done in a different way. You can cross question them, right? So challenging the status quo is one of the characteristics that we need to have. Dig to understand the root cause of the problem. Encourage subject matter to consider new ideas, right? Understand and move back and forth between internal and external reviews. See, imagine when you are building a process, many times when you are yourself drawing the diagram, you will see that you have to consult, you have to go back to the process owner, ask some more questions to get the information, and come back and build the process again, right? So that is why they said move back and forth, and we all do that, and there is nothing wrong about it. You're not expected to know everything in one sitting with the business stakeholder. It may not be possible. Okay. Some impact on knowledge areas. In fact, this business process management is a topic. If you look into it, this kind of initiative, if it is initiated, you will see that it will have impact on all the areas. Anyways, all knowledge. From the perspective point of view, right? Perspective is what? It's just a view to look at what kind of BS work will be done. So, and when BS work we talk about, it is about all knowledge areas. All knowledge areas are impacted. And in this case, no specific knowledge area has more importance than the other. Whereas in case of business architecture management, I said to you that in that area, you will see the strategy analysis is the most significant knowledge area where it is guided by that. And a quick quiz on this, and then we'll move to the next perspective. See, BA performing the business analysis, planning, and monitoring knowledge area is a knowledge area, okay? And that knowledge area in a BPM initiative, which of these techniques listed is not one of the techniques used according to BABOK version 3? Now, if you think of it, you haven't yet understood the BA planning and monitoring knowledge area. But if you apply your common sense to some extent, you should be able to answer this question. Think of it. You are doing a BPM, right? BPM initiative. So what exactly you would be doing in a BPM initiative? We understood. We said that we'll come up with some performance metrics, right? Which means that would require estimation. Agree? What else? You have to do a process of elimination. If you don't know the answer sometimes, even that will help. That's how you need to solve this kind of problems. And this question I have deliberately included here to promote your thinking process here. Nothing to test you on this, because as I said, there will not be too many questions on this kind of area, or no question at all. You will do process modeling. And since, as I said, you are going to do to and fro talking again, right? You cannot have two answers at the same time. Only one answer is correct, right? Which one will not be? So what is item tracking if you think through? What is item tracking? Item tracking is nothing but when you are engaging in discussion, you are actually noting down some action points, right? And you are referring those action points again and again. And in BPM process, you will definitely use this, right? You are keeping a tracking of what things people have said to you, and why did it what is the next date when we are going to get an update on that. So that is how you are doing to item tracking. The only thing which will not be useful in BPM is something called as user stories, because here you are not building any kind of user stories as a technique to solve anything, right? Here, if you are looking at BPM initiative, right, you are looking at you are talking about business analysis, planning and monitoring area, and here you are actually doing a planning work. You will understand this more in detail when we look at the what we are doing here. Actually, we are doing planning. We are not in this knowledge area. BA planning and monitoring knowledge area is about planning. Okay, here we are actually planning. In terms of planning, we will only be able to do these things. We are not actually doing anything about this. This we will be doing when we are doing requirement analysis and design definition. We are actually implementing our plans. That's when user stories will come into picture. Bit of critical thinking you need to do, right? So that will help you. I mean, this is to promote your critical thinking. That's the reason I had this question here. We'll talk about business intelligence perspective. Okay. Now, I will start with an example on this, and then we'll just glance through the content of the slide, right? I don't want to read from the slides as it is, because anyway, that you can do it offline as well. But I'll explain what it means. Okay. What do you think business intelligence would mean? Tools, technologies are just enabling parts, right? They are really not what you call about the things that they are just enabling you to perform some work. That's it. Yeah. So the most important thing, how do you get insights? Data. Business intelligence is all about data. Okay. Business intelligence is all about data. Now, I'll give you an example in this context. Okay. Think of it. I mean, when I was working with IBM, right? We in IBM and our client was Vodafone, because the project itself was for Vodafone, and Vodafone had some special plans for IBM, meaning IBM employees, and these special plans were like, they have family plans as well, IBM family plans as well. Meaning what? Even though my wife was not a IBM employee, I can get a postpaid connection at a reduced rate or a special rate, right? For my wife as well. So that's how it. I mean, I'm talking about very 2015, 13, 14 period. Okay, do not compare that with what you have today, right? You have everything free and a flat rate, nothing like that at that point of time, right? So what I'm trying to give you an example is my postpaid plan was something like 299, I guess, if I remember correctly, and I had a similar plan for my wife as well, right? So and both of us, the features were same. For both of us, the features were same. Let's say roughly around 8 or 10 months down the line, I get a call from one of the Vodafone representatives, and they say that, sir, we have a special plan for you, and we can extend your just by making it 399 per month. We will be able to give you 5 GB of data free, and I used to have 1 GB of data, let's say. So they said that you'll be having 5 GB of data and so many other outgoing calls as free, extra, something extra, right? When I said that, is that same plan applicable for my wife as well? They said no, it will not be, right? Now, if you see this, what I'm trying to highlight here is how did they extend this plan to me and not to the same existing plan subscribers, because this was an existing plan subscriber across all IBM employees. I'm talking about a specific IBM employee plan, and inside that I'm talking about when we see that friends and families were also allowed to do that, and after that, when you see the third level of restriction is that only some people are getting it, right? And even my friend who was also in similar plan, he did not get this offer. The reason why is based on the pattern of my usage, right? Because I have been an extensive internet user or something like that, they've found value add in terms of because for them, anytime, if you think of it from the Vodafone point of view, any fixed revenue is always much better than any variable kind of revenue. So just by increasing $100, if they are giving me even this much benefit from my side, I am standing to get some benefits. Vodafone also stands to get benefit, but this plan is restricted to few specific users identified. How did they come to know that? Right? They identified by studying the data. What is the data? My consumption data, right? My call data, my internet usage data, right? Over a period of time, they observed some patterns. They saw that there is some kind of value proposition that they can build, and based on that, they draw some insight and extend these kind of specific targeted or let's say customized plans to some specific customers, right? That is application of business intelligence. That is what is called business intelligence. Now you can think of it that when you are working in such kind of initiatives, your focus will be slightly different than when you're working on a business process management or a business architecture institute. You will apply the same techniques, you will look at the same tasks that are there in the knowledge area. Everything is the rest of the content, or let's the overall scope will be same. But yes, there will be some specific aspects which you will be doing it slightly differently to achieve success in a business intelligence perspective, right? So that's the idea behind this this topic. Is it clear? Okay, and rest we'll go in detail, look into the details of this, I mean in terms of the content. Okay, now change scope, same steps, because this is the structure that Babok has elaborated every topic in the perspective area. Change scope, business analysis scope, approaches and techniques, underlying competencies, and impact on knowledge areas. Now, if you look into business intelligence perspective, it highlights the unique characteristics of business analysis when practiced in the context of transforming, integrating, and enhancing data, right? That's what we are talking about here. Make sense? We're talking about data here, right? So now when we transform data, we want to transform data into some kind of value added information. How do we do that? So basically we have to think about where to source this data, how to integrate this data, what tools are there available to us. So do we need to buy any new tool? These are some of the questions that you will ask when you are working on a business intelligence perspective, right? Then what kind of conclusions you are going to draw to support business decision making. All of that is what you are going to decide when you are working on a business intelligence initiative. Make sense? Change scope. When you talk about breadth of change, right? If you look into it, breadth of change, you have to understand the solution architecture for this. You remember architecture means what? Blueprint, right? Blueprint of the technological landscape of the company, right? Because this is data. When we talk about data, obviously we are talking about some IT systems are involved, right? And you need to have some kind of there will be some kind of solution architecture. There will be a solution architect with whom you can discuss, right? So in order to have a uniform understanding of this initiative, you have to understand what is the basically exact source of information that you are going to get. That's why you see the single point of truth, right? It's mentioned that if you see, it is consistent definition and usage of information throughout an organization by establishing a single point of truth, right? So you have to see, because the source of data, there can be multiple sources of data, right? Multiple data sources. It could be from within the organization, from outside the organization, right? You have to make sure that you are really figuring out what will be your source of data, correct source of data that you are going to feed into your systems, right? So that is why you need to have a solution architecture view. And when you look at the solution architecture view, there will be data sources, which will be your input, meaning external systems, internal systems, sometimes other sources like let's say the data collected on the web, meaning websites, all the different websites, right? Audio visual data, documents, texts. This could be other sources of the data, right? And this data is fed into the system, right? That whatever IT system that is there, and there the data transformation happens, right? Plus the data quality management is implemented over there, meaning you have to clean some data, right? So, and then what you have to do is you have to process that data, meaning using some tools, right? Unstructured. It would be some kind of ETL, extraction transformation load tool. Meaning, when I say you should be doing, you'll have technical help on that. You are not doing all of this together alone, right? So this requires, of course, technical expertise. I'm not saying that BAs with non-technical background will be actually doing this data transformation and all. They cannot do that. They will only be able to do it only some extent, up to some extent, based on what we understand with respect to data modeling and things like that. We can do that part. If we do not have knowledge on, let's say, coding and things like that, we cannot. We will not be participating in that level of detail, right? And not it is not required also. That is not mandated by no one. If you are willing and if you have that capability, please feel free. That's how you can participate in decision making. Depth of change. Business intelligence initiatives focus on the information needed to support decision making across different levels within the organization. It could be executive level, management level, or process level. The value and solutions delivered. If you look into this aspect, what happens? Value and solution delivered. Like the object, whatever objective we are starting with, that transforms to what value we are achieving. For example, the objective is reduction in processing time of a transaction. That was the objective, right? So obviously, what is the value? Value means whether we were able to reduce it from the current whatever processing times are there. So you have to have a performance metric. You have to see whether that has been achieved or not, right? This is the target level, but at the same time, if the achievement is with the if the achievement of the target has happened because of killing some or let's say shutting down some aspect of it, was it okay, or are you not breaking some compliance requirement? You have to make sure that you are not achieving the target by let's say losing some part of it, right? And you should not be you should be able to make informed decisions. That is what you have, that is expected here, right? So be careful. You're when you're talking about, like I said, if the Vodafone is promoting this kind of plan and people are actually not or let's say inclined, or there is some issue happening whereby people are actually, let's say, surrendering their connections, right? Then that means there is something wrong with the process, right? The way it has been implemented, you have not actually got value. Yes, some customers have been able to agreed to your request, and they said that yes, I want to go with the higher plan. But few other customers, what did they say? They actually surrendered their connections. Now you have to compare. There is something wrong with the process, right? Something was not done correctly, right? So you have to make you have to understand what value it is getting delivered, and you have to take a course correction. You have to make a course correction if that steps are not correct. Delivery approach. A business intelligence solution presents a range of delivery options to meet the emerging information needs of the stakeholders. Now, in this case, if I talk about it in terms of specific delivery, it is an operational initiative. It could be an operational initiative, right? Or it could be at a senior management level initiative. Like in the example that I gave, that was more at an operational effectiveness, right? Because it was at a systems driven decision, but it was also contributing somewhat towards the management goals of driving revenue. The same initiative that I gave you the example of targeted promotion of a particular postpaid plan, right, within the employee segment of IBM, was what? An operational effectiveness, which was a delivery approach at an operational level, but it also helped Vodafone to target, or let's say achieve or set and achieve those revenue goals at a management level, right? So it can have a combination of this kind of delivery impact. Make sense? Okay. Now, if you understood this part, let me ask you a question. What do you think would be the major assumptions when you're working on a data initiative? What do you think? Assumptions, right? Because that's the next topic we are going to look at in the context of this. business intelligence perspective, some of the major assumptions. What are you working on? You're working on data. What do you assume then? Yeah, you're working on data. So then what are some of the assumptions that you're going to look at? The assumption would be like something like the data is valid, right? The existing system data, existing transactions data is usable, right? You're not, as a BA, you are not going to question that the data, whatever is getting produced, is whether it is correct. I mean, you will question whether it is correct or not, but you are not going to question the business process itself in terms of how the data is getting generated, right? You have to start from a point when the data, you assume that the data, the system, whatever the system data is, system generated data is predictable, it is usable, and then you do that analysis, or let's say process that data, right? Then that's one of the key assumptions, right? The cross-functional data infrastructure is needed to support a business intelligence solution has not been let's say precluded, meaning avoided by the organization on technical, financial, political, cultural, or other grounds, right? So this is basically that you have to see that whatever is the infrastructure that you are going to use, right? Yeah, that is there, that is not excluded to be processed in terms of these things, right? The organization should recognize that process reengineering and change management might be needed, right? So for this to happen, sometimes you might have to do some organizational reengineering or process change in that aspect. So that is something that has to be allowed. Yeah. Then in terms of the change sponsors, right, business analysis scope, who all are involved in this, if you see, you will see the change sponsor as it is. It could be like, if you think of it, in the change sponsor, usually it is the highest level role from the organization. Why it is a highest level? Because if you think, it's not like this business intelligence initiatives or projects, they do not happen usually because of a drop in 1 quarter sales or 1 year sales or something like that. They don't happen. They are mainly driven to look at how else we can improve our organization, where exactly we can see some savings, or can we promote any kind of savings within the organization in terms of changing some processes. So therefore, it's usually when the originator of the this kind of initiatives is someone from a top level in the organization. They spend some time on understanding what is going on with the existing organization. They're doing regular reviews of existing process, and then they decide, oh yes, we can bring about a change now. And that is why usually the initiative is the trigger, and the trigger for this initiative comes from the top level. Okay. Now, change targets are actually what, the change targets for this business intelligence initiative, it will be the actual decisions, business decisions, right? Because what you are doing is you are actually trying to like in the example that I gave you, the data was analyzed and the resulting outcome was coming up with a specific plan for specific customers and promote that plan among these targeted customers, right? So that was the outcome. So what the business decision of taking that, oh yes, we can launch yet another new plan, and that will be targeted for a specific set of customers. That was the business outcome, or let's say that was the business decision. That is the target of this kind of change. I mean, all the business decisions that we make will be the change targets here, right? All the intermediate steps like data analysis, data drawing of making insights or making some observations, making the patterns of the data, like usage patterns, call data pattern, all of that are let's say the preliminary steps to arrive at that decision that we need to come up with a new plan. Okay. Now, business analyst position, in terms of this, you may get involved if you are having some technical skills, right? I mean, your role would be primarily kind of a role of a you will play the role of a licensing role. Licensing meaning you kind of you came as a mediator, right, between the business intelligence stakeholders, right? And the solution providers, meaning the technical people in the team or in your team, who solution architect, developer, who are actually working on the data, loading of the data, then running the whatever tools that are there, right? And providing you with the reports for your analysis again, right? So you will be kind of a mediator role. If you have more technical skills, right, then you can participate in maybe even preparing some kind of dashboards, or you can do some kind of decision modeling, right? These are some technical things that you can participate. If you have some technical expertise as well, you can participate in that, right? So usually in when you are working in this kind of business intelligence initiative, you are more like a functional analyst who has a very good understanding of data, right? And some kind of and you can come up with some kind of suggestions about what predictive techniques can be used, right? And you can have some kind of visualization skills, like you can come up with some kind of dashboards using Excel, right? So these are the basic skills that you can make use of when you're working in business intelligence initiative. Okay. Now, outcomes from a point of view of business analysis outcome. When you do business analysis in scope of this activity, meaning a business intelligence perspective, what you are doing, you will collect data from large sources. How you collect that data? Where do you organize that data? How do you organize that data? Right? Do you maintain some kind of index of the data? Right? Is it easily accessible? Who all can have access? These are the things that you will be working on, right? Collection of data. Then integration of from different sources, integration of data from different sources. So these are specific aspects that you would be as a business analysis outcomes, as a deliverable, as your deliverable. These will be your kind of deliverables, right? You can come up with a data model, right? So that those are the things that will be the outcomes, business analysis outcomes, or some kind of reports as well, right? Dashboards, reports. Okay. So in terms of approaches and techniques, right, here you will come across if you today's world, right? In today's world, what you'll see is there are different types of analytics that we talk about, data analytics, right? In this, when we talk about, let's say, approaches, if you talk about approaches, there are three different types of approaches in terms of analytics approaches, right? The solution can be, and depending upon these approaches, the complexity, the cost, the objective is also different. For example, descriptive analytics. There are three different types of analytics that that you can see, right? Descriptive analytics. What is descriptive analytics? If you look at the word descriptive, descriptive itself means I am describing something based on some historical data. Okay, it is usage of historical data, right, to understand and describe the past business analysis or business performance. Basically, that is descriptive. Okay, so you are using historical data to describe the past performance. Okay, how well the business has done, how I mean, what was the sales growth over the last 7 years. These are some of the things that you would be doing when you are doing a descriptive analytics, right? Now, when you do business analysis on this, the focus is on basically the information, right? For standard reporting or dashboards, whatever reporting tools that you are already using, the focus is on that part. When you are doing predictive analytics, right? The next part is predictive analytics, right? You looked at descriptive, now you are talking about predictive. Predictive analytics meaning you are still dealing with historical data. You are still dealing with historical data, but you apply certain statistical methods, right? Statistical methods like hypothesis testing, right? There are different types of testings, right? I mean, these are like, yes, you have to do some, I mean, if you have to have some knowledge of statistics and statistical methods, right? If you are participating in the technical aspects of this, right? So but there is a Z test, T test. These are some of the hypothesis testing methods that even I did in my college calculation. MBA statistics as well. So we had this. So you will apply some statistical techniques to that. So what are you going to do? You are going to do and apply to what? Historical data, and to understand what? Different patterns, right? And draw some relationships, and you'll see how one is related to another to make some predictions based on past data. So basically, you use past data to make some predictions about the future, right? So if you are making this kind of analysis, then that is called predictive analytics. And the third one is a prescriptive analytics, right? So first one is descriptive, second one is predictive, and the third one is prescriptive. What is prescriptive then? Now it expands that predictive analytics, right? It expands, it builds on that predictive analytics, meaning that means you are using historical data, right, to identify certain decisions, right? And you use certain advanced sophisticated methods like machine learning, right, or even statistical optimization, simulation techniques, right, to determine the best choice among various options, right? So you have you come up with multiple options. Out of that, you prescribe or recommend one action out of that, right? One or more, usually one action. That's what it is done. So that's a more sophisticated level of analytics, right? Now this would require, of course, much more technical competence in terms of data analysis, let's say skills, right? Data science people who are proficient in data science, they usually do this kind of prescriptive analytics. They are more engaging in this, right? So this is what are the different approaches to let's say the business intelligence perspective, right? It could be a descriptive analytics initiative, it could be about a predictive analytics, it could be about a prescriptive analytics initiative, right? So, and in terms of data, right, you can also understand that here the data can be structured data or unstructured data, right? So you will, as part of BA, what I can understand, structured, unstructured data, meaning, see, any text data, images, audio, right, video, these are all your unstructured data. Okay, structured data, we can arrange them into specific structures like rows and columns, right? And that we can use it. So you don't need technical expertise to understand what is a structured data and what is not a unstructured data, right? So where exactly a non-technical person can contribute is identifying the sources of data, arranging this data according to its format. So these are the things that we can actually contribute into, right? As if you are a general BA who is who is landing in such an initiative, and you start learning, of course, if you want to learn more, you can keep on expanding your learnings, but that's fine. So these are, understanding of these two are important in terms of the techniques, right? Now, underlying competencies, when you look at from BAs, from the underlying competencies here, you should be skilled in decision modeling, data analysis techniques, including basic statistics, data profiling. You should be able to do some kind of pivot, right, in Excel, right? Excel is really a wonderful tool in terms of major things. You can do major analysis using Excel, actually, right? You can also have some knowledge of ETL. So these are some of the underlying competencies that might be helpful to persons who are working on business intelligence initiatives. And impact on knowledge areas, all of these knowledge areas are impacted by this. Basically, each knowledge area, there are different techniques that are specific to, let's say, that these are more, some of the techniques in every knowledge area, there will be certain techniques which will be more useful in the context of a, let's say, business intelligence perspective or business process management perspective. So accordingly, you should be able to identify which techniques could be useful. Like, for example, decision analysis, right? Estimation. Okay, these are techniques that are there in your solution evaluation knowledge area. Now, this estimation technique is something that is useful even in case of business intelligence perspective, right? Or root cause analysis. That's one technique which is useful, right? Risk analysis and management. That's another technique which is useful. So these are some of the techniques that could be useful across these business intelligence initiatives. Okay, this is your question on this topic. This is a very easy question, of course. Okay, now let's go to one of the interesting topics now. This was not really that interesting, I guess, to many of you, but this is one of the perspectives, so it was important to go through. Okay. Okay, the next topic we are going to, before we move to the Agile perspective in detail, right? We are going to briefly understand what is SDLC, right? That is one of the most important things that we need to understand, so that we are able to really understand the concept of how BAs work in terms of the various tasks that you will come across in the business analysis knowledge areas, how that is used in real life, right? Before I probably share and go into the PPT, I'll probably do some writing and I'll show you some details whereby it will be a bit more easier to understand. So when we talk about, let's say, any software, right? I'm taking an example of software world so that it becomes easier for you to understand the SDLC methodology, right? It becomes easier to understand. When you talk about any software, let's say even software preparation and implementation, basically the preparation and implementation, any new software and preparation and implementation. If you're talking about this part of the activity, what is going to happen, right? Invariably, if you think of it, right, there will be few stages, which is called planning. The first one is called planning, right? Some of you might know this, but I still have to do it for the benefit of the entire session, for all the other participants as well. But I'll still go into the details of this, right? Planning. Then comes analysis, right? Then there is design, right? Planning, analysis, design. Then it could be, much more detailed in terms of design, then development, right? Then it comes to integration and testing, right? Integration and testing, right? And finally, implementation, right? And there could be another stage also. If you want to just drag it and extend another trip, that would be maintenance. If you recall, if you see this, I am saying planning, analysis, design goes development, then integration testing to implementation, maintenance, right? So these are the typical stages of SDLC. Any SDLC, think about any SDLC methodology. Don't worry about methodology at all, but if you look into any SDLC, it will always follow this stage. In some cases, it is called PADC. One second, PADIC cycle or something like that. I don't recall the short name. It's not to worry. Planning, analysis, design, development, integration, testing, and maintenance, right? So these are the actual steps in any real world software implementation. Having said so, when I started the basic explanation about the approaches or methodologies, I also gave you one example that, in fact, the term that I said that IIBA uses only two, basically two names to describe all methodologies. When we talked about perspectives also, IIBA uses only two approaches, or it describes. When we say methodologies, do you remember the name I said? When we started with information technology, predictive and adaptive. So IIBA does not use the term called waterfall, or it does not use this specifically saying that agile method. I mean, basically, it clubs every method, all agile approaches into the basic adaptive, right? All agile approaches are treated as adaptive. Okay, so that's the key thing to remember here, right? Now, having said so, when we go into the details of our perspective of agile perspective, before that, I want you to first appreciate and understand how does a waterfall model really look like? What would it look like, right? I have a diagram for that. I'll show you in this slide. But like I explained in when we talked about information technology perspective, we looked at one aspects. What was that? Basically, we said that when user is working on information technology perspective, right, IT perspective, we said that that is a waterfall, usually, yeah, PDA, PADI, DIT, correct, something like that. But anyways, just to understand this SDLC part in detail, when it is in the context of predictive approach, which is a what predictive means waterfall, right? When we want to do that, it follows a certain sequence of steps, right? The subsequent step does not happen at all, or nothing begins on the subsequent step prior to all the activities that are assumed to be done in the previous step are completed, right? So that is typically predictive. Predictive means you are predicting at the very start of the project that you are going to work on analysis, requirement analysis for the first month. For example, you're starting a project. Imagine you're starting a project on 20th of March, right? Your project plan will show something like from 20th March till, let's say, 20th April, for 1 month, you are going to work on requirement analysis. Basically, you are going to look at requirement analysis for the first requirement elicitation and analysis. These are the two aspects, because you keep on getting requirements, you do some analysis. So basically, you will say, your project plan will look like from 20th March to 20th April, I'll be doing requirement elicitation and analysis, right? Nothing begins on the rest of the part till this part is over, right? For 1 month, nothing actually even starts. And the next part is, let's say, software design, because that's where the design work is happening, right? You analyze those requirements and then you actually document some of those details into BRD, FRD, and so on and so forth. That becomes your software design. So this is how the sequence proceeds, and that is what I have in a picture where I have showed it here. You can see I have requirement elicitation, right? And then the requirement analysis happens, right? So basically, this is a cycle. You can be very sure that not one session is enough for when you are going to a project meeting, when you are going with a meeting into your client. The client will tell you some requirements. You will grasp that information. You will note down information somewhere. You come back, you analyze that, and you have a few more questions. What do? You go back and ask them, right, for some more clarification. And this cycle goes on for a couple of months. It could be 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, whatever is the project, depending upon the project size, right? Duration, you can see, right? At this stage, there is a kind of a handover that is happening to another team, meaning you as a BA have some view, some rough diagrams, some process model diagrams, and so on, you're prepared, and you are discussing or giving that handover to your technical people. And sometimes they give you some feedback, you make some changes in those diagrams and so on and so forth, and again provide them updated diagram, right? This handover happens to this team. There is a handover at this stage. Once this handover is done, these guys, means these technical guys, they prepare the technical design, and based on which the actual developers will do the coding, right? So basically, again, here there is a handing over, right? You as a BA, your role is primarily till this part, it is completely your job till this part. Here you have a job of what kind of role you have. If you look into it, what kind of role you will do in these areas when you are here, software design, coding, when the project is doing this phase, what kind of role you would be doing? You will be advising, providing clarification, making updates, Monitoring, you are not the one who is going to monitor as such, but what you will do is the software design, when they design and develop and provide you the outcome, you probably can participate along with the testing team to understand how the functionality is matured, right? Or whatever you have designed, is it working accordingly or not? That's how you can do it, right? As part of, we can play the role of test line. Deadlines you are not going to monitor in terms of because that's the project manager's responsibility. It is the project manager who would be monitoring the deadlines. Your deliverables are supposed to interact with, yes, we interact directly with developers. We do that. Yeah. So basically your role is more like a consulting role in these phases, right? In the testing phase is where you can actually contribute in terms of validating some of the results along with the testers, right? In UAT, your role is more like a support. UAT is user acceptance testing. Basically, here the category is the somebody from the client or the actual business users participate in the testing, right, and provide you the outcome. And basically, they pass or fail the test cases, right? And once the testing, the software code gets cleared at this stage, only then it is deployed to production. So there is a clear handoff here, kind of go no go decision here. If it is a go, then the software is deployed to production, and then it moves to the post maintenance after the deployment to production into a post maintenance phase. So this is typically a waterfall methodology. What you see on the on this picture is typically a waterfall methodology. Make sense? Okay. Now there is a slight different. I mean, over a period of time, there have been certain variations here, right? What have been certain variations? Now again, I'll go back to one of the drawing boards, right, and I'll try to show something on this because we have seen that part. Now I'll show you something interesting here. What happens is usually whatever you saw here right now, right, in terms of that diagram, I'll take that and represent it in the form of a SDLC cycle, right? We have analysis, right, which is the requirement analysis phase. Then we have the design phase, right, which is the software design phase, right? We have design phase. You have design, right? Then I'll say that you have coding part, like I'll keep the coding part as it is, whatever we saw, right? Then see, we have testing part. Then I'll keep the same thing, UAT. Then I'll say UAT is going to deployment, right? Deployment. And then I'm going to maintenance, MTCE. So I just showed it in the form of your SDLC life cycle, right? Now, having shown this, right, what you can do is, what you can do, no, what happens in real world is, right, this entire process, like I showed you, it could be 1, 2, 3 years, right? They have broken down this into this entire process. They have broken down into what they do is they call this as one release spread over, let's say, 3 months or 4 months, let's say 4 months. Then what they do is when the time the deployment is happening, basically from analysis to deployment, when analysis to deployment, something is happening, right? If you see to deployment, right? This is one release done. Basically, at this point, one release is done. At this point, one release is done. Okay. Now, what happens is, as soon as the deployment is done, the team is actually focused on, basically the BA can focus soon after his design is done for the first 4 months, and he can start focusing on the analysis of the requirements that are targeted for the next 4 months. Analysis, design, same process goes on, right? Coding, right? Then testing, right? Then UAT, okay? UAT, right? Deployment, right? And then MTC, maintenance, right? So this process is continuous. Now, this one release is for 4 months. Now here the second release, this is called a 4 months release. This is another for second release, right? Again, this is from analysis till deployment, right? And when this is done, the next iteration can begin. When you do this kind of thing, it is called kind of a iterative approach, right? It is a iterative approach. What is this? ITERATIVE, iterative approach. But again, this is not strictly agile. This is not strictly agile. This is an iterative approach, no doubt, but it is a variation of a waterfall methodology. You can call this as kind of mini waterfall, right? A 4 months release cycle. The difference here is, if you see what is happening here is, you are supposed to still get all the requirements at the beginning, at the start. The only thing is, you are distributing those requirements across different phases, and you are going to start working on those analysis of those requirements at a different phase. So that's the difference here. As part of the regular waterfall, this is not really agile. This is not agile. This what I'm showing here right now is not agile. Okay, so that's the reason I wanted to be very clear. You have to have an understanding. There are different ways in the real life implementation of projects, right? Even if you come something across like this, do not assume that it is working as an agile. It's not really agile. Okay, so agiles have certain ceremonies that is very important in that context, right? So we'll look into that aspect as well in some more time. We'll just go in sequentially one by one, right? So I hope now you have a clear understanding of SDLC. You will realize why the understanding is so important. That is why I'm stressing this, right? Just to give you an idea here, I want to tell you that if you understand the methodology properly about how your project is functioning, you will realize how you will perform your tasks, because your methodology will guide you how you are going to perform your BA work, right? So that is the reason why this understanding of this knowledge is very important. Okay, so this is a typical example of a waterfall predictive approach. Now we are going to study about the agile perspective, right? And it's like we started with information technology perspective. We are going to look into the agile perspective in the same way. But here, before I go into more details about it, I want to talk a few things. Before we go into the IIBA structure of representation of the topic, we want to talk some more about agile details, so that it will help you to have a holistic view on Scrum and other things. There is no difference between SDLC and agiles. There is no difference between SDLC. SDLC is software development lifecycle. This is irrespective of agile, waterfall, whatever you see, right? The activities that you saw is analysis, design, coding, UAT, testing, deployment, maintenance. All of that happens even within agile. I started my statement at the very beginning that SDLC is software development lifecycle, and that is not different from agile. Even within agile, you will see this. So wait on understanding the agile process, and then you will realize that. Okay, first understand this. There are a few things that I want to talk about in terms of if you see what is agile perspective talks about. Before we go into the IIBA structural format, I want to talk about what is agile mindset. By the way, what do you mean by the word agile? What do you think? Agile means flexible, right? That's the agility we call, right? Agility, 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 right? Flexible, right? Flexible means I'm able to adapt, right? Adapt to what? Change, right? So because that's the key thing, right? Here, adapt to change, and change can be also sometimes some new ask. That is also a kind. I mean, in a different way, it's also a change, right? Or some new enhancements, right? So if you see what agile mindset means we should be welcoming change, right? Changes are welcome. This mindset, having this mindset means you are welcoming change at all times. You should be working in small increments, right? Only then you will be achieving success. So it helps in work. So the agile mindset, meaning people who are supposed to work in agile, you are working on small increments, right? Small increments, not really big changes, right? Small increments add up to big changes. Using build and feedback loops. What does it mean? Meaning you are building something and you are showing that to the customer, right? And you are gathering feedback. And again, based on the feedback, you are making improvements. That is why that's the agile mindset, right? You are showing by doing this, what you are doing by doing this, you only do by doing this, you can show that you are actually doing a continuous improvement, right? So there is the agile mindset also talks about continuous improvement at some point. You will see that. Learning through discovery. Why? Because as you build, you will fail, right? Sometimes you fail. Our testing fails. We are not able to get the results that we wanted, right? So learning through discovery, meaning what? It also is relates to one of the fact that many things, when you talk about in terms of a waterfall project, right? You know that there is a project that has to be initiated and something has to be developed, some new software has to be developed. But imagine you would not know all the requirements at the very beginning, and you will actually discover some of the details by learning, by doing that, right? And when you do that, you have to incorporate that learning. Then there is something called value driven development, meaning we'll talk about this in much more detail. But when we do agile, when we are adopting an agile methodology, what we are trying to do is, here we may have tons of requirements, meaning we may have 10 different requirements, 20 requirements, but we select the top 4 requirements for the first cycle, which means how these top 4 requirements are selected based on what value they are providing, right? Which means here you are focusing on the topmost important requirements which are providing the maximum value to the business. That doesn't mean that the rest 16 requirements are useless. They are also useful, but they will be picked up in a sequence at some point, right? We will reprioritize that requirements, remaining 16 requirements. They can increase because a user has added new requirements after the first cycle, right? And so on and so forth. So that is why this approach is called as a value driven development. Then it is also said the failing fast with learning, because you are not discovering everything at the beginning. There is a chance that you will fail, and it is encouraged that if you fail, that you are failing fast, fail early. Early on, if failing is not a costly thing. You can correct that immediately, right? With less amount of cost and resources. Whereas if you fail much later in the process of development, then that becomes a problem. It is a costly mistake, right? So that's the reason failing fast with learning. Then continuous delivery, meaning you deliver cycles, you deliver in immediate cycles. That these are, there are specific names for that. We'll learn about this I'll show you a very beautiful video on that, so that it will clear all the concepts at one go, right? And then it is all about continuous improvement, because we are working in small increments. So therefore, the increments do add up to provide you the big picture that we want to get it. Now, let me show you a video on this so that you understand this agile. So we are going to talk about specifically about agile Scrum process now. Okay. So that will give you a very in-depth understanding about all the concepts that agile as Agile Perspective uses as well. Okay. Just let me. So please pay attention to this video and kindly listen to the terms that are being explained. So we will discuss those terms again, but I want you to pay attention so that you can relate it when we are trying with the examples. That would be very nice to recall.
To be competitive in today's fast-moving marketplace, organizations need to drive innovation in every part of their business. As a result, more and more companies are embracing agile development as a viable development methodology that delivers customer value faster in both information technology and across key business units. But what is Agile? What does it do? And how does it live in an organization alongside traditional development practices? Well, to answer these questions, let's meet Mary, the owner of a small toy store with great products and clientele. Her store is so successful and popular that she'd like to start selling her toys online. As part of this effort, she wants to modernize the infrastructure of the store to support further growth. The problem is that Mary isn't sure how to manage this expansion. The two projects don't have a lot of similarities. Upgrading the store's infrastructure involves a number of different steps, and the infrastructure cannot be used until all of these steps are completed. Selling toys on the internet involves creating an online database, then letting her customers buy toys on a website or smartphone application. Unlike the infrastructure, her online presence can be rolled out incrementally and expanded as needed. The two projects will have at least one common resource. Mary has hired Luke, an IT professional, to upgrade her infrastructure and design the website. Mary uses a single tool to manage the details of both projects from one place. She takes a look at what needs to be done and decides to work on the website first. Mary's not quite sure what her clientele expects from a toy store website, but does know that she wants to start as soon as possible. Given this, she decides to manage the website's development using Agile. Agile is a development mindset focused on delivering customer value. This means that if you work in an Agile fashion, you mitigate risk by continually sharing your work with your customers in order to validate that what you are building is what they really want. To do this, Mary contracts with Rajesh, a product owner who will work with a team to build the website using Agile Scrum. Agile Scrum produces the highest business value in the shortest time by developing products in an iterative, incremental manner. Each iteration or short development cycle is called a sprint. Each sprint is typically a few weeks long and involves requirements definition, product design, coding, and testing. The end result of every sprint is a potentially shippable product. So after the first sprint, Mary will have a live website that includes the functionality that she needs most. Each sprint after that will improve the website a bit more, incrementally building on top of each other. Prior to the first sprint, Rajesh meets with Mary. They use CA Agile Vision to document and manage her requirements in a product backlog. The product backlog outlines the project's timelines and priorities. Managing the product backlog is called backlog grooming. Requirements in Agile are called user stories because they are focused on what the customer or user needs. They are presented in a canonical form that emphasizes the customer. Once the product backlog is fully groomed, Rajesh starts a sprint planning meeting. Rajesh gathers his team together, and this includes Tammy, a Scrum Master, and the Scrum team. As Scrum Master, Tammy facilitates the sprint planning meetings. She also ensures that the project runs smoothly by removing any obstacles that prevent the team from doing their work. Rajesh presents the sprint's goal to Tammy and the Scrum team. The first sprint will focus on getting a basic website up and running so that Mary can start making money as soon as possible. The team reviews the prioritized product backlog and hones the user stories by asking the product owner for more details about them. They also size the stories in order to determine what stories will fit into the sprint. Tammy moves the high-priority stories from the product backlog to the sprint backlog. The sprint backlog defines the scope of Sprint 1. The team determines that they can work on 4 high-priority stories: creating a website, developing description pages for Mary's most popular toys, creating a checkout page, building a smartphone app for mobile purchases. Once the sprint backlog is complete, the Scrum team starts working on the user stories. Every day during the sprint, Tammy convenes the daily stand-up, a quick meeting where everyone answers 3 questions. What did you do yesterday? What will you do today? What obstacles are impeding your progress? Tammy records all progress in the sprint backlog. As the team does their work, she updates and shares the sprint burndown graph with the team. This graph highlights the progress made in the sprint and how much work is remaining. When all the sprint's work has been completed, the Scrum team presents the first sprint's deliverables to Mary in the end of sprint review meeting. After reviewing everything, Mary, Rajesh, and the Scrum team all agree that the website is ready to go live. Mary's toy store is now online. Now that customers can shop on the internet, Mary and Rajesh talk to them in order to get feedback on their experiences. This information is used to identify new requirements for upcoming sprints. As final action of the sprint, Tammy conducts a sprint retrospective meeting with the Scrum team. Here they systematically evaluate what worked well and what did not during the sprint, identifying what can be improved in the future. The retrospective completes the sprint. After that meeting, Sprint 2 starts and consists of the same process: sprint planning, daily stand-up meetings, the end of sprint review, and concluding with the retrospective. As the sprints continue, the team iterates to quickly and continuously improve the website until both Mary and her customers are completely satisfied. Using Agile Scrum to build Mary's website provided several benefits. First of all, Mary's website went online quickly, right after Sprint 1. While it's not everything that Mary wants, at this early stage the website is functional, and more importantly, making her money. Secondly, Agile Scrum lets Mary be more certain of what she's getting. Since Rajesh continually asked Mary what she thought of the site's progress, the end result was closer to what she needed. Lastly, because Agile focuses on delivering customer value, it increases company revenue. Customer feedback was rapidly gathered and used to improve the website in later sprints so that customers are happy and inspired to spend more money.
I hope you like this video. Yeah. So in the video, right, if you recall, through some of the, let me remind you some of the important aspects of that, right? So in the video, if you recall, at roughly about 1 minute 40 seconds into that video, a statement was said, right? Mary wants to build a toy store, right, to sell her toys online, but at the same time, she's really not sure about what all things would be required, isn't it? Yes or no? Do you recall that statement? Right? So imagine the context. When we just now spoke about, we try to relate this video to what we have discussed so far, right? If in just moments ago, or let's say some minutes ago, we discussed about the waterfall methodology, which is called as the predictive approach, right? In the predictive approach, we saw that what do we expect from customer? Customers should be able to describe all requirements at the beginning of the project in such a way that we should be able to move on. After that, no more requirements will be accepted, right? Imagine what is the reality actually. The reality is kind of different, right? It is never the fact that all the requirements will be known at the beginning of the project. It is really extremely difficult. Yes, there will be some high-level requirements, some high-level goals and objectives, and of course, there will be some details about it, but there will be always scope for some missing cases which we have not identified at the beginning of the project, right? So that is the reality. And that's why this, if you think of it, if you ask me, is Agile a brand new concept which has come out of the blue? The answer is no. It is, if you think through how Agile as a buzzword, Agile has become a buzzword, right? Why did it become a buzzword? Because we have been working in a specific fashion in the past, right? If you look into it, we have been working in a specific fashion in the past, and that specific fashion was not giving us those results, right? And that is the reason why this new mindset has developed, right? So I think I'll have to just move a slide up, and then I'll show you about this thing, right? And then we'll come back to that part about the terms. We'll again discuss. So what happened is, if you think of it, when we started working on the predictive approach when we were developing the software, when we meaning in historically many professionals who were working on this real world business case, right? All the real world businesses, they were discovering that there are better ways of developing software, right? Instead of just documenting everything first and starting to only do the building of the software at a much later phase, they were discovering that there are better ways of doing it. And that is why you see the Agile manifesto that these people have defined is, we are uncovering better ways of developing software by doing it and helping others do it, right? And through this work, we have come to value individuals and interactions over processes and tools. Basically, what it focuses on is, we want to discuss more, right? We want to discuss with people more, collaborate with people more, right? We want to rely on frequent interactions. Like in that video, we saw that daily stand-up meetings is what? Daily interactions with the people, right? With all the people, you can see, and it addresses not by designation, it addresses the team. It says the Scrum team, right? There is no designation importance like developer, IT, or let's say tester, BA, something like that. It's the Scrum team. And of course, you will, in the Scrum team, individual persons have their own designations and their own skills and expertise, but they are together make this Scrum team, and they are always working together. And right, that's how usually the agile teams are small in size. Right, that is how they're supposed to be, because they work on small increments and they work together. Right, that's how they have to do. So individuals and interactions are emphasized over processes and tools, meaning you don't have a big generating a if you want a new change request, you have to get a change request approved through multiple persons or multiple steps in the organization. That kind of thing is not needed here. If a new change is coming, the product owner will come and communicate to the Scrum team, guys, in the next sprint, we are supposed to, Brajesh in this video was communicating the Scrum goal, right? The sprint goal to the team, right? So same thing, the product owner would come back and say that, oh guys, we have to implement a new change request or new change. Now the team itself will decide, because the team has already decided that it will develop only 4 user stories for a particular sprint. Now the product owner has come up with a new story. What will happen? You have to prioritize. You have to reprioritize what you have done already, right? So these 4 stories were prioritized. Maybe you won't pick one of those stories. You will have to drop one of those stories and put it into the product backlog and incorporate this urgent requirement, if that is what is supposed to be done. And if the sprint has not begun, if the sprint has begun, there is no way that you will accommodate that requirement. That will be part of the next sprint only, right? And again, of course, based on reprioritization and value-driven development. That is why that it all happens to individuals and interactions instead of a detailed process. Working software over comprehensive documentation. You do not rely, or you do not ask for, or let's say, the focus is not, I won't say you ask for, because that's all company. It all depends upon companies and projects. The focus, when it is truly agile, I'm saying, mark my words, I'm saying when it is truly agile framework with the, agile methodology that companies are using, if they are using in real world, then there will be not too much of a huge documentation like BRD, FRD, and all such kind of things, right? The reality could be different. I'm being a bit sarcastic here, but the reality is really different in the real world, right? I have seen companies, they call themselves, or let's say the projects, I have seen that they call themselves Agile and Agile Scrum, but they still rely on producing huge documentation, maintaining all the design and everything. And that is not really Agile. It's a hybrid thing, and it is painful. In terms of, because the expectations run like they are going to get results like in Agile Scrum, and then they expect that all their details should be documented. That doesn't happen like that, right? So anyways, that's the sad part of the real world. But theoretically, it is focused on working software, right? Yes, some companies do that. I'm not denying that some companies do strictly follow Agile and they really get such kind of benefits, right? So they work on small increments and they get that. So it is a working software, and thereby you saw in that video as well, there was a demo to the customer, right? After each sprint, there was a demo, right, to the customer where they show this software and take the feedback, right? And that's where the customer collaboration happens. And instead of when you talk about change request, simply gets accommodated and gets reprioritized and set to say. So responding to change or following a plan. So these are the values that you saw in that video demonstrated. Yes or no? Yeah. So that is why while there is value in the items on the right, it says that whatever processes, tools, documentation, yes, they don't. The people who advocate this, or let's say the Agile Manifesto as such, it declares that yes, it is not that documentation is not useful. Documentation is useful. Then there must be some documentation. Bare minimum, some minimum documentation is needed. Otherwise, we will never be able to understand what is happening. If people leave the team, it is very difficult to follow, right? So while there is importance in that, but the what is more important is we want to value individuals and interactions, working software, customer collaboration, responding to change. This is called Agile Manifesto, right? So Agile is about having a flexible mindset, like we looked at the beginning, embodied in a set of values and principles. These are the the manifesto, and this will reveal certain principles as well. We will look into those principles as well. And it exhibited by a complementary practices. Agile initiatives involve or welcome constant change. Now let's go back to our slide and repeat the understanding of the terms that we understood, right, from the video. Okay, this is critical to understand because this is what you will see that will be your part of Scrum as well, right? That I mean, whenever if you think you will want to study more about Scrum process and things like that, you will come across these terms. So product owner. So as we saw in that video, product owner is the Brajesh who was there on this team, right? But usually, right, in the real world scenario, if you bring a product owner from the outside meaning outside of the entire organization or company, it will not be really beneficial unless the product owner has a background and of the company. I mean, in terms of he is also experienced in a similar role in another company, right? Similar role in the sense he knows the business. The business is also the same. Product owner is someone who is usually having multiple years of experience, who understand the product intricacies, meaning because for example, in Brajesh's case, in this case, Mary's toy store, I would expect Brajesh, if Mary has hired Brajesh, right, that means Brajesh is someone who is very thorough with the toy business, who understands the toy business, how customers choose toys, right, how let's say what are the latest toys, what are the different types of toys people prefer, right, how they are categorized. So he understands this toy business very well because it's about the product, right? We are talking about the product as such, right? He should be someone who is of that kind of experience, right? He should understand some aspect of technical aspects, some aspects of non-technical aspects. I mean, not technically. I mean, when I say technical, not necessarily that he should know coding and all that, but he should be able to understand how a business is done, right? So he should be that kind of person. That video assumes that. It is not saying that, but I want to give you this context. So the designation person is represented because he represents the customer. Imagine, right? He represents Mary, and Mary is the toy shop business owner. So basically, he is the key person who actually corresponds with the entire team, rest of the team on Mary's side, who deal with all the customers. Let's say, for example, Mary has a physical store, right? She had a physical store, if you recall in the video, right? That was running successful and it was famously successful and so on and so forth. But if you understand the product owner's role, why I keep saying is he needs to know the product very well is because he needs to ensure that he is able to communicate with the rest of the team in Mary's departments to ensure that, yes, the business is growing in the correct line, right? So that's what is the product owner's responsibility, right? So here he is the key prime in terms of the understanding the requirements or giving the requirements and so on. Scrum Master. This is the role of the project manager, right? Usually the Agile project manager is called the Scrum Master in this. He manages the Agile project. He or she manages the Agile project. What does she do? She removes the obstacles in the sense what the team is doing, whatever kind of blockers the team is facing, right? Dependencies, what can be removed and what alternatives they can use. So those are the things that the Scrum Master's responsibility is to be doing, right? Then product backlog. Product backlog, we understood that the user stories which we get from the stakeholders, right? They form the product backlog. User stories are the requirements, right? They are see, this is where I want to you emphasize here. Usually what happens, this is where you get stakeholder or solution level requirements, right? The project is already initiated, meaning the business requirements are already done. Mary has decided that the toy store online store, she wants to establish an online toy store. So business requirements have been decided because she sees that there is possibility of enhancing more revenue by going online, and that is the reason the business level requirements have already been discussed, and stakeholder level requirement to some extent, yes, they have been also discussed because the online idea is already emerged, right? Or she could have thought about the other aspect, like opening a store, another store in another city, right? But that is not what she has done. What she has done is she has decided as an online presence, right? So yes, anyways, I'm going into requirement details, but just to connect the dots, I just give you that example, right? So user stories, received from the stakeholders will form the product backlog. Sprint planning meeting, meaning every sprint is usually 2 to 4 weeks, no more than that. I mean, basically it's a short sprints. I mean, here we can 1 to 4 weeks. Ideally, 1 week is not. In most cases, 1 week does not suffice to complete a sprint, right? So we keep it in real world. We keep it somewhere around 2 weeks, 2 to 4 weeks is each sprint. So basically, 1 month you can say, right? I mean, if I just take 4 weeks, meaning 1 month, one sprint, right? You will within 1 month, one feature or two features will be developed. That's it. That's what we are going to say here, right? So we are talking about small increments here, right? So sprint planning meeting is the meeting done by the agile team. When I say agile team, it includes product owners, the scrum master, the entire team, the rest of the team, right? And no one else. And no one else, meaning no one from other than the team, scrum team, right? So meeting done by the agile team to determine what features will be done in the next sprint. Whereas in case of waterfall, when you do requirement analysis, what do? You go and speak to every other person who is, you have to find out, you have to figure out the key people that with whom you have to speak, you have to reach out to them, you have to ask them to join meetings, understand that everything from them. Here, all that responsibility is on whom? Product owner. So basically, it is product owner who is going to discuss with the rest of the team in Mary's whole organization, right? It is his or her responsibility. Any kind of changes. The Scrum team is working with the product owner to ensure that the whatever value they have promised will be delivered. It's the product owner, no one else, right? So that's the point here, right? Okay. So the sprint planning meeting is meeting done with agile team to determine what features will be done in the next sprint. Sprint backlog is the work the team selects to get done in the next sprint, meaning the upcoming sprint, whatever is upcoming sprint, whatever works, whatever 4 or 5 user stories that the team decides, that is what is going to be the sprint backlog. Okay. Then the sprint is the short iteration, the cycle, short cycle, where the project teams work to complete the work in the sprint backlog, right? Daily stand-up meeting, a quick meeting each day to discuss any blockers, any issues, right? The proposed solutions and so on, led by the Scrum Master. It should be for 15 minutes, no more than that. Sprint review, an inspection done at the end of the sprint, meaning you have done the development and then you are doing a sprint review. And this is usually by the customers. I mean, you invite the customer, you invite Mary to this, and it will be shown to customer and maybe some other stakeholders as well, including Mary's extended team. It will be reviewed with them, right? Sprint review and feedback gathered. Retrospective is among the sprint team. It is about the sprint team, which meeting is done to determine what went wrong during the team. This is not a blame game meeting, right? It is about gently identifying what did we do well, what did we not do well, right? What can be done better, right? If we have done something better, can we improve upon that? How many times we can improve upon it, right? Can we do that more often? If we did some steps, right? If we did some steps which actually helped in improving the quality, can we do that more often? Can we do that more repetitively, right? These are the kind of questions that we are going to ask. And if we have done something wrong, can we reduce that steps multiple times? I mean, let's say, can we stop doing that, right, repeatedly, right? These are the things that we are going to do here. Basically, a lessons learned. Partial completed product. Customers demo the product and provides feedback. This feedback adjusts the next sprint priorities, right? So basically, some partially completed product, and the feedbacks are whatever feedback you get it, you adjust it in the next. Release. Now, several sprints worth of work directed to operations for possible rollout and testing. Here, there is one more concept that is actually worth important. What happens is, ideally, theoretically, what happens is every sprint is, the outcome of every sprint is a potentially shippable product. Outcome of every sprint theoretically is a potentially shippable product. When I say potentially shippable, meaning shippable product, meaning potentially deployable product or shippable product. When we say we can actually deliver it to production, right? after every sprint, if the sprint is, let's say, 2 weeks, after every 2 weeks, I can deploy a feature, right? That is the potentially shippable product. But what companies choose is, or let's say in real world, how does it sometimes work out is, I may choose that I will go on completing 3 sprints, and finally, after the end of third sprint, I'm going to release this into production, or let's say I'm going to deploy this in production. That is called release. So basically, and why it is done? To get more value, right? And again, all of these decisions depend upon the value, what value we are bringing. For example, if Mary's team had decided, for example, in the as per the example video we saw, right? Mary's team has decided that they will have a checkout page, they will have a shopping catalog, right? And some payment mechanism and so on, right? These are the first 4 requirements, whatever was there on the video, right? Imagine, let's say the payment mechanism was not really, possible within the first sprint. They are not able to complete that. So that's why they actually had planned it for the second sprint. Now, if you consider the remaining 3, let's say the team had selected 3 checkout page, then showing the product catalog and so on. If they had selected these 2, can they not deploy into production? The answer is yes, they can. By deploying it to production, they can actually show the screen. It will be shown like it. You can actually go and select the products, add it to shopping cart. Till that part you can do, but you cannot really check out, and basically you cannot really pay because the payment module is not yet ready, right? So by deploying this, the value, is there value? Yes, there is a value, but this value is not maximized because I'm only giving a partial delivery, which will not be really giving them, the customer, in terms of revenue or some kind of, let's say, more value add. The moment I add the payment module to this, what happens is the release becomes much more significant. So basically, I decide to release the product after this third sprint, right? So that's when several sprints worth of work directed to operations or possible rollout and testing. That becomes the release planning. Okay. So this is how Agile Scrum is executed. Makes sense now? Okay. Now I have a question to you, which is an interesting question. Let me ask you about this. Okay. If you think through, this is the traditional or predictive methodology, right? And this is the adaptive or basically the Agile Scrum methodologies, if you see here, right? Just look at the, this is called the triple constraint, meaning always any project, if you see, it is a scope, time, and cost, right? These are the triple constraint. If you see the triangle here in the traditional methodology, you start with basically the scope, right? The scope, you start with the scope here, right? And what happens is, as you go on moving, the traditional, the time and cost is already, you are already, in all the cases, you are actually constrained by time and cost. But when you look into it, it is like how it is implemented. You are taking the scope and then you are implementing the over a period of time, right? As you discover more and more requirements, what happens is this cost and time becomes very variable, right? As you can see, it becomes increasingly difficult. In more and more, with more requirements identified, you go on increasing this, right? It goes on increasing. But when you look into it here, what happens here? You are saying that you will work within a sprint. You are saying within a sprint you are going to work. So you are limiting the time, right? And within the sprint, you are sizing those user stories, meaning you are taking the 4 most important user stories along with an agreement with the product owner that these are the 4 user stories that are considered most valuable, right? Whatever amount of cost that is going to happen will cost you that. So basically, you are starting with something that is at a agreed by time and cost. And then as you go on, you are actually decreasing the amount of scope that is remaining unfulfilled here. Correct? Meaning you are at this point you are delivering the most valuable features, right? Because you are driven by value, correct? So therefore you can see that all the most valuable features are getting delivered. At some point you will realize, okay, whatever features are remaining undelivered, maybe there is no more value in developing doing that, right? And therefore it can so happen that some requirements will never get developed. They always remain in product backlog and they will be discarded. But such kind of scenario, do you think is possible in case of a waterfall? Because you are not starting with that kind of approach itself. Your mindset is not like that. Makes sense? In a product backlog, by reprioritizing the product backlog before every sprint, what you are trying to do is you are trying to deliver the most valuable features early on. And as you go on delivering those early features, I mean, most valuable features, you will realize at some point the client will realize that, yes, so, okay, I mean, the client can go on in both the cases. If you see, if the client has unlimited, I mean, very big pockets in terms of a large amount of money, they can go on expanding, adding more and more features, right? Who stops them, right? But the thing is, the reality is much different. Funds, time, resources are all limited, right? In that context, what is the best thing to do? We deliver the most valuable features early. And as we go on getting more and more valuable features, we might think that at some point we don't need the additional features. They are of no use, right? Or let's say they have some use, but maybe I can live with that by not having them, right? So that's fine. So that's how you can save money over there, right? That's the reason you see that agile is becoming the buzzword. But having said so, one reminder here, I just want to say this part that this is statistics basically, right? Not necessarily every project that is working, let's say, using Agile Scrum is successful. It is not really successful because, again, the issue is people of different, I mean, there can be many multiple issues, right? I mean, if you think through in the context of this Agile versus waterfall, right? One of them is top management buy-in, right? Top management should be consistently, yes, supportive of this kind of thing. If they are not supportive, because agile team is consuming resources, and they will see that what will happen is people when they see demo, for example, in agile scrum, what happens is when you show up demo sessions, they keep on adding features, and what will happen is many features are added just for the heck of it. I mean, the key users see that, oh yes, it would be good to have this in a different font color, or this would be, now that is adding some additional work to the team, right? And if they go on including that kind of work, what will happen is it is like a scope creep, right? So this could be another reason, right? So I mean, there are multiple ways in which a project fails. It's not necessarily agile is the best minds. I mean, agile is the only way to do the best work, right? So what I'm trying to tell you is, even IIBA says this very specifically, is that the methodology that works best for that organization should be chosen. It could be agile, scrum, it could be a hybrid of these two, it could be waterfall. Whatever works best for that organization to achieve success, that is to be chosen. Yeah. Okay. Now let's move to the content about this. We studied this Agile Perspective starting one, right? And some guiding principles, right? Agile. This is from the Agile, basically Agile Manifesto and the subsequent topics. There are 12 guiding principles of Agile. What do they say? I mean, you need not remember any of these. I mean, there is no need to mug up any of these things. It is not asked in the exam, right? But I wanted to share this information so that you may just relate to what is being discussed here, right? It is not really from an exam point of view at all. It's more from your understanding. In a company, right? A company, there are multiple divisions, right? And there are multiple heads of those divisions, right? Think of it. You will answer your question yourself. And the projects may be just affecting that one particular division, and they can be run using Agile. Who cares? No, it is perfectly okay. And there are, in reality also, that is the situation. right? In my current project, like I said, we have two aspects. We have migration. We have also some kind of automation, right? Our automation stream that, I mean, we are in the team that we have, current team that we have, we are 3 BAs actually. No, not 3, sorry, 4 BAs, right? 2 on the automation part, and the other 2 BAs are basically working on the migration. I am the one who is primarily working on the migration one, but at the same time, I am also linking the migration aspects to the automation aspect, because without the migrating the existing data to the new project, I mean new system, I really cannot make use of automation capabilities, right? But does that mean that automation team cannot deliver its items in the agile fashion that it is doing? The answer is no, it can. Why? Instead of doing that, let's say executing the data on a migrated data, I can actually create a new order in the new system where I have already implemented this migration, automation capabilities, right? And I can proceed. The automation part will work. So therefore, my automation team is actually working today. As on today, they are working on a agile fashion, in an agile fashion, right? Whereas what we are working today, as on today, is not really an agile front, but overall the team, some people in our management still expects that, oh, the migration will also give agile kind of results. The answer is no, it can never give. The reason is because we are, for us, all the data elements have to be migrated in a specific fashion, and they have to be interlinked. All the things have to be, the correct outcome should produce, right? So that is not going to happen in migration projects unless we improve the data quality with every run. For us, each sprint is kind of a run to improve the data quality. That's it. We are not really able to deliver any kind of outcome at that point. So in reality also, this is true that multiple projects can be executed within the same company using different methodologies. Perfectly okay. And that is the fact. Okay. And anyways, coming back to the topic on the 12 guiding principles, right? So our Agile says that our highest priority is to satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery of valuable software. So delivery of value, right? That's what we are saying here. Welcoming change requirements even late in development. Agile process harness change for the customer's competitive advantage. Let me ask you a question. If you think through this, I won't. I'll just read through the rest of the things. But think of it. Let me ask you a very blunt question, kind of thing, right? Whose project is this? Imagine you are from the client organization. Then whose project is this? For whose benefit the project is getting executed? For the customer, meaning in case of client, right? Client, customer, right? Now, whose infrastructure is being developed? Is the client, correct? Then who is actually spending the money? Who is paying for that? Client. Then who are you to say no to additional requirements? Right? The point here is, it is like it is client's business, it is client's money, it's client's requirements. Yes. And we have to accommodate these requirements. The only thing is, yes, even in waterfall, you really cannot, despite what the waterfall theoretically says, mark my words, theoretically, says that changes are not welcome, but invariably changes creep in, and changes, there is a method to accommodate change request, which is called a change request, and that change request follows through several steps. We will look at one of the process flow diagrams. I'll show you, right? So invariably that also part comes in. There also the change is accommodated. Yes, that when you do such kind of changes in a waterfall methodology, the impact is much more significant, because it is costly to implement that kind of change, and there is a lot of negotiations, plus sometimes quarrel happens, right? Sometimes some kind of fights happens. In terms of not really physical fights, but yes, unpleasant situations turn up on that, because So there will be blame game. Requirements were missed from your side, my side, and so on and so forth. That is how the discussions turn out to be, usually in a projects following waterfall methodology. Whereas in case of Agile Scrum, we know that the new requirements would come up, so that understanding is there from the very beginning, right? So, anyways, moving on. So, delivering working software frequently from a couple of weeks to a couple of months with the preference to shorter time scales. So, the preference is always to a shorter time scale. Business people and developers must work together daily throughout the project. One of the reasons why failure of you'll see agile projects is because the product owner does not engage too often, right? Or the product owner is less not that experienced, right? Or he's not able to vocalize the requirements from the end users, right? Or the business team or the Scrum team is not able to understand the requirements in the right context. So these are some of the other reasons why the projects could fail, right? Build projects around motivated individuals, give them the environment and support they need, trust them to get the job done. So here, if you see, one of the important factors that is being emphasized here is give, or let's say, trust people to do their job, right? You're not expected to micromanage people. So that is why it says build projects around motivated individuals. So in Agile, if you think through this part, and if I ask you one of the strengths or limitations of Agile versus Waterfall, if you think through, in a Waterfall methodology, the projects are usually helpful in terms of for junior people to learn through the life cycle of the project. But that kind of learning environment or learning curve is not possible when you are working on an Agile Scrum methodology. When you are joining an Agile Scrum, you will end up sometimes having a limited view of the project because you are working on certain features, and that only that one will be the idea. That's a limitation in the case of Agile projects. But at the same time, in order to be successfully be able to work in an Agile Scrum, you should be an experienced candidate, a relatively more experienced candidate. Otherwise, you will not probably be able to contribute in that team, right? That's another challenge. So you have to find the right experience to be successful in an Agile Scrum team. So I keep highlighting some limitations as well at some of the points. The reason I'm doing so is for you to consider the fact that in reality, whatever theory says, that may not be true, and that is not really true, right? Many times the Agile teams are not successful because you are not able to build the correct team. You don't find the correct experienced people, right? Some members are there who are experienced, others are not. What can you do? That will affect the project outcome, and that is also true, and that happens. Sixth point, the most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and within a development team is a face-to-face conversation. This is a guiding principle, not necessarily, theoretically, this is Agile Manifesto and Agile theory guiding principle says it should be a face-to-face meeting. It should be a co-located team. Today, in real world, do you think this is actually happening everywhere? It says co-located team face-to-face meetings, right? Meaning every day the stand-up meeting is supposed to be a face-to-face meeting. Like I said, my current project is doing an automation project, and that team is actually working on Agile Scrum. We don't do a face-to-face meeting. We end up doing a face-to-face meeting, and that too part of the team, I'm telling you, are doing only once a week. Imagine. So rest of the time, it is always online, right? So, but this is the other way to do. There is no other way. Theoretically, something is said, but the extension is whatever reality we work in, that has to be accommodated, right? But that does not mean that we are not following Agile as well, right? So yeah, I just wanted to give you an extended view of what it means, right? Working software is the primary measure of progress, not really producing of BRD, FRD, detailed documents. That's not really the real measure. Agile processes promote sustainable development. The sponsors, development, and users should be able to maintain a constant pace indefinitely. Okay. Continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. Simplicity is the art of maximizing the amount of work not done. So basically what it means, if you recall the triangle and I explained, you go on developing the most valuable features, right? So the identification, the art to identify the most valuable features is something that will help you to minimize the amount of work that needs to be done, and some of the work that you can actually discard. You don't need to do it. So you avoid waste, right? That's how the art of maximizing the amount of work not done is essential. So the best architecture requirements and designs emerge from self-motivated, self-organized teams. So that is the guiding principle, it says, right? At regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective, and then tunes and adjusts, meaning basically course corrects its behavior. So these are the guiding principles of Agile.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a business analytics course in collaboration with IIBA PowerTech. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques in time series forecasting, risk analysis, data visualization, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry experts in just 5 months. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of business analytics.
We are going to touch upon strategy analysis knowledge area. So that's where you will also realize that you will be doing some of the tasks that are there in requirement elicitation and collaboration. So those are the tasks that you will also be doing in this project conceptualization stage. Anyway, moving on, regarding the Agile perspective, right? When we talked about Agile perspective, right? So what is basically Agile manifesto? I don't want you to, I'm not asking you to recall me exact manifesto, but think of it, what exactly Agile manifesto is indicating towards. What exactly it indicates? What does it indicate? When it says Agile manifesto, yes, it is flexible, correct? One, it is flexible, adaptive. Yes, these are the basically adaptive versus predictive is the term that is being used throughout by Babcock, right? Adaptive. What else? The most important part is individuals, right? It focuses on individuals and interactions. Basically, this is one of the key, what you say, cornerstone of Agile, right? It says that by focusing on individuals and the interactions between them, we want to build working software, right? Rather than writing huge documents, and work along with the customers, because that also comes under interactions, right? You are continuously interacting with the product owner, right? In the example that we saw, video that we saw, Mary's Toy Store, you remember there is a product owner who is actually interacting on a daily basis, right, with the product, basically the Scrum team, right? So that the product owner represents the customer. So he is the only face that you will ever see from the customer point of view. That is, basically not ever see, meaning he is the daily interaction channel for you. That's it. Unlike in a waterfall project where you will end up interacting with several people, and there is a mess of communication. That is what happens. So more importantly, also you are always open to accept changes, right? That's how this is Agile is made up of, right? Now, having said so, there are certain key terms that we learned from the Agile Scrum process, right? If you looked into that. One, product owner. What was product owner? Who was the product owner? Product owner is the designated person, right? He is the key person that has been designated to represent the customer throughout the project. Scrum Master, we looked at Scrum Master, right? Tani in that video, right? She was responsible to help team overcome any kind of the obstacles that the team is facing, right? So Scrum Master is usually, in other words, Scrum Master is a kind of a project manager, Agile project manager, right? So like in the waterfall, you have a regular project manager. Here you can call them is Agile project manager or Scrum Master. That's what. Product backlog. Product backlog is nothing but all the requirements from all different kinds of stakeholders. That is what is the product backlog. right? Sprint planning meeting. We looked at sprint planning meeting. Sprint planning meeting is the meeting done by the Scrum team, right? The Scrum team to determine what exact features will be picked up from the product backlog to be developed and delivered in the next upcoming sprint, right? So basically, sprint planning meeting is nothing but you have a bunch of requirements in a backlog. You pick up the requirements based on the priority and all the value that you looked at, and you pick up the prioritized requirements from them and decide which of them you as a team, meaning not only you as a BA, you as the entire team will be able to design, code, develop, and implement. These all the 4-5 cycles of that whatever we saw in terms of SDLC steps. All of them we can finish in a particular period of time, and that period of time is called sprint, right? So that period of usually it is 1 to 4 weeks, depending upon the projects. It is 1 to 4 weeks, right? So that's when the team is trying to complete this. So basically, when you talk about sprint backlog is the work that the result of this sprint planning meeting, whatever you discussed and deliver, you plan to deliver, that becomes your sprint backlog, because that is the work that the sprint team has selected to get it done in the upcoming sprint. Now, sprint review meaning something that is done at the end of the sprint, meaning you are completing the 1 to 4 weeks of sprint, whatever was the 1 to 4 weeks of sprint. You are done, meaning you are done with the development and implementation, and then you are actually reviewing what was done. Sprint review, that is an inspection, right? Done at the end of the sprint by the customers. This is where the customers are involved. Okay, and throughout the sprint, you keep on doing daily stand-up meeting where the Scrum Master leads the meetings in terms of asking what is the problems and like how you are doing, right? I'm not changing, showing anything else. It is the white screen with some writing. It is a review session that I am doing right now. Then we talked about retrospective. Retrospective is what? Meeting that is done to determine what went wrong and what was done right. So, and this is where this is not a blame game meeting. It is kind of a lessons learned meeting for every sprint. Okay. And then you have something called a partially completed product and release. Basically, partially completed product meaning when customer demos the product and provides feedback, right? Now, based on the feedback, the next sprint, you make some adjustments. Release planning, if you recall, I had already told you, release planning meaning you do not really release the code into production after every sprint. You wait for completion of work of 2 to 3 sprints, depending upon because all of this is decision that is being taken along with the product owner. The product owner and the customer, they see more value if 3 sprints worth of work is released at one go. If that is the case, they wait till the 3 sprints work is finished, and that 3 sprints of work of whatever has been developed, all of that is delivered, or let's say rolled out into production at one go, right? Doesn't mean that the work that was done in each sprint is not worthy of going into it, but it just adds more value if we do it together. It is always, when you see retrospective meeting, it is always between these Scrum team. So basically, retrospective team is the Scrum team, right? It is not from anyone else other than the product owner from the customer side. No one else will be there. I mean, that is the usual, theoretically, that is what it is supposed to mean. Okay, so now we can move on to the next today's presentation. Let's go to that. Okay, so like if I briefly talked about in the last week as well, that in a traditional or let's say waterfall methodology, where a project is following a waterfall methodology, you will really see that when the interactions, as you can see in this diagram that has been depicted here, right? In order to make a decision, also in order to get an approval, in order to make a decision, you have to reach out to so many different people spread across organization, within your own organization plus the client people, right? So if you divide this group into client, then this becomes even more complex. Whereas when you talk about in terms of agile coordination, you have a product owner, who is responsible? You don't have all these other people like sponsor, architect, they won't be there. I mean, basically architect is within that Scrum team itself. So that is how it works, right? So the number of channels of communication is much less, which leads to more interaction happening, frequent interaction happening, and productive interaction happening between the team, right? And therefore, the delivery of value is much faster and with less amount of interference from several non-related, let's say, those who don't really are related to or participating in the day-to-day activities, right? So that is why it is much more effective. I mean, theoretically, that is how it is. Having said so, this is one of the most important and summary slide of how you would see when you talk about this is actually a BA responsibilities in predictive versus adaptive approach. I have tried to use the term that is being used by Babcock. So that is the reason you see predictive versus adaptive approach. Now, if you just try to compare between these two, they've done it, between predictive and adaptive, you can see that the heading itself, adaptive, it is repeated every sprint, right? It doesn't mean that BA actually does once and forgets it, right? So if you see project kickoff meeting, that is one of the sessions that happens in case of a typical waterfall project, where you actually, as a BA, your role is more like to listen and understand high-level project requirements. You could refer several existing documents like SOW, which is the statement of work that a client signs and hands it over to the vendor team, right? So that's the SOW, which lists out a lot of details at a very high level, very, very high level about the goal of the project and what are the expected timelines and so on and so forth. That is what is listed out, right? So that document is shared. And of course, you are not going to prepare that document, but usually the project manager and those people who prepare that document and agree with the client. So, and that is being discussed when that, if you are fortunate that you are right now, at the start, you have joined that project right at the start of the meeting, you get this opportunity also to be part of that kind of sessions. You may not get this opportunity if you are joining the project after the project has kicked off and people have started working it. So usually that is how we feel. I mean, if you ask me, throughout my career, most of the times it is like already we are at a stage where we are doing this requirement elicitation, right? So that's the stage when we as BAs are already involved, because the project kickoff meetings already has happened prior to us joining this project. That's how the resourcing happens. But in some cases, it can happen that you are right from that is the pre-stage business analysis. Basically, when you talk about why a project is initiated, that's when whoever is involved at that point of time, they get that opportunity to be part of this kind of. Anyway, project roadmap discussion. That is what is called in case of a Agile Scrum, right? Here, the discussion is about how the work will be planned over sprints, right? And what could be the sprint duration at a very high level, because the sprint duration doesn't get finalized at this level. It really cannot be finalized because you don't know how the team is going actually working effectively over a period of time. Meaning, basically, once you see how the team is responding to the user stories, how they are able to gel with each other and work effectively, right? Based on that, the team velocity is decided. This is the term called velocity, right? Velocity meaning it also it terms about how much work as the team together can actually complete it, right? That helps you to finalize the sprint, right? So yes, theoretically we have something in mind that yes, this is how this many weeks, 1 to 4 weeks, depending upon the project, the stakeholders take a decision, but that decision may not be final at this stage itself. It can change, right? So yes, that is because it is adaptive. That is the reason it can change, but it won't change frequently. It will be changing at the early stages. That's it. And epics priority discussion, basically epics is a big story that is broken down into smaller user stories for each sprint, right? So epics, the priority discussion is also happens, which based on the value being delivered for each user story. That's how this discussion is happening. So if you see the similarity, if you try to see the name of the session or the kind of interactions that happen, they are slightly different when you look at predictive versus adaptive, right? So here usually most of the work is done offline. People go back to their individual rooms or let's say individual places of work and document and share it across email. Whereas this roadmap discussion is again it is kind of done in a joint workshop session kind of thing. That's when this happens. So all of that is mutual interaction that happens. Here, as part of your work, if you can see, when you look into a waterfall approach, you are going to, or let's say predictive approach, as part of your role, as a BA role, you are going to create your BA plan, right? I mean, when you are going to complete your requirement elicitation, right? What is the deliverable that you are going to produce, right? When will you have the review sessions? It's a kind of a BA plan of when and what I will be doing. I, as a BA on this project, will be doing. Now, this we'll talk about it in BA planning and monitoring. That is where this task would come up. We'll talk more details on that. In reality, this is a theoretically, yes, this is how it is supposed to be. In reality, very few people do that. Schedule meetings, follow-up meetings with stakeholders, elicit requirement, ensure all stakeholders are on same page. In fact, you do the same thing here as well, but it is just a repetitive. So you don't really write a very big plan. In this case, you don't see that kind of thing done here, but unless you plan your work, you cannot monitor. So it is always better to plan your work, but we'll talk about more in planning and improvements in that knowledge area. So the work that you would be doing is discuss stories, understand business context, discuss solutions, logic, bugs discussion, basically in the sprints. When you deliver sprints results, there can be some defects. Those defects are again rectified in the next sprint. So you end up discussing bugs, right, in the sprint discussions as well. So requirement analysis, elicitation, and analysis happens almost simultaneously, right? So you gather requirements, you start analyzing them, and you also document, you prepare certain kind of process models, use case diagrams, and so on and so forth, and you get a sign off. Same thing here as well. If you can see, they are broken down into smaller ones. Here, the point here is, the key thing is you are working on small increments. So basically, yes, you break them into smaller ones, try to map it to value, and then you see how that functionality can be further broken down into smaller parts. That's the main idea of this kind of activity. Technical design, meaning basically knowledge transfer to design and development team, coding team, the developers who will be developing this. Here, there is no such knowledge transfer because the team is working together. You are actually interacting with the development team on a day-to-day basis, and that is why there is no such knowledge transfer. You are really working together with them, right? You are discussing that part. Coding, answering queries. Here also, it all happens on the discussions. Here, it can be offline, meaning somebody is sending you questions on email, you are responding to that. That's why it's not that efficient when you are going into this kind of approach. Testing. You also participate in testing throughout when you are working on an adaptive approach. Basically, you see the results. You are witness to the entire testing scheme that is happening. Here, it is again a kind of somebody prepares you a test plan and shares it with you to review the test plan. Your role is to review the test cases. You may not execute test cases, but as a BA, if I have designed something, right? Because if I have worked on the solution aspect, I would be knowing how that functionality should be tested, right? So it is not really out of the place when somebody expects a BA to do some kind of functional testing, because this is one of the notions that I keep hearing from the participants that, should a BA do a testing? Why not? Question is, what is wrong in that? If I have worked on the design, I have worked on the user story, and if I am responsible for that design and I have delivered a design, it doesn't mean that I've just delivered some crap and now I'm done, right? Because I'm owning up my responsibility. I know that, this functionality, the way I have designed is correct, right? If it is not working, then yes, I am there to actually test it out and see the basic functionality. I'm not asking you to do all the negative testing and all kinds of scenarios. No, it's not that. The objective is not that. Basically, I have myself tested many of the design features that I have developed, right? So we do that functional testing. So basic functional testing, if we do it, it is good for us also as PS, because we learn a lot from that. So the quick answer to many of those doubts that you might be having, that does a BA does the testing? Yes, the answer is yes. In most cases, it is like a unsaid rule, kind of, not even rule, I would say. It's an expectation that yes, sometimes you have to test some of the things. So end user training here, basically you are actually facilitating the UAT team. UAT is user acceptance testing. When the client or the team from the client is actually doing the testing, right? You are actually facilitating those. You are guiding them, right? And if there is a change request, you have to accommodate that change request and follow the process that is there for change process, right? And in this case, there is no such kind of a setting a change request, because if a new user story comes in, if a new change comes in, it simply gets added to the product backlog, right? And that's the thing that you do when you are working on an adaptive work. Tell me Bhakti, what do you mean by testing knowledge? What exactly do you mean by testing knowledge? Can you please elaborate software testing? In your mind, what are you thinking about software testing? Guys, you are going into something where you want to become a tester role, right? Try to understand and relate to the fact what is being told here. I am telling you, you worked on a design. For example, very simple. The business came to your question requirement saying that, guys, I want a warning message to be displayed in English and French. And you know that requirement, we prepared a design showing UI, some UI, draft UI screen. We prepared a mock-up screen and shared it with the client, right? Then that was our design delivery. And when that is developed and delivered, can you not test it? What knowledge do you need of automation? What knowledge do you need of any kind of tools? Tell me, what kind of knowledge do you need to test this kind of thing? No, you don't need anything. Design knowledge, what kind of design knowledge you need? I gave you a scenario. I am asking you a very clear scenario. I as a business owner, I have given you a requirement. Guys, I want to see a warning message in English and French. You as a BA have given me a design in terms of writing. You prepared a mock-up screen and shared it with me, right? And that design was finally developed by your technical team, meaning your coding people have implemented that in the UI, actual UI that was developed and delivered. So when you want to test it, what do you need to test it? What kind of design knowledge do you need? Functional flow. You just need to know the functional flow. That's it. Meaning, when I am saying I am giving, as a business owner, I gave you a requirement, guys, in this module when I'm working, because remember, when I'm giving you this example, this is in the context of a project that you are already working for some weeks, some months, right? So I'm coming to you, guys. I want to see now in this login screen, when you log in, you're not designing a new entirely login screen. There is something already there, and I'm asking for a requirement saying that, guys, I want to see a warning message in this. And you give me that design that this is how it will look, right? And your developer has already developed it and delivered it. In the code is delivered. Now you need to know what to test that. Do you need to know testing knowledge? Do you need to know Selenium? Do you need to know any kind of all the test automation tool? If you are the one who has prepared that design, you really don't need any knowledge beyond the functional knowledge of how to arrive at that step. And if you don't know that, then you have not done your work properly. If you don't know how to arrive at that step where you will see that warning message, then you have not done your analysis work properly. Do you agree with me? When I am saying that if you do not know that how to arrive at the step where you will see that warning message in the flow, then you have not done your work properly. You just did some crap work, right? You need to understand the business requirement. You need to analyze that requirement. You need to understand the functional flow. Oh, yes, this screen actually comes only after third step, meaning you log in, you click, for example, that UI. Let's imagine this UI is about a banking application, right? You are working in the banking project. And then this requirement in the bank, I as a bank let's say one of the process owners in the bank has given you this requirement. Now, this particular screen, I am coming from the credit, let's say home loan processing department, right? Now, where exactly this warning message will come? Because I am from the home loan processing department, I have given you this requirement. When you click on the home loan, let's say processing module, let's say that is a separate module in the banking ecosystem. You click on that module, you have to enter some particular details, and you click on something, whatever is, all that is your part of analysis discussion, right? I'm just giving you a random example. So if you click on that link, then I am saying that, yes, there should be a warning message that has to be displayed in these two languages. You have understood this flow. If you have not understood this flow during your analysis, you have not done your job. As simple as that. It is a very simple. You don't even need to know any kind of technical knowledge, nothing. It is just that understanding of how the business is run, how the business is moving, right? What are the steps? You discuss this, you understand this. If you understand, you document this, you properly visualize this, then you can really answer this. And this is the basic functional testing that anyone would expect. And there is nothing wrong in this. Make sense? Okay. Now we'll just go to the content of the, like we finished all the other perspectives. Here also we just look into the what Babcock says in terms of Agile perspective. So far we covered Agile in much detail, Agile, Scrum, all the Scrum parts we have covered in much detail. Now we'll talk about from the Babcock perspective, how what it means, right? Now we know, right? Perspectives are basically what they are. They are a lens to view how BA is working, right? Like in a environment. Now, when we say Agile perspective, it is simply what it essentially means that it highlights the unique features of the BA work, right? When it is being done in an Agile environment. That's it. Basically, what it essentially tries to highlight is this Agile perspective is trying to highlight is the BA work when it is being done in an Agile environment. So when we talk about change scope, right? This can be divided into breadth of change, depth of change, the same way that we studied all other perspectives. Here also we are going into touch upon all those aspects. But just before we go into the details of these steps, when BAs are working on these kind of Agile initiatives, basically with Agile environments, right? They engage with the business process, business team at a strategic level at some times, right? And assist in kind of defining the proposed features, right? That will be aligning with the organization's objective. Now, you may sometimes your role could be like a stakeholder proxy role, meaning you will be representing the stakeholder. I have seen many projects where the BA is kind of playing the product owner role. He's not from the client team, but he is from the vendor team. But at the same time, he is actually acting as a product owner. I mean, theoretically, that is not good, because if you do not know the business, how well you will be able to define the project needs, right? Imagine if I'm joining Mary's Scrum team as a product owner. My role, I don't know Mary's business as better as well as Mary knows her own business, right? Isn't it? Right? But unfortunately, in many cases, this is also true. In reality, this is how it happens. So therefore, you see problems in the Agile world. So Agile theoretically assumes a lot of things, right? Theoretically, it says, yes, product owner would be somebody who is having very good knowledge of the business, very good knowledge of the product. Sometimes what happens is when the product, what you call is COTS product, like for example, I'm talking commercial off-the-shelf products like Siebel CRM, or let's say in the banking world, Finacle software from the Finacle, this is a software that is there from the Infosys, which is used in most of the Indian banks, right? The key people who have implemented, let's say, this Finacle software over multiple projects, they are the kind of product owners in that Finacle product owner. Basically, what has happened is by doing this work repeatedly over multiple projects, multiple organizations, they have known the different kinds of complexities that would come across or challenges that will come across when they are implementing this project for a new bank, let's say, right? So they can be part of a product owner when they are working with this kind of new bank, right? Because that's the scenario. Where you will see this kind of roles getting overlapping, right? So requirements in this process, when you see Agile Scrum process, we know that they are developed through continuous exploration, right? And it's more regular, right? It is unlike in a waterfall methodology. Now, when you look at breadth of the change, we know that when we talk about breadth of the change, meaning it is about the systems that we need to change within an organization. And most often, this is the common case that Agile practices, when they are applied, they are in the software development projects. Very rarely, in the non-software related changes, this Agile approaches are used. But I'm not saying that they are not used at all. They can be used in case of, let's say, business improvement or process improvement. They can be used. It's not that it is not possible, but the more frequent use you will see is in the software development project. That's where you will see the Agile implementation. Okay, let's say Agile environment. Okay. Now, one of the key things when we talk about breadth of changes, the focus is always on the continuous improvement. Okay, continuous improvement, because why? We are looking at the entire value stream and trying to improve upon by changing, by observing the behavior, right, over a period of time, making progress that will actually align with the organization culture as well. That is why it is more like, because as I said, in order to be agile initiatives to be successful, there is a very strong need of top management buy-in, right? Because what happens is people start expecting value early on in the project, right? And that is why agile is there. And if the project is delivering some value which is not perceived by the management as, let's say, it is delivering good value, then they go on to this direction that, oh no, this is not working out well. It may be true in some cases, but it may be too early to make such kind of decision in other cases. So therefore, there is a tendency to evaluate the success or failure at a very early stage, and that is a problem with this kind of work. And as we move on, I'm also giving you the limitations of this methodology, right? I mean, it is not that agile is a cure-all phenomenon. It is not really like that. In reality, many agile projects have also failed. It is not that all the agile projects have been successful. It's not true, right? Just to give you an idea about how this agile environment works, it has its own challenges, but it is also a very good way to work when requirements are, when people are experienced, they are really working in an optimized environment with strong management backing. This works wonders. Okay. Now, depth of change, when we talk about depth of change, is basically the agile stream is all, since it is always centered, or more often centered on the software development, right? So depth of change would touch upon, like, for example, process reengineering, right? Meaning some process steps are getting altered, right? So therefore, it can touch upon the process reengineering or even a business process change. Okay. Value and solutions delivered. The value and solutions delivered in an agile environment is similar to any other initiative. There is no change at all. Meaning, in terms of, but whatever we talked about, let's say business intelligence or business process management, the value and solutions delivered would have a similar kind of impact. That is what we are expecting here. It won't be any different. Okay. Now, delivery approach, we know it is frequent deliveries, right? Meaning what agile approaches are, you deliver after every sprint and sometimes after release, right? If there is a release planning, you are going to use a release schedule, that is to deliver the value. Okay. Now, in terms of some of the assumptions that are there, right? If you think through the assumptions of when you are working in an agile environment, all the agile principles that we talked about, right? They play a significant part in the assumptions. You can see, right? We talked about all of this earlier. Change is a welcome, right? Even late in development. So this is an assumption, major assumption when we are working in an agile environment, right? The business problem can be reduced to a set of needs that can be met using some combination of technology and business process change, right? Agile initiatives have fully engaged customers and empowered SMEs with complete buy-in. Theoretically, this is what is assumed, right? We have fully engaged customers and empowered SMEs. Empowered meaning SMEs who are allowed to take decisions without waiting on getting somebody else's approvals, right? You are given the power to take a decision. That is an empowered SMEs, right? So you have complete confidence of the sponsor and everyone. So you are allowed to take every day-to-day decision. Theoretically, this is not. This is theoretically true, but practically, I have seen that this is not true. So in many cases, I'm not disputing that it is always not true, but in many cases that's the problem, and that is where these kind of situations I'm not a big fan of. Personally, I'm not a big fan of agile. If you ask me, right? If you ask me personally, on an agile environment, I'm not a very big fan of this, because to me, I see that even though these initiatives deliver value, but it requires a very strong backing of people and very committed people to work on the project. And humans, by default, there is a problem here. What happens is, you have heard the term called free riders. Free riders. So what happens is, if you see in a waterfall project, when you see it is a big team, right? People are there working over there. Many a times, what happens is you won't understand what this guy is doing, right? And he is there in the project since so many months. He's doing some documentation or something, but you really don't see any value, right? But that kind of thing is not really possible when you're working in small teams, right? So everyone's works get evaluated by every other person, right? So which essentially also means that the people working in the Agile Scrum team are self-driven, committed. They do their work without too much, let's say, supervision being needed, right? The Agile project manager or the Scrum master, they are not there. That's not, they're not supposed to interfere in when you are doing or what you are doing, all of that. They're not going to interfere with that. They have given you a timeline, you agreed to a timeline, you are supposed to deliver that. But how true is that? How truly it is done? That is affects the outcome. Theory assumes that, oh yes, people working in an agile environment are committed, they are empowered, they will do their work without much interference. And therefore, they say that it is very successful. And if this is true, the success is also true. If there is a lacking in this commitment, there is a lacking in the experience, there is something lacking in the way people are working, then obviously the results will also be bad. And that's the problem. Right? Humans by nature, majority of them are lazy. They don't try to respect each other's times, and that actually affects the results. Okay, so yeah, that's just a bad part of it, but that's always there. So there is a preference for multidisciplinary and co-located teams, encouraging more efficient and effective face-to-face conversation. Again, when you see this assumption, co-located teams. How true this is today in today's environment? If you see how true this is in today's environment, it's really not practically possible to get all the members working in the team at one place, right? So one of the fundamental assumptions is this: co-located teams will do work well. But the alternatives right now is or let's say we have virtual meetings, right? All the video conferencing meetings, or whatever, all the virtual meetings, even the stand-ups are virtual, right? Stand-up meetings is done on a virtual meeting. So yeah, they have found a ways to meet this, but theoretically, this is what is supposed to get good results. And that's true also. It works well when you work in a team on a face-to-face basis, on a daily basis. It really works well. Team members may perform more than one role within the team. Like I explained, sometimes as a BA, you can you can play the role of a tester. You will have to work like that. Team members have mindsets of continuous improvement, and agile teams are empowered and self-organizing. These are the major assumptions that are there when you are working in the agile environment. I hope it is clear. Okay. Now, in terms of business analysis scope, right? If you see the business analysis scope, you have change sponsor, change targets, and agents, right? Business analysis scope is change sponsor, meaning whoever is the sponsor of this project, that's the sprint sponsor, right? So one thing, as I said, keep on saying, and again I'll say, is that it is imperative, or it is mandatory, that the sponsor understands, right, that the process is adaptive, right? It's not predictive, which means there is only a small period of time within which the team will work to deliver something, and it will be only coming in small increments, right? So basically, the agreement from sponsor to this kind of adaptive approach is very, very important for the success of this initiative. Change targets, as you can see, already evaluate in terms of the people who will be the primary agents for this kind of change. When you look into it, would be the agile team leader, right? Or the team members, meaning all the Scrum team members, right? The customer representative or the product owner, right? These are all the agents of this change, right? Because you in the Scrum team is basically the agent, the entire agent. The Scrum team is basically the agent, right? And the extended stakeholders, they take part in the, let's say, review sessions, right? That is where they come and take part. Other than that, mostly it is the team members, customer, the product owner, and the team leader, agile team leader, whoever is there. Now, your position, BA position, right? like I said, in this team as it is, your role can be multifunctional, multi or cross-skilled role. Like you will be working as in the core role of a BA. You can be customer representative, like product owner, right? Or you can be you can play along with your BA role. You can play also sometimes the role of a QA, not really on a regular basis, but yes, sometimes the role of a QA. These are some of the key roles. Or even if you are experienced BA, you can also play the role of a solution architect in the team, right? So it's more of a not really a single specialist role, basically cross-skilled kind of a role that you will be assuming in this. It has much great potential when you're working in an agile environment. That's true for a BA, or for that matter, anyone who is working in that team, right? I mean, there is nothing that prevents somebody who is working as a QA in a agile Scrum team to play the role of a BA. There's nothing, no one is preventing that, because the agile environment itself indicates that there is no designations on that. If you recall the terminologies that we have studied so far, it is called Scrum team. There is no designation called BA, project manager, or something like that into that definition of that Scrum team, right? Scrum team is the basically you have a role called what you call as a team member. You have other roles called as Scrum master, and you have another role called as product owner, right? These are the three key roles that you will see. The rest all are integrated into the Scrum team roles. That's it. So therefore, you as a team, if you see, you have multifunctional roles that work together. Now, business analysis outcomes, again, it won't be any different than what you have worked with any other initiative. The principal outcomes when you talk about is, here you can see that there is open communication and continuous collaboration. When you're talking about as a BA outcomes, if you see, when you talk about BA outcomes, here you're not talking about producing large BRDs, FRDs. That is not your goal. Your goal is to maintain open communication, continuous collaboration with the stakeholders, right? And making sure that whatever is being agreed as the acceptance criteria, right? And the results that are getting delivered as part of your each sprint are meeting that acceptance criteria, right? That's your main outcome, your objective that you should be looking at when you're working on an agile environment. I hope it makes sense. Okay. So agile business analyst practitioners use learning derived from stakeholder feedback to guide the delivery process and deliver value in a consistent manner. Identifying what does not add value is an art that BA should focus to master. This statement is quite, probably you may think that it is very straightforward statement, and you know that. But doing this is an art. You will not understand this right from the day one. You will come to know with some experience that what exactly is something that we can do away with. We need not do. We should go back to the client and say this does not add much value, right? So you have to be vocal in that, right? And the principles that guide agile business analysis are, if you see the whole, right? You see the whole in the context. Think as a customer. That's where you talk about. These are all the principles that you see, right? And think as a customer, meaning stakeholder. Value to determine what is valuable. Analyze to determine what is valuable. That's where you are talking about value. Get real using examples. You're talking about value. Remember the 6 core concepts that are being linked to the principles of agile business analysis, right? Understand what is doable, right? So that is the change. Stimulate collaboration and continuous improvement. That is where you're talking. Now you see here we are talking about solution as a part of collaboration and continuous improvement, right? Something more based on interaction driven, right? As you can see, avoid waste is again contributing towards value. Now there are certain approaches that agile extension to BABOK talks about, right? Basically, the analysis can be done at multiple horizons. That is what it says, right? Horizons, what does it mean? Meaning a limit, right? Kind of when you say, when you look into it, horizon by definition, by word, what do you mean by horizon? When I say this word horizon, what do you think? The literal meaning is what? Place where the earth surface and the sky appear to meet, right? Something like that, right? But apply that to what you see in the business world. So horizon meaning what? It is some kind of perception, right? That's the perception, right? Or area of where we will be looking or focusing our work upon, right? So that's the key idea when we talk about when we are, yeah, you in some other words you can say boundary, right? I mean, layman's terms, we can also talk about boundary, but it is again a scope. We are trying to define something like a scope or range, right? So if you talk about it, agile analysis can be done at multiple horizons. That is what it's in, multiple boundaries. When you talk about strategy, decisions that impact the entire organization, right? Because this is a strategy means long-term goal. Initiative means small projects, right? Decisions that impact a particular goal or a team or a project. Delivery, I mean, this is, you see, there are three different types of horizons. Therefore, the last one about delivery, decisions that affect the delivery of the solution, meaning even the it's this particular agile approach, when you're talking about, this is not really talking about building a solution. This is just talking about how the solution will be rolled out, right? There itself, we are applying the agile principle, right? You are not really talking, when you're talking about delivery as a horizon, we are scope of delivery, we are talking about how that solution will be rolled out. There itself, we are applying the agile principles, and that is the reason this approach can be at three different levels. Some of the techniques which we even we will look into in some of the knowledge areas in detail. Of course, user stories, backlog refinement. These will be personas we are going to study later. I'll be talking about one of the techniques that is called as minimum viable product. Any idea about minimum viable product? Minimum viable product. Minimum viable product is not really a prototype. It is not really a prototype. See, when we say minimum viable product, viable means something that is usable, correct? Okay. Viable means something that is usable, which is of some use, right? So when imagine, I have a very good picture of this describing this, right? If the user comes to you, right, and says, I want a mode of communication using which I can, or let's say mode of travel using which I can which I want to use daily to commute to my office. You remember Mary's toy store example? Mary wanted to launch this online store, but she was not really clear on what all things she wants to do at the beginning, right? She was not really sure what all the requirements are, but she was sure that she wanted to make some money online, correct? Similar kind of view is being expressed by you at this point, that I want some mode of communication using which I will actually travel, or let's say some mode of travel using which I will be commuting from my office, from my work to office. What the project team can give you as a result, right? So that is something, when they give it, it's something like this. This is what I wanted to ask. So if you want that, this is not, you don't give like this one wheel and something like that, right? So of course, in today's world, even this is something, even one wheel travel is there. It was not there earlier when this diagram existed, but nowadays electronic, I don't know how many of you seen that kind of roller scooters, right? With one wheel. So they are there. I see a lot in Canada, actually. Yeah. And but yes, so usually when you talk about it, you give something like which is usable, and that is called as a minimum viable product, right? Minimum viable product means basically something which is potentially shippable. Potentially shippable. I use this word potentially shippable because sometimes, as part of, like I explained, as in terms of release planning, users may decide, or the client may decide, or the product owner and the Scrum team decide that I don't want to release at this stage, right? I mean, basically second stage. I really want to release at this stage, the product. So that is where the minimum viable product is getting built, but we are giving the delivery only at the third stage. That's the release planning. Okay, so that was the brief concept about minimum viable product as a technique that will be used in most agile environments, right? Now, there are underlying competencies. The key underlying competencies that you will be using when you're working in an agile environment is communication and collaboration, patience and tolerance, flexibility, adaptability to ability to handle change, ability to recognize business value, continuous improvement. These are some of the underlying competencies that you will be relying on when you are working as a BA in this environment. And it also has impact on all the knowledge areas when you're, because imagine Agile as an environment or Agile as a perspective is applied in the business world. When it is applied, it is being applied for across all the knowledge areas, right? So the impact is across all the knowledge areas. A very quick quiz on this, and then we'll move to the strategy analysis knowledge area. Primary agents for a change using Agile approach can include which one of the following? Like I said, it's the Scrum team. When you talk about Scrum team, is the primary users. Plus, sometimes the external stakeholders do also part of it. Therefore, the comprehensive answer is all of the above. Okay. Yeah. Now let's move to strategy analysis as the first knowledge area that we are going to study now. Okay. Now let's talk about strategy as such. Strategy meaning, yes, something which is a long-term goal. It's not a technique. It's not a technique. It's a plan, right? Long-term plan, basically. Not really goal, long-term plan, right? So strategy meaning a long-term plan to achieve some mission, some goal, right? So sometimes the organizations, right? I mean, all the big organizations, all the well-functioning organizations have some vision and mission statements, right? So when they do such kind of things, right, that this strategy is primarily geared towards those kind of, I would say, statements, mission and vision. I had a very good example of mission and vision. Let me find out. It's a very, of course, it's not really related to the subject of the topic. I mean, basically, the content of this IIBA, but I'll try to find it. It's a very good thing to see. I like this kind of statements, so I keep a photograph, or let's say I grab these from this. You know, you might have come across these kind of statements, right? Now, if you see this, do you see a picture? BMW. Yeah. So read the statement. It is it is so embedded with meaning that you will now realize what I mean to highlight here. To be the most successful premium manufacturer in the industry. So it already classifies itself to be a premium brand, right? It is not for people, I mean, at least like me, to go for this brand. I am not, so it already excludes people like me to even think of this, right? I mean, I know that even to achieve if I want to buy a BMW car, I have to suit this premium category, right? So automatically it places itself in a specified segment that it considers itself to be a premium one. Makes sense now? Do you see the significance of what I'm trying to highlight here? It is not something a direct goal. Try to think of it. It is basically what it is trying to classify itself. This is this will direct all its operations, all its sales, everything that BMW does is directed to place itself like this. Okay. I have one more. I mean, this was the old vision statement. I think I figured out one more which was there. Let me show you that as well. Do you see this one now? Now read this. The BMW Group is the world's leading provider of premium products and premium services for individual mobility. You see, it has expanded. Now, this is the new mission statement that I found when I looked into it. So there is a change here, you see. It is the previous one was about premium manufacturer, right? So that's where it's one. Now it also targets only it also says that premium products and premium services for individual mobility, meaning people like who are in that specific class, right? That is more emphasized through this statement. In the previous statement, that was not coming out very clearly. In this statement, it automatically also directs to you as a person. I mean, are you a person who is looking for some kind of car, right? And are you having the capability to meet this premium segment, right? That is being more vocalized through this statement automatically. So essentially, of course, as I said, this is not a direct topic of conversation, right? I'm not going to deliberate on why BMW discussed or stated like this. What I wanted to highlight here is when we talk about strategy analysis, we are really talking about at that level. I mean, we are talking about goals and objectives of the business, why a particular change is needed. So when we talk about BAs as business analysts, when we are working in strategy analysis area, or let's say when we are doing tasks that are mentioned in the strategy analysis knowledge area, what kind of work we would be doing, right? So that understanding will help you understand this knowledge area in a very simple way, right? If you go and read Babcock, maybe you will get confused. But if you understand the context or preliminary background that I explained right now, and think that you are all people, BAs, right? You're all actual, don't even go with the designation as BA. You think that you are professionals that are analyzing something or the business environment, right? And to see, right, to define the strategic goals, right? Or let's say you are defining the outcome of this strategy analysis will be the development of business requirements. When you do, usually what happens is when you do strategy analysis, that's where the business requirements get developed, right? So what is a knowledge area? I said knowledge area is a logical group of tasks. See, I don't want to read from the slides. That is the reason I'm talking and I'm trying to explain so that you can understand the context. Please listen to carefully. What is a knowledge area? Knowledge area is a logical group of tasks. So you can expect when I go into the content of details, you will see some tasks listed there, right? So through that task, what is supposed to be done? You will do some work, right? Then that work is expected to do what? It will help you. The work that the tasks that you are going to do will help you to understand where the organization is as on today, right? Then you need to identify what are the strategic or tactical needs that the organization is trying to fulfill, right? And once you figured it out, you define a future state. Basically, you define the set of conditions, right? Which when achieved will be called that we have achieved a future state, right? Meaning I'll define a certain set of conditions that will be there in the future, meaning BMW defining its future to be coming up with specific models with this many features is certain set of conditions that has defined that it is building a premium car for the people who can afford that premium segment, right? So it is trying to build those set of conditions. So defining that future model, all the capabilities that the future car will have is the set of conditions that BMW has defined. So that's the kind of the future state, that is definition of future state, right? And you work with the stakeholders on the change strategy, basically how you are going to develop that car, how BMW is going to develop that car, during what period, what all will be the challenges, what all will be the risks. That analysis is about strategy analysis. Now, introduction to strategy analysis. Strategy defines the most effective way to apply the capabilities of an enterprise, right? Correct? So if you see, these are the capabilities. Capabilities means ability to do something repeatedly, right? So I'll be able to do something repeatedly without failure. So that becomes my capability. So to apply the capabilities of an enterprise in order to reach a desired set of goals and objectives, strategies may exist for the entire enterprise, for a division, department, or region, or for a product, project, or iteration. In most cases, when we call strategy, it is like this: entire enterprise, division, department, or region, right? Rarely for a product, project, or iteration, because all this are like goals, smaller ones. So these are the 4 tasks, as you can see, right? Now, every knowledge area is always analyzed in terms of the 6 core concept model, right? Because that is the cornerstone of business analysis. We talked about business analysis definition. So that definition consists of these 6 core concepts, and every time we talk about knowledge area, that knowledge area always relates to the 6 core concepts, right? So if you see this knowledge area, strategy analysis knowledge area, in terms of change, how does it relate to? It defines the future state, develop a change strategy to achieve the future state. Need, identify what needs to change, right, within the current state. Prioritize those needs to determine the desired future state. Solution, define the scope of the solution. What exactly I'm going to build? So in case of BMW, I'm going to build a car, right? So new model, right? So as part of developing a change strategy, stakeholder, collaborate with stakeholders to understand the business need and develop a change strategy and future state that will meet these needs. Value, examine the potential value of the solution to determine if a change is justified. Whether launching this new model of car is really justified. Will it help me get the revenues? Because imagine, to launch a new model is not joke, right? It sometimes involves building a complete new platform in the assembly line, which runs into billions of dollars. Okay, coming up with a new car model is not really putting together something just like that. It cannot be done, right? Sometimes you might read the if I don't know how much you are into cars, but if you read a new model of car, it will and try to read the specification. It says it uses the same engine from something else, but the chassis is different or something else is different. So each of that actually adds up to that cost. If the engine is different, engine is also new, then you can imagine the cost is multiplied, right? So anyways, what I'm trying to highlight here is you have to examine the potential value of that solution, potential value of launching this new model of car to determine if this change is even justified, right? Whether the sales that I'm going to get by selling this new model of car, what are the predictions, right? I have to analyze the market. So when you analyze the basic goals and objectives in these contexts, you will also come across what all things that you are going to need to analyze, what all things that you need to look for to come up with your analysis report or analysis summary, right? So that you will understand it by evaluating every knowledge area tasks in these concepts. Okay, so basically the idea that when we give this 6 core concepts before every knowledge area is to help you evaluate the tasks that are there in each knowledge area in these terms, where exactly it meets these, right, objectives or these things that is mentioned here. Strategy analysis input and output diagram. So what it essentially means in every, this is as per BABOK. Right now we are strictly proceeding as per BABOK, and I'm trying to simplify that part. So I want to explain that in every knowledge area, when you open it, you will see that the entire knowledge area is put into a summary kind of a view like this. What exactly it is you will see that these are inputs, meaning these are some basic requirements that I need to perform the tasks that are mentioned in the knowledge area. And these are the outputs of the task. For example, right, when we talk about strategy analysis knowledge, in the task in this knowledge area is, let's say, analyze current state, right? We talk about analyze current state. The key need when we want to analyze current state, we need something to do that. We cannot do this task if we don't have some basic inputs. And out of that, these are the 2 basic inputs: needs, influences. So basically, needs, influences, internal, external results. So these are some of the things that are the elicitation results. Whatever elicitation results that you see, this will be some of the inputs to your task to perform the current state analysis, right? Why? Because if you talk about analyze current state, we'll talk about the first task in this case. But here in this diagram, you see the inputs of all the tasks grouped together and all the tasks that are there in this knowledge area, and the output of all the tasks that are grouped together here, right? But each of this is broken down into individual tasks in this knowledge area. So the first task is analyze current state. Okay. Now, before I even show this detail, I want you to understand what will you do when you say analyze current state. Like I said, strategy analysis is basically all the work you as a BA will do to understand current state of an enterprise. It includes, this is one part, understand current state analyze current state of the enterprise. So how will you be able to analyze current state? Tell me, what do you think? Let me ask the question in a better way. What all things make up the current state of an enterprise? See, analyzing data, my question, I actually asked a clear question. Yeah, market position. What is my current market position? What is my current revenue? What is my current profit and loss? Okay, fair enough. What else? Is it only about money? What else? Yes, day-to-day working, meaning my current processes, right? My current customer base, right? What else? What else? See, I mean, improved. I don't want to use those adjective words like improved and all such kind of thing. I'm simply asking what all things make up the current state of an organization. We talked about something called as customers. We talked about revenue. We talked about market position, which means automatically competitors. What else? The economic factors, right? The economy in which we are working, in our business is working, even that contributes to our current state. Yes or no? Regulatory environment, correct? So essentially, current state means I have to understand the current state by studying all this, and all of this can be classified into internal and external factors, right? If you think through, now I'll read this. It's much, now that you understand this, now you see the purpose of analyze current state is to understand the reasons why an enterprise needs to change some aspect of how it is operating today and how that would be directly or indirectly affected by the change, right? And how do I do that? Basically, where can I start this? The starting point of an enterprise to understand this change is understanding why the change is needed, and why this change is needed. No one will come and tell me in my dreams that why a particular change has to be done, right? I have to understand that, and I can understand that by analyzing the current state and what are the potential ways to do that. I can understand it from the internal factors. I can understand what is the infrastructure of the company, what are the systems that the company uses, what are the processes the company is using, which customer base it is serving, right? What are the external factors like competitors, technological changes, political and economic environment. All of this is my current state analysis work. So BAs work to help stakeholders enable change by exploring and articulating the business needs that drive the desire to change. Now, how do I do that? I mean, I need to have elicitation results and the needs as input, right? This need is sometimes not really very clear to the business analysis at the beginning. We have to discuss with stakeholders, and based on these elicitation results, we actually come up to define the needs, right? So that elicitation results will be as an outcome of another task, and that is why you see the number 4.3. You see, 4.3 is coming from another task in which knowledge area? In elicitation and collaboration knowledge area. This is the outcome of conduct elicitation. So here now you can see, I told you, right? Knowledge areas are not sequential in nature. They overlap, right? So there is a task called conduct elicitation in the elicitation and collaboration knowledge area, which gives you the output called elicitation results. And that is regarded as an input in this, as you can see here. Anyways, so that's the thought process that I wanted to highlight here. This is how you need to connect it. Okay. Now, objective of this task, this entire task is, as you can see, to analyze current state, meaning to understand if anything is going wrong with the organization. If yes, then you need to find out where, why that is wrong, right? The task, you can also do this task if nothing is wrong with the organization. Currently, there is nothing wrong. For example, imagine Maruti Suzuki, like when in India, when we had this Maruti, right? Maruti was originally in India with in partnership with Suzuki, right? Maruti Suzuki as a brand, we know that. But you can also realize when in the Indian car market, for a long period of time, the only brand people used to recognize was, in terms of when it comes to car, was Maruti Suzuki or Ambassador. These are the old ones. The Ambassador was more like official purpose, whereas the common man, or let's say the people who wanted to buy a car, usually prefer to this what do you call it? Maruti Suzuki brand, right? For a pretty long period of time, they did not do anything. I mean, they never launched new models. Hardly one. Maruti 800 and 800 AC, these were the two models probably they used to always have, nothing else, right? So in an 800cc car, they never even thought beyond anything else, right? But something happened which forced them to change their strategy, right? If they don't change it, what will happen? If they don't come, now you think of it. If I ask you, can you name few more models from the Maruti brand? You can, right? Maruti now has more than few models of cars in its offerings in its portfolio. Yes or no? Correct. So if you see this many new models, all of that is significant investment, right? Why did they invest in so much in these new models, right? Because of what? After the market was opened, several other competitors came into Indian market, right? Like Honda, right? Hyundai. When they started coming up with their own small hatchbacks and different kinds of models, Maruti also had to respond. If they don't respond, what will happen eventually? They will be wiped out, right? So what has happened right now? There is a trigger that has happened, right? In this case, the trigger came from an external factor, market environment, right? So when you're doing a strategy analysis, the reasons could be from the business need that can be coming from several sources, right? One of them is top down, right? Top down approach, meaning when the business node is coming from the top down, like I said I want to become the number one bank in 3 years in terms of number of account holders. That is a goal that is coming from the top management level, right? Bottom up, right? A problem with the current state of process or function, meaning you see that there is a problem that is happening in the current state, right? Current state of existing any process, even let's say your current return process, for example, handling return process. You are an e-commerce company, and your return process is not optimized, meaning in terms of when you see that customer is returning a product, sometimes the returns are lost or not tracked properly, right? Yeah, even though the customer is providing his proof, you are not able to trace that product, right? Then there is something wrong with your process. You try to study your process. So this is a problem which is actually driving you to make some kind of change, right? So sometimes this problem could be in an existing process itself or existing function in the system, which will force us to make a change in the way we handle a particular process. We can introduce some automation in the process or whatever. I mean, that is what we will do is part of our change strategy, right? But here in this particular task, what we are doing is we are trying to identify what exactly is the reason, or what could be the reasons for a new step or a new process or new change, right? Sometimes it could come from a middle management. A manager needs additional information, some kind of like a new report is needed from the MIS, management information system. The company already has a management information system, but since there are some changes in the tax regulation, a new report is now needed by the operational manager. Now, even that could require a small new project to be initiated to develop this new project automatically, right? I mean, develop this new report automatically, right? From external drivers, I gave you the example, customer demand or business competition in the marketplace. So the business need can be identified at many different levels of the enterprise, right? So basically, they are the drivers of this change. If you see this, what are business needs? Business needs are the drivers of the change, any kind of change in the organization, right? Now, when you solve these problems, or basically harnessing, when you try to harness the opportunity. For example, everything is going on well in the organization. For example, Maruti was doing really well in the organization. And imagine the market has always been close to external competitors. Do you think that Maruti will still be able to make a continuous amount of revenue, or anyone? I mean, imagine if you don't change, even if everything else is going on very well within what you are doing today, do you think you will grow? You still have to take risks, right? So you still have to take risks, correct? So any company it's true for any business as well, right? Because we are business analysts, we're talking about business. So it is true for any business. Let's assume that everything is going well. I mean, I'm doing year on year, my revenue is very good. There are no operational problems, everything is good. But that does not stop me from exploring new markets or new areas of business, right? And that is what businesses keep on doing. So not necessarily business need is always a problem, right? You're not necessarily business need, meaning actually business need is not equal to problem. Business need is addressing or solving that problem is your business need, correct? You want to solve that business problem, whatever is that problem. that is that to solve that business problem is your actual need, right? So when it could not be a problem also, it could be an opportunity, right? A new opportunity that I need to explore, right? That itself could be a business need as well. Like I explained, everything is going on well, but I want to do, let's say, explore a new business or new area of market, right? And when I do that, that means even that is a business need that I can try and achieve. Make sense? Okay. So some more details about organizational structure and culture. So when you talk about why, let me be very one more thing that I wanted to talk about. Like if you recall, I said every task, every task in every knowledge area is described in Babok in sections called purpose, description, right? In inputs, outputs are there, inputs. Then you have some kind of elements which actually describe the task details in some more detail. As you can see, this is all about details of this task, current task, right? I'm just describing the headings, what they actually mean. This is all from Babok terminology, what you see, elements, right? Then when you talk about elements, these are all describing about some more details about the current task itself, right? Some more details of this will help you to understand what exactly is being done in this task, right? These are all elements, as you can see. These are all elements. And then there are some guidelines and tools, right? And then this comes to techniques. What techniques are useful in performing this task? And finally, the stakeholders and outputs, right? So this is how every task is represented in every knowledge area. Every knowledge area has this kind of detail, okay? So we are still into the details of organization culture, and now this is where I wanted to highlight one more thing. Organization structure defines the formal relationship between people working in an organization. Basically, it drives the communication channels. How an organization is shaped, it also is a basic requirement for how the communication in that organization happens. So basically what happens is all stakeholders need to have a common understanding of this change. Okay, so that is why you need to understand how a particular organization is structured. If you're working in defining the current state, if you're not defining, analyzing the current state, you need to understand that how that organization is shaped, so that you can actually know to whom to communicate, how to communicate, when to communicate. All of that you can plan, right? So understanding of organizational structure is very important. Similarly, culture is very important. Why organization culture? See, for example, of course, this will play a significant. This culture will also help you understand one of the next tasks in this knowledge area, which is called assess risks. Okay, but I'll just give you a brief idea about this culture. What exactly is a culture? I mean, if I ask you, what do you mean by culture? What do you think? What comes to your mind when you say culture? It's not really, I'll call nature, but okay. If you say nature, it is shaped by something, right? Yeah, set of beliefs or values, right? The set of beliefs or values, right? Ideas or beliefs that some people together associate with that, right? And that is how that is how your nature has become, or whatever you are talking about nature, or whatever you are talking about culture. So culture is a set of beliefs or values, right? So when you talk about organization culture, right? Organization culture is similarly when people start working together in an organization and they work over a period of time, and unsaid some culture spreads into that organization. Some kind of culture spreads into that. That is not really something that you can lay down in policy, right? But you will see that every organization has a particular type of culture in its own, right? I mean, in its work environment, you can see that reflects in its work environment, and that is heavily influences how the communication channels happen. Communication happens within the organization, how the relationships are built within that organization, right? So even within projects, right? I mean, within the same company, within projects, the culture changes depending upon how people interact, depending upon how people conduct their business. Within company, the culture also changes. That is why I say organization culture is a very dynamic thing, and it is based on people, right? So when you if you do not do this kind of cultural assessment, what will happen is whatever kind of changes that you might proposing, you will get a lot of resistance, right? So therefore, as BAs, when we are working in this kind of basically tasks, right? Analyze current state tasks. We have an additional role of doing a cultural assessment to understand if there could be any kind of changes that are required to, let's say, get more acceptance of the proposed changes from the people, right? Whether stakeholder understand the reason for the change, all of them have the same view or not, right? So that is something that you have to do this cultural assessment. I'll give you a very good example of this cultural assessment in real world example just in a minute. Okay, so this cultural assessment, because there is enterprise readiness assessment, that is something closely tied. There is some word called enterprise readiness assessment. You will see this word this exact word, this word enterprise readiness assessment, will also come in another task in this knowledge area itself, right? So these two are closely related. So here you are doing an organizational cultural assessment to understand what kind of cultural changes could be needed. And as part of enterprise readiness assessment, what you can do is you can make the enterprise ready to adapt to this new change that is coming. So I said I'll give you an example. In one of those projects that I worked, this was a Vodafone billing transformation project. See, Vodafone had hired IBM, and I was working for IBM, right? And our vendor was basically the product that we were implementing was Amdocs product, billing product. So we were changing the billing software that is there in Vodafone from a Ericsson platform to an Amdocs platform. So this means a significant change. It involved migration as well as many other things, right? So new capabilities, building of new capabilities, also new modules, right? So all of that, a very complex project with spread over a period of more than 3 years, right? So it involved a lot of changes throughout this processes that is there in Vodafone for billing the customers, basically all the bills that you get if you enroll into Vodafone services. So the customer billings and plans that you see, all of that were supposed to get changed or to be billed or to be using the new software of Amdocs. Now, I won't go into the details of the technical requirements and all that. That is not part of the scope of this business analysis course. But what I'm trying to tell here is, even though it was a $1 billion project, there was a lot of investment by Vodafone, right? We found that there were certain severe kind of restrictions, or let's say resistance from its own teams, IT teams, in adopting or in a willingness to adopt to these new changes, because whatever modules we were when we were going into requirement gathering sessions, or let's say design clarification sessions with the client, basically Vodafone, right? We are saying that, oh, this will be your new capability. Very few people were actually showing interest. Others were there just for the sake of meeting, right? They came to the meeting, attended the meeting, and then they go back, right? They were not really paying attention because, but imagine if this, after this change is implemented, if they don't use it, then what will happen? Vodafone will not be able to deliver its outcomes in terms of generating the bills on time, and things like that will happen. All those operational problems could happen. Vodafone realized this very well in advance in terms of, let's say, the billing software project was initiated, but after 2 years, it realized that there is a lot of change resistance within the organization. It actually ran a separate small program, a project you can call it, which is called Change is Good. This was the program name, Change is Good, right? And as part of this promotional program, what they did, this was a kind of a promotional program for this project. And what they did is they changed the email communication, email templates within the internal communication of Vodafone. Everything, whatever email that was coming, the email used to have a badge, or let's say the underlying logo was Change is Good. And the program name, the project program name, it was called Disha in our project. It was highlighted in a very bold words, Change is Good. And then there were goodies that were printed. I mean, T-shirts, caps, pens, and so on and so forth. And in company events, these goodies were distributed among the company employees, right? So you can see that there was a subtle changes that were implemented to make sure that the acceptance towards this proposed project, whatever the project is not yet live, but this program was already live, right? To make sure that the enterprise is getting ready to adapt to this change. So that is the kind of change I'm talking about when we talk about cultural assessment, right? So without doing this, we would have failed miserably on that, because I have seen modules where even though the capabilities were delivered, people were not using for more than a year, right? So that kind of work, I mean, imagine you have a functionality and people are not using it, which means that there is no value in delivering that functionality. That is not okay, right? You have invested multiple billions of dollars and still you are not able to use, or you are not using that capability just because people don't want to move out of their old ways is not okay. Okay. Anyway, so when we talk about current state, what exactly is current state is all about processes, IT systems, and all of this. All of this actually make up the capabilities of that organization. So you can understand this even better by studying it from a capability-centric view or a process-centric view. It simply says that capability-centric view meaning when you are looking within a particular capability. Let's say you are talking about R&D. You are looking into that R&D division of that enterprise. Process-centric view meaning you're looking at a payment process, or let's say return process of the organization, which is spread across departments. Here, you're probably looking into only one particular department. Here, you are looking across several departments, because a process is spread across several departments. You're looking across the process. So you can use either or approach or both approaches to understand the current capabilities of the organization, right? Where exactly the gaps are, what can be improved. So that kind of analysis can be done using your approach can be either of these or a combination of this, depending upon what you are doing, what is the objective of your project. Okay, so technology and infrastructure. This is where I told you business architecture perspective is relevant. Now you see it comes into this context. We studied business architecture perspective, right? As BAs, we have to study the business architecture, the blueprint, to understand how all parts of the organization fit together, right? All of them fit together, and how do they work together, right? So that's why it is very important to understand the business architecture perspective here. Yeah, this is business architecture and business process management. Policies of the enterprise, even this is also important, right? Then internal assets, meaning all the enterprise assets like resources, financial resources, patents, reputation, all of this is very important to analyze the current state. External influences like competitors, suppliers, political and regulatory environment, macroeconomic factors, these will also be a significant source of information when you are studying the current state of an organization. Make sense? The outcome of this is when you do this task, you will actually, of course, these are the guidelines, basically BA approach, enterprise limitation. These are some of the outputs of the tasks in other knowledge area. We will understand this, but just at a high level, BA approach, meaning whether the company, our way of working is suitable, whatever we have decided based on the environment that we are working on, whether we are following an agile environment or a waterfall environment, what tasks we are going to do, when we are going to do, what will be the outcomes of those tasks is all defined in BA approach, right? And that is part of your business analysis, planning and monitoring knowledge area, right? When you do that, you will understand what is your BA approach for a project, and that is a guideline to perform this current state analysis. And therefore, again, you can keep in mind that knowledge areas are not sequential in nature. So you are also simultaneously working on this particular BA planning and monitoring knowledge area. You are deciding on what tasks you are going to do to perform this analyze current state, right? And that you are going to use as a guideline to do this task, right? So that's how these guidelines and tools are described here. Now let's look at some of the important techniques here, right? So there are 26 plus, I think, 23 techniques here. We are not going to study all the techniques here in this particular knowledge area. We'll touch upon those techniques that are relevant, or let's say that are more directly associated with this knowledge area, and we'll go to some other techniques in some other knowledge area. That's how we are going to cover all 50 plus techniques spread across all 34 tasks that are there in the entire CBAP. Okay. Now, in this, let's look at some of the techniques called. Let me start with. What do you think? First thing, benchmarking. Let's talk about the benchmarking technique. What do you mean by benchmarking then? What do you want to do? Benchmarking as a technique, how do you think it is? What exactly is benchmarking? Just tell me first. I had talked about benchmarking. So what exactly is a benchmarking? Benchmarking is not target. It's not equal to target. Benchmarking is not exactly equal to target. See, if you just think of yourself, right? Like when we were in school also, right? When we were trying to, in our school days, right? When we come back from the exam, right? After giving the exam, right? Our parents used to ask a question, right? For example, like, how did you do in maths, right? How much did you score? Mathematics, right? You say you scored 40 out of, let's say, 50 marks, right? Then what is the next question that you guess? You get usually, if you are good in studies or if you are really caring about your studies, your parents also were also focused on your studies. What's the next question that you usually get? Did you listen to my example? I said, when you gave your school exams and you came back from your mathematics exam, your parents ask a question, how much did you get? You say that you got 40 out of 50. What is the next usual question that most people in this forum might have got from their parents? The highest mark. Who got the highest marks, right? What was the highest score? Exactly. Correct? Who got the highest score? Now that is a benchmark in which subject? In a specific subject that is being asked for, right? That is what you are. See, this benchmarking is like a comparison that has started very early in our life, right? Without us realizing. But this is particularly benchmarking. Basically, what I'm trying to do is I am trying to see in the market who is best in a particular process, because I cannot mark myself, or let's say measure myself, or let's say improve in all the areas at one go, right? If I am targeting mathematics as a paper, then I'm looking mathematics as a process, right? Let's say I'm talking about return process, I'm talking about on-time arrival process. You remember I told you I gave the example exactly about Indigo Airlines and AirAsia Airlines. I told you as a benchmarking, AirAsia can actually understand how Indigo is trying to meet, or let's say is meeting its on-time arrival benchmark that it has set up in the industry, and AirAsia wants to emulate that. So this is particularly called as benchmarking, right? You understand now what I'm trying to say, benchmarking as a technique? Makes sense? Yes, at some point you want to set a target and all that, but what exactly is a benchmarking is exactly what we have described right now, right? It is identifying in the industry who is best in a particular process that you have targeted to improve upon, right? What's your target of improvement? That is a separate step, next step, right? First is identifying the process where you want to improve it. So in that you find out who is the best in the industry. The problem or the limitation with this technique, what do you think is the limitation with this technique? What do you think is the limitation with this technique? It is time consuming, right? It is a time consuming process, because whoever is best, right? For example, in your school days, whoever was the guy, was the person who used to score most, was he telling you how he got that 50 out of 50 every time he is able to score? Does he tell you? He doesn't tell you, right? Same thing happens in the industry. Indigo will not go and tell everyone in the airline industry that how it is doing its and how it is able to achieve its best, right? Timelines. It won't tell. you will have to study several trends. You will have to see how Indigo handles its logistics, how Indigo handles its cargo, how Indigo handles its cleaning processes. Then only probably you'll be able to arrive at some understanding about how Indigo is able to achieve the on-time arrival, right? So that is why this is not. I mean, even though this is still used, I'm not saying that this method is not useful. It is useful. The only thing is there are certain limitations. We have to understand this. One of the ways how to overcome this limitation is people, what do they do, right, is poaching meaning the person who was responsible in Indigo Airlines, right, to achieve, or let's say the director of operations who was actually instrumental. Somebody gave an interview and from Indigo, and probably he claimed that not he claimed, or let's say the magazine claims that yes, this guy was responsible to Indigo to achieve this, because that's something that comes out in the news and all that. So what AirAsia can do, AirAsia can hire that person, poach that person from Indigo, and ask him to implement the best practices here, right? That's one way to overcome this kind of thing. I mean, I'm not saying that this is the only way, but yes. So these are some of the ways that you see here. But benchmarking is also very useful because it helps you with information about new and different methods, ideas, tools to improve organizational performance, right? So that is pretty much about benchmarking and market analysis. Make sense? Is it clear? Now, there is one more thing about business capability analysis, right? We'll talk about business capability analysis now. The next topic, business capability analysis. Okay, now when we talk about business capability analysis, I'll give you another example in this case. Okay, if you compare, for example, Samsung versus Apple, right? And I'll ask you, who is great, or who do you think between Samsung and Apple, who do you think is great at product development? Between Samsung and Apple, what do you think? Who do you think is great? I mean, you don't know, right? I mean, you don't know the inside workings of Apple or even Samsung, right? For that matter. But you already see that all of you are saying that Apple, correct? Why? Because you know that Apple product features you are seeing that they have really, they are outstanding in terms of when you compare it with anyone other. Yes, exactly. This is where I wanted to arrive at. R&D, right? So who is great at promotional campaigns then between Apple and Samsung? Who is great at promotions, sales and distributions? Between Apple and Samsung, you will see that it is Samsung which is much more, its campaigns, its promotional, its advertising, everything is much more pronounced in the advertising world. No doubt, Apple also does it. I'm not saying that. Same thing is true for R&D in Samsung. Samsung is also investing in R&D, but the kind of investment, the kind of expectation, the kind of features that Apple comes up are way ahead, or let's say they are much more clean, right, or much more pronounced in case of Apple than in Samsung. So what exactly it indicates now between Samsung and Apple? Both produce electronic goods, right? Like let's say mobile devices. Both produce tablets, right? Both of them produce tablets. Both of them produce electronic goods, right? Correct. Both of them produce laptops, right? But you can see, and there could be capabilities in terms of, when you say capabilities, I said ability to perform something, right? So when you see business capability analysis is exactly like this. So what capability my organization is good in, right? So when I'm analyzing, if I am Apple, I would say that I have a very strong R&D capability as compared to my sales and distribution capability. Then the Samsung will say that it is having great sales and distribution capability. Accordingly, it will if you are able to use this kind of perspective, this technique, you will be able to understand what are the different capabilities that the organization is able to use, right? So that is exactly what is business capability analysis. When you're trying to do business capability analysis, you are trying to understand what activities a particular company can do better, and what are the things where it can improve, right? It can understand the performance gaps in those capabilities, right? It can come up with the risks depending upon the goal that is trying to achieve, right? It can prioritize its investments to build more capabilities. If let's say Samsung wants to improve its R&D, it has to invest more into it. It has to get more intelligent people, or let's say more qualified people into its, hire more people, right? More from, let's say, top universities. It has to change its strategy. So understanding the business capability will help it to drive its next steps in terms of prioritizing investments, what steps it has to take, right? So basically, the abilities to perform or transform something is known as capability, right? That is what is the capability. And whatever we understood right now, these capabilities are helpful in generating revenue or reducing or preventing cost, achieving compliance, or even position the company in the market, right, in a specific area, right? So when you do this, you actually come up with an analysis of what are the explicit gaps, right, and how you can correct those gaps, right, by investing more, by hiring more people. So those are the different types of analysis that you can do using business capability analysis and derive what needs to be done to change this. Make sense? Okay. So yeah, we finished the business capability analysis. I wanted to talk about one more technique here, some simple techniques here. Okay, these are really a fancy name to be called as a technique, but if you think through, it is nothing but, can you tell me what exactly this means? Document analysis. What do you think as a technique? See, sometimes you should think of it like what it means. That's it. You don't have to get into any more visualization about what it could mean differently, right? It is what it says. What is document analysis? What is the literal meaning of document analysis? So which documents are you going to study? So when you are doing analyze current state, you are going to study what? Existing standard operating procedures, existing whatever details that you can find about the project, existing process aspects, right? Existing process models or existing use cases that were there in the beginning itself, or when the old project was launched. All of that is your existing documentation, SOW, that is statement of work, right? Project charter, or whatever it comes to you. All that, whatever you study, wherever you study those documents, to understand what is the goal of this project, or what is the problem statement of this, what are the current problems that you're trying to find from the standard operating procedures. So those, whenever you do this, that is called as a document analysis. Nothing fancy here, if you look into it. So this technique is nothing but you are actually trying to understand what is the information that is available from existing documentation, by looking at existing available material. That is pretty much about document analysis. Nothing fancy here. You do basically you're kind of doing a background research here, right? You're doing a background research through this document analysis, right? So you are forming some opinion. You might be coming up with some kind of picture, some kind of visualization, right? Some kind of process flow chart by understanding the current documentation. Okay, so that is precisely what is document analysis is. Basically, you will look for all existing sources, existing materials, study that material, right? You may ask some questions to those guys who prepared that material in the first place, right? When they are not clear. The only problem, limitations with this kind of it is like a theoretical work that you are going to do, and so sometimes the people who prepared this document might not be there on the project anymore, right? So you might not be having some clarification, but there is no way out on that. So you have to discuss with somebody else, meaning, see what happens. For example, you are trying to understand a particular IT process in an organization. Basically, this typically happened in my example, in my work. I was trying to document a process of how credit check is done, because I don't know how many of you are aware that credit check is a process that is done through by sending some requests to some external party by the organization, and they provide you whether you are good, you are having a good credit, bad credit, whatever is the credit history about yourself, right? This is typically done with external organizations here, even when you are asking for a telecom product, right? Back in India, it may not be the case, right? So you just deposit some amount of money and you get that. But I'm still trying to tell you that even think of it in terms of bank. when you're going to a bank for a loan application, do a credit check. That credit check can be done through an automated process. So that automated process was already there in our organization, in my current project as well. But the documentation for this process was not clear. I mean, what happens when when the customer enters his address, what kind of request is sent by the system technically to the external system. All such details were not available in terms of a clear documentation. So I had no source, because no one was there anymore. So what I had to do is I had to run a scenario in the test environment, test development, basically QA environment, where I created a new customer. I checked each call that the system made to in the process, right? I checked for that call. What are the request parameters? What are the output types of output that I'm getting, right? And I validated that by putting all those findings in a flowchart, in simple kind of a flowchart, and then I validated that with the client that this is how it is working today. So what kind of changes are you needing? So basically, what I did is I did an analysis of current state of a process. Same thing. And how did I do it? I tried to look for some documentation. I found only basic documentation. Beyond that, nothing else. That there is a credit check process. There are these types of customers, and these are the different types of credit status values that I can expect to get. But beyond that, nothing else. When and what kind of scenarios I'll be getting, what kind of values, that conditions were not there, right? So I had to find out by doing it, right? Because this was an existing system, there was an existing process, I was able to do it. So that's how it is. If it is not there, if a new process, then anyway, you won't be able to do it do it and find out. You will have to build it and propose it, and then that will be tested out. That is how in the to be state will be. But document analysis as such is what you see that part of your research using whatever existing material is there, right? That part is what your document analysis is. Then there is something called as financial analysis. We'll talk about financial analysis. I think I can talk here itself. It's nothing more. Okay, one more thing. To understand some of the, let's say you don't need to be a really pro or expert in what are the different types of financial analysis done. This is not, IIBA BABOK is not the course for you for that financial analysis work. This is just it shows that there is a technique called financial analysis. And what it techniques is, it simply says that you can, when you are trying to do, remember always, these techniques are ways and means to do your main task of analyze current state. So you are analyzing the current state of an organization using financial analysis as a technique. So financial analysis technique, meaning I'll try to find out what is the current working capital requirement of the company, right? What are the current, let's say revenue, let's say return on investment, return on equity. If I'm trying to measure those kind of metrics, then I use these different types of ratios to calculate what is the current, to what extent the revenue is driven by a particular product, or what is the revenue over a period of time, right? There are certain methods like, for example, one is called net present value, NPV. Then there is called IRR, internal rate of return. But in simple terms, return on investment is what? Return on investment, if I ask you, how do you calculate return on investment? Forget about any kind of formula. Think of just, I'll ask you, what is return on investment? What will you do? How will you calculate that? Just think of it. Return on investment. These three words. What is your return on investment? So you will estimate some benefits, right? You will have some benefits, right? You will subtract the cost of investment from those benefits and divide by the cost of investment. So basically, total benefits minus cost of investment divided by cost of investment. That's it. That is the return on investment. There can be hundreds of different types of variations that are there. None of this is in scope of your BABOK course. I'm telling you very explicitly. If you are expecting that you are going to become an expert through attending these sessions on here, please, I'm correcting that notion that is not the purpose of this. Even though I know a financial analyst because I am from finance background, I am not going to teach you on those ratios or any of these things because they are not really the course content of this BABOK course. It is just that an indication that there are different ways to calculate the financial ratios, working capital ratio, then there is NPV, IRR. These are different kinds of ratios that are there. But in simple terms, this method is intended to understand, or let's say this technique is mainly there to help you understand what is the return on investment that you are trying to evaluate, right? The formula and all that different kinds of ratios are very different. I mean, they are not even listed in BABOK as well, right? As I said, this is, if you want to learn more and more of these techniques, feel free to go and learn in Google and everywhere. But this is not needed. It's primarily not needed in scope of this task also, even understanding this task. The key thing what I want to highlight is this financial analysis is, you are doing it in this technique, as you can see, right now. What are you doing this task? What are you doing? You are doing analyze current state. There is another task which is called define future state, and I told you define future state is defining future set of conditions which, when met, will be called that a future state is met. Now, what do you think? This technique, right, you will see that it is also applicable in case of define future state, meaning when we are using this financial analysis technique, we are estimating what are the future benefits that I'm going to do, what is the future sales revenue, what is the future cost, future returns that I am expecting. Here I am, when I'm using financial analysis as a technique, I am trying to understand what is my current revenue, and that is what I'm trying to calculate here. When this technique, you will see that is applicable in case of define future state. That essentially means that you are actually trying to evaluate what are the future benefits for that. And that is the only meaning what I'm trying to convey here as part of this technique. Makes sense? You don't really need to remember or mug up why or a technique and how a technique is, the name of the techniques as such. If you see this, if you try to relate it, financial analysis, how is it applicable in analyze current state? Because I'm calculating the current cost, current returns, current return. And financial analysis as a technique is useful in define future state, because I will be able to estimate future returns. And that is why I am looking at financial analysis technique, right? So that's why you see this as a mention here. There is one more technique called item tracking. Again, this one is a very if you look at it, technique, I'll repeat, do not get intimidated by the word as technique. It is simply a name that has been given. Item tracking is nothing but, I'll show you something and then you will see, this is what it is. It is nothing but you keep a track of the different items. And how could it look? It could look like this. Yeah. So think of it, how this technique is relevant in the current task, what task you are doing. Always ask these questions. Then it's much easier to connect. How this technique is useful? Item tracking. You are actually doing what? Analyze current state. And you are actually analyzing current state with the help of what? With the help of stakeholders, because you are discussing with them, understanding the current issues, current problems, getting clarification from them. When you are trying to do, what are you trying to do? You are trying to jot down all the points that you have got, right? You are trying to put some responsible person, who is the decision maker, what is the assigned date, what is the due date, what has been the progress over a period of time. This is typically kind of log that you are maintaining about the items that you have been discussing and recording it, so that all of this doesn't get lost in some emails, some notes, physical notes or something like that. So when you use this as a technique, now do you agree that keeping this kind of log is really helpful in your work that you will do as part of your current state analysis? Will it help? Is it helpful or not? Tell me. Make sense? So now you can relate how a particular technique, it is just not there for the sake of it. The technique name is not mentioned just for the sake of it. It is useful to do this task, and hence it is said that this is a technique using which BAs can work. Now, now I'll go back to some of the basic things, like many of you might have these doubts, right? Whether I am really eligible for this BA course or not based on my work experience. Have you not done this kind of work in whatever work activity that you are doing? Have you not used this kind of technique in your current state of work, in whatever role you are performing? Are you not doing it? You're doing it, right? So now you see how I told you that you will realize that over a period of time, when we are getting more and more clarity about the tasks, about the techniques, you will see that you might have performed majority of the tasks or a significant portion of those tasks. I'm not saying all, but you must have performed some of those tasks at some point in your life, which will help you document your experience that yes, I have done this tasks, right? So yes, so that is how I'm trying to relate it to whatever I have said in the past classes, so that it is very clear. There is one more template. I mean, of course, there is one more template that I wanted to show. I mean, you can find hundreds of such kind of templates. I'll upload this template as well, but just to give you an idea, different ways, formats. It's just you can build your own format. There is nothing wrong in that. So this is another issue tracking template. You can see, right? Somebody mentioned, and this is from the project manager side of you. That is how it is mentioned. Even here, the same kind of format. There is a priority. There are some more addition fields, right? Status, open, action item. So you can use even this. Depends upon what is your requirement, how best it can serve you. You can come up with your own item tracking template and use it. Okay. There is one more technique called lessons learned, right? What is lessons learned? Lessons learned is what? Again, the name as it says, that you are actually look here you are not doing anything, because you are actually analyzing current state. So there could be some lesson learned document that the organization has kept, right? The previous based on the project execution, whatever document that they have already kept, you are going to that repository to learn about what were the key takeaways that have been there as part of analyze current state. When you are referring lessons learned, what are you trying to do? You are trying to understand, okay, what are the lessons learned that were recorded as part of the previous working sessions or previous sessions, what have been done, so that you will avoid such kind of mistakes. If there are certain mistakes or certain steps have to be done which were not done and that were recorded as part of your lessons learned lesson in the previously, you can make sure that those are covered. So that is a technique that is also useful in your work when you are doing as analyze current state. Make sense? Okay, very well. So these are the techniques that I wanted to talk about here. I also want to talk about SWOT analysis here. I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to complete all the techniques in one go. We'll go to and talk about more techniques later on. But in fact, we'll do hands-on techniques on some aspects like process modeling. We'll do hands-on. So don't worry on that. I don't think that I'm skipping techniques. I'm just touching upon some techniques in this knowledge area. We'll touch upon some other techniques in some other knowledge area and so on. SWOT analysis. What does SWOT stand for? So when you say using SWOT analysis, I'll do current state analysis. What am I doing actually? I'm doing current state analysis. I'm trying to find the strength of the company, weaknesses of the company, right? But when you look at it, this as a technique, right? I'll just think of it. These words, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. When we talk about it, SWOT there is a limitation of this technique if you think through, right? Strengths and weaknesses, it is talking from the internal prospects. I mean, basically the internal aspects of the organization, right? It is not evaluating anything with respect to external. Opportunities and threats are something it is evaluating based on opportunities and threats. So SWOT is a very good technique. It will help you evaluate the organization's current environment, right? It will help you to share information that you learn about it with the stakeholders, right? It will also help you to identify the areas of weaknesses, right? That could adversely impact the project goals, right? Or it could also help, it can also help in developing certain strategies to address some threats, right? But the thing is, the key limitation, if you see here, is it always when it looks from strengths and weaknesses, it does only from the internal perspective, internal organization perspective. Opportunities and threats, it is evaluating it from the external point of view. It does not give you any clear insight on what you can do to improve upon your weakness, or what you can do to improve upon, or let's say maximize your strength. It will not give you that kind of insight. It only gives you a static view, right? It only gives you a static view of what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses, what are the potential opportunities, and what are the potential threats. That is what it gives you. It does not give you an insight on how to overcome that. So you have to use, to in order to do any task in any of these knowledge area, it is not sufficient to work with only one technique. You will use more than one technique to come up with your analysis outcome, right? So it is true that you will not end up using all the 23 techniques in doing this task every time. Plus, it is also true that you will not work with only one technique to do this task. You will use more than one technique, and that is perfectly okay. And that is why it is mentioned there are a list of techniques, a bunch of techniques over there. So you can use more than one technique to use and deliver your outcome. So that is precisely what is SWOT analysis is. Okay, makes sense? Now, as part of this output, right, when you do this analyze current state, what do you think will be the output? Think of it. You are, what have you done? As part of this task, what have you done? You looked at the current state, meaning in terms of the current infrastructure, internal factors and external factors. You looked at competition, market, and everything. Then what will you write based on this? You will write something, right? You will actually deliver something. Once you say that you have done the analysis work on the current state, you will give some output. As BAs, you will give some output. What will be that? That will be your current state description, right? You will describe the current state in terms of where the organization is, what is the current capabilities, and so on. You'll describe some key findings based on, and you'll also describe the business requirements here. When I say you, remember, you are not the only person, one person doing this job. You are doing with a team of BAs. You will together decide what is the current state description aligned with the project and what are the business requirements. That is what is the outcome of this task, right? And you will discuss with all these kind of people, right? I mean, remember, these stakeholder names or the list of stakeholders that is defined by BAVOC, like customers, domain, subject matter expert. In your real world project, this could mean any designation. It doesn't matter that the person should necessarily have this designation. This is just an explanation of the role with whom stakeholder, with which kind of stakeholders the BA would be discussing or working while performing this task. He would engage, he could possibly engage with all these stakeholders. Make sense? See, the first task we are taking much longer, but I am pretty sure as we move on, you will see that the rest of the tasks don't need this kind of detailed view of in terms of stakeholders, explanation and all that. But tell me, is it clear how each task is arranged in knowledge area and how is your understanding about analyze current state? Is it very clear now in terms of the techniques, in terms of the purpose of this task, in terms of the outcome of this task? Is it clear? The outcome of this task, as I explained, is generation of business requirements and the current state description, right? So the current state description and business requirements are the outputs of this task. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a business analytics course in collaboration with IIT Powertech. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques in time series forecasting, risk analysis, data visualization, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry experts in just 5 months. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of business analytics.
Let's get into the introduction. Now, what is data visualization? You must have heard about this term a lot, especially nowadays, where data visualization, data science is definitely on its peak. Right? So whenever you go in search of what is Tableau all about, you'll be having two terms that pop up. Tableau is a data visualization tool, and Tableau is a powerful business intelligence tool. Now, data visualization, as the name tells you, using Tableau, it's going to help us in easily visualizing the data or converting our data into graphs and charts, basically converting a tabular data into graphical representations. Right? Now, it's a powerful business intelligence tool. Now, Tableau is going to help us take decisions in a quick manner, which is going to help us improve the performance of any business. right? Now, where do we have scope for Tableau? In which particular industry or in which particular sector is Tableau going to be of great demand? Now, let's say in an IT sector or in an automobile sector, where is Tableau being used, or where do we have great demand for Tableau? Right now, as it's a data visualization tool, wherever we have data, Tableau is going to be useful in all those sectors. And where do we don't have data? Data is the base nowadays, right? So whenever you get into any store, a school, a hospital, an automobile industry, an IT sector related industry, a pharmaceutical industry, wherever you get into, you have data everywhere, and data has to be managed. The performance of any organization has to be analyzed using the respective data, right? So how are we going to do all that? How are we going to analyze the performance in organization? It is only by analyzing the data. And how are we going to analyze data? In a much easier manner, by visualizing it, right? Okay, it's supposed to start from slide 1. Okay, slide 1. Yeah, this is just the heading. This is just about the participants' introduction. We'll gradually get to know about each other. Okay, so I just thought first and this is just the agenda. So we haven't missed anything. So I'm into slide 5, where this is the actual definition or explanation of what is data visualization. Okay, right. Moving on to the next slide. The benefits of data visualization. Now, whatever is written in the slide, I'm sure you'll be able to go through it. So I'm just trying to give you additional information, which is not specifically mentioned in the slides. So that way you'll get more information apart from what you have in the slides. Okay, right. So, and I'll be explaining everything right from the scratch. No worries at all. Okay, you let me know whatever queries you have. Let's make it interactive, and and when you start learning something, initially it might be confusing. It might seem like that there's so much getting into your head in one single day, right? That happens whenever you are learning something new. But no worries, as we move on, as we slowly get into real-time examples, as we practically start working with the software, you'll definitely find it interesting and find it very, very easy. Just trust me. Okay, right. So the next query that you might have is, what are the prerequisites in order to learn the software or start using the software? Okay, should I know this particular coding language, or should I be aware of, let's say, the databases available, Oracle or SQL? What is that I should know before I start using Tableau? Okay, now one great advantage of Tableau is that there's no need for any coding knowledge. Absolutely no need for any coding knowledge in order to work with Tableau. All you have to do is sit with the software, keep using the software, practically go through the software, go through each and every icon that we have in the software, get familiar with it, and that's how you become a well-versed Tableau developer. And that's what we'll be doing throughout our course of Tableau Desktop. We'll be going through the complete software, each and every single icon. I'll be introducing them to you. You'll have to just keep practicing, keep using them, get familiar with the environment, and that's it. You'll become a well-versed Tableau developer. No need for any coding knowledge. Okay, right. So we have a couple of more queries about how do we install the system, where can we download. Okay, regarding the slides that we have, our support team will provide you with the LMS. We have all the slides, all the required assignments, notes, data sets, everything available over there. Our support team will be sharing it with you. Okay, and about how to download and install, I'll definitely get back to that point. We'll definitely go through those points as well. No worries. Okay. Right, so that's about, I hope you have an idea what is data visualization, how Tableau is going to help the businesses in order to take decisions quickly, okay, by visualizing. Now, let's just imagine if you have a million rows of data, okay, let's say we have a store set up in 4 different countries, and I have millions of rows of data. Suppose I would like to find what a particular customer has purchased in this particular country. It's definitely difficult manually to go through all the million rows and find out whatever we are in need of. But with the help of Tableau, within a few seconds, it's going to tell us whatever analysis we are trying to make. Yes, so that is where Tableau is going to help us in a definitely huge manner, right? So data analytics, data science, data visualization, everything is based on data. Okay, you have your data in hand, analyze it, just go through the data, pick up whatever information you are in need of, and take decisions accordingly. So now going back to the point, as I told you, there's no need for any coding knowledge in order to start working with Tableau. All you have to do is get familiar with the environment. But there's definitely something very basic that you will be in need of. That's nothing but the data. Okay, so Tableau is nothing but a data visualization tool. So only when you have your data in hand, you'll be able to visualize it, right? So having data in hand is something, is the basic thing before you start working with Tableau. Now, where should I have my data? In what format or in which file type should I have my data? Right? So Tableau is going to support more than 50 types of databases from where you can connect your data with Tableau and start working with it, right? For example, I have my data in an Excel file. Yes, connect it with Tableau, visualize your data. I have my data in a CSV or a text file, or let's say I have my data in a JSON file, or I have it in a server, SQL server, or I have it as a database in my Oracle. Wherever, any cloud, any server, wherever you have your data, you can very easily connect it with Tableau and use Tableau for visualizing your data. So we'll be going through all these things practically as well. Okay, but as of now, I'm just trying to give you a theoretical idea of how, what are the basic things required to work with Tableau. So step one, have your data in hand. Let it be anywhere, any cloud, any server, or any file type. Once your data is present in hand, you need the Tableau software. Once you have both, just connect them and start creating your charts and graphs. Okay, right? So next, business needs. These are points that we were just now discussing, how Tableau is going to help business take decisions quickly and accurately, right? And these are some real-time scenarios. As I told you, you have different sectors, healthcare, retail, all such domains where Tableau is of great use, is currently being used, in a great manner. It's being of great demand, actually. And apart from Tableau, we also have other data visualization tools like Power BI, ClickSense, okay, and many more. Zoho Analytics, right? We have multiple data visualization tools, but out of which Tableau is always one step higher. Okay, is always on great demand compared to the others, and we do have multiple reasons to justify it. Yes. Now, if you must have heard about this particular software called Power BI, yes, Power BI is also a similar tool, just like Tableau. It is going to help us visualize our data. But why should I choose Tableau and why not Power BI? Right? Now, Power BI is a freeware. Yes, Tableau is a paid software. Tableau is not a freeware, but still, why do people prefer Tableau? It's because the user interface of Tableau is extremely organized and user-friendly compared to Power BI. Okay, might be in one of our sessions, I'll also open up the software of Power BI and I'll show you how the environment looks like so that you'll be able to see and compare both. Okay, right? So this is just a visual representation of how a dashboard. Now we'll be coming across a lot of new terms, okay, related to Tableau. And just after day one's class, you'll not be able to remember all those new terms, but no worries. I'll be repeating them again and again and again, and you'll gradually get used to it. Okay, so this is one such term called dashboard. Dashboard is nothing but a collection of worksheets or charts placed in a single space. Okay, and these, see, let's say this is a bar chart. This is an individual stacked bar chart. This is a pie chart over here, and these are different, again, bar charts representing different, types of data. But all these charts are placed into a single space, and that's what we call as a dashboard in Tableau. So by the end of our course, you will be able to create such interactive dashboards using Tableau, no matter what data has been given to you, no matter what what the requirement is all about. Okay, just the use of using some other major difference. Yes, so do we have some other major difference between Power BI and Tableau? Yes, we do have a lot more differences. Let's say now when it comes to Tableau, I have my data in a particular cloud or server, which might not be compatible with Power BI. Okay, so we have a list of databases which are supported by Tableau and which are supported by Power BI. Okay, I'll prepare a table. Okay, so that way you will be able to get those points in an organized manner, as in what are the not only using of these differences, but also in terms of functionality, what are the differences between Tableau and Power BI, or let's say any other BI tool for that matter of fact. Okay, yes. User interface, as in, you'll get used to it as you see the software. As you start using it, okay, you'll automatically feel the difference of how organized and easy Tableau is when compared to the other tools. Okay, I'll show the Power BI software as well in one of our sessions so that you'll have some idea. Okay, right. So that was in general about data visualization. Now coming to Tableau. Right, as I told you, it's a powerful business intelligence tool used for data visualization, and it was founded in Jan 2003. Can you believe it? 20 years approximately, as in more than 20 years, and it is still being on great demand. Right, so that is what is Tableau, and then comes the power of Tableau. We've actually gone through a few of these points here and there. It's an easy to learn tool. As I told you, within a month, by the end of our course, if you regularly keep working with the software, practically keep working, keep in touch with the software to get familiar with it, and that's it. By the end of the month or by the end of our course, you'll be able to create such dashboards very easily using Tableau. You'll find it very interesting. Right, and it uses the drag and drop technology. No coding work. You'll have all the columns available in your data set in a particular space of Tableau. Just go pull, drag and drop them and create any chart. Let it be a bar chart, pie chart. You have 24 readily available charts and graphs available in Tableau. So within a click, within a few seconds, you can create them. Right, so this is just a theoretical explanation that I'm giving you. We'll definitely have some sample data sets using which practically I'll be explaining all these points. Okay, and Tableau stores data in the random access memory of your system, and therefore the processing speed is much faster than all the other BI tools that store data in disks. This is also another difference between Tableau and the other BI tools. You have a processing speed which is much faster, much better in Tableau compared to the other tools. Okay, then power of Tableau, where again it's easy for sharing. It is quicker. It lets you quickly analyze your data, no matter how large your data is. Okay, and all those points. Now this one is about, it is just comparing how we have all the other BI tools, but Tableau is on top. The one right next to it is Microsoft Power BI, basically, right? So that's quite close to Tableau, but still Tableau is always a little ahead because of its few advantages. Let it be user-friendly or let it be in terms of functionalities. Okay, so there's another query like DAX query in Power BI. Do we have any coding language in Tableau to get more flexible? Now we don't have a coding language as such, but we do have inbuilt functions and calculations available in Tableau. So let's say we have date related functions, date trunc, date parse, date part, date name. We have if else, case functions. So all the normal inbuilt functions and calculations are also available in Tableau, but it's up to you. If you want, you can definitely make use of it. We do have sessions where we'll be going through them as well. We do have LOD calculations. So it's not that we don't have coding or calculations at all. We have inbuilt functions. So I'll come back to the rest of the queries once we are done with a little more of our slides. Okay. Now going into installation of Tableau. Okay, now I'll tell you how to install and download them. But anyways, our support team will also be having a special session where they will help you out in all the queries related to how to download and install the software. Okay, but before we get into that point, I will have to tell you which particular product of Tableau company you will have to download and install, right? So that is more important. That is supposed to be step number 1, right? So the next slide is going to tell you all about it. Now we have Tableau Desktop, Tableau Server, Tableau Reader, Tableau Public, and we have 2 more actually. I'll tell you. We have, apart from the 4 mentioned in the slide, we have 2 more called Tableau Online and Tableau Prep. Okay. Now, each of these products, the usage of them differs from one another. I'll give you a brief overview. Okay. But as I told you, our course is completely going to focus on this product called Tableau Desktop, right? Okay. So now let me split these. We have 6 tools, right? 6 products offered by the Tableau software company: Desktop, Server, Reader, Public, Online, and Prep. Okay, now I would like to split them into 2 different categories. One is the developer products or developer tools, and next is about the sharing products or sharing tools. Now, this is just for explanation purpose I'm trying to tell you. By doing this, it will be easy for you to remember. Okay, so as the name tells you, developer tools are nothing but tools using which we develop or create the dashboards. Okay, so Tableau Desktop is the major development tool or the development product offered by the Tableau software company. So all the organizations around the world make use of Tableau Desktop as the product for creating or developing dashboards. Okay, now apart from Tableau Desktop, we have another tool called Tableau Public, right? So Tableau Public, the one rightmost mentioned in the slide, Tableau Public. Tableau Public is also used for development purposes. You can also develop or create dashboards using Tableau Public, right? But you might have a query. What is the difference between these 2? Which one, I mean, why do organizations use Tableau Desktop? Why not Tableau Public? Then where else are we going to make use of Tableau Public? Okay. Now, when you compare, you have some 5 to 6 major differences between Tableau Desktop and Tableau Public. Okay. Now, see, let's say you are working in a bank. The data related to any bank is supposed to be kept confidential. It might be the customer's data, the let's say their account history, the amount, the transactions happening in their particular account. Everything has to be kept confidential, right? So any data related to any organization, for that matter of fact, needs security or confidentiality, right? So when you make use of Tableau Desktop, your data is going to have a level of security. Only people who works in your organization, okay, can make use of Tableau Desktop, right? And I'll tell you what is Tableau Public about. Tableau Public is where it has absolutely no security at all. Okay, suppose I'm developing a dashboard using Tableau Public. Okay, anyone from the public, as the name tells you, Tableau Public, anyone from the public can come view my dashboard, view my data, view, the analysis that I am trying to do using my dashboard, right? So what's the first point? Tableau Desktop is completely secure. Suppose you are using your organization's data with Tableau Desktop, creating a particular dashboard, it is going to be kept confidential, secured, or in other simple terms, you can say password protected, right? Only people with proper access can come view your dashboard. But when it comes to Tableau Public, it absolutely has no security. Anyone can view the data, view the dashboard that you've created. Yes, the next query that you might have is, then why do we use Tableau Public? What's the purpose of it? Tableau Public is mainly meant for practicing purposes, right? Or let's say I am trying to pick up the weather forecast, the weather related data. Let's say for the past 10 years, how the weather has been in my country or my state. this is a common public data, right? So I can pick this data from the internet, connect it with Tableau Public, and create a dashboard on it, right? Or I can pick up, let's say, the COVID data. Okay, I can pick up COVID data, connect it with Tableau Public, create a dashboard for it. So it's basically used for public related data, or if you're planning to just practice with such common data available in the internet, you can definitely make use of Tableau Public, because there's no point in having security for such data which is related to the public, right? So basically for practice purpose, Tableau Public is used. Why? Another main reason why Tableau Public is used for practice purposes are because it's a freeware. Okay, Tableau Desktop is not a freeware, but when you look into Tableau Public, it is a freeware, and that is why you can simply use it for practice purposes. Okay, right? I hope you're getting the points. Tableau Desktop and Tableau Public are developer tools. Using these two tools, you can develop or create your dashboards, but Tableau Desktop has high-level security, whereas Tableau Public, there's no security at all. Anyone can view the data or the dashboard that you've created using Tableau Public. Okay, and it's a freeware. Tableau Public is a freeware. Tableau Desktop is not a freeware. Okay, and then we have a couple of more differences. I would like to get into the software and practically show those differences instead of just explaining it theoretically. Okay, but then and there, whenever we come across a topic which is available in desktop and not in Tableau Public, I'll definitely highlight it. You can make a note, because such questions are very important when it comes to interview perspectives. Okay, right. So moving on to the next category, or the next type, called sharing tools. Now we have Tableau Server, Tableau Online, and Tableau Reader. Okay, now let's say I've created a dashboard, okay, using my developer tools. Now I would like to share it. Now let's say I'm working in an organization. I've created a dashboard and I'm planning to share it with my higher officials so that they can use my dashboard to analyze the data and come up with business related decisions. So how do I share it with them? Okay, so instead of sharing it as a file with them, I have a common space meant for my organization where I can go publish my dashboard. Okay, so everyone who is a part of my organization can view the dashboard that I've created, use it for analysis purposes. Okay, I'm just trying to keep it very simple, right? You can just imagine that you have something, let's say, just like how we have movies, okay, or let's say we have short films. So they shoot a short film and they go upload it in a common space called YouTube, where anyone can come view it, right? So based on that concept, I'm creating a dashboard using my developer tool, and I'm publishing it into a space, into a environment called Tableau Server, where all the people who belong to my organization will have access to, right? So they'll get into that environment, see my dashboard, use my dashboard, and analyze data based on their requirements. So a medium or a product through which you're sharing the dashboard to others is known as the sharing tool. And one such sharing tool is Tableau Server. Okay, so Tableau Server and Tableau Online are quite similar. Both are sharing tools, but Tableau Server is used for on-premises deployments, whereas Tableau Online is used for cloud-based deployments. Okay, so again, they are paid. I mean, you have paid versions of Tableau Server and Tableau Online. So a particular company, if they require an environment of Tableau Server or Tableau Online, they'll have to purchase the environment, okay, and use that environment to publish the dashboards that has been created for their organization. Okay, right? So that's about the sharing tools. Right. So this is just a basic overview that I'm trying to give, because only then you'll get to know why we are focusing on Tableau Desktop. Why do we call Tableau Desktop as a developer tool? Right. So each product has its own usage. and it's definitely different from one another. This is just a basic overview for that, right? Tableau Reader, this was one of the oldest tools used through which the dashboards were being shared with each other. Okay, it was a read-only tool, but nowadays we don't make use of Tableau Reader. We either use Tableau Server or Tableau Online, and that completely depends on your organization. Okay, and another very important point over here, Tableau Public is also a sharing tool. So this is a very important interview question, or a question that comes up in almost all the certification exams, I would say. Okay, what is the only tool of Tableau using which you can not only develop your dashboard but also share it to people who are trying to make use of the dashboard, as in which is the only tool which can be used both as developer as well as sharing purposes, and that is what is Tableau Public all about. So Tableau if you download and install Tableau Public, it's a complete freeware. You can keep using it for lifetime for free. Okay, and at the same time, you can not only develop dashboards using Tableau Public, you can also have your own Tableau Public profile where you can publish all the dashboards that you have developed, right? So what we normally tell our participants is, once you're done with the course, you'll be practicing the software with different sample data sets from the internet, right? So when you're doing so, make sure you publish all such dashboards in your Tableau Public profile. Okay, so just publish whatever dashboards you've created while practicing with sample data sets. Just make sure you're saving it. Publishing is nothing but saving it in your Tableau Public profile, so that when you go in for interviews, you can share the link of your Tableau Public profile, which will showcase the work that you have done using Tableau. We'll see how to do this practically. I'll tell you how to create your profile, how to publish the dashboards in your Tableau Public profile. That is definitely going to speak for itself when you're going for interviews. 5 to 6 differences, which is definitely not going to affect, your practice work. I told you the security reason. Yes. So when you're into an organization, you cannot use Tableau Public because of data confidentiality or data security has to be maintained. That's one point. Next, we have Tableau Public, which is a freeware, right? So again, it doesn't support all the databases from where data can be connected. Now, let's say I have my data in an Oracle database. Tableau Public is not going to let you connect databases from Oracle or any server for that matter of fact. In that case, you have to use Tableau Desktop. So this particular point, I'll open the software and I'll clearly show you. Okay, you'll get to know. But I would say 90% of the features are the same. Just for practice purpose during our sessions, Tableau Public is going to be of more than enough. Okay, even after the course, Tableau Public can be used for practice purposes. No worries about it. Yes, only the dashboard will be shared or the base file as well. Yes, now we have different ways of sharing it. Okay, if you want only the dashboard to be shared, then you have to follow a particular set of steps. You can hide the data based on which the dashboard has been created. But otherwise, we'll come back. We have different file extensions to save your work in Tableau depending on your requirement. Okay, so we'll definitely go through all the points in detail. No worries at all. Okay, because if I explain, right. So now moving on to, okay, as I told you, out of all these, okay, we missed out one more. We have Tableau Prep, right? So Tableau Prep is the latest product, latest in the sense it was around 3 to 4 years back. Tableau Prep was introduced by the Tableau software company. Tableau Prep neither falls under developer tools nor under sharing tools. So Tableau Prep is an ETL tool offered by the Tableau software company. So now what is ETL all about? You must have heard about tools like Alteryx or Informatica, right? So ETL tool is nothing but it's used for extraction of data, transformation, and then loading the data, right? So, or in simple words, I can also call an ETL tool as a cleaning tool or a cleansing tool. Okay, data cleaning or data cleansing is done with the help of ETL tools, right? Now, I have raw data received from my client, which is not in a proper tabular format. We have a lot of garbage values. We have a lot of null values, a lot of transformations. Transformations are nothing but removal of punctuations, removal of null values, data summarization is required, some joins, some union process is required. So all these steps are known as transformations, right? So I will extract the raw data from whichever server or cloud or whichever file type it is present in. I'll connect it with my tool called Tableau Prep. Okay, I'll extract or connect my data, make the required transformations. Let's say apply filters to remove null values, basically nothing but cleaning the data. Okay, so once you clean the data, you load it. Loading is nothing but you send the cleaned or cleansed data as an output, okay, which will be in a proper format, and with this cleaned data, you can proceed with your visualization work, right? That is what is ETL all about. So basically, ETL is a step that happens before you connect your data with Tableau. Okay, so before you connect your data with Tableau, you have to make sure your data is in a proper tabular format. It's quite clean. Okay, only when it is in a proper format, you can easily visualize your data. So now you might have another query over here. Is it compulsory or is it mandatory that I will have to clean my data, or I'll have to use this ETL tool before I start working with Tableau? That is definitely not the case. It's definitely not mandatory. Okay, if you are given with, normally in organizations, we have teams who separately work on ETL process. Okay, we have a data development team. Then the developed data goes into the ETL team, which is responsible for cleaning the data, or shaping the data in a proper format. And this proper formatted data is then passed on to the visualization team, where we fall into. So using Tableau and with this proper data given to us, we will proceed with the visualization work. So Tableau wanted such a tool. So Tableau didn't want to depend on any other tool for ETL process or ETL work. And that's the reason Tableau itself introduced a tool called Tableau Prep for ETL work. Okay, so these are the different tools offered by the Tableau software company, out of which Tableau Desktop is what we will be focusing on. Okay, now I think our support team, I'm not sure if they've already told you how to download or install the software. I'll give you a basic, again, walkthrough about how to do it. Anyways, if not so far, in future, we will have a session where our support team will help you out in all these aspects. Okay, right. So Tableau Desktop. Okay, and let's say download Tableau Desktop. So I'll give you 4 options over here. Okay, now I would request you to wait for me, to mention all the 4 options and then decide the right one to proceed with, whichever suits your requirement. Okay, so the first one. Okay, I'll tell you what are the 4 options first. Just get into the Tableau official site. Okay, so now we have 4 options to download Tableau Desktop. 1, you can go ahead with a 14-day free trial. Okay, right? You just have to fill the form and get started. So this is going to let you download and install the software, make use of it for free for 14 days. Okay, so right after 14 days, the trial version will expire and you'll not be able to use it after that. Okay, that's the first option. Yes. The second option is that if you're working in any organization, you can just, and they are making use of the software, you can let them know that you are in need of a license for Tableau, a product key for Tableau. Now it's a 20-digit alphanumeric key known as the product activation license key, or in short, we call it as the product key. Okay, so your organization will have the product key. They would have purchased the software, so they'll give you the product key using which you can keep using the software. If not, if that doesn't work, the third option is you'll have to pay a specific tariff. I'm not sure about how much is it, approximately $60 or something. Okay, on a monthly basis to keep using. You'll have to pay it to the Tableau software company to keep using it. Okay, the software as in. But okay, the first option, I'm sure everyone will be able to proceed with it, the 14-day free trial. Okay, and apart from this, we have the fourth option known as the Tableau desktop for students. So if you are a student currently pursuing your higher education, or if you know someone, it might be your juniors, your cousins, your friends, anyone from your family or your friend circle who is currently a student pursuing their higher education, okay, as in undergraduation or post-graduation, all you need is a valid student ID using which you can download the software and keep using it for free for the next 1 year, right? So get into this link called, I'll come back to the queries, I'll just complete this point, right? So Tableau for students, it says free academic license. So basically get Tableau for free. When you click on this particular tab, okay, this will open up. All you need is, now let's say you have one of your cousins pursuing their higher education, undergraduation or post-graduation, just ask them to click a picture of their ID card, college ID card, the front side and the back side, because basically they verify if the student is currently pursuing their higher education. Okay, if it is an ID card which is not valid, okay, let's say the student passed out last year, then that wouldn't be considered as a valid ID card, right? They should have their name, year of joining and year of ending the course basically, and their date of birth. All these things should be clearly mentioned in the ID card. It's not that complicated. Just a picture clicked in a phone would do. Okay, so you have to enter the details. Make sure the first name and last name is matching with the student ID that you are planning to make use of, and email ID is where you can give in your own. Okay, I've done this before. I've used my sister's ID card. Okay, so I mentioned my sister's name, first name and last name according to the ID card, and I gave in my own email ID because this is the email ID where you will be receiving the product key. Okay, so you can give in your own email ID, no issues at all. Date of birth should match the ID card that you're making use of. Language is going to be English and your country or region of residence, and then the school information or the college information, right? This is something that should match the ID card, right? Once all these basic details are filled up.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides PG certification in business analysis and product management by ENICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Click on verify student status, and in the next page, you will have to attach the photocopy of the ID card. And that's it. Within a few minutes, might be 3 to 4 minutes, okay, you will get a mail to this email ID with the product key. Now, sometimes the picture might be blurry, or you might not have attached the back side of the ID card where the date of birth is mentioned. So these are some reasons why they reject the request, but no worries, you can keep trying. Okay, the second time, make sure you're attaching a picture that's much more better in clarity. And once you do that, you'll get the product key to this email ID, and you can copy the product key, open the software, just paste the product key over there, and keep using Tableau desktop for free for the next 1 year. So this is the student license. Okay, so for students, they are giving a free license for 1 year. So this is an option that you can make use of. And with one student ID, with the product key that you receive. You can also use it in multiple systems. That's up to you. Okay, so getting back to the queries. Okay, what if someone has no reference with any college ID? Okay, download. Okay, we have done the download. The support team took the session before yours. That's great. Okay, but if in case someone had missed it, okay, I'm just giving a brief idea. Okay, so yeah, so suppose you don't have a student ID. You have the 14-day free trial, but after 14 days, what will I do? You always have Tableau public for rescue. Okay, so Tableau public, as I told you, it's a complete freeware. Okay, so once you download Tableau public, you can keep using it for free for lifetime. Just get into download Tableau public for Windows or for Mac. Okay, now just get into download Tableau public. Right, you just have to fill in these basic details and download. Now it just says download free trial, but Tableau public is definitely going to be free. Okay, this is mentioned about the desktop, right? So it'll take you to an option where you can say I need Tableau public. Okay, and that would be a freeware. You can keep using it. Okay, right. Okay, are we installing Tableau today? Yes, you can install it. I think we had a session right before we started with our topic with our support team where they had mentioned about the processes involved in installing and downloading. If you had missed it, you can definitely get in touch with our support team. They'll help you out for the same. Okay, it's not a huge task. It'll just take 3 to 4 minutes. Very easy. It's a very easy software to download, so no worries at all. Okay, you'll have an exe file that would be downloaded, and you'll just have to install it. The whole download and installation process will just be for 3 to 4 minutes maximum, not more than that. No complications at all. Okay, and if you need any help, our support team is always there. You can get in touch with. Is the latest version available so far, right? You can get into help. When you double click on the icon, this is how the software opens up. This is the start page of Tableau desktop. Okay, I'll just open up and I'll show you the version. See, this is Tableau desktop professional edition. If you have Tableau public downloaded, you will have it as Tableau desktop public edition. Okay, now in a single system, you can have both actually. You can have Tableau desktop as well as Tableau public. Okay, now currently I don't have Tableau public, but right after our class today, I'll also download Tableau public. And tomorrow, before we get into the next topic that we have in store, I'll open up both simultaneously side by side, and I'll show you how Tableau desktop is going to differ from Tableau public. Okay, but it's not that my system already has Tableau desktop. Can I download Tableau public? Yes, you can do that. You can have 2 different products, right? There are 2 different products of Tableau. So you can have both of them downloaded and installed in a single system. No issues at all. Okay, right. So this is the version of Tableau desktop 2023.1. Okay, we often have versions. We often have updates for the software that keeps launching, okay, that are launched, and you can keep updating your software as well accordingly. Okay, now let's say I have Tableau desktop 2023.1. Let's say next month we have 2023.2 that is being launched. Now, how will I get to know that we have a latest version for the software? Where should I go and keep a track about this, newer versions that are coming up? How do I, keep a track of them? How do I always stay updated? Yes. Now, no worries about it, because you needn't go maintain a track or keep a track or keep looking for updates of the software. You will, on the right bottom corner of this page, somewhere over here, okay, on the right hand bottom corner of this page, you will have an orange color pop up. Now, let's say after a month, we have 2023.2. Okay, so this orange pop-up that will appear in future will tell me, see, the software that you are using is let's say one of the older versions, we have a new version. So click on the pop-up and update or upgrade the software to the latest version, right? So the start page will tell you if there are any updates available for the software. You needn't worry about it, or you needn't go keep a track about it. Okay, right. Okay, you already have Tableau Public installed. Are we starting new Tableau Public? If you have already Tableau Public installed, then yes, you can definitely use Tableau Public itself for practice purpose. So both are same, Tableau Desktop and Tableau Public. 90% they are the same. Okay, just a few differences here and there, but no worries. If you have Tableau Public, you can very well keep using it. And it's not that we're starting a new topic. We're going to start the topic on all about how to use the software that you've installed. Okay, right. And this session, I believe, the actual subject session, Tableau subject-wise topics, we started the session at 8 p.m. But before that, we did have our support team who had explained about how to download and install the software. But no worries, you can get in touch with the support team. They'll help you out if you have any queries about it. Okay, but the subject-wise topics started at 8 p.m. Okay, right. So now we have the software in hand. So what else do we require? We should have the data in hand. Okay, frankly speaking, there's nothing that you can do just having the software in hand. So Tableau is capable of nothing just by itself. It completely depends on data connectivity. You should have your data in any format in the sense in an Excel file type, in an Excel file, in a PDF file, in a CSV file, or you have the list over here. See this blue color pane on the left hand side, we call it as the connect pane. Again, a lot of new terms. Okay, this is the start page of Tableau. This blue pane on the left hand side is known as the connect pane, where you have the complete list of databases, clouds and servers, file types as well, from where data can be very easily connected with Tableau. Okay, see, now starting with the file types over here, I'll tell you why Tableau server is mentioned as the first name here. I'll tell you about it. But yes, when you look into the file types, you have an Excel file. Yes, click on this, connect it with Tableau, start your visualization work. You have your data in a TXT file or a CSV file. Click on this, connect it with Tableau. So wherever your data might be. Okay, these are the different file types. And this is where when you click on more, you'll be able to see you have more than 50 types of data bases from where data can be. It's actually more than, I would say, more than 70 to 80 types, right? Let's say I have my data in Amazon Redshift. Yes, click on it, pull your data, connect it with Tableau and start your visualization work. What if I have my data in Azure Synapse Analytics? Yes. What if I have it in Databricks? Yes. Google Analytics. What if I have my data present as a Google Sheet? Yes, you can do that, right? What if I have my data present in SQL Server? Yes. Oracle, MySQL, you have Snowflake, SAP, wherever you just name it and you have it in the list over here, right? So you have so many different places from where you can bring in your data, connect it with Tableau and build your visualization. Now you might have a query. This looks like such a long list over here. Now, are we going to look into an example for each of the list, each of the server name or cloud name mentioned over here, right? So see, I'll tell you one thing, one single line, which is going to help you out in understanding this concept. No matter where your data is present in, okay, the way you connect your data, the way you connect your data with Tableau might have slight differences. It's just the way of connection. Okay, the way you connect your data with Tableau might have slight differences, but once connected, okay, once connected, once you get into the workspace of Tableau, it's absolutely going to be the same no matter where the data comes from. Let me give you an example. Let's say I have two different scenarios. I have an Excel file in hand and I have a data coming in from my SQL server. Okay. Now, Excel files are going to be locally present in my system. So all I have to do is click on Microsoft Excel, known as the data source page. So the next new term that you'll have to remember. We'll anyways be using it again and again, so no worries. Okay, so this is where you are being directed to. So when I just click on open, I chose my Excel file, I clicked on open, and I was directed to this page known as the data source page. See the left-hand bottom corner space? This tells you the name of the page. It's known as the data source page. Now I'll tell you what are orders, people, returns, and all that. Basically, one Excel file is connected with Tableau and I am into my data source page. So now I will have to start with my visualization work. This is how you connect a simple Excel file with Tableau. But what if I have the next scenario, as I told you? Now there's another case where I have a table present inside an SQL server. Okay, so SQL server, my organization has a server. Basically, let's say it might be a QA server or a production server where we have specific login credentials because only people who belong to my organization can access the data. So it's, my data is present in such a protected environment. So in that case, how do I connect my data with Tableau? Okay. See, so in that case, you just have to get into Microsoft SQL Server, or it might be Amazon, any server for that matter of fact. Okay, so when you click on the server where your data is present, this kind of a dialog box is going to pop up, right? You have to mention the server name. Database name is optional. Okay, you can go into use a specific username and password. So these credentials, you should have your server name and the access credentials. If you have them, you can just mention these basic details, click on sign in, and once you click on sign in, you will immediately be directed to a similar page known as the data source page. See, now whatever we mentioned here, I hope this line is being justified now. The way you connect your data with Tableau might have slight differences. The way you connected your Excel file slightly differs from the way you connected your data from a server, because you had to mention the server name, credentials, and all that, right? The way of connection is what is differing. But once you connect it, once you click on sign in or once you click on connect, you are universally by default going to be directed to this same page known as the data source page, which means right from this point, right after the data has been successfully connected, the way you work in Tableau will absolutely be the same no matter where the data is coming from. You'll definitely find no difference whether your data is from a local file or from a server or cloud as a database connected with Tableau. You'll definitely be able to find no difference at all. Okay, right? So that was another point I wanted to mention because, seeing these many options in the data in the start page of Tableau, you might have such a query. Okay, right. So going into the questions, it's taking a little time to load. We'll get into Viz Gallery. Yes, so here we have the Viz Gallery. Now, as I told you, Tableau Public is a software used for developing as well as sharing, right? So they pick up, now let's say food deserts. Okay, just kind of a survey, the data of a survey of which desert is being more popular. Okay, which fruits are consumed. See, the next one over here is about fruit consumption. Which fruit in which particular country is consumed more. So such public related data. Such common data is sometimes picked up and interesting visualizations are created and published in the Tableau public visualization gallery. We also have some prizes which are awarded. Some special dashboards are picked up as whiz of the day, and recognition is being given. So such competitions keep occurring, right? So this is a place where you can go through whenever you have time. Just make sure to go through a few dashboards available here. They'll be very interesting, very unique in nature, and you'll get to know a lot of things, a lot of different ways of using the software by looking into such dashboards. You'll get a broader idea, okay, by getting into these, how uniquely, how creatively insightful dashboards are created or can be created using Tableau. You'll definitely get a lovely idea once you go through them. Okay, so just for example, I'll get into one such public dashboard known as the fruit consumption. Right, so this is about American fruit consumption. It says click a fruit to highlight per capita consumption. So now these are features of Tableau, highlighting, or we call it as an action. When you perform an action, requested object related data will be highlighted, or the audience will be able to focus on whichever fruit you click on. This feature is known as the highlighting feature. Right now, whatever feature you are seeing right now, we'll be discussing about all this in our classes. No worries at all. But the reason why I'm trying to, go through such interactive dashboards right in class 1 is just to give you an idea how the end product of Tableau looks like. And I'm just trying to tell you that this is what we are working towards, or we will be working towards for the next 1 month. Okay. Now, if I click on Apple, this is the line chart related to Apple. When you place your cursor, you have a brief, a couple of lines which is telling you wherever your cursor is placed. So everything can be customized in Tableau, right? So what information should be mentioned in this particular box when the user is placing a cursor on my chart? You can decide that, you can customize it. Right, the colors, the images used over here, everything can be customized based on your requirement. Let's say pineapple. So this is the line related to pineapple. Okay, so based on where I place my cursor, it's going to give me that particular, description or information about this fruit. Okay, so this is a very simple dashboard. You have the year-wise information. Okay, I have data starting right from 1980 till 2016, right? So this is this is the American fruit consumption dashboard. Now, next we'll get into one more if possible. Okay. Maximize the screen. Okay. My screen is actually of the maximum size. Any difficulties in viewing it? Because we'll make sure such issues are cleared in day 1. Okay, right. Might be from your side, you can try increasing the resolution maybe. Okay, if it still persists, we'll see what can be done. Right, so this is one such viz. Now, whichever visualization you pick, okay, now let's say you might have a curiosity. Okay, so I know this feature of highlight, but I would like to see how it has been used in this dashboard. I would like to see, the background, the development work of this dashboard. Right? See, this is how a real-time scenario will also look like. Higher officials in your organization, this is how they'll be able to see your dashboard once you've published it into Tableau server or Tableau online. They'll be using the features called filters or highlighters, analyze the data. Okay, but how was this developed in the backend? That's the job of a Tableau developer. We as Tableau developers are responsible of creating such dashboards using Tableau desktop and then publishing it for usage, for analysis purpose. Okay, now if you are so keen to know how the backend work is, how the development work is, you have an option called download on the right top corner, right? When you click on download, you'll have a lot of options over here. Do you want this particular dashboard to be downloaded as an image or a data, or you just need the background data? Yes, you can do that. As a cross tab, as a tabular format, yes. As a PDF file, just as images, if you want this dashboard to be downloaded, you have all these options. But if you are keen to know the development work behind this dashboard, you have to download it as a Tableau workbook, right? So once you click on download, this dashboard will be downloaded as a Tableau file locally in your system. You can open it up and view it. You can look into the worksheets, you can look into all the calculations involved, everything, okay, just by downloading it. That's up to you. Okay, if you want, you can definitely do that. But one point to make a note over here is, if you have downloaded a workbook from the Viz Gallery, you will need Tableau desktop to open it up. You cannot open a downloaded workbook using Tableau public. That's because of the file extensions that we have in Tableau, right? See, now that would be, that would be coming up in the next slides over here. How does Tableau work? Connect, analyze, share. This is something that we just went through. Connecting data. See, we have the connect pane in our start page. Yes, you can very well use it to connect your data. Now, sample superstore, I haven't introduced this data set to you, right? Now, this data set known as the sample superstore is an Excel file which has around 10,000 rows of data, 3 different sheets of data. This is an Excel file offered by the Tableau software company themselves. Okay, so I'll open up. This is the Excel file, right? 3 sheets, orders, people, and returns. This is an Excel file. You can download it from the internet, or when you're downloading the software, you will get it along with the software. Or if not, you will be having it in our LMS. The support team will give you the data sets, out of which sample store will be one of the major data sets that is provided. Okay, so it has 3 sheets. Orders is the main sheet, which has around 10,000 rows of data with around 16 to 17 columns. Okay, so this sample superstore can be connected with Tableau, and you can practice a lot with this data set. So around 70 to 80% of the topics in our course will be explained with sample superstore, right? But once you understand the concept, you can apply the same concept of any data set that you've been given, right? So this is an Excel file which we'll be using often in our upcoming classes. Okay, so that's the point mentioned over here. And then moving on to, okay, the file types. Field types is something that we'll be coming back. We'll not be missing out anything mentioned in these slides. We'll definitely come back, no worries at all. Okay, yeah, now this is what I was trying to say. Now you have so many file extensions in Tableau, right? So once you download this particular dashboard from the Viz Gallery as a Tableau workbook, it would be downloaded as a TWBX file, right? So such files, actually, all these file types, none of these file types can be opened up using Tableau public. Another major difference between Tableau desktop and Tableau public. I'll tell you more about it when we come to this slide, when I try explaining each of these file types with a particular example. Okay, so that is when you'll be able to get a better understanding why such file extensions are not available in Tableau public. Okay, so yeah, that's about it. Now, yeah, you can very well download it and try going through the different methods of how it has been created. Getting into just one more, let's say flight delays. This is another dashboard available in Tableau Public Gallery. Okay, now see, you can insert such images, you can have any color palette using which your data can be visualized, your background color, your font type, font size, placement, alignment, everything can be decided or customized in Tableau. You can show your creativity, make it insightful, okay? And we call this as a dashboard, right? So this is a particular sheet. You can have multiple sheets placed in a dashboard. Let me give you another example, a better example for that. When I say you can have multiple sheets in Tableau, in a dashboard of Tableau, see? Yes. So this is one sheet where you have data visualized using a map. Now, not only bar charts, pie charts, or tables, line charts, these are not the only ones available. You have maps in Tableau using which data can be visualized. So you can have the map of, you know, a particular country, and you can highlight places where sales are high, sales are low, or dark colors where sales are high, light colors where sales are low. So that way of visualizing the data or representing the data is also possible. And you can use any country's map. You can use the whole world map. That's up to you. You have all the options readily available in Tableau, right? So here we have a map, sheet 1. Here we have a bar chart. That's the second sheet. Okay. And here again, we have let's say bar charts or closely packed bar charts, or we also call them as histograms, right? So you have multiple sheets available over here, right? So this whole space or whole page, okay, see, I'll tell you right from the title, okay, right from this, you know, the paragraph above the title, right from this point, your dashboard starts and it goes all the way down till this line called source. Okay, right? Everything is a part of your dashboard. You can have multiple sheets inside your dashboard. There's no limit at all. You can place any number of sheets. Sheets are nothing but individual, in simple words, I can say individual papers where your charts are drawn. Okay, and you combine all these papers, you paste all these papers in a common chart to complete your assignment, something similar to that. Okay, that is what is a dashboard. Or you can also have compare dashboard to a notice board. You have circulars related to different activities of a school. Okay, you place all those circulars in a common board known as the notice board, and that's what dashboard is all about. You can have multiple sheets placed in a single space for analysis known as the dashboard. Okay, now here we have explore by year, and you have a slider right here. Okay, so this is known as a filter. Now previously in the fruit consumption example, we came across a feature called highlight. Right? Similarly, this is another very important feature in Tableau known as filters. We have different types of filters, and using such interactive filters, we are letting the end users analyze data based on their requirement. Okay, see, now as a developer, I can create a chart which is showcasing data about a particular year called 2015. But my higher official might want to see how the data looks like in 2030. So how are they going to interact? Basically tell your dashboard, see, I want data related to this particular year. So please show me data related to 2013. How are they going to talk to your dashboard? How are they going to interact with your dashboard? And that is with the help of such a feature called filter. Okay, so they can just make use of the slider, go to 2013, and automatically the complete dashboard will make sure it is displaying data related to 2013. So that's why we call it as an interactive dashboard. We not only have the name dashboard, we call it as an interactive dashboard because anyone who is using the dashboard can decide what data is supposed to be displayed in the dashboard, right? So I can tell Tableau, or I can tell this dashboard, see, you have another filter over here called filter by region. Now, if I want only, let's say, Asia related data, okay, Asian region related data. So once I click on Asia, you can see data only related to countries that belong to Asia. So this is known as a filter. Filtering is nothing but I am trying to decide what amount of data is to be displayed inside the dashboard, because that is what my analysis is all about. Or I might be, let's say, the regional manager in charge of Western Europe. So I'm not bothered about all the other region related data. I would like to focus only on Western Europe related data. So I'll click on it and my dashboard is going to get updated. It's going to display only data related to Western Europe. So a filtering is happening over here. Filtering is nothing but focusing only what you are in need of. I don't need any of the other regions related data. I would like to focus only on Western Europe related data. So yes, I've applied a filter and I'm able to focus only on what I want, right? So such features make your dashboard insightful, easy to analyze, and user-friendly as well. Not only during development work, but also after developing, your dashboards become very interesting to use, very easy to use, because they are interactive in nature. Okay, so everything can be customized. The place your filters are placed, okay, whether it should be a single select filter or a multi-select filter, whether it should be a drop-down list or a slider, just like how we have over here, every minute aspect can be customized, decided based on your requirements. So we'll try out all these things in our upcoming classes practically with the software. Okay, so I just wanted to showcase a few such working dashboards for you to see how or what great work you can do with Tableau just with a little practice. Yes. Okay. Okay, is this lines on the dashboard trend lines? These lines over here. Okay, right? They are actually line charts, basically. They are not trend lines, but yes, you can have trend lines, you can have forecasted lines. You can decide how these lines are supposed to look like, whether they are dotted lines or continuous lines or discrete lines. But yes, trend lines are also possible. Polynomial trend lines, you have, so many types of trend lines, actually 4 to 5 different types of logarithmic trend lines, right? So we'll go through all that. We have forecasting. We have an inbuilt forecasting model in Tableau, and we have clustering algorithm available in Tableau. Now, these are the advanced topics which we'll be covering in our last few sessions. Okay, but yes, we have all those things available for you to build an insightful dashboard. We do have differences between Tableau Desktop and Tableau Public, right? Both are data visualization tools, both are developer tools. Both are offered by the Tableau software company. Yes, but in what way do they differ? When both can be used for development work, in what way do they differ, right? So I have Tableau Public as well opened up in my system. So I'll open up and I'll clearly show you the first major difference between the two. Okay, so here we have Tableau Desktop. So Tableau Desktop, this is, as you can see, version 2023.1, Tableau Desktop Professional Edition, right? As I told you, you have more than 50 to 60 types of databases that are supported by Tableau Desktop, and you can see the complete list over here. So wherever you have your data, you can very easily connect it with Tableau to proceed with your analysis work. Yes. But let's get into the start page of Tableau Public and see how it looks like. So this is Tableau Public over here. Looks quite similar. When you get into help, and let's look into the version of Tableau Public. It is 2023.2, the public edition of Tableau Desktop, right? That was professional edition of Tableau Desktop. This is the public edition of Tableau Desktop, and in short, we call it as Tableau Public. This is a complete freeware. You can keep using it for free for lifetime, but we do have a few limitations in Tableau Public, which is definitely not going to affect the usage during practice purposes. Right? So when you click on more from your connect pane of Tableau Public, this is what it looks like. So you have hardly very few file types from where data can be connected with Tableau Public, because Tableau Public has no security at all. Your data will definitely not be secure in this case. Okay, so Tableau Public is just used if you're using some common data, some public data for practice purposes, then you can use Tableau Public, right? So this is the first major difference between Tableau Desktop and Tableau Public. So suppose I have a data in an SQL server, then I cannot use Tableau Public because I don't have an option over here. Right here in the start page itself, as in Microsoft SQL Server, only if I have that, I'll be able to connect whatever table is present inside the server with Tableau Public, right? So that's the difference. The first difference, we have around 4 to 5 differences. I'll let you know then and there, but this is the first and major difference between Tableau Desktop and Tableau Public. Tableau Public is limited to data. Okay, right. Now, going into our slides. So this is where we had stopped yesterday. We have our connect pane. We also have the Superstore, sample Superstore Excel file, which is provided by the Tableau software company. Is my screen visible? Okay, thanks for confirming. If you're not able to see my screen, you can just try reconnecting. You can leave the session and try reconnecting because we might have some glitches in the network or some connection issues. Okay, right. So sample Superstore, here we have this Excel file. We'll be working with this file very often, a very important Excel sheet called orders of sample Superstore, which has around 10,000 rows of data. Yes. Now, before we start connecting the data, I'll give you an idea about the different file types. The different data types. File types comes around 3 to 4 slides later, but these are the data types. Normally, what are the data types we are aware of? Let's say integer, float, string, or date, right? These are the common data types we must have heard about. Similarly, we have such a list of data types available in Tableau as well, right? So first, let's connect this sample Superstore, and then we'll see how Tableau is going to assign each and every column with a specific data type. Okay, how does it identify the nature of data present in every column and assigns the apt data type for a specific column? Yes, so for that, we will have to connect the data with Tableau. Again, as I told you, Tableau can do, just having the Tableau software in hand, we will not be able to do anything. We should have the data as well. So only when we have the data, we can connect the data with Tableau and proceed with our analysis. Tableau completely depends on data connectivity. So in this case, we have the Superstore in hand. So let's connect sample Superstore. It is an Excel file. So all you have to do is just click on Microsoft Excel in your start page. The same process can be followed in Tableau Public as well. Click on Microsoft Excel. A dialog box will pop up. Browse, get into the folder wherever you have your sample Superstore. Just get into the respective folder, click on the file, and then click on open. So within a few seconds, you'll automatically be directed to a page known as the data source page, right? The left-hand bottom corner tells you the name of this page. This is known as the data source page. Okay, so we have the connection details. The file name is sample Superstore. The file type is Microsoft Excel. Basically, it's telling you that it's an Excel file that you've connected with Tableau. Okay, and we'll see what is this checkbox all about. Now over here, as you can see, you have a list of names, orders, people, and returns. Now, what are these three? Where did these come from? Orders, people, and returns. These are the sheets coming in from Sample Superstore. So Sample Superstore is an Excel file with 3 Excel sheets: orders, people, and returns. So all the sheets present in this Excel file are listed out in your data source page. Yes. Now the table-like icon on the left-hand side, these three, the first 3 are the sheets pulled in from our Excel file, whereas we again have something called orders named range, people named range, and returns named range. Now, what is this named range all about? Is Tableau responsible for the creation of this named range, or where do these named ranges come from? We'll have a look into it. Yes. Okay, there's a query. We have to follow the hands-on. Now, it's not necessary that you'll have to keep working along with me, practically practice along with me. It's definitely not necessary. You can just look into my screen, first observe what's happening, and then versions of Sample Superstore will have a named range. Some versions might not have a named range. That must be the reason. Right away, I'll tell you how to create a named range. You can do so, and let's see if that is going to reflect when you connect the data set in Tableau Public. Okay, Sample Superstore. Okay, where do we get this data set? The LMS that has been provided to you, you must have received the slides, the assignments, the data sets from our support team. So that is where you will also find Sample Superstore, right? Or I'll give you an idea. Suppose we have, so you will have the course content Tableau folder provided, and within that, you will have module 1, module 2, multiple folders. When you get into module 1, you will have your data set inside which Sample Superstore is going to be present. Okay, you can make use of it. Right. So let's see what is a named range about. So now step 1, I hope you're clear how simple it was to connect an Excel file with Tableau. Any Excel file, if you have any other samples in hand, you can also try that out. Okay, so from the start page, just click on Microsoft Excel, choose your file, click on open, and within a few seconds, you'll automatically be directed to the data source page. Right now, we have orders, people, returns. These are the 3 sheets coming in from the Excel file. So how many ever sheets you have in your Excel file, they are going to be listed out in your data source page. But what is a named range all about? I'll tell you. Let's go back to the Excel file. Now, named range. We can, let's say, orders is a sheet having 10,000 rows. Okay, but I would like to create a subset, a table with just, let's say, the first 10 rows of data present in this sheet. So what I can do is I can select and drag, basically click drag, which is going to select the first 10 to 15, how many ever rows of data. I'll be selecting only the first 10 rows of data. Okay, along with the column headers. So I'm selecting a range of cells and I'm planning to give a specific name to it. That is what is a named range all about. So named range is a concept which only belongs to Excel files. It has nothing to do with Tableau. Tableau is just reflecting whatever is present in your Excel file. Okay, now that's another very important nature of Tableau. Okay, you cannot edit your data in Tableau. You cannot add new rows of data from the Tableau environment. You cannot delete existing rows of data from the Tableau environment. You cannot touch your data from Tableau's workspace. Now, to give you a very good example, let's compare Tableau to a mirror. Okay, so Tableau is just like a mirror which is reflecting the data that belongs to your original data set. Yes, now let's say we have a person standing right in front of the mirror. Okay, so the person is wearing a hat, for example. Yes, so whatever the person, whatever color the hat is, that is just going to be reflected by the mirror. So let's say my data set is having 10,000 rows, then the exact 10,000 rows of data is just going to be reflected by Tableau. Okay, now let's say the person is planning to change his hat's color. Yes, now can you do anything on the mirror? The person as such, when he changes the hat's color, when he removes the present hat, wears another hat which is of a different color, then that is going to be reflected in the mirror. But can you take a sketch pen, let's say for example, and change the color of the hat in the mirror directly? That's not possible. So the same concept applies over here. You have 10,000 rows of data present in your data source. Connect it with Tableau. Tableau is just going to reflect it in its environment. If you want 20 new rows to be added, you cannot do that directly in Tableau. You have to go to your original data source, add the 20 rows, and then those 20 rows will be reflected into Tableau's workspace. So that's how the concept works. That's how the software works. Yes, any queries about this? Because this is something very basic, and only when you understand this, you'll get to know, you'll get to understand the features that we'll be further applying in Tableau's environment. Okay, so this is always, can we manipulate column? You mean to say, can we rename a column? Renaming of columns, as in column headers, can be renamed. Yes, you can create aliases for values that we have in the original data set. Creating aliases is possible, but changing the data, editing the data, as in, okay, calculations. Yes, calculations can be applied. On top of the original data set, you can apply calculations, but the base data cannot be touched. You cannot delete an existing row, add a new row, delete a column, add a column. Such changes to the base data cannot be made in Tableau's environment. Yes, it is just like you're viewing the data. Exactly. It's just a reflection. You cannot make any changes on the reflection, right? That's why I compare Tableau with a mirror. Yes, but okay, there's another query. But while cleaning the data, we can insert new columns or modify the column name in Tableau. Okay, cleaning the data is nothing but an ETL work. For ETL purpose, we have Tableau Prep. But now we are discussing about Tableau Desktop, which is just a development tool, just a visualization tool, where inserting or deleting existing columns, changing the values in your columns, editing the values, adding or deleting the values is not possible, right? Suppose I need 20 new rows, or I have to delete the 20, a specific set of rows from my data set. All you have to do is go back to your original data, make the necessary changes, and those changes will then be reflected into Tableau. Directly working, changing your data in Tableau's environment is not possible. Okay. Yes, what is the use of named range? I'll tell you. We'll come back to that point. This is a Tableau desktop session. This is not SQL data analytics session. I'm sorry. Okay. Yes, named range. I'll definitely come back to named range. But before that, if you want, see, in this case, let's look into the same example. Suppose in this case, this particular customer, okay, has cancelled the order or has returned the order, or say that there's some error in this particular row. I would like to delete the entire row. So such a work, deleting an existing row, can be done directly in your Excel file or your SQL table or your cloud, wherever your data is present, wherever the original data source is. Get into that space, make changes in the data. Okay, we'll also be looking into all these points practically. I'll tell you, when you delete an existing row in your Excel file, in your original data set, how Tableau is going to reflect those changes in its environment. Okay, right. So suppose I need row number 14 to be deleted. I will have to delete it over here in my Excel file, then go to Tableau. Tableau is just simply going to reflect it. It will not show row number 14 because it will simply say, see, I'm just reflecting whatever is present in the data set. Row 14 is not present in the data set, so I am not responsible for it. Simply, it is just letting you view the data that's present in the original data set. Tableau has nothing to do with changes in the data. It is simply reflecting whatever is present in your original data set. You can always have this mirror concept in your mind. That will definitely make things very easy. Okay. Okay. You can contact our support team if you have any issues regarding the meeting link. Okay. Yes. Yes. After you modify the data, we'll see that. Okay, now we have a refresh button in Tableau. Okay, something similar to this over here. We have the same refresh button in multiple places. So what you can do is, suppose I've made some changes in my original data set. Now I'll make the changes, save my data, save my Excel file, go back to Tableau, and we have this concept of refreshing. So I'll tell Tableau, see, I've made some changes in my original data set. Please, after I click on the refresh button, okay, once I click on the refresh button, bring all those changes in Tableau's workspace. Let me see all those changes in Tableau's workspace. That is the concept of refreshing. Now, when it comes to the concept of refreshing, we'll have to discuss about another concept called live mode and extract mode. So it just goes on. Okay, but we'll come back. Might be by next week, we'll definitely get into that topic. But before we discuss about all those, we have some basics to be discussed. Because if I directly get into refreshing, live, extract, it'll sound Greek and Latin. So before letting you know about all those things, we have a few more topics to be covered because they will act as a base for live, extract, and refreshing topics. Right, but we definitely have them in our course. We'll definitely be discussing about all that with proper examples. Yes, so no worries. Okay. Yes. So let me complete about named ranges and then I'll get back to the queries. Okay. So yeah, so that's the concept of Tableau, the mirror concept. It's just letting you view the data. You cannot make changes to the data directly from Tableau's workspace. This is something you'll have to register. Okay, that's very, very important. Okay, now next, I've connected an Excel file. The sheets are displayed over here, but what are named ranges about? Named ranges are nothing but they act like subsets of your table. Right? Yes, suppose I have 10,000 rows, but I would like to create a subset of this orders table, which is having the first 10 rows of data. So I'll simply select the first 10 rows. Okay, now this is nothing but a range of cells, a continuous range of cells that I've selected, okay, for which I would like to create a named range. Yes, so just right click on the selected space. Yes, and from the bottom you'll have a box that appears. Okay, and from the bottom, the second option called define name is what you will have to click on. So basically, what are we trying to do? We've selected a continuous range of cells and we are defining a name. We are naming the selected range of cells, and that's how named range concept works. Okay, so let's name it as my range 1. Okay, so just give a proper name. Okay, no spaces allowed. So just click on OK. So I've created a named range right now. Yes, now you might have a query. Can I select row number 6, row number 12, and row number 20 and create a named range? Now that would not be possible because, see, the concept we are discussing is known as named Range. Range is nothing but it should be a continuous set of cells, continuous range of cells. So such, rows which have no connection between them, cells which have no connection between them cannot be selected, and a named range is not possible. That cannot be created over here. You can select any range of cells which are continuous in nature, name this particular selected range of cells, and that would become a named range created in your Excel environment. Yes, exactly. We are creating a subset of a table that we have in our Excel files. See, named range is a concept. You needn't confuse, you needn't, complicate much about this concept, because this has nothing to do with Tableau. Named range is a concept that belongs to Excel environment. If named ranges are created in Excel file, then they are going to be reflected in the Tableau's workspace. Okay, so once you've created your named range, just get into file, or you can just basically save the file. Okay, save it. Go back to Tableau, and once you refresh it, okay, or once you connect it back, you'll be able to see the named range. Now we already have some named ranges over here. Okay, right? So once, okay, I think I clicked on my sample superstore. I think there's another version, but anyways, you can give this a try and let me know. Okay, just select a continuous range of cells, right click on it, define a proper name. My right click is not working. Okay, yes, just right click, define name, give it a proper name, and then you'll be able to see all those named ranges, okay, reflected into Tableau's workspace. Okay, but Tableau is not going to create it. I'll mention this point once again. Tableau is not creating any named ranges. If at all you have a named range created in your Excel environment, then that is what is going to be reflected in the workspace of Tableau. Okay, and it's definitely not mandatory to have such named ranges. Okay, but the reason, see, as I told you, Sample Superstore is a data set provided by the Tableau software company themselves, right? So the reason why they have created 3 Excel sheets and 3 named ranges with exactly the same name is nothing but they're just trying to tell you, see, whether it's an Excel sheet that you drag and drop into the data source page, okay, whether it's going to be an Excel sheet that you drag and drop in this white space of your data source page, or you drag and drop a named range from the same Excel file into the white space of the data source page, the way Tableau handles both is definitely going to be the same. Tableau considers both Excel sheets and named ranges as tables. Okay, so that's the reason, just to make that point clear, this particular set of named ranges are created in the Sample Superstore provided by the Tableau software company. Okay, I'll repeat that point once again. Named range is something that is created in an Excel environment. It is definitely not mandatory. It's up to the developer, it's up to the user. If at all a named range has been created in your Excel environment, then when you're connecting that particular Excel file with Tableau, Tableau is going to reflect the named ranges, just like how it is reflecting the sheets from your Excel file. And the way Tableau treats an Excel sheet and a named range is absolutely the same. Both are treated as tables by Tableau. So you can either analyze by pulling a sheet from your Excel file or by pulling a named range from your Excel file. Tableau is not going to, show any difference in how it personally handles Excel sheets and named ranges. Okay, so that's the reason I told you named range is only going to be present when you're working with Excel files if you had created it in your data source. Otherwise, for text files, CSV files, PDF files, or databases from servers or clouds, this concept of named range is definitely not going to be available because it only belongs to an Excel environment. So that's the reason we needn't confuse much about it. Okay. Yes. Okay, so what I'll do is, I think most of the participants are not able to see the named ranges because you might be using a different version of Sample Superstore. By the end of today's class, I'll share this version of Sample Superstore that I have in the chat box so that you can give it a try and see how named ranges are going to be brought into the data source page. So no worries about it. Okay, what's the use of named range? Why one should use a named range? Okay, see, as I told you, if my original Excel sheet called orders is having 10,000 rows of data, but I would like to create a subset table which is having only the first 100 rows. So in that case, I can select the first 100 rows, define a name for it, and use that subset table for my analysis purpose instead of pulling the main sheet which is having 10,000 rows of data. Okay, I can work with lesser amount of data because I feel that is more convenient. So it's completely dependent on the developer of whether to use it or not, whether to create a named range or not. Yes, so but whether you work with a named range or an Excel sheet, Tableau handles both as tables. You'll find no difference between them in Tableau's workspace. Okay, so that's a named range all about. Again, just have a basic idea about it. We needn't get much deeper into the concept. Okay, right. So the next new word that we'll be coming across today is known as the canvas area. Yes, this white space which tells you drag tables here is known as the canvas area of your data source page. So step one, from the start page, we had to choose the file type or the cloud or server in order to connect the data with Tableau. And once that is done, you'll be directed to the data source page. Okay, so in the data source page, you will have to at least pull one table into the canvas area. Yes, Tableau uses the drag and drop technology, right? So just click on orders, drag and drop it into the canvas area. And this is what happens, right? So you have the table name called orders placed into the canvas area. Okay, now this is split into two halves. The upper half is where you've placed the table, and there, in the bottom half appears the view area, right? Now, what is Tableau trying to do? It is letting you view the data. It is just reflecting the data, letting you view the data from the original data source. So that's the reason we call this as the view area. It gives you the complete list of columns present in the sample superstore. See, row ID, order ID, it's exactly in the same order as of how it appears in your Excel file. So the complete data from your Excel file has been brought into the view area of Tableau. Okay, now this space over here, this is known as the table details space. Okay, this is basically giving you the metadata information. Now, metadata is nothing but the structure of your table. So the table details space gives you the structure of your table, the metadata information, which is nothing but it's telling you what are the columns present in your sheet pulled into the canvas area, the data type of each and every column. See, this is where the data type concept comes into place. Okay, and we have something called field name and remote field name. Now, what's the difference between the two? Okay, we'll see what is the difference, but we definitely, as of now, it looks the same, but we do have a difference between them, right? Field name, remote field name. So that's about the metadata information. And here we have row ID, order ID. So as you can see, the column names are present. The complete list of columns is being reflected into the view area of the data source page. Now, just on top of the column header, you have orders. Now, orders is nothing but the table name or the sheet name from where this particular column is coming in. Now, you might have a query. Why should the table name appear here on top? I very well know that I've pulled only orders in my canvas area, and the columns that belong, that is displayed in the view area, is anyways going to belong to the orders table. Why should the table name be displayed on top of the column header? The reason is, it's not that you can work only with one table in your canvas area. You can pull multiple tables into the canvas area, create a join between them, create a union between them, or create a relationship between multiple tables to proceed with your analysis. So to avoid confusion, you might have 10 tables in the canvas area. Okay, so to clearly tell you which column belongs to which particular table, we have the table name displayed right here on top of rows, or you can also have the complete set of rows, basically creating a duplicate, a copy, a view. Yes, just like how we have the view concept in SQL. Yes, it's like creating a view from the original main data sheet that we have. Okay, next question. Once uploading the data in Tableau and created the dashboard, after some time, if you want to create a subset, only define the name in Excel, refresh the Tableau. Okay, refreshing will be more than enough. It's not necessary that you'll have to, once you've made the changes in your original data file, should I reconnect the data file from the scratch? See, let's say I have my Excel file with 10,000 rows. I've added 20 new rows over here. So this is an updated data that I have in hand. Right? Should I freshly connect the whole file with Tableau once again? No, that's not at all required. You can simply click on the refresh button and bring the updated information into Tableau's workspace. So again, reconnecting it from the scratch is not required. Okay. Yes, I'll tell you what is metadata once again. Metadata is nothing but it's the structure of your table. Now, see, this is the table that we have. Let's get into the people sheet. Okay, this is the table. Now, if I am going to ask you what's the structure of this table, you'll be telling me that we have two columns, person and region. Okay, that is the design or structure of your table. The rows into it will become the data, right? The data might get updated often, existing rows might be deleted, new rows might be added. It keeps changing, right? But the structure of your table, the metadata, is nothing but the columns that you have in your table. That defines the structure. You can put anything. See, that defines my table. I have two columns. I can keep adding any number of rows. Okay, I can keep adding data, but the whole structure remains the same. That is what is metadata all about. And this pop-up box over here, or this particular arrow mark, which is opening up the metadata box information, is telling you these are the columns that you have. All these columns belong to this particular table, right? And these are the data types of each and every column that is being reflected from Sample Superstore, because that's the second limitation that we have in Tableau Public. It is always an extract mode of connection when it comes to Tableau Public. We do not have options to toggle between live and extract when it comes to Tableau Public. Okay, so yes, that is definitely a limitation in Tableau Public, right? So we have the column header. Going back to our view area, we have the column header. On top of it, we have the table name. And right on top of it, we have a small symbol, which is telling you the data type of this particular column, right? So when you click on the data type symbol, it will give you a list. We have number. So we have 6 to 7 data types, okay? Number, which is split into number decimal, number whole, date and time, date, string, Boolean, and geographic role. Okay, so this hash symbol tells you row ID column is of a number, whole, data type. Now, how did Tableau identify the data type of our column. Did we go assign manually that each and every column contains this particular type of data? So please assign it with this particular data type. No, we did not do that. Tableau does it automatically. Now, row ID is a column having integer numbers or whole numbers. It has no decimal values or float numbers. So that's the reason Tableau has identified and assigned row ID as a number whole data type. Then comes order ID, which is alphanumeric in nature, so it becomes a field which is of a string data type. Now, order date, ship date, both are of date data type. Okay, and then as you move on, you have a globe symbol over here. Okay, so this tells you that these columns over here, country, city, state, postal code, all these fields, they are of geographic data type, right? When you click, get into geographic role, you'll be able to see it's a country or region. This column is containing names of different countries of the world. This particular column called city is having the names of cities. Right now, you might have a query. Okay, country, city, state, postal code. Yes, they are of geographic data type, but why not region? Why isn't region of a geographic data type? Why isn't it a field which is of a geographic data type? Why is Tableau assigning region as a string data type? When you look into the values of these columns, right, from country to region. Now, when I say United States, so now it's like a proper noun. Okay, you have United States, which is unique in nature. Okay, or let's say we have a city, a state called California. So California is a name given to a particular state in United States. So it's like a proper noun. It's like a name which is unique in nature given to a particular state, right? Similarly, postal codes are unique in nature. Right? So when you look into this particular field called region, south, west, east, north, now they are just generalized regional terms. Now it might be the southern part of any country. It might be the southern part of any continent, right? So they aren't unique names, or they are common nouns, if I should say in even more simple terms. That's the reason Tableau will not be able to find a latitude and longitude values for such values. Okay, latitude and longitudes are identified by Tableau automatically for country names, city names, and state names, and definitely postal codes, which are unique in nature, right? But when it comes to regional names, they are common. Now, will Tableau be able to find a latitude and longitude for such common terms called south, east, west? Definitely not. That's the reason it's assigned as a string data type. Different backgrounds for your map. You have satellite backgrounds. You have, let's say, satellite view. You have streets view. You have multiple layouts or styles that can be used for a map, based on which or using which you can visualize your data. That will make your visualization even more interesting, right? So we'll get into all those points, but this is the basic difference of what happens when a field is assigned with a geographic role. Tableau will automatically generate the respective latitude and longitude values for all the fields, for all the values under this particular field. Okay, so these are the different data types, and apart from that, we have Boolean, which is nothing but true or false. Okay, so if I have a column which is based on a specific condition, then you will have true or false values. So that particular field will be assigned as a Boolean data type. So when we create calculations, you'll be able to see based on the condition, the result will either be true or false. Such columns, such calculations will be assigned as a Boolean data type. Okay, so this is the complete list. You also have the same information present in the slides. Okay, you can just go through them. Okay, change the data type in Tableau. Now, that's actually very simple. Now, changing the data type, all you have to do is click on the data type symbol. Okay, and you can just go say number decimal. Okay, that would change the data type. So normally Tableau itself will identify the right data type for your column. But in case if you're planning to change it, just click on the symbol and choose the respective one that you're planning to change. Okay. Now, how did we get into the metadata? Right. Now, moving on to this point from the metadata space, what's the difference between field name and remote field name? Okay. They look absolutely the same. So what is the actual difference between them? Now, as I told you, Tableau is just reflecting your data. You cannot make changes to your data. Okay, no editing work is possible in Tableau because it's just a view area, which is letting you view the data and work on the data. Okay, but we do have options to rename your column headers. Okay, right? So suppose, let's say this column header is row ID. I would like to change it to RID for my convenience while working in Tableau. Yes, so again, the same concept of mirror. And, let's say we have a kid standing right in front of the mirror. The kid takes a sketch pen and, let's say, draws a cap on the mirror. Okay, so it's like now this renaming concept of your column header is like the mark you make on the mirror with a sketch pen. Will this sketch pen mark on the mirror affect the kid in any way, as in physically? No. So if I am changing, just click on the arrow mark right on top of the column header, click on the first option called rename and change it to RID or whatever, however you want the column's header to be named as. So I am just changing it as RID instead of row ID. So as you can see, my column header in the view area of Tableau has been changed to RID. This change is happening locally in Tableau's workspace just for my convenience to work in Tableau. This is in no way going to affect my original data set. Renaming is like the sketch pen mark the kid is making on the mirror. It stays locally on the mirror. It is in no way affecting the kid in any way. Right? Similarly, this renaming stays locally in Tableau. It is not affecting my data set in any way. Right? Then you might ask me, why? Then what's the purpose of renaming the column? Because it's for my convenience to work in Tableau. I might have a column name which sounds too complicated or which is quite lengthy, okay, or which is too technical. To make it simple, to make it easy for my analysis purpose in Tableau, I am just renaming it, making this kind of a change locally in Tableau. Okay, right? So you can always click on the arrow mark right on top of your column header and reset the name, bring back the column's name as it is from the original data set. You always have that option, right? But now when I get into the metadata information, as you can see, this is where the difference between field name and remote field name comes into act. Okay, remote field name is a column which is always displaying the column header as per the original data set, right? See, it's telling you, though you might have changed the column header as RID in the local view area of Tableau, but the original Excel file, the original data source, still has the column header as row ID. Okay, so at any point you must have renamed multiple columns multiple number of times, and suddenly you wanted to refer. Okay, so this is how I've renamed the column, but what was the actual column name? All you have to do is just get into the metadata structure space. Okay, you can just refer. Okay, so RID is how I've renamed it, but this is how the original column header looks like. So basically, it's just for your reference purpose. Okay, I hope you're getting the difference between field name and remote field name. Field name will always display the column headers as per the Tableau environment. If you've made any changes, then those changes will be present in the field name column. But your remote field name column is always going to display the column headers according to the original data set. Okay, that's the simple difference between the two. So again, click on the arrow mark, reset name. So you'll get back the original column header name over here. Okay, so when you click on the arrow mark, see on top of every column header, you have an arrow mark present, right? So the second option over here says copy values. Very simple, just like the Control C, Control V, right? Copy paste values. Let's say I would like to copy all the values in this particular column, go into a Word file or a notepad, or let's say directly I'm trying to paste the values in an email and send it to my higher official. You can very well do that. So it's the simple copy paste option that you have right here. Okay, then comes hide. Now, okay, let's say I'm planning to analyze the data. I'm planning to analyze customer related information. So all I need is customer ID, customer name, and the product they've purchased. Okay, you will have the product ID or the product name that they've purchased. So I do not require columns like row ID, order ID, and order date. Okay, so such a long list of columns is confusing my analysis work. So let's hide all the unnecessary ones and focus only on what we are in need of. Okay, we have a few questions. Let me just go through it quickly. Okay. Okay, if field name, yes, field name is called and column name is absolutely the same thing. Okay, column name, field name, both are the same, no difference at all, right? Okay, you're not able to see the metadata. You will definitely have it even in 2021. Okay, let me just check and I'll get back to you. Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay. Can we copy multiple columns at one time? Definitely yes. Just select one column, press Control in your keyboard, select another column, click on the drop down arrow mark of any one column, any one selected column, and copy values. Yes, you can do that. And okay, after renaming, can I save this Tableau file as a .trex, and will it remain the same while I open this file without changing in the source? You can definitely now see calculations that I create locally in Tableau's environment. All the columns that I rename in Tableau's environment, you can save all these changes. Yes, but a small point that I would like to mention is it's not using the file extension .trex, but you have to make use of the file extension called .tds. This is how you save all the modifications that you've done to the data locally in Tableau's environment. A couple of slides away, okay, we'll definitely look into all these file types. I'll tell you how to save them, what's the difference between them, when to use which particular file type according to your requirement. Okay, we'll go through all that. But as of now, I'm just trying to make this data source environment a little familiar, okay, so that you can just give it a try. Get familiar with the environment. That is very, very important. Okay, yes. So that's about copy values. Now going back to hide. As I told you, let me hide the row ID column. You can also hide multiple columns. Just press Control in your keyboard. Keep selecting multiple columns. Click on the arrow mark of any one selected column and then say hide. So row ID, order ID, all the 4 columns are hidden from your view area. Okay, so now you can focus only on the columns that you're planning to work with. You can hide all the unnecessary columns. How do we unhide these columns now? Again, you have now, see, the upper part is known as the canvas area. This space where all the columns and rows are displayed is known as the view area. So there's a small tab which is separating the canvas area and the view area. Okay, so on the rightmost corner of this tab, you have, I'm sorry, not the rightmost is the collapse option, but just before that, you have a settings like icon. Click on it, and there you have an option called show hidden fields, right? So when you click on show hidden fields, all the fields which are currently hidden is displayed in the view area. See, you have to make a note, they're still hidden. Okay, just that for your reference, for you to see which are the columns that are hidden or which are the fields that are hidden, Tableau is showing the hidden fields. So it's up to you. If you're planning to unhide them, get back to the same drop-down menu, click on unhide, and that's it. Okay, so if you're planning to unhide multiple columns, select all the columns that are hidden by pressing Control in your keyboard. Click on any one of the selected columns drop down arrow mark and then unhide them. So that's how you hide and unhide the columns. Okay, right. The next option is creating aliases. Okay, now all these options are quite easy and simple to explain as well as simple to understand. So I'm quickly going through them. Okay, you can just, after the session during the weekdays time, you can just slowly, look into all these options, get familiar with them. Getting familiarity with the environment is very, very important. Okay, that's how you get comfortable with the environment, and that's how you start generating the interest to work with the software as well. Okay, so that's the reason I'm trying to going through every small icon available, every drop down option available, so that you'll have an idea of what each and every option actually lets you do in Tableau. Okay, creating an aliases. So again, Tableau is acting as a mirror. You cannot edit your data in Tableau, but what is aliases all about? Now, aliases is like, now you might have a professional name, but your friends and your close family members will call you with a pet name or with an with an alias name. That's the same concept which works over here as well. Okay, now let's say we have a column called ship mode. So what are the values under this column? We have second class, we have standard class of shipping, we have first class of shipping, we have first class of shipping. Okay, so we have different modes of shipping the products. But what I feel is I would like to create short forms or abbreviations or simple terms for these ship modes for my ease of analysis in Tableau. Okay, right. Now, let me give you an example. Just click on the drop down arrow above ship mode and then say aliases. Just click on aliases. Okay, the dialog box would appear and it is telling you, see, these are the members of your column called ship mode. Now, how did we open this dialog box? I clicked on the arrow mark right above ship mode. Yes, so, and then clicked on aliases. So it's telling me you had clicked on the column called ship mode. These are the members of your column: first class, same day, second class, and standard class. And if you want, you can create aliases for them. Now, let's say for first class, I would like to create an alias called FC. I'm just creating a short form of it. Okay. For second class, let's have it as SC. For standard class, I'll have it as STD class. Right? And if you would like to leave same day as it is, just leave it as it is. It's not necessary. It's not mandatory that you'll have to create an alias for all the values in your column. Yes. Now see, creating aliases, hiding columns, renaming columns, all these are performed for your convenience to work in Tableau. Yes. It is how you make the environment as simple, easy as possible, as comfortable as possible, because for your analysis purpose in Tableau. Okay, you are not making any changes to the data over here. You are just making slight modifications for your convenience to work in Tableau. So I am creating my aliases. Yes, so as you can see, instead of second class, we have SC instead of standard class.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides PG certification in Business Analysis and Product Management by IICT Academy, MNIT Jaipur. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
We have STD class. So I've created aliases for this column called ship mode for my convenience to work in Tableau. At any point, you can always click on the settings icon. Okay, and if you don't want aliases to be displayed, if you want the original values to be displayed, just uncheck this option and you'll get back your original values. If you want aliases to be displayed, just check this option. If you want to completely remove the aliases, go back to the same drop down menu, click on aliases, and just, one single button called clear aliases, then click on OK. So you'll get back the original values. Okay, another scenario where this concept of aliases will be of great use. Now, let's say, suppose I have a mechanical company, an automobile industry related data. Okay, so the product names are quite complicated and technical in that case. Okay, something similar to this might be. The product names are, with the type numbers. Okay, let's say we have gearboxes, different types of gearboxes, then we have clutch facing tools. So everything is quite complicated in nature, quite technical in nature. So it's difficult for me to analyze with such technical names. So instead of having such technical names, I'm renaming them, renaming in the sense I'm creating aliases to them, which makes my analysis work easier. Okay, so that way, that is a kind of a scenario where you make use of aliases. Again, aliases will in no way affect your original data set. It is just for your convenience to work in Tableau. Okay. Then we have pivot or pivot. This is nothing but I have a separate example, small text file with which I'll tell you how pivoting works. Just like how it works in Excel, it works in Tableau as well. We'll see how it works. And describe is nothing but a small box which gives you a brief description about the column called row ID. Okay, the remote column name, the data type of your column, the members. Okay, so that is what is description all about. Now, apart from these options that were listed out over here in the drop-down menu, we have two more additional options for fields which are of string data type. Okay, so you click on the drop-down arrow of any field which is of a string data type. In addition to all these options, you will have two more options called split and custom split. Okay. So splitting up a column, you have to split a column based on a separator or delimiter, right? See, when you're planning to split a column, all the rows in your column should have a common symbol or value which is separating the values inside your column. See, for example, in this case, we have hyphen. Hyphen is present in all the rows, all the values of my order ID column. So I can very well use hyphen as a separator or delimiter. I can tell Tableau using this particular symbol as the separator, split my column. I need the year information. See, the row, order ID is something which have a code called US or CA. Okay, and it also has the year during which this particular order has been made. So to fetch out only the year number from the whole order ID value, I can make use of the split option, right? Click on the drop down arrow mark, get into split. Now you have two things, split, custom split. We'll first see what split is going to do, and then we'll see how to make use of custom split. Okay, just click on split. And as you scroll to the rightmost space of your view area, you'll be able to see three new columns created. Split 1, order ID split 1, order ID split 2, and order ID split 3. Yes, going back to the order ID column, we had three parts. One is the code called CA or US, then is the year number, and then comes the actual order ID number, right? So based on hyphen, Tableau has automatically identified hyphen as the separator or delimiter in this case, and it has created three new columns with naming them as order ID split 1, order ID split 2, and order ID split 3. You can very well now see, instead of order ID split 2, I would like to rename this column as year. You can very well do that. Just click on the drop down arrow mark, click on rename to rename your column, or another option is just to double click on your column header, which is going to let you rename your column. Okay, so that's how you've picked up only the year number from the order ID values. Okay, so another point, see, there's a lot of things that you'll have to observe when you're working with this new software, okay, till you get familiar. Yes, so as you notice, now you have this blue line on top of all the columns, right? I hope you're able to see that. There's a blue line which appears on top of all the columns, right from row ID till profit, but we don't have that blue line continued for columns that were created in Tableau, split 1, split 2, and split 3. Right? There's no blue line on top of these columns. Why is that so? What is Tableau trying to tell us by not having this blue line on top of these 3 columns? Okay, that's just a very small point over here to make a note of. If a column is having a blue line on top, it means that the column is directly being reflected from the original data source. Yes, sales, quantity, discount, profit, everything right from row ID is being reflected from sample superstore. Yes, that's the reason it has a blue line on top. But order IDs now is split 1, split 2, split 3 present in my sample superstore? No. Right? For our convenience to work in Tableau, just because I wanted to fetch the year number from order ID, I used the split option that's locally available in Tableau. Using this split option, Tableau has created these 3 columns locally for your convenience to work in Tableau. So it is trying to tell you, see, these columns are created locally in Tableau. It's not coming from the original data set, and that's why it has no blue line on top. Okay, that's the minute difference between them. The same point, okay, Tableau is trying to tell you the same thing using another way. See, the data type symbol. Normally, we have either hash or ABC or the globe symbol, which is telling you the data type of the respective column. But when you look into the data type symbols of the split columns, you have a small equal to sign right in front of it. Might be, if it's not visible right now, you can see it in your own system. Okay, there'll be a small equal to sign right in front of the data type symbol, which is again telling you the same thing. See, these are columns created locally in Tableau. They are not reflected, or they do not belong to the original data set. And there's one more thing telling you the same thing. Okay, there's one more point over here, which is again trying to tell you the same thing. On top of all the column headers, normally we have the table name to which it belongs to. But on top of the 3 columns that we just now created, split 1, split 2, split 3, we do not have the table name, but we have something known as calculation. So this is again trying to tell you it's a calculation. Tableau modification that you've made locally in Tableau. This is not a column that is reflected from the original data set. That is also something you'll have to make a note of. So 3 things are trying to convey the same concept of whether the column is being pulled or reflected from the original data set, or it is or whether it is locally created in Tableau. Okay, I hope you're clear with that. Some minute things to note, but they'll definitely play an important role if you're not sure about why there's no blue line on top, or why there's an equal to symbol right in front of the data type symbol. If you're not clear about it, then it'll always keep, you'll keep getting this confusion of why Tableau is behaving weirdly in this particular case. Okay, what is the difference between having an equal to symbol or not having an equal to sign right in front of the data type symbol? Okay, right. So now, see, when you click on the drop down arrow mark of on top of any column header, Do we have an option called delete? No, definitely not. Tableau is not going to let you delete any column that is being reflected from the original data set because it is acting as a mirror. You cannot change your data. You cannot edit your data. You cannot add, delete anything from your data because Tableau is just a reflection. You're working on the reflection. Yes, but when you click on the drop down arrow of your split 1, split 2, split 3, you do have an option called delete. Why? Because something that is locally created in Tableau can definitely be locally deleted. Yes, that's the reason you have a delete option for split 1, split 2, and split 3. If you only need the year column, just retain it and delete the other two. Okay, so that's how Tableau lets you delete columns or delete these split columns that were anyways locally created in Tableau's workspace. Okay, that was about split. Now, what is custom split all about? Let's get into custom split. You'll have a small dialog box. Now, Tableau picked up hyphen as the default separator or delimiter. Okay, when you clicked on the split option, but when you click on custom split, Tableau is asking you what separator. See, let's say in my case, in one of my columns, I would have had values like ABC hyphen 001 slash 2018. So in this case, I have two different separators or delimiters. Right? So in such a case, you can go into custom split and tell Tableau which separator you are planning to use based on which a split is supposed to happen. Right? So that's the space provided over here. Use the separator. You can decide the separator that you're planning to use. Okay. In our case, we only have hyphen. So I'll just mention hyphen as the separator. Then we have something called split off from the first or last or all. Three different options. Now, when I say start splitting off from the first, it means starting from the left-hand side, start splitting off my values based on hyphen as the separator. Yes, yes. Now, let's say as a result, I want two columns to be created. Now, let's see what happens with these set of options. So hyphen is the separator. Splitting off is going to start from the left side, from the first. And as a result, I need only two columns. So what will happen is when I click on OK, starting from the left, using hyphen as the separator, two new columns are going to be created. The third part of my order ID, the number that we had, that is not being created as a separate column because I had customized my split. I wanted only two columns as a result. And that's how we've come up with this. Okay. Now let's use a different option. I'll delete these two. I'll go back, get into custom split. I'll use hyphen as the separator. And I'll say split off from the last, create only one column as a result. So now what will happen is split off will begin from the right side part of your order ID. Okay. And as a result, only one column will be created. So now in the sense, starting from the right side, one column will be created based on hyphen as your separator. Okay. So just a small way of how you can customize how any column is being split. That's the difference between the normal split and the custom split, right? So these are the different options, data types available when you look into the view area of Tableau. A few more icons are yet to be discussed. Okay. So, but before that, we have a few queries. Yes, renaming, aliases is just like a temporary name that you've given for the values in your data. Okay. Okay, if there are too many values in a column, should aliases be done manually one by one? Or does the list look okay? Okay, can we, as in, should we manually? Now, definitely yes, analysis is something that we will have to manually create for all the values one by one. If at all you have, let's say, something like a mapping file, okay, you have a separate file which is having all the analysis names. Let's say I have 10,000 products in my data source, and I have a mapping file which is having the analysis for all these 10,000 products. Okay, now I cannot keep renaming them manually. In that case, you can simply connect both your original data source and your mapping file with Tableau, join them together, okay, so that you can directly use the analysis name column, the friendly name, or the temporary name or easy name column for analysis in Tableau. So that is how you can do it. But creating analysis in Tableau is where you have to manually enter, no other go. But if when you have a long list, you can then connect a separate file for it and join the tables together. Okay, if I want to remove these newly added columns, only delete option is there, or Tableau has any undo function. Tableau definitely has an undo function. See, you have this arrow mark over here. You have n number of undos, no limit at all. You can simply keep clicking on it n number of times. Yes, so this on the left top corner, the second option that you have, the backward arrow, that's how you undo any operation. You have n number of undos in Tableau, no limit. Okay. Yes. So we are almost done with the options. Live and extract is something we'll be coming back in detail. But before we discuss about live and extract, I will have to explain about the file types in Tableau. So that's the reason I'm keeping it on hold now. Once we discuss about the file types, only when you get to know the file types, you'll be able to understand the concept of live and extract in a better manner. So we'll come back to it. Okay, now it says this is simply a search option. See, right now we have only one table, so it's quite easy. But as I told you, you can have multiple tables in your canvas area. In that case, if you need one particular table's view to be brought in, that is when you can go in for a search over here. Okay. Then, okay, there is another point over here. It says 21 fields, 9994 rows. Now, 21 is nothing but the count of columns present in your orders table. Okay, so you needn't count it manually. Just by looking into this point, you can say, okay, I have 21 columns in this particular table, and I have a total of 9994 rows of data. You can just cross-check, get into the Excel file, scroll all the way down, and you can see you have a total of 9994 rows of data. Okay, so that's about this. And this space over here, it says 100. Now I have 9,994 rows of data, but what is this 100 all about? Why does it say 100 rows? Okay, see, now view area is just like a sample. Okay, it's just like a trailer. Yes, so your view area is by default going to display only the top 100 rows from your original data source. Okay, right? See, now it is just a sample of data. The first 100 rows displayed in your view area, but that doesn't mean when you proceed with your analysis, Tableau will consider only the first 100 rows of data and display the values. Okay, let me explain this further. See, once you drag and drop your table into the canvas area, as I told you, the view area is going to appear. What's the next step all about? Next step is click on sheet number 1. In your left-hand bottom corner, the first tab says data source. The second tab says sheet 1. Just click on sheet number 1, and this is the workspace where you will be converting your data into graphical representations. Okay, this is your worksheet space. This is where we'll be creating all our charts and graphs using the drag and drop technology. Okay, so once you get into the worksheet space, when you drag and drop, let's say, see, this is the complete list of columns. I have all my columns arranged in an alphabetical order based on their column headers. Okay, see, category, city, all these columns are arranged in an alphabetical order. When I drag and drop row ID into my worksheet space, I'm just telling add all the members. Okay, see, you have a total of 9,994 rows of data. Okay, see, when you go back to the data source page, when you scroll down over here, let me just get into row ID. Okay, when you scroll all the way down, you'll have only 100 row IDs because your view area is just displaying the first 100 rows of data for your reference purpose, because you have to, you'll just have to go through, okay, so these are the columns I have in my data set. You have to prepare yourself, get familiar with the data before analyzing the data. Right? So for that reason, the view area is simply giving you the first 100 rows, okay, as a sample for you to get familiar with the data. And then when you go inside your worksheet, it will let you work with the complete set of data and not only just 100 rows. Yes. Now I'll tell you another example. See, suppose if I say I need only the first 5 rows to be displayed in my view area. Yes, you only have the first 5 rows in your view area, but that doesn't mean when you go inside your worksheet, you'll be able to work only on the first 5 rows. That is definitely not the case. Okay, no matter how many rows are displayed in the view area, when you go back to your sheet, when you go into your worksheet, you will always be able to work with the complete set of data. Okay. Right, so that's about this number of rows present in the tab in between your canvas area and your view area. Right, so we are already into the worksheet space. Now you might have a lot of queries about what is columns, what is rows, which field or column should be placed into the column space, what is supposed to be placed into the row space. We do have blue colored columns, we do have green colored columns. What is the difference between them? So there's so much to discuss about the worksheet space, right? We've just discussed all about the data source page. We do have 1 or 2 options left out, like union, table extension, live extract. I think we've basically covered the others. Okay. I hope that's visible. Okay, yes, thank you. Thanks for confirming. Okay, so we did go through all the options available in the drop-down menu. We also discussed about the different data types that we have in Tableau. Okay, and about the splits, I'll just go through the splits once again. Okay, what is split, what is custom split, and then we'll go into the next topics that we have in store. Okay, yes, so when you click on, as in we have 2 options, split and custom split. So split is where Tableau is taking the delimiter or the separator. It is identifying the delimiter or separator automatically, based on which it is creating multiple columns. So in our case, we have 3 new columns created where hyphen has been identified as the delimiter or separator. Okay, and things to observe over here. Okay, there's no blue line on top of split 1, split 2, split 3, because Tableau is telling you these columns are not coming from the sample superstore, right? These columns are not coming from sample superstore. They are locally created columns for your convenience that is being highlighted, okay, by having no blue line on top. Right. Similarly, the same thing is conveyed in a different manner. There's a small equal to symbol right in front of the data type for the locally created columns. right? That's also a point which is trying to indicate, or which is trying to tell you the same thing. These columns with a equal to sign right in front of the data type symbols, these columns are being locally created. They are not coming from Superstore data set, and you always have the table name right on top of the column header. Yes, but for these three columns, you have something known as calculation. This is also trying to tell you that these three columns are calculations created locally in Tableau. They are not being reflected, or they are not coming from the original data source. Okay, so three different points which is trying to convey the same thing. And yeah, just like the scribbling that we make on the mirror, I hope you remember that point. Okay. Yes. Okay. About split 1, 2, 3, you can always rename. Suppose you would like to rename it, you can just double click on the column header and start renaming your column to make it meaningful. Okay. Now, custom split is nothing but you just have to specify the separator. Instead of Tableau identifying the separator or delimiter by itself automatically, when it comes to custom split, you will have to specify, okay, hyphen is my separator. Start splitting off from the first or from the last. You can decide all that. How many columns should be created as a result of your custom split? All these points can be decided by the user. Customize the split as of how Tableau is going to split your columns. That is what is custom split about. Okay, so these are the different options that we have in the data source page, in the drop down menu right on top of your column headers. Now, when you look into the drop down menu of the columns that were newly created, you will have an option called delete. But the other columns, suppose if I get into, let's say, row ID, there's no option called delete over here. Or order ID, there's no option called delete over here, because you cannot touch your data in Tableau. You cannot add or delete rows or columns in Tableau. But this is like the column that was locally created in Tableau. The scribbling part that we make on the mirror, you can simply take a cloth and rub it off. So something that's locally created in Tableau can be deleted in Tableau itself. Right? That's the reason you have the delete option. And I hope my mouse pointer is fine now. If you were finding it difficult to locate it, previously. Okay, right. So that's how you delete your split columns if you don't require. They are in no way going to affect your original data set. Okay. So yes, now my view area looks fine. Let's get into the worksheet space. Okay, yes, another point about this 100 over here. See, by default, so how many rows does orders of sample Superstore have? It has around 9,000. See, this part tells you 9994 rows of data. Okay, we are having a few queries. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll just complete small topics and then get into queries, so that we'll have a good flow and the other participants also will not be interrupted by the queries. So we'll complete a topic, get into the queries, and have this alternatively that's happened. Okay. There was a point about my pace is a little too fast. Okay, definitely I'll slow down. Okay, so because we also have a time constraint, so we have to cover all the topics. So I'll go through in a medium pace. Okay, it might be if you have any queries or if you need a detailed explanation, once again, you can let me know during the end of our session. We'll take some additional 5 minutes and explain explaining the topic much more, or once again to repeat any topic, we'll have the last 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, we'll adjust accordingly. Okay, so yeah, so we have 9994 rows of data in our orders table, but by default, Tableau is displaying only the first 100 rows in your view area. Now, view area is like a trailer that you see regarding the original data you have in sample superstore. Okay, so Tableau is telling you, see, we have around 10,000 rows. I'll give you an idea about the table. I'll give you an idea about the structure of your table by displaying the first 100 rows of data in the view area. You can look into the trailer. You can see how the columns are arranged or what kind of columns are present in the data set. And after that, you can go inside your worksheet to build your charts and graphs. So when you look into the left side bottom corner, the first tab is known as the data source tab. Right next to it, you have sheet number 1. So this is the actual worksheet space where we are going to create or develop our charts and graphs. So I hope you remember the definition of dashboard. What's a dashboard? A dashboard is collection of worksheets, right? So this is nothing but the worksheet space where we are going to visualize the data, create all the charts and graphs. Okay. So once you're into the worksheet space, you have the left side pane known as the data pane. Okay. The data pane gives you the name of your data source connected with Tableau. It's the orders table of sample superstore connected with Tableau. And right below that, you have the complete list of column names or field names that belong to orders table. Okay. As you notice, in your view area, the columns are arranged as per the data source order. Now, you do have options to change or customize that as well. When you click on the settings icon where we had show hidden fields, show aliases, we also have options to sort your fields in any order you wish to. By default, the columns are arranged in a data source order. See, we are just talking about sorting the fields. We are discussing nothing about sorting the rows. Okay, just arrangement of columns is what we are discussing about. So by default, the columns are arranged in the data source order. Data source order in the sense, in sample superstore Excel file, this is the order in which the columns are arranged. I first had row ID, then we have order ID, then order date, and so on. But if you wish to sort them out in a different order, might be an alphabetical order, let's say A to Z ascending. Okay, so what will happen is all the column names will be arranged in an alphabetical order when you click on A to Z ascending. Basically, it's just the arrangement of columns that is being changed. Now, what's the reason? Why do or when do we make use of this? See, it's very important for you to understand your data before you proceed into its analysis. Without an idea of, what are the columns in my data set or what kind of data I have in my data source, without an idea about these, you'll not be able to analyze your data. Right? So for that reason, you first have to go through the columns, get an idea. Okay, I have these kind of columns in my table. Okay, this kind of analysis is what I can make. So you should have that basic idea. And for that reference purpose, you can make use of your view area. Okay, so similarly, Z to A descending is also possible. And where in a reverse alphabetical order, your columns are arranged. Then we have two more options, A to Z ascending per table, Z to A descending per table. So as I told you, you can have multiple tables placed into the canvas area where joining can happen, data blending can happen. That is when you can make use of these options. But when we come back to those topics, they are the major topics of module 1. But we'll be coming back to them a little later after completing all the basics. So yes, that is when we'll go back to these options. Okay, but they are nothing but basic arrangement of columns in your view area. We were just discussing about, the data types, and I'll tell you what is data interpreter. We have to discuss about field types. So some basic topics are still in store. Only after that we'll be getting into joins. So I still haven't covered it. We will be covering it in future. Okay. Okay, right. So when you get inside your worksheet, so there's another query about, can we arrange the columns depending on our requirement? Okay, in any random order depending on our requirement. See, what I would tell you is that is actually not possible. Okay, but see, you have this small view data icon right next to orders, people, and returns. Yes, this is also another way through which you can view the data that's present in the orders table. Okay, right? So here we have the complete set of columns, right? So this is again the view data. But yes, arrangement of columns is basically for your reference purpose. But there's no point in arranging them in any order. I'll tell you why. Let it be a random order, or let it be, I don't know why is my cursor changed, but yes, I hope it's visible anyways. Okay, right. So actually, there's no point in arranging them in ascending order, descending order, random order, data source order, because anyways, after you go inside your worksheet, for sure, by default, all the column names are going to be arranged in an alphabetical order only. You cannot change that. Okay, so the view area arrangement is just temporarily for your reference purpose. Yes, but anyways, when you go inside your worksheet, irrespective of what order you had arranged them in your view area, you will always have the column names being arranged in an alphabetical order in the data pane of your worksheet. Right? Now, when you look into the data pane of your worksheet, you have the column names arranged in an alphabetical order. Okay. But there's something that you'll have to make a note. You have a few columns of field names which are blue in color, few which are green in color, and you also have few which are, whose text is italic in nature. The column, the field name itself is in an italic text. Okay, so I'll tell you the differences between them. The ones which are blue in color, all the columns which are blue in color, they are known as the discrete columns. Okay, they are known as the discrete columns, or we have a specific term for them. They are known as dimensions or dimensions in Tableau. Okay, whereas the green fields, they are continuous in nature and they are known as measures in Tableau. Okay, so what are the differences between dimensions and measures? So point one is they are discrete in nature. Yes, I'll tell you what does this mean. But yes, dimensions in Tableau are discrete in nature, whereas measures are continuous in nature. What do we mean by discrete in nature? See, when you pick any column that is blue in color, suppose region, you will have a countable number of values under them. You have a discrete, or let's say independent variables are what dimensions all about. Okay, now let me give you an example. See, now I have, let's say we have a store that is newly set up in our neighborhood. Okay, now it's a store which is, let's say it's a furniture store. Can you go ask for groceries or vegetables in that store? That's not possible, right? Because it's a store which is meant for selling furniture or wooden related, basically cot, cupboards, sofas and all that. All the furniture related items will be sold in that store. So it's fixed. Yes, I cannot go ask for might be dress materials or groceries or anything else apart from furniture in that store, because it's a store which is meant or fixed for selling furnitures. Such kind of columns are, such kind of fields are said to be dimensions or discrete in nature. See, in sample superstore, you have a column called category. Now, sample superstore, this superstore data is having data related to three different kinds of categories: furniture, office supplies, technology, and this is fixed. Okay, at any time it will be discrete in nature. Okay, now I will have data related only to these three categories in sample superstore. So it's fixed in nature. That's why we call it as that's why we call them as discrete variables or independent variables. Okay, they are independent variables. Yes. Now, when you look into fields which are green in color, okay, so green in color, all these fields are known as measures. They are continuous in nature. Why do we say they are continuous in nature? And they are also dependent in nature. They are not only continuous in nature, they are dependent variables. Why do we say so? Because, see, suppose I'm pulling sales into my worksheet space, or might be I'll go into the data source page and I'll show how the sales column looks like. See, when you look into the sales column, now when I look into my category column, I can for sure say every row in my data set will either belong to furniture or office supplies or technology, because these are the three different categories of data I have in my data set. So I can, for sure say that. But can we do so when it comes to sales? Can I tell this data set will have sales of value 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000? These three are the only value for which sales will happen in my store. Can we say that? Can we have a fixed set of values for columns called sales or quantity, discount or profit? That's not possible, because it completely depends on the user. Now, I cannot tell my customer, see, you either have to buy for 1,000 rupees or 2,000 rupees or 3,000 rupees. You cannot buy for amount which is lesser than or greater than that. That's definitely not possible, because sales or column like sales are completely dependent on your dimensions. So there might be a customer who's purchasing 10 products which belongs to a particular category, and 5 products which belong to a different category. So the total sales amount will be, let's say, for example, 10,000. There might be another customer buying a different set of products, different quantities at a different discount price. So sales is a column which is completely dependent on the customer's requirement. I cannot go tell my customer, you cannot purchase these many quantities, or you cannot purchase these 2 products at the same time. It is dependent on their requirement. So that's why for fields which are green in color, we say they are continuous in nature, because they might fall under a range. I can tell I have products ranging from 20 rupees to 20,000 rupees in my store. Or I can say normally in my shop, sales happen minimum 200 rupees to a maximum of 1 lakh rupees. I might specify such a continuous range, but I cannot fix values for columns which are green in color, or for columns which are known as measures. We cannot have a fixed set of values. That's why they are categorized as measures by Tableau. Okay, right? So, yeah, I hope you're clear with that point. Blue columns are dimensions. They are discrete, or they have a fixed number of values under them. Okay, they are independent variables, whereas green columns are continuous in nature. They are known as measures. They are dependent variables. Okay, and they do not have a fixed count of values under them. They have an infinite set of values under them. So when you look into the sales column, you have so many values. Okay, ranging, might be you can tell a range ranging from 10 rupees or might be 5 rupees to 20,000 rupees. You can might be set a range or define the column with a range, but you cannot say I have a fixed set of values or a countable number of values under them. Okay, that is why such columns are identified as measures by Tableau. That's the difference between blue colored, and we also call them as pills. Okay, as you look into the shape of it, PILLS, pills. The shape looks like a pill. Okay, so we normally refer to them as pills. So blue pills and green pills. Blue pills are dimensions, green pills are measures. Okay, and you might have another query. Is it so that all the columns which are of number data type are placed under measures? See, as of now, sales, quantity, profit, discount, all are of number data type. So does Tableau identify measures using the data type of a column? If it's of a number data type, Tableau blindly pushes into measures. That is not the case again, because see, I have row ID. Row ID is also of a number data type, but it's placed under dimensions. Why? Because it is having a fixed set of values, or you can say it has a countable number of values under them. I can clearly say I have 9994 row IDs. It's fixed in number. It is not continuous in nature. And that's why, though it is of a number data type, it is having, it's placed under dimensions. Yes, green colored data is not fixed. It keeps changing, right? I might have one customer buying a bulk of items. They might, they would have made a sales of 2 lakhs. There might be another customer purchasing only 2 items for 200 rupees. So you cannot fix it. It keeps changing according to the users. It depends on the user's requirement. So it's not fixed. And that's why they fall under measures. Okay, and yes, we do have options to convert measures into dimensions, dimensions into measures. So all these conversion comes when you're creating calculations. Okay, but yes, you do have options. If you want a particular column to be converted from dimensions to measures, or discrete to continuous, you do have an option. Okay, so on the corner of every pill, you have a drop down arrow mark. When you click on it, you have a lot of options. So we'll gradually start using all of them soon. Okay, but yes, we do have options to convert them, right? So I hope you're clear with this green and blue colored ones now. And then you have few pills which is italic in nature, like measure names, latitude, longitude, orders, count, and measure values. So these pills, we did not have them in Sample Superstore. So where did they come from? They are known as the auto-generated fields, or they are automatically generated by Tableau. Okay, they are basically fields which are automatically generated by Tableau. And what does each of these fields tell us? Or where do we make use of them? So what did I tell you about fields which are of geographic data type? Tableau will automatically generate latitude and longitude values for them, right? So this is that field where Tableau has automatically generated the latitude and longitude values for all the columns which are of geographic data type. Let's look into a sample. I have state, okay, for all the members of this column called state, Tableau will automatically generate latitude and longitude values. Let's give it a try. Just double click on the state column or any column which is of a geographic data type, and we'll see what happens. Okay, just double click on it, and within a few seconds, the latitude and longitude generated values will be used, and you will have a perfect map plotting out all the values that you have in your state column. See, California, Florida, Texas, all the states are being properly plotted out with their respective longitude and latitude values in the United States map. So this was just an automatically generated field which is giving you the count of rows in, see, it says count of rows in orders 9994. So this is just a column which is giving you the count of rows in your orders table. Might be you can find the split out. I would like to see how many rows belong to furniture, how many rows belong to technology and office supplies, right? So just bring your category into the column shelf here. You can also find the split out of count of rows by pulling in your dimension, any dimension. So see, 2,121 rows belong to furniture, these many rows belong to office supplies, and these many rows belong to technology. So it's basically giving you the total count of rows in your table for your analysis purpose. This is automatically generated by Tableau. You can make use of it. And finally, we have two others. Totally, we have around 5 auto-generated fields. We have measure names and measure values. Okay, measure names, measure values. Measure names, it's nothing but an auto-generated field used for storing all the names of your fields under measures. Yes. See, what are the fields available under measures? Discount, profit, quantity, sales. The names of these fields are stored under measure names, whereas the values of these fields are stored under measure values. Might be if I give you an example, when we get into a point where we'll be using these auto-generated fields, you'll get a broader idea. Okay, but this is what they basically contain. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Okay, getting into the queries. You're confused about discrete and dimension. Okay, I'll differentiate those terms. Yes. For region, as I told you, you'll not be able to create a map because it's not having unique values like city names or state names or postal codes, for which Tableau will be able to generate the latitude and longitudes automatically. It just has some generalized values like central, east, south, and west. It might be the central region or central part of any country. It might be the southern part of any country. So Tableau will not be able to take such common nouns and generate a latitude and longitude for them. Okay. Yes, this is a data which is automatically generated by Tableau. So any data set you connect with Tableau, you will have these auto-generated fields. Okay. Any issues with my network, my audio, my screen? Do you have any issues with that? Okay, because sometimes if more number of participants are facing an issue, then there would be an issue on my side. Maybe you can try reconnecting. Such issues will get resolved. If it still persists, then I'll check from my side as well. Okay, right. So it's a group of measure names like a folder. Yes, kind of a folder, but not exactly a folder. It is a field which is used or which is basically storing all the names of the measures. Yes, kind of a folder. Okay, you just tried double clicking on the state, but nothing is appearing on a map. That might be because your map is not fixed to United States country. Okay, okay, yes. So quickly getting into dimensions and discrete, the definition of those two. See, discrete, okay, dimensions is the name given to fields which are blue in color. Okay, it's a term used in Tableau, right? Just like how we have a lot of terms for features given to different tools that we have. Okay, we have dimensions as a term used for referring to fields which are blue in color. Measures are fields which are green in color. Okay, now when I say discrete is nothing but individual. You can use terms like individual, fixed values. Fixed values are nothing but discrete values. Okay, you pick any column under dimensions, might be product ID or region or segment, right? If I pull any column, I will have a fixed count of values or, separate values which are independent in nature. I have consumer related data, corporate related data, home office related data. So they are, separated in nature, they are fixed in nature, they are countable in nature. And that's why we, use one single term called they are discrete in nature. And collectively, all the fields which are blue in color are just known as dimensions. Yes, discrete is nothing but fixed values are present inside every single column. Such a column is known as a dimension. Okay. Right. Might be as as we start using them, you'll clearly find the difference, how dimensions and measures differ from each other. Okay, so this was a basic introduction about the worksheet space. And then we have columns and rows. We also call them as column shelves. Okay, they are individual shelves, page shelf, filter shelf, row shelf, column shelf. Right? So Tableau uses the drag and drop technology, right? So suppose I would like to see how the sales has been performed by the different, let's say, categories in my store. So pull category and pull sales. You have a simple bar chart where it tells you this is the sales done by furniture, this is done by office supplies, and this is done by technology. Now you might have a query. Do we have any rule that blue pills are to be placed in column shelf? The green pills are supposed to be placed in the row shelf? Not at all. We don't have any such rules. Any pill can be placed in any shelf, but just the outcome is going to be different. Okay. So here we have a tool. We'll be going through all the tools available in the toolbar then and there. Okay. But here we have a tool called Clear Sheet. With one single click, you can clear the sheet, bring it back to a blank sheet. Okay. See, now when you place a dimension in column and a measure in rows, you get a vertical bar chart. Yes, but if you do it the other way around, if I place my dimension in rows and my measure in columns, you'll get a horizontal bar chart. That's the only difference. But other than that, the result, basically the content of the visualization of the graph is just the same. Okay. Yes. So that's about dimensions, measures, drag and drop technology using which you can create your chart. You can give a try about all these after the class. And you also have a button called Show Me on the right-hand top corner. So we have around 24 readily available charts and graphs using which data can be visualized in Tableau. These are the basic 24 readily available charts. Apart from these, you can also create different charts. Like, for example, you only have a pie chart available under Show Me. You can create a donut pie chart in Tableau. You can create a waterfall chart. You can create a, let's say, we do have multiple charts that can be created apart from the readily available. By default, Tableau creates a bar chart. But when you look into Show Me, suppose I would like to convert it into a bubble chart. Okay, a packed bubble chart. Just click on packed bubbles. So it'll in a fly convert your chart into a packed bubble chart, or might be a pie chart or a tree map. Okay, so you have multiple options based on which you can visualize your data. These are just the basics we'll gradually get into. Okay, how do I connect my PDF files with Tableau? Now, what happens is when you connect a PDF file, only data which is present in a tabular format will be read by Tableau. Tableau is capable of reading only tabular data from your PDF files. Okay, so suppose I have a table in my PDF file. How do I, within a few seconds, yes, you're being directed to the data source page. Text sample is connected with Tableau. You have the respective columns and rows brought into the view area. Yes, everything looks fine. But when you look into the left side space, we only wanted text sample to be connected. I had only clicked on text sample to be connected with Tableau, right? But where did LOD sample and this, pivot sample come? How did these two come into my data source page? So now that's a small difference of how Tableau is handling text file connections with Tableau. Yes. Now, what's the basic difference between an Excel file and a text file? Excel file has multiple worksheets inside it. So I have one file called Sample Superstore. It is having 3 different sheets: orders, people, and returns. Okay. But is that possible when it comes to a text file? A text file itself is a single table. Can we have multiple tables inside a text file? That's not possible, right? So for you to easily work with joining and blending of data from multiple text files, Tableau is giving you this option. But the tables that I am in need of, the tables that I'm planning to bring into Tableau, belongs to these 3 pages. So if I go tell Tableau scan all the 10,000 pages, it's going to take a long time. It's going to pull tables from all the pages which I don't require basically. Okay, so to make the work faster, I'll simply tell Tableau scan pages starting from page number 49 till page number 51. So only 49, 50, 51. These 3 pages will be scanned by Tableau. It'll take a very little time, and I'll be able to see all the tables brought into my data source page. So everything happens quickly to save time, basically, right? This is how you specify a range of pages. Or might be if you have only one single page, you can directly say page number 23 is where I have my table. Just blindly get into page number 23 and pull the table, scan the table in that page. That's more than enough. So these options are basically to save time. So to save the time taken to scan your PDF file by Tableau. Okay. Now you might have another query. What if I have tables in page number 40, 100 and 350? How do I specify this? How do I tell Tableau to scan only these pages in Tableau? There's no other option. You have to go ahead with a range, and range should start from 40 to 350. No other option. This is how you'll have to tell Tableau. These are the only 3 options. Okay, so you'll have to tell, though you have only hardly 3 pages to be scanned, but yes, this is the best way to go ahead with. Okay, so then another point, a very, very important point. When you're specifying your page numbers to be scanned, see, there's something that you have to make a note of. The scan counts the first page of your file as page number 1, ignores the page numbering used in the file. Now, what does this mean? See, I have a PDF file, okay, containing 5 pages. Okay, let's say I have my, might be my Max textbook, okay, where Max textbook, okay, page numbers 41, 42, 43, 44, and 45. These are the 5 pages, okay, containing in my PDF file. Now, if I go tell page numbers in the sense, see, it will be mentioned right here in the bottom, right? So I have a PDF file containing 5 pages from my Max textbook where the page numbers in the actual page says 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. But page number 41 is the first page of my PDF file. There's a difference between both, right? So that is what Tableau is trying to tell you. The scan will count the first page of your file as page number 1, but the actual page numbering in your file would not be taken into consideration. So if I want the 3rd page, say in this case, if I want the 3rd page to be scanned by Tableau, I shouldn't go tell scan page number 43. Tableau will not know because your PDF file itself has only 5 pages. So you'll have to go tell Tableau scan page number 3. So the 3rd page of your PDF file will be scanned and the actual page numbering will not be taken into consideration. Okay, so some minute points to make a note of right? But in our case, we just have 2 pages as it is a sample file. So I'm asking Tableau to read or scan all the pages for data. Click on OK, and within a few seconds, you'll automatically be directed to the data source page. Okay, so I have 2 tables, one in page number 1, and there's another table also in page number 2. My PDF file has been scanned and brought into the data source page. And right from here, the way we work will remain the same. Okay, so see, this is how the tables are named. Page 1, table 1, page 2, table 2. Okay, now let's start with page 1, table 1. If you have another table in the same page, it will be page 2, table 2, page 2, table 3, page 2, table 4, and so on. That's that's how by default Tableau names your tables. Okay, so let's pull in page 1, table 1 over here. Right. So now let's see how it looks like. Now, does this table look fine? Let's compare it with our PDF file. Okay. See, this is the actual table that I have. Just give me a minute. Okay, to download Tableau link. Okay, I'll definitely share it. Yes. So when you look into the table, let's compare these two. Okay, see, number of coils, number of paper clips is supposed to be the column header, but Tableau has not identified it properly. Then short circuits is the column header. Now, where did short circuits come from? It's text right above my table. Okay, so a lot of confusion. This is just a small table, but still there's so much of confusion in how Tableau has scanned this table. So that's kind of a drawback. Scanning PDF files are not up to the expectation. They're not up to the mark. You have a lot of issues in it. And in real-time scenarios also, we generally don't prefer data shared as PDF files, because this scanning process fails to scan the data properly. It pulls the text that is present right above or below the table. It assumes it to be a part of the table. So we have a lot of such issues in scanning. Okay, so how do we rectify these issues? That's when the concept of data interpreter comes into act. So data interpreter, the small checkbox that we have right here, it says data interpreter might be able to clean your PDF file workflow. So ETL is what we had discussed, Tableau prep. I hope you remember. ETL is a cleaning tool. Okay. But this data interpreter is a simple handy tool available in Tableau desktop itself, which will be able to clean your data to a certain extent. Okay, might be major transformations cannot be made using your data interpreter, but basic cleaning work, data interpreter can handle the basic cleaning work in Tableau desktop. Okay, so let's see how that can be done. So I'll just check this box called Use Data Interpreter. And it says, cleaned with Data Interpreter, review the results by clicking on this link. Okay, so it says data has been cleaned. But yes, this column looks fine. Number of paper clips has been properly identified as the column header. Okay, but this column, we have to get rid of short circuits as well, right? Number of coils is the column header, but I don't want short circuits to be present right in front of it. So how do we get rid of it? So that has to be done manually only. See, data interpreter can clean it to a certain extent, but even after using the data interpreter, if you have such issues, you'll have to do it manually. So we can manually rename the column just by double clicking on it. Remove short circuits, and now my table looks perfectly fine. Yes, agreed? Okay, so that's how issues in scanning your PDF file can be rectified. So that's when data interpreter will be of great use. Now, sometimes, we do have scenarios where when I connect files which are of different data types, sometimes I don't see the checkbox. Data interpreter is not available for all file types. It's available only for Excel files, PDF files, text files, okay, some basic file types which can be cleaned by the data interpreter. And sometimes even when I'm connecting my sample superstore, I won't see my data interpreter. That's the reason behind it is because Tableau is telling you, see, your data is already clean. It's in a perfect format. You don't require data interpreter for any cleaning work. So Tableau itself removes it from your data source page. So nothing to worry if you don't see your data interpreter. It means your data is already clean enough. There's no need for any additional cleaning work. Okay. Yes. So the next important point. Okay, this was a small PDF file. So we were able to quickly use the data interpreter, clean it, and rename the column header to achieve the table that we are in need of, that we're expecting for. But what if I have a lengthier table where multiple columns are present and I have to go use the data interpreter? And let's say this table is something that I'm using frequently for my work purpose, almost like 3 or 4 times in a day. I'll have to again and again keep connecting to this table to work. And every time using the data interpreter, making the changes manually, this is going to take a lot of time. It's going to be time consuming, and my time is going to get wasted because of this. Okay. So to avoid that, to avoid rework, to avoid doing the same corrections again and again, what you can do is, you've already cleaned your table now, right? You can save this cleaned table as a CSV file so that in later, you needn't scan your PDF file every single time, use the data interpreter, make the changes, and then go start working with your data. To make your work easier, Tableau lets you only for the first time scan your PDF file, pull your data, clean it, and prepare your data. Then convert this table or save this table, basically export this table into a CSV file so that in future, you needn't scan your PDF file, but directly connect this CSV file with Tableau for analysis work. Let's see how that can be done. So once my cleaning work is over, I'll go into my sheet number 1. Which type of data file type we deal with? Okay, now as in that depends from organization to organization, right? Wherever your organization is having data, some organizations still deal with Excel files only, but some places we have databases stored in servers or clouds, right? So wherever your data is, you can very easily connect it with Tableau and proceed with your analysis in the similar manner. This concept of exporting to CSV is not only applicable to PDF files, but any file, even if it's an Excel file, even if it's a database coming in from servers, you can very easily export it into a CSV file. This option is not only applicable for PDF files, it's applicable for all file types. You might have a question, why particularly export into CSV? Why this CSV format is used as an option, as a export option here? Because that's the most simplest form of file type available, right? Text files or CSV files are the simplest file types available. That's the reason, no matter where your data is coming from, if you want, for your convenience, you can export it into a CSV file for later use. Okay. You don't see the export to CSV option. Okay, I hope you've pulled in. So now see, it's very important to pull your table into the canvas area first. Okay, then go into your worksheet space, right click on the data source, as in whichever table you've pulled in right here in your canvas area, just go right click on it. And from the last, the second option is going to be export data to CSV. Might be if you're using Tableau public, I'm not sure if you have it. If you have it over there, I'll just check with it. But yes, you'll definitely have export data to CS3. Otherwise, you can share your screen during the last 5 minutes of our class, and we'll see why isn't it working. Okay, you're able to see it. Great. Okay, how do we import data from SQL? Yeah, get into the start page. Go into the more option the button called more right here. So not only SQL, whichever server, whichever cloud you have your data in, just click on, now suppose if it's SQL Server, just click on Microsoft SQL Server. Now I don't have any sample servers with which I can clearly display it during our class. But yes, if you do have your real-time organizational data, you can give it a try. Just mention the server name. Okay, it might be your QA or prod server or whichever server, wherever you have your data. Then you will have a set of username and password, access credentials to get into the server. Yes, just specify that and that's it. When you click on sign in, you'll be directed to the data source page, just like how we are being directed to after connecting Excel files or text files or PDF files. In a similar manner, you'll be directed to the data source page where you will have the list of databases available in the mentioned server. Just pull the database or pull the table into your canvas area and start working in a similar manner. So it's just the same. Okay. Okay, I'll try to get some sample SQL Server. Might be that I can, explain in future. But yes, it's quite similar. You can give it a try. Anyways, from my side, I'll try getting a sample server as well. Okay, it seems that SQL data can be accessed only on desktop or student version. Yes, exactly, because when you look into the start page of Tableau Public, you have no option called servers or clouds available for connecting databases from servers or clouds, because Tableau Public is limited to data. Okay, only certain file types can be connected with Tableau Public. That's one limitation. But I would say just for practice purpose, Tableau Public is enough. But when it comes to real time or organizations where data is in servers or clouds, Public cannot be used. Okay, I'll slightly slow down. I can understand, yes, but yes, that's the file types that are available in Tableau. Okay, so a note on file types. We have TWB, because right after this discussion, we'll be getting into the topic known as modes of, okay, I think the font is too small. I'll make it a little bigger tomorrow. Okay, but yes, just to give you an idea, this is going to be our next very, very important topic that belongs to module 1, modes of connecting data with Tableau, live mode of connection and extract mode of connection. You will have to choose the mode very carefully, depending on where your data is coming from, how the processing speed, the processing speed with which you work in Tableau, depending on that, you'll have to choose the apt mode. Okay, depending on your requirement, you can toggle between live and extract mode. Refreshing the data in both the modes have differences. So this is going to be a very interesting topic, but at the same time, it's a little, deep, a little tricky to understand, very important, but I'll give you simple examples. Okay, and I'm sure that will help you in understanding the concept behind it, which can then be applied on larger data sets, right? So this is our next topic, as I told you, the next most important topic. But before we discuss this, you should have an idea about the file types, because this is going to act as the base for our next topic. The reason why I'm trying to tell you is you have to try to understand the file types clearly. Only then you'll be able to understand. The first file type, known as TWB, Tableau Workbook. That's what TWB stands for, right? Tableau Workbook. Now, TWB is a file type which is holding your worksheets, dashboards, and stories. So it's the whole workbook that can be saved as a TWB file. Now, before I tell you how to save your workbook or where, which menu you have to get into to save your TWB file, there's also the third point over here, the third file type over here, known as TWBX. Okay, so TWBX is nothing but it's a Tableau packaged workbook. It is kind of a packaged file or a zip file, I would say, which is not only containing a workbook, but it also has all the data sources based on which the workbook has been created. Okay, that's the difference between TWB and TWBX, right? So TWB, now what do we know about Tableau? Tableau cannot survive just by itself. It depends on data connectivity. Okay, suppose I have a workbook with multiple sheets and dashboards. In order to open that workbook, I have to have a data connectivity that is being established. Only then my workbook will display the charts and graphs. Correct? Without data connectivity, there's nothing I can do just having the workbook in hand. Right? So it's very important for you to decide whether you're saving your workbook as a TWB file or a TWBX file, depending on to whom you're planning to share it. Okay? See, suppose I have my colleague, we have created a workbook. I mean, we have, let's say, a data. Let's use the same sample superstore example. Okay. Now let's say I'm creating a workbook with sample superstore and I'm saving it as a TWB file and I'm sharing it with all the participants in the course. I mean, in our class. Okay. So will you be able to open up the TWB file? For that, first of all, you should have the Tableau software in hand. Okay, let's say you have the Tableau software, Tableau desktop. Okay. Next, when you try to open the TWB file, there'll be a dialog box which is telling you the required data file is, the corresponding data file is required. Let's say you don't have sample superstore. In that case, you will not be able to open up the TWB file and view it because the base data connectivity is not being established. Tableau is not able to locate the data. Tableau will go through all the folders in your system. Tableau will try finding sample superstore, but if it's not available, Tableau will give you a warning message or an error message telling Tableau is not able to open the file because data connectivity or the corresponding data file is not being located, or Tableau is not able to locate the file basically. Okay, but on the other hand, if you have sample superstore, I'm sharing the TWB file with you, you will be able to open up the TWB file because you have the sample superstore, you have the corresponding data with which the workbook had been created, you have it in hand, so yes, you'll be able to open the workbook. So when should you share the TWB file? When the person on the receiving end has access to the data, has the data in hand, that's when you will have to share your workbook as a TWB file.
Just a quick info, guys, Intellipaat offers a business analytics course in collaboration with IIT Powertech. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques in time series forecasting, risk analysis, data visualization, and much more from the IIT Madras faculty and industry experts in just 5 months. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of business analytics.
Hello everyone, welcome to this tutorial on business analyst interview questions and answers. So in this tutorial, we'll be going through various questions that you may come across while facing interviews for a business analyst profile. Now, before we move ahead, do subscribe to Intellipaat's YouTube channel and press the bell icon so that you never miss out on our upcoming updates. Now let's begin. So starting with the first one, what is the difference between a data analyst and a business analyst? Now starting with data analyst, the role requires more problem solving skills and data analysis skill, whereas it requires more of decision making and data visualization skills for a business analyst, as we are dealing with the real life business problems and a business analyst has to resolve it, has to find a solution for it by making a better decision. Now, it is more of an operational role in the organization for a data analyst, and for a business analyst, it is more of a strategic role in the organization. Then, data analyst profile requires knowledge of statistics, SQL, data mining and many more. Whereas the business analyst profile requires the knowledge of business intelligence. There are various tools for business intelligence, then data warehousing, analytics and many more. Now, let us move on to the next question. List the core competencies of a business analyst. So, a business analyst should have a strong analytical thinking and they should have proper knowledge so that they can make decisions, or rather you can say proper decisions for any business. They should have business and industry knowledge, so they should have experience of working for a business organization, as well as they should have proper industry knowledge so that they can deal with the problems that a business faces. Then comes business process management, which includes various tasks and strategies that a business possesses for improving its strategies. Then comes technical and soft skills. So as in this digital era, most of the companies or businesses uses some or other sort of technology for implementing their day-to-day business tasks. So a business analyst should have a thorough knowledge of which technology their company is using. Also, they should have knowledge of various tools that helps them to analyze the business data for their company. Now coming to soft skills, so as the job of a business analyst is to analyze the business data and prepare reports, then make the team understand about the business insights. So they should have a good communication skills, or you can say the soft skills, so that they can communicate well with their team. And the next one is problem solving and negotiation skills. So problem solving skills always help to solve the real life business problem. Therefore, same applies for a business analyst. Now coming to negotiation skills. So good negotiation skills help build relationships because the aim is to foster goodwill despite differences in the interest of client and the company. So good negotiation skills help in avoiding future conflicts and problems by leaving both parties equally satisfied with no barriers to communicate for the future. Now let us move on to the next question, that is, what is a feasibility study? So a feasibility study is identifying the possibility, or you can say the success rate of the proposed idea for a business problem. So first you should have a business problem. So how you can exactly resolve it? So then you should have an idea. Then after building or developing the product or the solution to it, you should evaluate it on the basis of success rate or the feasibility study. So a feasibility study is an analysis that takes all of a project's relevant factors into account, including the economical, then technical, legal and scheduling considerations to ascertain the likelihood of completing the project successfully. Basically, it evaluates the project's potential for success. Therefore, perceived objectivity is an essential factor in the credibility of the study for potential investors as well as the lending institutions. So the main purpose of a feasibility study is to assess the financial viability of a developed product, whether it will be a success or a failure. So this is about the feasibility study. Now let us move on to the next question, which is what are the different tools used in business analytics? Starting with MS Office. So it is a set of computer applications that is mainly used for business or office purposes for storing the data. So MS Office helps simplify basic tasks and improve the work productivity, and each application in MS Office is designed to address specific tasks such as the word processing, the data management, making presentations, and organizing emails. So it is a collection of various applications, and each application has a unique purpose and it offers a specific service to the users. So it has Microsoft Word that is used to create documents, then Microsoft PowerPoint used to create presentations, then Microsoft Excel that is used to store the data in a structured way. So that is why we use MS Office. Then comes SQL, that is a structured query language. So it is a database language. So as we are dealing with analytics of the data for resolving a business problem or analyzing the business, so we need data for it. So where do we get it? We use SQL for fetching the data from the database. Then comes Blueprint. It is a tool that monitor the impact of your business processes. So it helps in reporting and analytics, and it is a tool for gaining clear, centralized and executive level visibility of the data. After that comes ClickView and Tableau. So these are the tools that actually helps to visualize the data using various graphs and plots. So you can get the clear idea about the data using the beautiful graphs. After that comes Python and R programming language. These two programming languages serves as the major tools for the analytics of the data, and it provides various libraries and packages that helps to get the insight of the data using various graphs, plots and various parameters. So these two are the widely used programming languages used in the business analytics industry. Then comes Agile. It is a powerful design tool for creating highly interactive HTML prototypes for web, mobile and desktop application projects. So the rapid prototyping in Agile is the core focus of the tool, and it allows users to quickly create wireframes and prototypes for any rough ideas that they may have. So it is a wonderful tool for business analytics. Now explain the business analysis process flow. So these 8 are the core processes of business analysis, starting from information gathering. The very first thing is you have to gather the information or the data related to your business, to analyze it and to perform the analytics on it. Then identify the key stakeholders that are an important asset for the business and who actually affect your business. Then identify the business objective that you have. So there are a list of objectives for your business that you must know about. So identify them and then determine the available options that you have for resolving the problem. Then define the scope of the project. After that, define the delivery plan, which includes how you represent the execution of your project plan. Then comes defining the requirements for a project, which includes gathering the resources that are needed for implementing a project. And finally, you have to implement your project plan and then evaluate and test for knowing how well it is built. Now let us move on to the next question. How do you perform risk management in your project? So a risk is defined as an uncertain event that causes threat to the existing business. So for performing risk management in our project, here are the risk management process. So first you have to identify the problem. After that, you have to analyze the problem by using the data that is available related to your business. So you have to understand and analyze the problem from the data. Then you have to create a plan for the resolution of the problem. So you have to make a proper strategy to execute your strategies made for the resolution of the problem or the risk. Then you have to make actions on that, the strategy and the plan that you have made. You have to execute it, and after executing the plan, so after making the proper action for the made strategy, you have to monitor the results and you have to understand and analyze the results so that you get the knowledge about whether this risk management process is working out for a particular business problem or not. And if the process is not working out, then again you have to analyze the shortcomings, then you have to make changes to the plan and then again act or implement according to the changes you have made in your plan. Then again monitor and control. So this is actually the risk management process that every company follow. Now let's go to the next question. Differentiate between risk mitigation and risk avoidance. Starting with risk mitigation. So risk mitigation is what to do when a risk occurs, and risk avoidance is what to do to avoid the risk. Then coming to risk mitigation, it reduces the probability of risk occurrence, and the risk avoidance, it avoids the risk by eliminating the cause that is creating the risk. Then comes, it checks whether any impact occurs for the business or the project. Whereas in risk avoidance, the impact of threat occurrence is reduced to zero, as it avoids the risk by eliminating the cause. Then in risk mitigation, cost is high in case any risk occurs. Whereas in risk avoidance, cost is eliminated in risk avoidance. So this was the actual difference between risk mitigation and risk avoidance. Now let's go to the next question. What are the different phases of an IT project? So there are 5 phases of an IT project, starting from project initiation, then project planning, execution, closure, and finally monitoring and control. So initiation is the very first process of the phases of an IT project. So first you should have an idea for the project, what you have to actually build. After that, you have to plan what all things actually your project requires. So you have to jot down the requirements and how you have to make your project, along with the resources that you need for developing this project. Then comes project execution. So after getting all the requirements, resources and planning about the project, you have to execute the project. So you have to put all your resources for implementation. Then after the successful execution of the project comes the project closure step. So after the successful completion and the closure of the project, you have to monitor and control your project so that you can test it, you can evaluate its performance. So these are the phases of an IT project. Now let us move on to the next question, that is differentiate between a software development life cycle and project life cycle. So starting with SFDC, that is software development life cycle, it is used for developing particular software products, whereas project life cycle is used for developing a new product in the business. Then mostly involves, that is software development life cycle mostly involves single software across different phases, whereas project life cycle involves multiple software in a single customer scenario. After that, SDLC phases include requirement gathering, design, coding, documentation, operations and maintenance, whereas project life cycle phases include idea generation, screening, research, development, testing and analysis. So these are the basic differences between software development life cycle and project development life cycle. Now let us move on to the next question. What are the tasks and responsibilities of a project manager? So starting with defining scope, resource planning, budget estimation, risk analysis and quality control. So these are the tasks and responsibilities of a project manager. So in defining scope, so it actually refers to the combined objectives and requirements needed to complete a project, and the term is often used in project management, and it is properly defining the scope of a project that actually allows manager to estimate costs and the time required to finish the project. So in simple words, it is all the work that needs to be done in order to achieve a project's objectives, and it actually involves the process of identifying and documenting specific project goals as well as outcomes, milestones, all the tasks, then cost and timelines including dates specific to the project objectives. So this is actually defining scope. Then comes resource planning. So actually resource planning is a process of allocating tasks to humans as well as non-human resources so that they are maximized for efficiency. Also, it helps project managers manage resources and its utilization and track resource capacity to keep projects on budget. So in simple words, resource planning is a systematic process to achieve the optimum use of an organization's time and people. So using a confluence of project management skills and various techniques, we can maintain stability between projects, tasks, teams, time and budget. Then comes budget estimation. So it is the process of estimating all the cost associated with completing a project within scope and according to its timeline. So it is actually forecasting the cost and other resources needed to complete a project, and it accounts for each element required for the project and calculates a total amount that determines a project budget. After that comes risk analysis. This is one of the most important factor in any project development task for a project manager. So risk analysis involves examining how project outcomes and objectives might change due to the impact of the risk event. Once the risks are identified, they are analyzed to identify the qualitative and quantitative impact of the risk on the project so that the appropriate steps for tackling the risk can be taken to mitigate them. After that comes quality control. So control quality involves activities that are used to evaluate whether the product or service meets quality requirements that are specified for the project. And this quality control is very crucial in any project for any project manager handling the task of business analytics, because it ensures that everything is within the scope of the project planning. So these are the tasks and responsibilities of a project manager. Now let us move on to the next question. What do you mean by critical path analysis? So critical path is the set of activities which includes the longest path in the whole project. So it is basically a technique that requires mapping out every key task that is necessary to complete a project, and it includes identifying the amount of time necessary to finish each activity and the dependencies of each activity on any others. So basically it is also a sequence of project network activities which can add up to the longest overall duration, regardless of the longest duration of the project. Then it actually helps to identify the most important task in a project, and this provides a higher level of insight into your project's timeline and a correlation between tasks that gives you more understanding about which task durations you can modify and which must stay the same. So this is actually critical path analysis. So you can see this diagram. So here is the project start date, and it is categorized with the labels of A, B and C, starting from A1, that is 10 days, then A2 8 days, A3 9 days, and finally the project completion date. Then comes B1. So B1 has 2 days, B2 7 days, B3 3 days. Then coming to C1, C1 has 10 days, C2 has 8 days, and C3 has 12 days. So the longest duration is of category C and the least duration is of category B. So you can analyze the timeline that is required for the completion of different tasks of a project. Now let us move on to the next question. List various components of a strategy analysis. So it starts from vision, then mission, then objective of the project, then strategy, and finally the action plan. So starting with the detail of vision. So what actually is the vision when talking about the strategy analysis for any project? So a vision is a description of the desired state or ultimate condition that should exist after the project has been completed, and then it is typically expressed in a vision statement, which is a clear and brief summary of what the project team members and their stakeholders expect to achieve. Then comes mission. So the mission statement is a summary of what the project is trying to achieve. However, if you ask many people involved in a project what is the mission statement, most of them will not know. So a team lead should remind the project members of the mission statement at regular intervals so that they can know in which direction they are heading towards. Now we'll talk about the objective. Now project objective describes the desired results of a project, which often includes a tangible item. So an objective is specific and measurable and must meet time, budget as well as quality constraints. So a project may have one objective, many parallel objectives, or several objectives that must be achieved sequentially. Now coming to strategy for any project. So basically it identifies and implements the organization's long-term goals as well as the objectives of the project. So the project strategy is actually a direction in a project that contributes to the success of the project in its environment. Then comes action plan. So it is a list of tasks that you need to do to complete a simple project or objective. So to draw one up, simply list the tasks that you need to complete to deliver your project or objective. in order that you need to complete them. So this is the component. So these are the list of various components of strategy analysis. Now let us move on to the next one. What is business modeling? So business modeling is identifying the value proposition for a business and then building a step-by-step approach for operating the business. So in business analytics, business process modeling is the activity of representing processes of an enterprise so that the current process may be analyzed, improved and automated. So the change in the management programs are typically involved to put any improved business processes into practice. So this is the use of business modeling. So these are the outliers, or you can say these are the outliers for business modeling, that is vision, options and plan. So vision consists of you have to map your target's ecosystem. Then in options, you have to create winning business model options so that you can stand unique in the market. Then you have to map your business Then you have to map your business model roadmap by making effective plans and strategies for your business. So this was about business modeling. Now let us move on to the next one, that is list various software engineering processes. So it starts from gathering of requirements, where you have to gather the requirements of the user, client or customer. So what they actually need in the software, or any functionality or any specific function they need in the software. So first process and the first step is actually the gathering of the specific requirements, and that you have to collect directly from the customer or the client. Then you have to analyze the requirement to make the software or to make the proper strategy, the software. Here you have to analyze what all things can be done and what all things cannot be done. So you have to look into the estimation of the cost, the time that is required for developing the product or the software. So you have to analyze all that. After that, or after analyzing, you have to design the product. So how your product or how the product for the client will look like, or you have to design the structure of the software so that you can add the functionalities, or you create or develop or implement using various tools and techniques or programming language. Then comes the implementing, that includes the implementation part using the programming language or any tools or technology that you have to use. And after that comes the testing part, where after the development of the software you have to test it in order to evaluate it or evaluate the performance on the basis of various factors or parameters, so that you can iteratively test and improve the software for the final deployment. And finally comes the deployment in the business environment. So you have to deploy the software in the real-time business environment to see how it performs. And then again you have to collect the response, and again if there are any changes you have to do it. So these are the list of software engineering processes that companies follow. Now let us move on to the next question in the queue, that is differentiate between agile and waterfall model. So talking about agile, so it is flexible in nature, whereas waterfall model is structured software development methodology. So agile focuses on customer satisfaction majorly, and in waterfall model the internal process does not require customer participation. After that, agile is flexible to changes in the requirement. And talking about the waterfall model, so the requirements must be clearly defined and the changes are difficult to implement. So agile has an incremental approach, whereas the waterfall model has sequential design process. Finally, in agile, testing can be done in every phase, and in waterfall model, testing is performed only in the final phase. So these are the major differences between the agile and the waterfall model. Now let us move on to the next question. What is RUP methodology? So RUP is an object-oriented approach that guarantees successful project management and top-notch software production. So the RUP development methodology provides a structured way for companies to envision, create software programs, Since it provides a specific plan for each setup of the development process, it helps prevent resources from being wasted and reduces unexpected development cost. Also, the main goal of RUP, or you can say the rational unified process, is to create high quality software with a predictable budget and time frame. So it is supported by a variety of tools supporting change and configuration management, as well as creating automated documentation with performance tracking and other tasks. So it actually helps in application improvement, software production and project management. Now let us move on to the next question, that is, what is RAD methodology? So RAD stands for Rapid Application Development, and it is a form of agile software development methodology that prioritizes rapid prototype releases and iterations and user feedback over strict planning and requirement recording. So you can see the diagram. So first is the requirement planning, then comes the design where it collects or designs the prototype, then it tests the software, and after that improve over iterations by testing and finding the errors or bugs or any shortcomings in the software. After creating a successful prototype, it goes for the development, and finally it is delivered to the customer. So basically it is an iterative model, and in general RAD approach for the software development means putting lesser emphasis on planning tasks and more emphasis on the development and coming up with a prototype. So this is about the RAD methodology. Now let us move on to the next question in the queue. What are project deliverables? So project deliverables are a set of measurable goods and services that are delivered to the end customer at the completion of a project. So the term deliverables over here is a project management term that's traditionally used to describe the quantifiable goods or services that must be provided upon the completion of a project. So deliverables can be tangible or intangible in nature. So some of the examples of process deliverables can be statement of work, work breakdown structure, project scope statement, project governance plan, and there are the key deliverables of a project. There can be key deliverables of a project. So a project is only complete when the deliverable is accepted or signed off. So the key deliverables are the main goal, tangible or intangible, that has been accomplished, or the many key deliverables set in the timeline along the way. Now a question may arise, how do I find project deliverables? So there are certain steps or methods that you can follow to find the project deliverables. So here are few of the steps that I would discuss. So you should have a detailed and clear description for all team members involved in the project. Then specify the operations and functionalities that will be performed by the software. Also, you can ensure the alignment with all the requirements provided by the customers and clearly establish the client's expectations, and then clearly establish the client's expectations and secure the client's consent and acceptance. So these are few of the steps that you can follow to meet IT project deliverables. Now let us move on to the next question. List the components of requirements work plan. So these are the list of the components of the requirements work plan, that is project description, key issues, deliverables, goals and objectives, strategy, resources, budget and time. So in project description, you should have knowledge of what actually you are developing. So here you need to describe the details of the project, the features, the functionalities that are to be added in the project. After that comes the key issues. So you should be aware of the key issues you might face during the development or the planning of the project. So there can be various issues related to the resources or the technology that you have to use for developing the project. You need to create the prototype of your project in such a way that you may face during the development of the project. Then comes the deliverables. So you need to focus on the key deliverables. You should know about that. So we already discussed about the deliverables, what they are. So I'll move on to the next one, that is goals and objectives. So what is the goal and what is the objective of creating this project or developing this project? So you need to be clear about that. Then comes the strategy. So you have to make a proper strategy for creating the project. So proper strategy and planning is must for developing any project. Then comes resources. So you have to plan and you have to decide about the resources according to the requirement of the project or the requirement of the client or the customer. So you have to focus on the resources also, so that you have proper resources for developing the project. And then comes the budget and the time. After the proper analysis of the project, then key issues, goals and objectives, then strategy, then resources that are needed for developing the project, you can estimate about the budget and the time. So how much exact time is required for creating that project and what is the budget of the project. So these are the list of the components for the requirements work plan. Now let us move on to the next question, that is, what is the purpose of the requirement traceability matrix? So RTM, that is requirement traceability matrix, is used to record all the requirements given by a client. So the purpose of RTM is to ensure that all of the mentioned requirements are met. So it is actually a document that demonstrates the relationship between requirements and other artifacts. So it is used to prove that the requirements have been fulfilled, and it is typically documented that consists of the requirements, the test results and the issues. So this is the use of the requirement traceability matrix. So it is usually prepared by business analyst or the project architect, depending upon the organization or the type of business or the project structure. So they actually define the goal, gather the artifacts, create a traceability matrix, and then copy and paste the requirements from the requirement document and tells about the actual project requirements and present it in front of the project team. So this is the requirement traceability matrix. Now let us move on to the next question. What is business process modeling? So it is the representation of organization's business process. So basically it is a part of business process management which is used to improve the business processes. So it is the analytical representation, or putting it simply, it is an illustration of an organization's business process, which is a critical component for any effective business process management. Also, with the help of business process modeling, we can understand and describe the various processes involved in the business, and it connects and improves the communication between the current and the future state of various business processes. There are various key advantages of business process modeling, which are quality of the conversation, then mutual understanding, documentation of the processes so that everything is structured and well known. Then comes transparency, alignment of business processes with business and IT, along with business process improvement and agility, then standardization of best practices and business system requirements. So these are the key advantages of business process modeling. So here is an example or the diagram you can see for an operation team working for a company. So we are checking the status of the working group and we have to send the issue list. So what should be the process? So first we have to check the status. Then we have to check, is the working group active or not? If it is not, then we have to terminate the process. Otherwise, we have to send the current issue list to the working group. So this is a basic representation of the organization's business process related with the operations team that helps companies to systematically perform their day-to-day activities. Now let me go to the next question, which is list the benefits of business process modeling. So few of the benefits of business process modeling are, it is used to picture a clear understanding of the business processes. Then it provides consistency and control over the processes of the object. Also, it is used to identify and eliminate the errors and bottlenecks, and it gives a pathway for clear start and end for the process without hassles. Now these were the benefits. Now let us move on to the next question. What is the use of UML? So UML stands for Unified Modeling Language, and it is a general purpose developmental modeling language that provides a standard way to visualize the system. So it is a standardized modeling language that consists of an integrated set of diagrams developed to help systems and software developers for specifying, visualizing, constructing, and documenting the artifacts of software systems, as well as for business modeling and other non-software systems. So the UML represents a collection of best engineering practices that have proven successful in the modeling of large and complex systems. Also, the UML is one of the very important part of developing object-oriented software and the software development processes. It uses mostly graphical notations to express the design of the software project, and using the UML, it helps project teams to communicate, explore, create potential design, and validate the architectural design of the software. Also, it helps to reason the system's behavior, then detect and eliminate errors and propose design plans to stakeholders. So this is unified modeling language. Now let me move on to the next question, that is, how do you analyze performance metrics? So there are three key points for analyzing the performance metrics. So first one is, make sure that your key deliverables are met. So this means that whatever feature or functions that you have to add for the customers are properly developed. Then comes the budget and the time for the project should not be extended. So as you have given the quotation, or as you have to give the quotation for the budget of the project and the time of completion, so it should not be extended, because it will make a negative impact on the customer's mind that the budget, the estimated budget, was something else before the creation of the project, and now after the completion of the project they are, or the company is stating, the extended budget. Also, the time of completion is one of the important factor that customer notices. So if you have completed your project on time, it makes a positive impact. Then quality deliverables are maintained. So you have to keep in mind or make sure that the quality of the software or the product that you have made is according to the standards of the customer, or you can say the quality should not be hampered. Now let me move on to the next question, that is, what do you think is the scope of business analyst in the agile methodology perspective? So with agile methodology, business analysts act as a bridge between the development team and the stakeholders. So they act on the key deliverables to prioritize and deliver the project in the stipulated time and budget. So in actual, a business analyst is a person who analyzes an organization's or business domain and documents its businesses and processes or systems and accessing the business model or its integration with technology. But coming to development team, so they help them improve their processes and systems, and they conduct research and analysis in order to come up with better solutions for the development team that they faces for developing a product for the customer, and they help to introduce these systems to businesses as well as their clients. So this is the scope of a business analyst in the agile methodology. Now let me go to the next question. What is meant by scope creep? So scope creep is defined as the uncontrolled or sudden changes or deviations in the project's scope without changes in other resources of the project. So it actually describes, or you can say, the scope creep as adding features and functionality in the project scope without addressing the effects on the time, cost and resources, or without the customer approval. So changes on the project is inevitable, and so the possibility of scope creep is also inevitable. Now the primary cause of scope creep is poor requirement analysis, not involving users early enough, and underestimating the complexity of the project. Also, one of the leading reasons for scope creep is client and stakeholders' recommendations. Often what happens is a client disrupts your progress when they make additional requests or change orders midway through a project. Also, you can prevent this by including them in your planning process so that they can tell the actual plan, the features, functions that they want in their or the project. So how do you identify scope creep? So in its simplest form, scope creep occurs when a project's requirements, goals or vision changes beyond what was originally agreed upon. So when this happens, the project is no longer clearly defined and the borders of the responsibility, and ultimately the completion becomes very complex. So there comes scope creep. Now let me go to the next question. List the elicitation techniques in business analytics. So elicitation is a practice of collecting requirements from end customers and stakeholders. So it includes brainstorming, document analysis, focus group, interface analysis, interview, observation, prototyping, requirements workshop, reverse engineering, and survey. So you need to perform brainstorming for solving the business problem. So you need to find the proper solution with the help of brainstorming. Then you need to analyze the document that you are having. Then you have to find the key factors of the business with the help of the analysis. Then you need to observe what all changes you need to make in your prototype, and after that you have to recheck the requirements, perform reverse engineering, and then the survey of the product, whether it is properly built or not. Now let me go to the next question. What are the initial steps involved in the product development? It includes market analysis, SWOT analysis, personas, competitor analysis, then identifying the strategic vision. So in market analysis, you need to analyze the market trends, what all products are trending in the market, and who all are the companies or the people who are developing the product, who are actually your competitors, including the cost of the product for which they provide the product to the customers. Then comes SWOT analysis. So it stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And so a SWOT analysis is a technique for assessing these four aspects of your business. So you can use SWOT analysis to make the most of what you have got to your organization's best advantage. So example of this can be, it includes who is on your team, your patents and intellectual property, then your location, your assets, your resources, and the shortcomings of your business. So it is basically a planning framework that a business can use to identify a strategic endeavors, including the strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. So how do we actually perform SWOT analysis? So first we have to determine the objective, decide on a key project or strategy, to analyze and place it at the top of the page, then create a grid, draw a large square and then divide it into 4 smaller squares, then label each box. Then we have to add strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Then we have to draw conclusion on the basis of various parameters, factors, and the data available. And in this way, we perform SWOT analysis. A persona in user-centered design and marketing is a fictional character created to represent a user type that might use a site, brand, or product in a similar way. So it is like a dummy product. So marketers may use personas together with market segmentation, where the qualitative personas are constructed to be representative of specific segments. So the actual purpose of personas is to create a reliable and realistic representations of your key audience segment for reference. So these representations should be based on qualitative and some quantitative user research and web analytics. Then comes competitor analysis, which is one of the most important factor for any business. So you should know what your competitor is developing or their product, and this helps to understand that to which audience your competitor is targeting and what is the response for their product. Then identifying the strategic vision. So you should identify the vision for your product or for your business. So these are the initial steps involved in product development. Now let us look into the next question, that is, what is BPMN gateway and what are its elements? So BPMN gateway is used for controlling the sequence of processes and flow of interaction, which is in a way a processing modeling component. So you can see in this diagram there is a task, then there are certain conditions, and there are corresponding tasks for the condition, and after that, according to the fulfillment of the condition, the output is generated. So it is actually controlling the sequence of processes and the flow of interaction. So that is why we use BPMN gateway.